Volume 8, Cannon Fire Arcade. Chapter 438 Reunion. On August 3, 1915, the band began to play as soon as Wang Zhong's boots stepped on the platform. However, Wang Zhong's attention was not on the band at all. He stared at Ludmila, who was pregnant, and rushed forward in 2 steps, wanting to hug his beloved. But when he got close, he suddenly thought that if he hugged her like this, he would hurt her with too much force, so he changed his mind and braked suddenly. Ludmila, I don't mind if you just hug her. Wang Zhong, you don't mind, but I can't ask the child's opinion. Honey, I'm back. As he said this, he solemnly hugged his wife, to be precise, his fiancée. After all, they were only engaged. When the hug ended, Wang Zhong was about to let go, but Ludmila tightened her arms and took the initiative to kiss him. Wang Zhong felt that his tongue was about to be sucked off. A minute later, Ludmila smacked her lips and let go of her hand to distance herself. Wang Zhong, your expression doesn't look like you just kissed your husband, but like you just ate a pig's head. How salty is it? Is it marinated thoroughly? Ludmila frowned slightly. You said the same thing the first time I kissed you. Wang Zhong was shocked. Really? Ludmila smiled but didn't answer. Oh no, it's been so long since I traveled through time, and the crosstalk jokes I watched before the time travel are still chasing me. In order to hide his embarrassment, Wang Zhong forced the topic to his unborn child. He touched Ludmila's belly and asked, when is the due date? A few days later, the girl laughed. You really came back on time. Wang Zhong, then you have to thank Proson. If they hadn't been fooled by my plan to deceive the enemy. If they hadn't been fooled by the plan to deceive the enemy that I proposed and Vesely implemented, I would probably still be leading the rearguard troops to fight and march. Ludmila smiled and said, just like last year, right? At this moment, a lot of pictures quickly flashed through Wang Zhong's mind, all of which were memories of fighting and marching last year, and Ludmila was in every picture. When Wang Zhong was a child, he learned a text called Wedding on the Execution Ground. The teacher analyzed the enemy's brutality, the hero's courage and optimism on the stage, but the ignorant Wang Zhong envied the protagonist and thought that it was too romantic for lovers to hold hands and die generously, and let the enemy's gunshots be the wedding salute. Later, Wang Zhong wrote his true feelings and failed the exam. Now, Wang Zhong suddenly found that he had the bloody love he had always dreamed of. So he said, I suddenly thought, if we postpone the wedding a little, and use the sound of the cannons fired at Proxenia as the wedding salute, wouldn't it be particularly romantic? Ludmila didn't express her opinion, and the people around her cheered. Good. Vesely said, catch Emperor Proson again and shoot him in front of the church to help cheer. Good. That's great. Yura. People around knew what Wang Zhong said, but people in the distance didn't know. They just heard the shouting of Yura, and the atmosphere was very high, so they shouted Yura. Wang Zhong hurriedly made gestures to suppress the cheers that started inexplicably, and the situation was just under control. Ludmila said, I don't agree, I can't wait that long. Otherwise, you should quickly defeat Protion and attack Prosheni next year. Wang Zhong quickly covered her mouth. Don't, if you say this, people in the tavern will say tomorrow night that I predicted victory next year. Vasily, tomorrow? Humph, you underestimate everyone too much, you should say so tonight. Wang Zhong frowned slightly and turned to look at Vesely. We are reunited as a couple, why do you always interrupt? Because the person who reunited with me didn't come. Vesely looked at Wang Zhong seriously, I am very anxious now. Wang Zhong wanted to joke, but Ludmila grabbed him. Although Protion has reduced the number of bombings on Yebeo recently, it still bombs occasionally for the sake of meaning. Maybe the girl has died in the bombing. If this is the case, it is not good to tease Vesely with this. In addition, if the girl cuckolds Vesely, it seems not good to tease him. So Wang Zhong patted Vesely on the shoulder, I'll come. Damn, it felt like Gojo Satoru said I'll win. Fuck, I still remember the name Gojo Satoru. Wang Zhong's sudden surge of homesickness was interrupted by a loud shout in the distance. Vasily. My dear Vesely. Wang Zhong looked at Vesely, is your mother here? Ludmila pinched Wang Zhong's arm wildly. Vasily glanced at Wang Zhong, and the smile on his mouth couldn't be concealed, it's my auntie woman. After saying that, he took off his hat and waved it high, shouting while waving, I'm here. I'm here. He shouted and ran towards the girl. Others made way when they saw this, and finally, the two of them collided like two shells, and then started to bite each other. Wang Zhong pointed at Vesely and asked Ludmila, were we like this just now? I think it's about the same. Ludmila smiled, then took Wang Zhong's hand, let's go home. You are not allowed to work today. Wang Zhong, don't worry, Pavlov has taken all the work. He is still on his way to Abavakan, working around the clock with the entire headquarters. The fighters just need to rest, but the staff and clerks have a lot to consider. Ludmila thought for a moment and said, should I prepare some gifts for them? The supply situation in the capital is much better than when you set out. We can give them underwear of better quality. Underwear, which was not important before, was all chemical fiber products that were easy to mass produce. It was not warm in winter and very hot in summer. It was uncomfortable to sweat, just like a layer of water sticking to your skin. Wang Zhong, I think the logistics department will replenish these things for them. You might as well write a thank you letter and let Pavlov read it to them, or organize their families in the rear to take some photos and send them to them. Ludmila nodded gently, no more, let's go home. She dragged Wang Zhong to the station gate, and everyone hurried to make way for the two. Suddenly, a wild United States photographer appeared. The spotlight puffed out smoke, and the special smell immediately penetrated Wang Zhong's nostrils. It's a good photo. While the photographer was muttering to himself, reporter Mike appeared. General, welcome back. I heard that you are going to Abawahan soon to command the invasion of Baris. Wang Zhong, we attack Baris to prevent Baris from falling to the evil Prosan Empire. This is part of the world's just war. The word invasion is not accurate. Reporter Mike, of course. I made a slip of the tongue. What do you think of this joint action with the United Kingdom? I mean, do you think the United Kingdom's army can be trusted? Wang Zhong, of course, I think the Royal Air Force performed quite well, and I look forward to cooperating with them. And the Royal Navy, although they were beaten by the Fuzu Empire, they just sank Prosan's naval pride, and their strength should be reliable. Did you deliberately not mention the United Kingdom Army? Reporter Mike asked with a smile. Wang Zhong, of course not. I heard that the ace of Baraha, the Gurkha infantry, participated in the operation this time. I am looking forward to their performance. In this joint operation, the United Kingdom mainly dispatched troops stationed in Baraha. In addition to a small number of regular United Kingdom army, the main force was local troops in Baraha. Wang Zhong was skeptical about the combat effectiveness of the local troops in Baraha. After all, hundreds of troops from the Three Brothers on the Earth were attacked by 5 people in our army in a pincer attack. In the end, they all surrendered and left a famous saying, the enemy not only did not surrender to me, but also dared to fight back. As a Seers, there is really no way to look down on Baraha. Reporter Mike carefully observed Wang Zhong's expression and said, I can see that he despises Baraha and the United Kingdom's army from the bottom of his heart. I didn't say anything. Wang Zhong raised his voice, don't make it up. Reporter Mike ignored Wang Zhong's words and continued to ask, what do you think about the United States sending the army to participate in this attack? Wang Zhong, I doubt whether the United States can send the army to a place so far away from the mainland. Ludmila, it's not good to talk about this here? Won't it leak secrets? Wang Zhong, no, this is basically an open conspiracy. The key is that even if Prosan knew that they could not send many troops to Baris, at most some light troops. Reporter Mike shook his head, I actually can't understand the top leaders of Baris. In this case, turning to Prosan is just seeking death, isn't it? Wang Zhong, haven't you read the report on the domestic situation in Baris? The United Kingdom and the secular factions here are supporting local forces. We all want to eliminate the autocratic monarchy. They are just struggling for the last time. Ludmila interrupted Wang Zhong again, let's talk in the car. I can take another car so that you can talk all the way. That's fine. Wang Zhong nodded. At the same time, in Prosan, Eagle's Nest. Our empire's most advanced battleship. The pride of the navy, the rudder was actually broken by an old-fashioned biplane. Emperor Prosan knocked on the table hard, where is your air defense? The admiral lowered his head and said nothing. Giles spoke up, before that, we also destroyed the pride of the United Kingdom's navy and severely damaged the most advanced King George V. I think. The emperor sat down and held his forehead with his hand, we have always advertised that our science and technology are the best in the world. Then what? Our new heavy tanks were crushed by the new tanks of the ants who have always looked down on us. The rudder of our newest battleship was broken by a biplane. The people will doubt whether we are the best race in the world. The propaganda minister stood up, don't worry, in the eyes of the people, our navy pride fought to the end and destroyed 5 enemy battleships before sinking. The people will praise the bravery of the navy officers and soldiers and burst into tears. The emperor was silent for a few seconds and sighed, it can only be like this. Let the Academy of Sciences speed up the research of anti-ship missiles. Relying only on the traditional navy, we may never have a chance to defeat the United Kingdom and the United States. The foreign minister stepped forward, maybe we can rely on the fleet of the Fuzu Empire. The emperor snorted, the navy has evaluated the information sent by the Fuzu Empire and concluded that they are no match for the United States Navy. If the war is to continue, we must promote the Blue Plan, capture Abawahan, seize oil, and cut off the lifeline of Anti. The emperor paused, of course, there is also the battle to support the Baris royal family. Once Abawahan is occupied, we can ship the army to Baris. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and the confidential secretary came in with a telegram, report. Admiral Erwin sent an urgent message. Read it. The Emperor waved his hand. The confidential secretary lowered his head and read aloud, I saw the Nile River. Chapter 439 Desert Fox. North Africa, Mamluk territory. Admiral Erwin Jonas Eugen Roemel squatted by the Nile River, raised his camera, and pointed the lens specially customized for him by Zeiss at the boat on the river. There was no one on the boat. They probably jumped off the boat and ran away when they saw the tanks of the Prasen army. The boat slowly floated downstream driven by the half-full sail. Erwin kept using his thumb to pull the lever of the film winder, like a skilled gunman pulling the bolt of a gun, and all the scenery of the Nile was recorded on the film. Behind him, a communications soldier ran over with a telegram, but was stopped by the adjutant. The adjutant whispered, if there is no particularly important situation, you are not allowed to disturb the general's photography. Let him come over, Admiral Irvine said. Just reading a telegram won't interrupt my photography. The signalman immediately ran to Erwin and reported loudly, the downstream reconnaissance force received an urgent call and discovered that the United Kingdom's shallow water heavy artillery ship and 7 river defense ships were cooperating with the armored forces heading south. While using the lens of his camera to search for traces of waterfowl, Erwin said, it's coming faster than expected. Have our mines arrived? Adjutant, not yet. We currently lack the resources to block the river. General, the advance is too fast and all the troops are drained. We cannot defeat the Royal Navy fleet. Everyone knows that we can't defeat us. The enemy also knows it, so we can take a gamble. Erwin continued to record the beautiful scenery with his camera, use the enemy's carelessness to win by surprise. So where are the mines? What does the Navy say? The adjutant shrugged, the Navy has just killed one of its latest battleships. Erwin was shocked, what? Isn't the flagship of the United Kingdom's fleet stationed in Alexandria a dilapidated old ship? Isn't it said that the ship can't even reach a speed of 27 knots? How can it defeat our latest high-speed battleship? Adjutant, it's not in the Mediterranean. Anyway, we don't have mines to block the river at the moment. And the supply is almost at the bottom. Erwin cursed and looked at everything in front of him. He reluctantly covered the lens of the camera and carefully put the machine into a special protective case. Erwin, we can't block the channel without mines, and we don't have enough ammunition. It's not a good idea to shoot at the enemy's naval guns and artillery. He thought for a few seconds and sighed, it would be a pity to retreat. We can only make a fuss about the enemy's rigid tactics. The adjutant asked doubtfully, what should we do? Disguise. Both sides of the Nile River are floodplains. Look at so many trees, water, and plants. Erwin stamped the floor again, and this ground. It would be a pity not to use such a ground that is suitable for digging. Adjutant, are you planning to? Erwin turned his head and looked north, as if his gaze had been heading north, reaching the northernmost point of the entire battlefield. I have been studying the tactics of Ants Rokosov. Most of our generals sneered at his tactics, thinking they were just trivial tricks used by children in fights. But I am different. Erwin paused and continued, so what about small skills? Winning the war is the art of war. So we imitated Rokosov and used a motorcycle to drag these branches and run on the desert to create the illusion that the tank army is retreating. And our large army is ambushed on the floodplains of the Nile. At this time, the chief of staff of the African army also rushed over. He just heard the last sentence and exclaimed, then how to face the enemy's shallow water heavy gunboat? The ship's defense is very poor by the standards of warships, but it can resist our 88mm cannon is enough, and our 150mm cannon may not be able to damage it. Erwin tapped his head with his index finger, use your brain. We can use 88 and 150 guns to kill the escorting inland gunboats, and then use the boat to rush to the shallow water heavy gunboat to board the ship. Chief of Staff and Adjutant, hey! Erwin continued, I have studied the drawings of the enemy's shallow water heavy gunships stolen by the intelligence department. Most of their secondary guns are unarmored. Using heavy machine guns and machine guns to sweep them over can kill a large number of enemy personnel. Of course, there are also tank guns and 150 howitzers. The main gun of a shallow water heavy gunship can only fire one salvo in 30 seconds. As long as we pay attention to the formation, there is nothing to fear. After seizing the battleship, we can turn around at Lake Lipole upstream, drive back, and attack Alexander. We'll have supplies once we get off Alexandria. The adjutant and the chief of staff looked at each other. Chief of staff, this is too unrealistic, General, it's too risky. Erwin looked at the chief of staff, do you think there has been any combat operation so far that we have not taken risks? The chief of staff thought for a moment and replied, when we first left Libya. Erwin waved his hands repeatedly, no, I'm talking about since His Majesty the Emperor began to conquer. During the Melania battle, we actually only had a small number of number 3 and number 4. In order to advance smoothly, Brandon was activated. Fort troops. This is especially true in the northern campaign, which involved the large-scale use of airborne troops to assault the enemy's coastal fortresses, as well as risky landing operations. Isn't that plan unrealistic? In the Carolingian campaign, wouldn't it be risky to let tank troops pass through the forest? There is also the Battle of the Low Countries, where airborne troops were used to seize Antep in advance. These are all unprecedented and unbridled ideas. This is the glory of our Proson, and now we will continue this glory here. When we incorporate the Mamluks into the empire, no one will remember Rokosov anymore, and everyone will praise us, praise me. The chief of staff still looked aggrieved, but he did not refute. The adjutant was already excited, indeed. In this situation, the enemy will also think that we can only run, and we will definitely catch the enemy off guard. Great, General, you are indeed the best general in the empire. Erwin smiled bitterly. No, if I had mines and could use mines to block the river, I would not do this. But we don't have mines, no. Damn, I told the Navy that I want mines a long time ago, why haven't they been delivered yet? I also told the Air Force that I want mines, but the Air Force vowed to send them with large seaplanes, but in the end they didn't. At this time, even the Chief of Staff showed an expression of empathy. If the Navy and Air Force were not so incompetent, our logistics would not be so tense. Erwin, it doesn't matter. If we take down Alexander, we will have supplies and can even launch a new offensive to completely block the canal and strangle the United Kingdom. August 4th, St. Ekaterina Castle, the capital of Ant. Wang Zhong stretched while walking to the dining table and picked up the newspaper that was already on the table. The moment he saw the front page headline, all his tiredness flew away. The Proson Empire defeated the United Kingdom's river defense fleet and approached Alexander? What the hell? The world line changed after waking up? Where did this come from? Is it still Ant? Wang Zhong quickly looked at the name of the newspaper, and it was indeed Ant's newspaper. He ran back to the room with the newspaper and rubbed the front armor of Ludmila, who was combing her hair, to make sure it was still his wife. Ludmila had a question mark on her face. What's wrong? Is there any news in the newspaper? Wang Zhong looked at the front page headline again. I don't know, there is a very sci-fi news. How did he, referring to Desert Fox, do it? With the poor supply situation of the African army, can it still approach Alexandria along the Nile? Wang Zhong, I have to make a phone call, make a few calls. After saying that, he ran away in a hurry. Ludmila and Nelly looked at each other, and then shrugged at the same time. While Wang Zhong was looking for people to confirm the situation, on the bank of the Nile, Erwin handed his beloved camera to the adjutant, and then stood by the river, posing as if he was looking at the shallow water heavy gunboat with the Plausen flag flying on the river. The adjutant found a position and pressed the shutter. Erwin, no, I shouldn't stand like this to shoot, drive along tube number 4 over here. Yes. The radio man immediately started calling, and soon along tube number 4 drove to the river. The driver jumped out of the car and saluted the general. General. Salute to you. Erwin nodded, waved his hand casually, and then began to climb the tank. Seeing this, the commander hurriedly lent a hand, and the driver also leaned out to help, pulling Erwin onto the car. The admiral held the turret with his left hand and held the telescope in his right hand, posing to look at the shallow water heavy gunboat from afar. Without his order, the adjutant began to find the angle and took pictures. Erwin, wait a minute, there should be some film. Wait until I get into the tank and take another picture. So Erwin got into the tank, put on the headphones with ease, and let the crossbar of the headphones press on the big cap. This is also the classic style of the commander of the Proson tank. After arming himself, Erwin posed, and the adjutant started shooting again. Erwin, make sure the tank and the shallow water heavy gunboat are in the shot. Don't worry, General. While Erwin was busy, the two guards next to him were gossiping. Why does the general never stop shooting? I heard that the general actually wants to be a photographer. When he was the battalion commander, he won a photography award. It seems to be the biggest award in Plausen. Is this true? At this time, the signalman ran over and saluted. Report, Air Force contact, the seaplane carrying mines can land on the river today. Elvin, who was taking pictures, stopped and frowned at the signalman. They should have arrived 2 days ago. Then I wouldn't have to take risks. The signalman was embarrassed. It's not that I asked the Air Force not to deliver, General. Elvin shook his head. What else? Also, the Air Force wing carrying secret weapons will complete the transfer today and can join the battle tomorrow. Their secret weapons are very effective against the old warships of the United Kingdom's Aegean fleet. Elvin replied in a tone of disinterest. Well, I see. We can capture Alexander without them. Chapter 440 New Weapon Design Indicators, Update 181. Chapter 440 New Weapon Design Indicators, Update 181st. On August 6, Wang Zhong saw the Plausen Empire daily sent by the Intelligence Department on the desk of the Equipment Committee. The front page headline picture shows Admiral Irwin looking at the shallow water heavy gunboat flying the Plausen flag and the naval flag. The accuracy of photos in this era is very low, and the printing of newspapers has reduced the accuracy, so it is not clear to see the extent of the damage to the shallow water heavy gunboat. Wang Zhong studied the picture for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he shouted, "Vasily, come and translate it." Oh. Vasily went to school. So he changed his words and called his chief secretary, the state lady Gabriel, Ulyanovna, find someone who knows Plausen. Soon, a female clerk who knew Plausen was called to Wang Zhong's office. The clerk looked very nervous, and after entering the room, she was still tidying up her clothes and the sideburns of her hair. Wang Zhong handed the newspaper to her, translate the front page headline of the newspaper. The clerk was shocked, "Hey! Wang Zhong, turn over the front page headline." "Oh, okay." The clerk lowered his head and began to translate. Wang Zhong's chief secretary, Aunt Gabriel, stared at the clerk with a stern look, obviously ready to reprimand her for her usurpation at any time. "Clerk, the glorious Plausen Empire army destroyed the United Kingdom's arrogant inland fleet with courage and wisdom, and severely damaged the ground forces accompanying the fleet. Imperial Admiral Erwin Jonas Eugen Romer cleverly took advantage of the enemy's rigid thinking and pretended to retreat. In fact, those were just motorcycles dragging branches. The main force of the African Corps ambushed the United Kingdom's fleet in the floodplain along the river, destroyed the escort ship, and boarded the shallow water heavy gunboat." Wang Zhong's brows were twisted into a knot. Why does this tactic feel a bit like what I would use? Is this Erwin learning from me? The clerk continued to translate, but Wang Zhong no longer cared about the content on the front page. After all, most of the rest was just bragging. He came to the globe and found Mamluk. If Alexandria was really occupied by Plausen, the Royal Navy would lose its most important military port and might have to retreat to Malta. The support facilities on the island are actually not very good and might not be able to support the entire fleet. And there are not many supplies stored on Malta. The worst-case scenario is that the Royal Navy completely withdraws from the Aegean Sea and retreats directly to Gibraltar. In this way, the canal will be completely controlled by Plausen, and their ships can enter the Bahara Ocean through the canal. Of course, the Royal Navy should not be so weak as to really let Plausen transport supplies and troops to Paris by sea. The United Kingdom would not die all of a sudden if the canal route was cut off. In fact, the United Kingdom now has a large amount of industrial production in Constantine, and the local industry has gradually recovered as the intensity of Plausen's Air Force airstrikes has been sharply reduced. Now the industrial chain of the United Kingdom is not really dependent on Bahara. Iron ore comes from Austria, and coal is supplied by the United States. It is smelted into steel in large quantities in Constantine and then turned into industrial products. Bahara now mainly provides soldiers and tea. Wang Zhong looked at the globe and thought for a while. He felt that even if the Mamluks were taken by Proson, it would not fundamentally change the entire war situation. It's just that the progress of the Allied forces will be slower. In this case, maybe Proson can be completely disintegrated before the Allied forces open up a second battlefield. Wang Zhong didn't realize that his current plan was very similar to playing Hearts of Iron 4 before crossing, but this time he was really a general who could decide the life and death of tens of thousands of people, and his subordinates were no longer a series of zeros and ones. At this time, the clerk finally read the headlines to the end. She looked up at Wang Zhong. "General, I'm done. Do you want me to read the next one?" Wang Zhong shook his head. No, you can go back to work." The clerk's expression was immediately full of loneliness and disappointment. Wang Zhong didn't notice it at all. He was looking at the globe and imagining how to arrange the troops. This is still interesting. Gabriel made a gesture and asked the clerk to leave quickly. The girl had to leave the room. "Gabriel, General, you haven't read any of today's documents yet." Wang Zhong rolled out of his fantasy and returned to the cold reality. "I saw that when I went to the war, the committee was running well. Do you really need me to approve these documents?" he asked. Gabriel pushed his reading glasses. "Of course." Wang Zhong had to sit down at the table and start looking at the documents. As a result, the first one was the demand for assault guns for urban siege warfare proposed by Wang Zhong after he came back. The clerks of the committee turned Wang Zhong's oral requirements into detailed design indicators. Wang Zhong quickly browsed the content and shook his head. No, the mobility of this indicator is too good, but we don't need it to run very fast, nor do we need it to have long-distance mobility. The way I imagine using this thing is to transport it to the front line by train. His own power only needs to complete the section from the station to the front line. Do you understand? Sacrificing mobility and firing speed, in exchange for amazing destructive power of a single shot and strong enough protection to run rampant in the city." After he said that, he raised his head and saw Gabriel with a stern face and no movement. "Wang Zhong, did you hear what I just said? I will convey it to the people who set the design indicators, or you can annotate these opinions on the document," the state lady said. Wang Zhong held his forehead with his hand. Gabriel doesn't understand military affairs, what's the point of me telling her? So he picked up a pen, drew a horizontal line on the speed indicator, and wrote an annotation next to it. Damn, these annotations were written by Vesely before. After finishing this document, Wang Zhong opened the next one and found that it was also a requirement he put forward after returning from the front line, the design requirement of a heavy breakthrough tank. This is quite in line with Wang Zhong's idea, and the data indicators proposed are very close to the IS-3 heavy tank on Earth. I just don't know what it will actually be. Although Wang Zhong recognizes IS-3, he can't draw a design drawing. He can only wait for the designers to come up with a rough outline, and then he will go up and modify it according to his memory. After signing and agreeing to the second document, Wang Zhong opened the third document. Design indicators for a 30-ton medium tank using an egg-shaped turret. This is it. With the current industrial level of Ant, it should not be possible to build a real T-54, but when the machine tools assisted by the United States arrive next year and the skills of the factory workers are improved, there is still hope. Of course, we can't put all our hopes on this. We need a more reliable plan to increase the weight of the tank to 40 tons and build a new tank to compete with the Leopard. Wang Zhong slightly adjusted the indicators of the egg-shaped turret tank and signed for approval. Then he stopped reviewing the documents and said to Gabriel, "Call the old principal up, I need to propose a new demand." "Gabriel, you should finish reviewing the documents first. I don't know how long it will take for you to talk." Wang Zhong thought about it and felt that it was true, so he nodded and said, "Okay." While Rokosov and his men were discussing the design indicators of the new tank, outside of Alexandria, Admiral Irwin was standing on a hill, observing the military port in front of him with a telescope. The United Kingdom's fleet had left its post and was shelling the Plassen army. The fierce firepower of the naval guns was indeed not comparable to that of a shallow-water heavy gunboat. This fierce firepower had already made Elvin's African Corps unable to move for 2 days. Today, the Air Force promised to use a powerful attack to deter the United Kingdom's fleet and force them to abandon Alexandria. But an hour had passed since the time agreed by the Air Force, and the United Kingdom's Royal Navy was still pouring artillery fire on the opposite shore, with no intention of stopping. Just when Elvin was about to give up, the artillery observation post next to him shouted, "Plane! Our plane!" Elvin, who had just put down the telescope, immediately resumed his observation posture. He saw the Stukas lined up in a neat queue flying from the north. Higher up were a large number of heavy bombers, but Elvin did not see the legendary planes carrying secret weapons. The Stukas began to dive, and with a scream, huge water columns began to rise around the United Kingdom warships on the sea. The enemy's bombardment formation fell into chaos, and every ship was busy avoiding the attack of dive bombers. At the same time, heavy bombers began to attack port facilities. Irwin cursed, "Damn it, they blew up the supplies piled in the port. We still rely on supplies to eat. Damn! They used secret weapons to drive away the Royal Navy. Why blow up my supplies?" At this time, Irwin suddenly noticed 2 medium-sized bombers entering the field behind the bomber formation. He saw one of them dropped a shiny thing. At first he thought it was a reflection, but then he found out that it was not. The thing seemed to have its own light, flashing in the air. Irwin vaguely remembered that the Imperial Academy of Sciences seemed to have developed a remote-controlled bomb called Fritz X or something. Could it be that? Irwin watched the Fritz X fly straight towards the Royal Navy battleship. He began to pray, praying that the bomb would hit. In a flash, the big guy hit the middle of the battleship, and immediately penetrated the building near the chimney, creating a terrifying hole. The next moment, nothing happened. Irwin's brows twisted into a knot. Is it a stinky egg? What kind of secret weapon is this? It's too rubbish, right? In a flash, the deck in the middle of the battleship arched up. The next moment, a big explosion occurred, and the orange-red flames broke through the deck and rose into the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud. The shock wave swept across the entire port before the sound wave, and all the glass in Alexandria was shattered. Then, the deafening roar almost tore Irwin's ears. The first victory of the remote-controlled bomb was born. Chapter 441 Hot Sand Front. Chapter 441 Hot Sand Front. United Kingdom, Royal Navy Battleship HMS Warspite. Fleet Deputy Commander Lord Cunningham put down his telescope and looked at the mushroom cloud formed by the explosion with his naked eyes. The people on Cambridge were nervously looking for the direction of the bombardment. They subconsciously thought it was the masterpiece of the main gun of a great Grosserker First Class. "Lord Cunningham, no need to look for it, this is a remote-controlled bomb of Procyon. The Ant Army has seen it and seized an unexploded bomb. The Royal Academy of Sciences has completed the jamming device, but it is still being tested." The first mate exclaimed, "What should we do now? Let the destroyer release smoke. This thing is a paper tiger. The operator must visually guide it. After the smoke blocks the line of sight, it is an ordinary bomb." After Lord Cunningham's order was issued, the destroyer began to release smoke. A G-class destroyer also rushed to the upwind direction of the HMS Warspite at high speed and began to release smoke. At this time, the phone rang. The captain of the Warspite picked up the phone, answered twice and reported to the Lord. The anti-aircraft observation post saw the enemy plane turning back, heading 171. Lord Cunningham, full left rudder. The report from the ants said that the tracking distance of this bomb is not long, full speed ahead. The captain repeated the Lord's words, full speed ahead, full left rudder. The helmsman began to turn the rudder frantically, and the third officer repeated the order and shouted full speed ahead while turning the clock to the full speed ahead gear. A few seconds later, the clock sounded an electric bell, and the pointer followed the joystick to the full speed ahead position, which meant that the engine room had received the order. The Lord held the handrail in the bridge, and others also held what they could hold around them. Only the helmsman was still turning the steering wheel frantically, until the steering wheel clanged and could no longer turn. The helmsman shouted, "It's full left rudder." While shouting, he also grabbed the steering wheel. At this time, the deck under everyone's feet began to tilt. The first mate stared at the horizon and shouted, 5 degrees of tilt. When he shouted, the pointer of the horizon ran to 10 degrees, and the old ship Warspite was turning with all her might. A G-class destroyer with the hull number H91 crossed the Warspite's route, and the smoke from the chimney directly blocked most of the view of the bridge. The first mate shouted, 15 degrees of tilt. The Lord, ring straight. The helmsman began to turn the steering wheel frantically again. But the whole hull was still tilted, because it was not an easy thing for such a large battleship to change its sailing state. After the helmsman started turning the turntable for dozens of seconds, the tilt of the deck began to decrease. Before Lord Cunningham could breathe a sigh of relief, the air observation post shouted in the sound tube, "The second shot is coming." I saw the second shot. The Lord, bang bang, the guns are firing. If you can't shoot it down, it's also good to interfere with the flight trajectory. The sound of anti-aircraft guns soon came from outside the bridge. The Lord himself rushed out of Cambridge, stood on the side observation tower, and looked up at the thing that could send away the fleet flagship at once. In a flash, something fell less than a chain, a unit of navigation distance. One chain is 185 meters, on the starboard side of the Warspite, and the splashes looked like a 4-inch gun explosion. Just as the Lord thought so, a large mass of sea water rose from the sea surface and erupted upward. The shock wave was transmitted from the water to the captain, causing the deck to shake like a convulsion. The sea water from the sky turned into heavy rain and hit the Lord. He didn't care about these, and turned back to ask, "What's the situation? Have you found any leaks?" Most people may think that the explosion of a bomb at a distance of 200 meters has little effect on the ship, but Cunningham is an old sailor. He knows that shock waves are transmitted farther in the water and are more powerful. Even an explosion 200 meters away may damage the hull and cause leaks. This is why depth charges can attack submarines. The explosion of a depth charge more than 100 meters away may also damage the submarine. First mate, the damage control department is checking. There is no problem at present, but some pipes are leaking. Lord Cunningham wiped his cold sweat. He avoided the first wave. At this time, the sailor in the observation position next to the Lord shouted, "Look." The Lord looked in the direction of the sailor's finger and saw that the front half of the battleship Queen Elizabeth, which was blown into 2 sections, was lifted up high and then inserted into the water. There were messy things falling down on the ship. Looking closely, many of them were living humans. The sailor in the observation position exclaimed in a low voice, "Oh my God, people keep falling like garbage." Just as the Lord was about to respond, another sailor pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look." The Lord thought it was another remote-controlled bomb, but when he looked up, he found that it was countless contrails rushing towards the Plossen fleet in the sky. The Royal Air Force is finally here. There were cheers everywhere on the Warspite, the anti-aircraft gun deck, the searchlight deck, the boat deck, people were all cheering. Lord Cunningham turned his head and ordered the first mate, "Say hello to the Royal Air Force. Then, the fleet will continue to carry out the task of bombarding the Plossen army outside the city." "Yes." Admiral Erwin Rommel pursed his lips and frowned as he looked at the Royal Navy fleet on the sea. At this time, the communications staff said, "The Air Force said that the Royal Air Force sent planes from the airport near Loke, and they questioned why we didn't occupy all the airports." Erwin Rommel finally couldn't help but get angry, "Because I need supplies. If I can't capture Alexander, I won't have supplies. How am I going to clear the airport further east?" Communications staff officer, "Then, is this the reply?" "No," Erwin took a deep breath, "forget it, reply to the Air Force like this, 'Thank you for your support. Your support provided a precious half-hour of firepower gap. We have entered the city and are fighting with the United Kingdom Army. Conduct close combat. Also, please do not use horizontal bombers to bomb the port tomorrow, especially the port stack. That's all. Please repeat it." The communications officer wrote the last word and then repeated it aloud. Erwin waved his hand. The communications staff officer left as fast as he could. The admiral continued to look at the group of battleships that were constantly spraying flames on the sea, and cursed, how many artillery shells do these ships have? They have been bombarded for so long, and they haven't fired all the shells yet. Chief of Staff, it is said that the Navy is engaged in battles, which may last for a whole day, and they have to fight at night, and continue to fight the second wave during the day the next day. They should have brought a lot of ammunition. Admiral Erwin scolded, our tanks would have been empty of ammunition if they fought for such a day. Why didn't that fat man from the United Kingdom actually build a cruiser that cruised on the ground? The Chief of Staff could only smile bitterly. The capital of the Mamluk Empire, controlled by the armies of the United Kingdom and the Mamluk Kingdom. Admiral Bernard Lamago praised the Mamluk king, they will never be able to take Alexander. We have a large number of troops in the city, as well as Gurkha soldiers who are good at hand-to-hand combat, and the Royal Navy Marines are also inside. And we will dispatch the Commanda Special Forces tonight to behead General Erwin, who is highly regarded by Emperor Prothan, and blow up his supplies at the same time. The leaderless African army of Prasen will collapse at the first touch. The king of the Mamluks is a fat man weighing nearly 400 pounds. It is said that he has never stopped eating. Now he is eating chicken legs and listening to Admiral Mago's words. After the admiral finished speaking, he reluctantly took the chicken leg away from his mouth, thought for a moment, and then said with a mouth full of oil, good. Since the enemy can't take Alexander, can we? Not moving the capital? Can I ask my palace supervisor to stop transferring my gold and silver treasures? General Mago frowned, have you started transferring gold and silver treasures? The big fat man shrugged, because he was too fat, this action seemed to shake the earth, just in case. I have a lot of treasures. General Mago, do they include Mamluk treasures? Like mummies or something? Ah, those were all taken away by the Carolingians and the United Kingdom. We only have some stone slabs left here. Have you forgotten? The king asked. General Mago was a little embarrassed, well, that's for protection. Yes, I protect our cultural relics and our canals. It feels so comfortable for a powerful country like the United Kingdom to serve me. The fat king replied sincerely. General Mago suddenly didn't want to continue the conversation. He said, then I will continue to deal with military matters. If you have any needs, please mention them directly to the governor. After speaking, without waiting for the king's response, the general saluted, turned, and left the magnificent hall. Outside, the hot wind from the desert blew on Admiral Mago's face, causing him to break out into a thin layer of sweat. The adjutant was waiting outside the door and stood up immediately when he saw Mago coming out. General, the commander of the 7th Armored Division is already waiting for you at the headquarters. Mago nodded, very good, the Prosens must be very tired now. When they enter the city and mingle with the Marines and Gurkha soldiers for a day or two, we will be ready to counterattack. This time we must let this desert fox sink into the sand. Admiral Mago took a deep breath and turned to look at the sky. At this time, a mirage actually appeared, and he could clearly see the Harpy and the Tiger Pyramid far away on the outskirts of Lokai. Admiral Mago stared at the mirage and said, I didn't expect that we also used Ansrokosov's tactics, using space and supply distance to offset Proson's combat effectiveness. It's really unpleasant, it's not like is it the same as admitting that the Prosenians are a superior race. Adjutant, but, in the end, we will win. It is the better person who wins in the end, isn't it? Mago thought for a while and smiled, you are right, maybe the Prosens are good at fighting, but in the end we won, that means we are better. Let's go to the headquarters. Chapter 442 Hot Sand Front. Chapter 442 Hot Sand Front. This evening, outside Alexandria. Although it is summer, Alexandria is close to the equator, so it gets dark very early. The shallow-water heavy gunboat captured by Proson anchored near the ferry in the small village outside the city and was constantly firing heavy artillery into the city. The United Kingdom fleet at sea has always wanted to attack the heavy gunship, but the catapulted seaplanes were too fragile in front of the Plosen Air Force fighters and could not provide sustained correction fire. For its part, Prosen relied on the artillery observation post on the mountain to continuously guide the shallow-water heavy artillery ships to fire. However, neither side scored a hit. Now that night had fallen, the artillery observation post could no longer see the enemy ships, so all was quiet. At 8 o'clock sharp, the sky was almost dark. Captain Prosen came out of the hut that served as a security post and began to perform his duties, conducting routine inspections, once every 2 hours, on time, and even the captain arrived at each post. The time at the sentry post is accurate to the minute, showing the true nature of the Prosen people. The captain walked as usual, lighting up the sentries at each sentry post with his flashlight, and marched along the outer wall of the pier. Suddenly, a man emerged from the grass, hugged the captain from behind, and covered his mouth. Just as the captain was about to struggle, the syringe pierced his carotid artery with unusual precision. The unknown liquid was pushed a little into his veins. The captain's body immediately went limp, and the figure dragged him into the shadow of the outer wall. After a moment, Captain walked out of the shadows, slightly taller than before, and also put on a pair of glasses. Captain walked forward along the road just now, came to the gate on the north side, and waved to the two soldiers guarding the machine guns. "How is the situation?" The two soldiers saluted together, but the main gunner with the rank of sergeant discovered the problem. He immediately picked up the submachine gun and turned on the safety. "You are not Captain Jaeger. Captain Jaeger has diarrhea, possibly malaria. I came to check the post on his behalf, so I came a little late." Captain took out his ID and handed it to the sergeant machine gunner. At this time, a whole platoon of soldiers wearing Coma and DAR Special Forces camouflage uniforms and berets appeared on the road guarded by machine guns. The leading big man only wore a vest on his upper body, revealing his strong arms and holding a Scottish longsword. Behind him were Scottish bagpipes and a traditional United Kingdom longbow. He glanced at Captain Hoffman, nodded slightly, and then tiptoed into the dock from the machine gun shelter. Soon, far away from the machine gun bunker, a rope ladder was thrown from the other side of the wall, and the commando troops waiting outside moved towards the rope ladder and began to climb over the wall. Captain Hoffman withdrew his gaze and looked at the two people in front of him. The sergeant machine gunner was using the light to check the contents of the certificate. "Captain Hoffman? Why haven't I heard of you?" Captain Hoffman said with a smile, "Because I just transferred here, following the supply convoy that finally arrived this afternoon. Damn, I suffered a lot on the way here. I participated in the winter campaign in Ant last year, and it was just as bad. Our enemies can't defeat us, so they use such dirty tricks." At this time, the less experienced assistant shooter spoke. "That's right. They are too cunning, can't they fight openly and openly?" But the sergeant still frowned. "I don't see any problem with this certificate. You left the team due to injury? Then why didn't you return to the original team after you recovered?" Captain Hoffman spread his hands. "Because the troops were wiped out, it's that simple. They originally arranged for me to go to the Western Wall to join the coastal defense forces there, but I said that the invasion might not happen this year, and I would only go to the Western Wall. Mushrooms will grow and let me go to a place where I can fight. So I came here." The sergeant nodded, acknowledged the statement, and returned the certificate to Captain Hoffman. Captain Hoffman took the certificate, put it in his pocket, and asked, "What's going on?" "No, everything is normal." When the sergeant machine gunner spoke, he turned back and pointed to the road. The moment he turned back, several members of the commando who had not climbed over the wall were all lying on the ground, trying to cover themselves with shadows. "Captain Hoffman, no other officers passed by?" "No, Captain." "What about the passing vehicles? Did you find anything particularly strange?" "No." Captain Hoffman asked a series of questions until all members of the commando team climbed over the wall. "Okay, I have no problem, continue on duty, soldier." Captain Hoffman saluted the two soldiers and advanced to the next post with steady steps. The two soldiers watched him leave, and then the deputy gunner asked the staff sergeant, "This Captain Hoffman is very talkative. Unlike other officers, he has nothing to say to us soldiers." The sergeant shook his head. "Good people like this die the fastest." "Deputy shooter, is that so?" "Yeah, I've seen a lot of them. Just stand guard." After Captain Hoffman completed his inspection, he did not return to the security office. Instead, he quickly disappeared into the darkness and moved skillfully through the port area. Soon, he heard the call of the toothpick bird, which is a common bird near Alexandria. However, if you listen carefully, the call is rhythmic. Generally, toothpick birds do not call like this. Captain Hoffman spoke. "Lightning." The eccentric strong man with the long sword jumped out from the shadows. "Thunder." "Captain Hoffman, you've already shown up, and you still gave me a code. I can't think of anyone else who would use your equipment to fight now." "Man with a long sword, the process still needs to be done. The Alpha team has launched into the water, and the target is a shallow water heavy gunship. If the Prosans can capture it with a jump gang, we can send him underwater in the same way. After the Alpha team succeeds, the Beta team will go to the military depot to put explosives in preparation to blow up the Prosans' supplies. And you and I, along with Team Charlie, are looking for Erwin. He is a big star. He rose to prominence in the Carolingian battle. Now he has defeated Alexandria with such a small force. Maybe he will be awarded the award when he returns home. The rank of marshal. Captain Hoffman, I need to get a more intimidating military uniform. The rank of captain is too low. I prepared documents from lieutenant to colonel, and a bunch of experiences compiled, so that I can only wear captain. The military uniform is not suitable. Man with a long sword, I saw the laundry room on the way here, Ganif. Go to the laundry room and get a colonel's uniform." "Okay." The tall and thin man named Ganef turned around and disappeared into the night like a monkey after receiving the order. Man with a long sword, you don't have to wait too long. Captain Hoffman nodded. The man with the long sword stretched out his hand, Chouinard Jonathan, they all call me Jojo. Captain Hoffman held Chouinard's hand, my name is not important, you can call me Doctor. Do you want to match your code name? That's fine. Yeah, after all, I don't know if we will become enemies after defeating the Prosens. Chouinard, are you also a member of the Mamluk independence movement? I heard that you once wanted to contact the Prosen people and fight alongside them. Then we saw them massacre the natives of Pyrrhus. Like you, they don't want to treat us as human beings and don't want to give us freedom. Doctor said. Chouinard wanted to say something else, but Ganef came back with the military uniform. Here, I was afraid that I would take the wrong one, so I took a few more. When Chouinard saw it, he beamed with joy. Okay, then let's pretend a few more. Anyway, those of you with lower military ranks just don't say anything and let the doctor take us to Irwin. Doctor said, when this place becomes a mess, the security force around Irwin will definitely be empty. We will attack him at that time and try to kill him directly. If possible, we can capture him alive. This will definitely deal a big blow to Pulo Sen's morale and fighting spirit. Chouinard, it's still a bit difficult to capture him alive. The main thing is how to take him away. I don't plan to die here, and neither of us do. It's better to kill him. Doctor nodded, respect your choice. Let's go. So under the leadership of the doctor, a local, Team Charlie followed the path from the port to the African army headquarters and headed towards the target. Outside Alexandria, in a typical Mamluk-style villa, Irwin was reading reports submitted by various ministries. The chief of staff said next to him, our army has a serious shortage of supplies. Some companies need to concentrate submachine gun bullets for a few outstanding submachine gunners. In order to cope with the shortage of ammunition, various ministries have to use weapons and equipment from the United Kingdom. Currently, the troops are facing a shortage of weapons and equipment from the United Kingdom. The Sten submachine gun received a lot of bad reviews and was considered a very bad weapon. Irwin, but the enemy only uses this kind of thing, so don't worry. What I'm more concerned about is, mentioned here, the enemy will use a strange scimitar for hand-to-hand combat. He pointed to a line on the document and said. The chief of staff nodded, yes, the enemy. At this moment, there was a flash of light outside. Then the shock wave arrived before the sound. The windows of the villa used as the headquarters were already shattered by the Royal Navy flagship that exploded during the day, so this time the shock wave directly turned into a strong wind and poured into the room. Finally, the sound arrived. Irwin stood up, ran out of the room, and looked at the orange fireball rising in the direction of the port from the terrace. The shallow water heavy gunship that played a huge role in today's battle actually exploded. The chief of staff rushed out of the room slowly and exclaimed, the enemy also has Fritz X. Irwin, no. It's Coma and DAR. Our troops in the northern countries are often attacked by these guys. Bastards from the United Kingdom. Hurry, the enemy must not only plan to destroy the shallow water heavy gunships, but there must be more squads here. Action! Sound the alarm. Immediately the alarm sounded. The exhausted African army officers immediately jumped out of bed when they heard the siren and gathered as quickly as possible. Irwin, it's supplies. They want to sneak attack our supplies. Quick, send troops to the military depot and dock stack. Chapter 443 Hot Sand Front. Chapter 443 Hot Sand Front. A few minutes after Irwin's order was issued, another explosion occurred in the direction of the port. The mushroom cloud produced by the shallow water heavy gunboat had not yet dispersed, and a new mushroom cloud rose into the sky again. The shock wave turned into a gust of wind, hitting Admiral Irwin's face like a knife, and directly blew off his hat. Fortunately, he was quick-eyed and quick-handed and grabbed it. Irwin's adjutant also pressed his hat and shrank his head, shouting, it's over, look at this explosion equivalent, our ammunition is finished. Kill these bugs. Admiral Irwin shouted, we can't let them get away unscathed. Bet on Plossen's honor. Surround them and kill them. Yes. The adjutant turned around to convey the order. At this time, Admiral Irwin heard a guard outside the headquarters shouting, pain. He suddenly became nervous, go see what's going on. What are the guards shouting? The next moment, the machine gun sounded. Both the Plossen infantry and armored grenadiers were equipped with machine guns in large numbers. There were a total of 5 heavy machine guns with tripods around the headquarters. The one that fired should be the one at the main gate. The next moment, the sound of a grenade explosion forcibly cut off the sound of the gun. Then the sound of strafing came, which was obviously different from the MP-38/40 submachine guns equipped by the Plossen army, and sounded more dry. The adjutant hurried in from outside and reported loudly, the enemy is attacking the main gate, and it seems that there is a platoon of troops. General, transfer from the back door. No, Erwin shook his head, the most vulnerable during the transfer process. Don't be afraid, we still have tanks here. As soon as the voice fell, there was another explosion outside. As soon as the people in the room turned their heads, they saw the turret of the number 4 tank belonging to the African Army Corps flew into the air. This is a short-barreled number 4. The equipment of the African Army is very poor, and some troops are even driving the number 3 tank with a 37mm gun. The adjutant's face was livid, it's no longer safe here. I don't know how many people will come to kill us. The special forces of the United Kingdom have achieved many victories in the northern countries. We can't underestimate them. Let's go, General. Elvin pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and grabbed the camera on the table. You are right, move to the headquarters of the 15th Armored Division, let's go. The adjutant was overjoyed and immediately called 3 guards to escort the admiral to the back door of the headquarters. As soon as he walked out of the back door, the guard walking in front suddenly fell down with his neck covered. The admiral didn't hear the gunshot, only the sound of whoosh breaking through the air. Before everyone could react, the second whoosh came. The adjutant reacted quickly and pushed the admiral away, but he himself was shot in the shoulder by a 1-meter-long arrow. Elvin stared at the arrow with wide eyes, subconsciously opened the button of the camera box, and planned to take a picture. However, the remaining guards rushed over and pressed him to the ground, covering him completely with their bodies. At the same time, the adjutant who was shot in the shoulder picked up the Sten submachine gun with one hand and fired at the darkness. The third feather arrow hit his throat accurately, and the shooting stopped abruptly. The adjutant wanted to speak, but there was only the sound of leaking air. At this time, the sound of machine guns tearing canvas sounded, and a number 3 tank command type drove over while firing at full power and blocked Admiral Erwin and the guards with its body. Erwin, turn on the headlights. Turn on the headlights to show the enemy. The commander of the number 3 tank had half of his head exposed on the turret. After hearing Erwin's order, he immediately ordered the lights to be turned on. The headlights of the tank lit up, illuminating the dark courtyard as bright as day. The United Kingdom soldier who was holding a longbow and about to shoot was also illuminated. When Erwin saw this soldier, he also wanted to take a photo as soon as possible, but he disappeared like a frightened mole. The tracer bullets of the machine gun immediately broke the floor tiles where the enemy stood. A Molotov cocktail flew from nowhere, but it was thrown too far away and only landed on the tank tracks, which then set the tracks on fire. The tank itself was not affected, and the machine gun continued to spit out flames. Elvin heard someone shouting something in Angsa. In a flash, a tricycle used by the messenger of the army headquarters rushed into the yard. The driver lowered his head, and the man in the car drilled through the coaxial machine gun fire line of the tank turret and rushed to the back door of the headquarters yard. When passing the guard post at the door, the archer just ran out and jumped on the car. The man put the bow and arrow on his back, took out the bagpipe, and began to play an unknown song. In the melodious sound of the bagpipe, the soldiers of the United Kingdom stopped fighting and turned into the darkness. The sound of gunfire quickly fell silent. Admiral Elvin, okay, let me get up, you two. No one responded. The admiral could only push the 2 people who were holding him down away. Only then did he realize that the 2 guards were shot in the back by an arrow, and their backs were completely soaked in blood. Erwin pulled out an arrow and looked at it carefully. Although the arrow was made in an old style, it was obviously made with advanced technology and processed using modern technology. Erwin threw the arrow down, stood up, and looked at the 4 bodies lying around him. The adjutant still had his eyes open, looking unwilling. Erwin squatted down, took out the letter that had not been sent yet, as well as the photo of his fiancée from the adjutant's pocket, solemnly put them in his pocket, and then gently closed his eyes with his hands. At this time, the chief of staff came over. We can burn the maps and move to the 15th Armored Division headquarters soon. No need, the enemy has retreated. Erwin waved his hand, count the personnel and bury the dead. As he said this, he put his hands behind his back and turned to the riverside dock where the flames were soaring. To be honest, this distress and the death of his adjutant had a great impact on this most promising new star in the empire. After a short thought, he said, we may not be able to take down Alexander. We must retreat to Tobruk before the enemy starts to counterattack. The chief of staff nodded, I agree. In fact, I have long wanted to suggest retreating. After all, the equipment of our main armored divisions has been severely damaged, and the enemy's 7th Armored Division disappeared from the front line 2 months ago. It should have rested and replenished its weapons and equipment. We only have 88mm guns and a small number of long-barreled No-4s to deal with Matilda II tanks. If they launch an attack, the situation will be very bad. Erwin nodded, you are right. Retreat, I will deal with His Majesty. The Chief of Staff shook his head, no, General, His Majesty didn't expect you to cut off the canal. He probably just wanted you to hold back the United Kingdom's army in Mamluk. It's better for them to be in faraway North Africa than to land on the island of Cilicia and threaten the southern borders of the empire. Elvin frowned. He actually saw the Emperor's intention, but he was not willing to execute it. It was too inconsistent with his military philosophy to tie down the enemy's forces. Elvin advocated attack, continuous attack, and defeated the enemy step by step, crying for his parents. It's a pity that he really can't attack now. The overly long supply lines and the weak navy and air force forced his attack to come to a halt. Elvin turned around and looked at Alexandria, where many places were still burning. He took out his camera and framed the city with the viewfinder, but didn't press the shutter. Because the cameras of this era don't have AI compensation algorithms, you can't take pictures at night without a flash. No, even if there is a flash, you can't take any good pictures. Erwin put down his camera and used his naked eyes to engrave everything in front of him in his memory. We have been to Alexandria, Admiral Erwin said to the Chief of Staff. We have been there. The Chief of Staff also looked at the city and nodded vigorously. Yes, we have been there. The next morning, General Mago came to the assembly camp of the 7th Armored Division in a jeep. The 7th Armored Division had just added a large number of M4 Sherman tanks, and the troops had rested for several months in Lockery, the largest city of the Mamluks, and now their morale was high. Seeing the general's car coming, the tankmen who were doing the final inspection stopped their work and shouted, "General! When will you send us to beat up the Prasen people?" Mago stood up in the jeep and shouted to the soldiers, "Now! Damn it, you have already received the order." The jeep drove all the way to the front of the queue. Smith, the commander of the 7th Armored Division, came forward, saluted, and then asked, "General, do you also want to jump into the tank and lead us to charge like Erwin?" Mago shook his head, "No. Erwin of Prosun would do this, Rokosov of Ant would do this, and George of the United States would do this. But I won't, no. First of all, I am an infantry officer. Commander Smith, Erwin is also, and he has written a book about the coordinated attack of infantry and artillery. Mago, but he is now regarded as an outstanding armored commander, as the newspapers in Prosun say. Rokosov is the same, and as for George, the armored forces of the United States were established by him. But look at me, I can't drive a tank at all, not at all. Smith, General, a tank commander does not need to be able to drive a tank, as long as he can give orders. Do you want to give it a try?" General Mago raised his eyebrows, "Really? Then I'll think about it." But he immediately shook his head, "No, forget it. Smith, in this way, you can get into the Sherman, expose half of your body outside, hold a telescope in your hand, and the reporter from the Times is here, so he can take a picture of you." General Mago touched his chin and thought for a few seconds, then nodded, "Okay, that's good. Choose a Sherman in good condition." "All Shermans are in good condition, General. We are preparing to attack the Plossons." General Mago took off his officer's coat covered with medals. "Come, lend me a tanker's uniform, let's take a picture as a commemoration of driving the Plossons out of Alexandria." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 444 The Birth of Little Rokosov. On August 10, as soon as Wang Zhong opened his eyes, he rushed out of the room in his pajamas and met Nelly head-on. Nelly directly took out a thick stack of newspapers. Today's newspapers and the Prosan newspapers provided by the intelligence department have been translated. Wang Zhong said thank you and immediately started to flip through the newspapers. He first took out Prosan's newspaper and glanced at the front page, muttering, "There is no title about occupying Alexandria, and there are no photos of Erwin showing off his power, which is good. At least explain 5 Alexander had not yet been captured when the number was called." These newspapers are said to have been obtained by ant spies lurking in the embassies of neutral countries. They have to be flown back to the neutral country first, and then sent over through the spy network. There is usually a lag of 3 to 5 days. Wang Zhong dug out the Times of the United Kingdom again. This one is more timely. It will be sent to the United Kingdom by plane first, and then it will be transported to Anti via the air transport channel of the United Kingdom, and finally it will land at the capital airport. Of course, the Times was translated immediately after landing. The front page photo of the Times on the 7th was a photo of General Mago looking into the distance on a tank. Wang Zhong recognized it at first sight as an M4 Sherman, and then he noticed that General Mago was not wearing headphones, and there was no M4 throat microphone on his throat. "You pose for a photo." Wang Zhong really personally directed the tank charge. He knew that he couldn't hear what other people were saying without wearing headphones, even tanks with better ergonomics like the M4 were like this. Especially when the tank is moving forward, the clicking sound of the gearbox and the sound of tapping the inner wall of the tank with a wrench can be covered up. Nairi observed Wang Zhong's expression and asked, "What's wrong? Is the situation very bad?" "No. Since this photo is used on the front page, I guess we have won the battle." Wang Zhong said and looked at the title, the small text translation next to it, which read, "The 7th Armored Division severely damaged Prasen, Alexandria is safe." It seems that even Jude cannot cut off the canal. Wang Zhong read the headlines carefully and found that the African Legion led by Erwin had not suffered heavy losses. The title said that the 7th Armored Division severely damaged the Prosens, but in fact the attack of the 7th Armored Division was stopped by the 88mm cannon. When they started to attack again, the poor mobility of the Matilda tanks and Churchill tanks stopped them again. Can't catch the Prosen army. And looking at the end carefully, Wang Zhong discovered that the key role may have been the Commanda Special Forces. This group of tough men blew up the shallow water heavy gunboat captured by the Prosenians, and finally robbed the Prosens. The supplies that arrived were overloaded, and they almost killed the Prosen commander, Admiral Irwin. Why is it that the United Kingdom is good at special operations in every dimension? I really want these tough guys to engage in special operations. It's a pity that Ant can't systematically mass-produce strong men now. Instead, they just sprinkle a lot of recruits, both good and bad, into the battlefield to see if a strong man will emerge from them. When they do, Ant will be given a Hero Gold Star medal. Wang Zhong actually thought about recruiting Venus heroes together for a Devil's Week training to become a special force. But the commander will never let go of such a combat backbone who has received gold stars in any episode, and Wang Zhong himself will never agree to others transferring his own combat backbone. Moreover, now that the performance of Ant's ordinary troops is so bad, it would definitely be worse to remove the backbone of the battle. Therefore, Wang Zhong has repeatedly rejected the idea of establishing special forces to engage in special operations. Now that he saw the United Kingdom's special operations, the idea of engaging in special operations came to Wang Zhong's mind again. Maybe, we can first recruit a naval infantry, adapt it into a special operations brigade, and then find experienced instructors from the United Kingdom to train for a year? In a year's time, all the aircraft needed for special operations will definitely be available, and they can be airdropped to the rear to carry out trouble. Wang Zhong took the newspaper and was thinking about this. Suddenly, Ludmila's shout came out of the bedroom, "Elisha! Come on! Come on!" Wang Zhong threw down the newspaper and turned around and rushed back to the room. Neely turned around and ran away, shouting as she ran, "Madam is about to give birth, get ready quickly. Go find the doctor. Also, call Aunt Plenina. Hurry." Aunt Plenina is a professional midwife and has lived in the Rokosov family's mansion a month ago. Wang Zhong rushed into the room and saw Ludmila pressing her stomach with a painful look on her face. "What's wrong? Ludmila, what else can happen? The little guy is coming out. I'll take you to the hospital right now." "No, it's too late, that's it. Help me up and change into a suitable position." Just as Wang Zhong was about to take action, the door opened and Nelly rushed in with a group of maids. The maids directly pushed Wang Zhong aside and began to adjust Ludmila's posture, placing the basin and other things directly in front of her. Towels, quilts, gauze, and other messy things were all ready. Wang Zhong was very anxious beside him, but he had no idea what to do when giving birth to a child. He could only try to provide some help verbally. "Please be gentle, is this still reliable?" An old maid in her 40s turned around and grinned at Wang Zhong. "Don't worry, General, children have been born here, we know what to do." Wang Zhong pointed at Neely, "She gave birth too." "Oh, except for your personal maid, everyone has given birth. Anyway, relax." As soon as the old maid finished speaking, the door opened again, and an ant who looked like she could defeat 2 bears rushed in. While rolling up her sleeves, she said, "Everyone is ready. Madam, please take a deep breath and calm down. If you are too nervous, you will not be able to get out. If you're really nervous, have some vodka." Wang Zhong was shocked. "Vodka? Is this appropriate? What is the practice of giving vodka to a pregnant woman who is about to give birth? Even Mazi is too tiger, right? No, I cannot allow such unscientific things." The ant seemed to have guessed what Wang Zhong was thinking, and smiled at him. "Don't worry, General, I have delivered thousands of children, and Madam's condition is the best. There will definitely be no problems." Wang Zhong nodded doubtfully and asked, "Then what can I do?" "You, come." The ant grabbed Wang Zhong, separated the maids, and pulled Wang Zhong to the bed. "Squat down, hold her hand, and smile at her. This is what you have to do, and only you. Things that can be done." So Wang Zhong knelt down and held Ludmila's hand. At this time, a lot of plots about giving birth in soap operas appeared in his mind, but none of them matched. In those dramas, the setting for filming a baby is basically a hospital corridor, with the inoperative light on in the operating room. After a while, a doctor asks, "Keep the child alive or the baby?" Wang Zhong has already decided that he will definitely protect his country. But in this scene, there is no doctor anywhere. The midwife is still a fierce girl who can beat 2 bears. I feel that she will drag the baby out regardless of the life and death of the pregnant woman. At this time, Ludmila burst into laughter. "Elisha, your expression is more nervous than when you rushed towards the Prosen tank group." Wang Zhong, "Ah? Is it such an exaggeration?" Ludmila nodded, and when she did this movement, sweat dripped from her temples and fell on her collarbone. Wang Zhong held Ludmila's hand tightly. "Don't be nervous, I'll be nervous for you. Just relax and let the little guy come out. The midwife shouted. Wang Zhong, what the hell? Ludmila couldn't help laughing. I saw you were so nervous, and I couldn't stop being happy when I thought that I was scarier than the Prosen army. Wang Zhong, then you won't be nervous anymore. At this time, the midwife was cleaning the baby's nose and mouth, cutting the umbilical cord and so on, while the maids were busy cleaning Ludmila. The Rokosovs and his wife were in a world of two people as if no one else was around. Ludmila, when you held my hand, it actually felt much better. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Some people start to feel so much pain that it takes a long time to give birth. Wang Zhong, indeed, you only had so little time, and you came out in a flash, just like you had a big lump. How about the child's nickname is Poop? I don't know if Ant is particular about nicknames so he can make a living. Ludmila, how can you say that? If the child knows that you said this in the future, he will be very sad. It's okay, I will shoot anyone who tells him this. Wang Zhong joked. Ludmila pushed him, the maids are listening. You can't joke like this. At this time, the midwife heard the loud cry of the baby, like an air raid siren. The midwife breathed a big sigh of relief. Okay, I finally cried. If you don't cry, I will take measures. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered that when he was in elementary school, he once met the doctor who delivered him. The doctor said, when you first came out, you didn't cry no matter what you did. Later, I turned you over and slapped the soles of your feet hard. It hurt you so much that you burst into tears. It seems that the child is indeed mine. Wang Zhong held Lu Da's hand and looked at her. The air raid siren-like wail coming from behind also became sweet. Finally, the baby got tired of crying and became quiet, and then the midwife came to the two of them holding the baby wrapped in a blanket. Congratulations to both of you. It's a boy. He weighs 4,022 grams and is very healthy. While speaking, she put the baby into Wang Zhong's hands. Wang Zhong held the child in his arms and stared at his face. Ludmila, why are you holding the child? It's not like a cannonball. Wang Zhong, how should I hold you? Ludmila took the cannonball and showed the normal holding method. In this way, the hand should drag the baby's head. At this time, the baby stared at Wang Zhong, suddenly raised his hand, spread his fingers, and reached for the gold star on Wang Zhong's clothes. Wang Zhong, you want this? Come. As soon as he took off the Venus, the midwife said angrily, don't let sharp things get close to the baby. Not even Venus. Wang Zhong could only put Venus back angrily. At this time, Neely came over with a calendar and holy book. Today's date is August 10th. According to the holy book, the young master should be called. And people are named after saints according to their birth dates. Wang Zhong raised his hand to stop Neely from reading the holy book. Secularists have been trying to break the convention of naming newborns after saints, but with little success. Wang Zhong planned to set an example. No, I will call him Lev, which means lion. He will become a great army on the grassland. Rather than a coward with lions in his eyes, he added this in his mind. Chapter 445, Congratulations from all sides, Update 281. Chapter 445 Congratulations from all sides, Update 281. Wang Zhong was still teasing the child when he vaguely heard the phone ringing in the study room. In order to avoid disturbing Ludmila, who was about to give birth, Wang Zhong had taken the phone in the bedroom. Anyway, it was unlikely that there would be an emergency in Yebeo that required Rokosov to deal with immediately. The phone rang a few times and then died. It was probably the housekeeper who answered it. Ludmila whispered to Wang Zhong, there are so many people taking care of me and the child. Go and get busy. Wang Zhong nodded, stood up and walked out of the bedroom. As soon as he went out, he ran into the old housekeeper Mikhail. Mikhail, the palace called to congratulate the birth of little Duke Karen and told us that His Majesty the Tsar is on the way and no one can stop him. Wang Zhong, I know. Anything else? I just put down the phone, and the patriarch called me right away, still congratulating me, and from the looks of it, he hopes to personally preside over the baptism of little Duke Karen, and you know. You want to be my son's godfather, right? The Eastern Saint Church also does this. Is it that when the child is baptized, the Inquisitor goes out to purge the traitors? A perfect tribute to the classic plot of the movie The Godfather. But, from the point of view of being good for the child, it is more beneficial to let the patriarch be the godfather? Wang Zhong has begun to think about the problem from the perspective of a father. At this time, the phone rang again in the distance, and it rang once and then stopped. Mikhail, I have arranged a special secretary to answer the phone. There must be a lot of people rushing to call today. Wang Zhong shook his head. Obviously I didn't achieve many outstanding results this time. Mikhail reminded seriously, you defeated 2 armored divisions and 2 infantry divisions. Judging from the overall situation in the first half of this year, you are the general with the best results, no one else. I know you are being modest and demanding of yourself, but don't say such things again. Apart from anything else, the church is promoting your amazing victory, and the equipment committee is also exaggerating the outstanding performance of the Vortex tank destroyer you strongly promote. You can't slap your own family in the face. Wang Zhong, I'll just say it in private. We will have a lot of guests today, General. And the servants may not all be reliable. Mikhail said, although after the purge, the atmosphere of court conspiracy in Ant has been reduced a lot, there is still court conspiracy after all. Got it. Wang Zhong said. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant came running over and reported loudly, His Majesty the Tsar's carriage just passed the gate. Wang Zhong, got it. Mikhail, you go and get ready, I will go to the main entrance of the hall to meet my god-sister. After saying that, Wang Zhong strode along the corridor. Mikhail stood there and watched him leave. At this time, a maid pushed open the bedroom door, and the deep cry of a baby leaked out from the crack of the door. Mikhail's expression changed, and he looked very emotional. As soon as Wang Zhong arrived at the main gate of his manor, the Tsar's carriage drove over. The manor hired more workers than usual, all of whom were old, weak, and disabled people who could not enter the factory. Hiring them was actually equivalent to giving them a bite of food so that they would not starve to death in this chaotic world. Now, seeing the Tsar's double-headed eagle, people's reactions were divided into two types. The elderly were so excited that they were about to cry, because in their eyes, the Tsar was like a father and a mother, while the young children only had curiosity on their faces, without any respect. There were also children gossiping, I heard that the Tsar is the general's lover, and will have a prince with the general in the future. Nonsense, I heard that there will be no more Tsars after this war, and His Majesty will live in the general's manor as a sister. The general is looking over here. You too, don't be so loud, if the general is not a good man, you will be whipped. Wang Zhong retracted his gaze and looked at the Tsar's royal car that had just stopped. It turned out to be a Studebaker car, which reminded Wang Zhong of some romantic things. Olga didn't even wait for the servant to open the car door. She opened the door herself and jumped down, rushed up the steps in 2 steps, and gave Wang Zhong a hug. Congratulations! Wang Zhong, Your Majesty, pay attention to the impact. What's wrong with my sister giving you a hug? So do I have a nephew or a niece? Wang Zhong, nephew. Good. He will definitely be a general of the anti-empire in the future. Olga pulled away and clenched her fist in front of her. Wang Zhong, not sure yet. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Zhong saw a new convoy passing through the garden from a distance. Are there others coming behind you? He asked Olga. The Tsar turned his head and said, It should be Belinsky. During the month you went to the war, Yabao was in turmoil. Turgenev said that the Imperial Guard had left, so everyone had ideas. The first mobile army under Wang Zhong was regarded as the Tsar's Imperial Guard in Yabao. Anyone who wanted to launch a coup had to consider whether they could defeat the first mobile army that even the Prasen people were afraid of. Wang Zhong, I have been back for so many days, and I know a little about the situation in Yabao. It's not that dangerous, right? Belinsky's Guardian army is very strong, and there are so many troops in the reserve front who are in training. These troops may not be enough to fight the Prasen people, but they are enough to deal with the rebels. Olga pouted, I feel that none of them are my own, you are my only one. How about you go out to fight in the future, don't take away the entire first mobile army, leave at least one division. Wang Zhong, you should know that we don't have such a margin now, right? The first mobile army is known as the most elite in Ant, but it just goes back and forth with the enemy. Is that so? Olga pursed her lips, when can we stop going back and forth and crush them? When half of Prasen's elite veterans die, that's almost it. I don't know how long it will take, but that day will definitely come. In fact, Wang Zhong knew how long it would take. After all, there was a ready-made answer on the earth. However, the recent news that Admiral Irwin almost captured Alexandria shocked him greatly, so he did not tell the Earth's standard answer, although a lot has been said before. Olga was a little melancholy, but she immediately cheered up and dragged Wang Zhong's arm towards the door. Let's go and see the newborn little duke. Wang Zhong, the patriarch's chariot is coming. I have to greet him. In this case, just follow the maid there, you can know the way yourself. Olga came to Ludmila for afternoon tea before, and she was already familiar with Rokosov Manor. While talking, the patriarch's car also arrived in front of the door. Olga changed her demeanor from the soft and cute girl character just now, and suddenly turned into a dignified and majestic Tsarina. Belinsky's guard got out of the car first and opened Belinsky's car door. The patriarch then got out of the car and laughed generously at Wang Zhong. Ho 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 ho, the general did not stay beside his wife and children, but came to greet me. When the patriarch said, welcome me, he glanced at His Majesty the Tsar. Wang Zhong immediately understood something from this detail. The Tsar and the patriarch were not as harmonious as they appeared. Maybe it's because Olga doesn't fully trust the church. When the war is over, if Olga wants to continue to maintain the integrity of the Tsar, something unspeakable may happen. Wang Zhong frowned and decided to wait until he defeated Prasen to think about this. At this time Olga saluted the Patriarch, "Your Majesty, my brother and I are here to greet you." The Patriarch smiled, this time much more naturally than before, "That's right. By the way, which priest will preside over the child's baptism?" Wang Zhong immediately said, "If His Majesty the Patriarch is willing, I hope that His Majesty the Patriarch will preside over it." "No problem." The Patriarch smiled even louder, his beard trembling, "Then it's decided. There is also the child's godfather, I don't know who." "Wang Zhong, if you don't mind." "Of course I don't dislike it. You are the #1 general in the empire. Your child deserves the church's highest blessing." As he spoke, the Patriarch stepped forward, took Wang Zhong's hand, and dragged him inside. He said, "We are going to hold the blessing in the cathedral, and we will use the sacred vessels kept in the cathedral. They were the sacred objects used to baptize Peter the Great, and Saint Andrew also used them personally." "Okay, these buff stacks are full. In the future, Lev will at least be a war commander." At this time, Olga, who was dragged away by Wang Zhong, suddenly asked, "So what is my nephew's name? Let me count the days today." "Wang Zhong, Lev." I decided to respond to the church's call and not choose a name according to the list of saints. Belinsky was overjoyed, "Okay, very good. The church also advocates this. Lev, the great army on the grassland is not bad. It can also be called steel. When facing enemies and dangers in the future, it can be as hard as steel." Wang Zhong thought to himself that steel should be forgotten. This name might trigger a wonderful chain effect in the territory of Ant. "Olga, you can also call him some names related to eagles, so that when the girl misses him in the future, she can sing Katyusha. She is singing about the eagle of the grassland." "Wang Zhong, no, I am the eagle of the grassland. So my son can only be a lion." This time Belinsky and Olga laughed together. After laughing, the three of them had almost reached the door of the bedroom, now the door of the delivery room. Belinsky suddenly said, "By the way, you just got engaged and then had a child. There is a little inappropriateness in the procedure. But I have solved it. Olga, if necessary, I will issue an edict to recognize your marriage, so that there will be no need to worry about the rule that an engagement must be completed for 1 year before getting married." "Wang Zhong, thank you. The delivery room has arrived. My son and wife are waiting for you." As soon as the words were spoken, the door opened. Nelly opened the door and came out. She glanced at the three people outside the door and stepped aside, maintaining the posture of opening the door. A baby's cry came from the door. "Belinsky, what a powerful cry. It will be a healthy child." And Olga had already rushed in, "Nephew, Aunt is here." "Hey, is it Aunt?" "Never mind." Chapter 446 People who still live in the fantasy of the past, Update 381. Chapter 446, People still living in the dream of the past, Update 381. While Olga rushed to hug her nephew, Belinsky stayed beside Wang Zhong and said in a low voice, "Although you just had a son, it's not a good thing to say this, but you should leave as soon as possible for the matter of Balas. Now the supplies coming from Baras have been greatly reduced. You have just returned from the front and know that we need those supplies." Wang Zhong nodded, "Yes, I know. I will penetrate the supply line as quickly as possible and overthrow the current king of Baras." "Belinsky, start taking action in September. Can it be completed before December?" "Wang Zhong, on the way here, I have been reading the information on Baras provided by the United Kingdom's MI6. I think that 2 months will definitely not be enough to conquer the entire territory of Baras. There are too many mountains and the infrastructure is too poor. Our troops will be stuck in a quagmire, struggling. But we can advance along the road, attack only their economically developed areas, force the Baras royal family to abdicate, and then rely on us and the United Kingdom to infiltrate local forces to establish a relatively stable of-agent rule. Belinsky, the intention of the United Kingdom is to support the current king's younger brother, the more progressive Baiyai, to be the king. I have read the files. Baiyai is more sympathetic to our secularist ideas and can be fought for, so he agreed to the alliance. The kingdom's plan. Wang Zhong, isn't it even simpler? We advance along the road with lightning speed, destroying all the enemy's resistance, helping the progressive emperor's younger brother to take the throne, and then return to the court with our troops. Belinsky, you first have to conduct a landing battle in Baras. The land access between us and Baras is very difficult, and the road level is about the same as that of the South Ant grassland. So you can only use the waterway to launch a landing. Fight, I will mobilize the naval infantry to help you." Wang Zhong was overjoyed. "How many naval infantry? How many divisions?" "2 naval infantry divisions will assist you. But they are only responsible for seizing the beachhead. It depends on your troops to capture the port city. Your first mobile group army is currently suffering from heavy losses and needs to be replenished, so I mobilized some capable troops from other theaters. A new force of combat experience is given to you. Wang Zhong, why don't the naval infantry attack with us? I'm going to make trouble with Navy Commander Kuznetsov. The Patriarch shrugged, it will be great if you can get the naval infantry, and I will be happy to see it happen. I, a priest who listens to people's prayers, cannot interfere with the affairs of your army and navy. Wang Zhong was speechless. At this time, in the temporary delivery room, Olga wanted to lift little Lev as high as he did at the beginning of the Lion King animated movie. The maids in the room were frightened, but only the midwife snatched little Lev away without fear of the royal power. Ludmila smiled and said, Your Majesty has no bad intentions, she will not throw her nephew. Olga stuck out her tongue, sorry, I got carried away. Olga sat down next to Ludmila and held her hand, this posture was a bit like Wang Zhong just now. Wang Zhong looked at this scene and temporarily forgot about his chat with the Patriarch. Belinsky, the details will wait until tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. You will probably be very busy today. At this time, Mikhail came over and whispered in Wang Zhong's ear, Duke Rorschach is here. Wang Zhong, who the hell is he? Belinsky, the core figure of the aristocratic faction is now known as a hardcore secularist, and the Inquisitor has not caught the loophole for the time being. Wang Zhong, can the judge still miss the mark? As long as there is a telltale sign, the judge will definitely be able to catch it, so those who cannot catch the telltale sign must be treated with caution, because it is very likely that he is really innocent and has no telltale signs, Belinsky said. That makes sense. Wang Zhong, then I'll go meet this secular sect who has suddenly become enlightened. Belinsky, then it won't be convenient for me to come forward. I'll just stay here and see my future godson. Wang Zhong looked at the Duke of Rorschach carefully, and then he was very sure that he had never seen him before. In other words, this duke may not have held a military position, which is relatively rare among the nobles of Ant's aristocratic system draws lessons from the Prosenjunker aristocratic system. Generally, noblemen will find an official position in the army. After the greetings, Duke Rorschach went straight to the point, General, I heard that you are going to fight in Paris soon. Wang Zhong, the news spreads very quickly. Your headquarters did not come back with you. This was basically known in the social circle the night you returned to Yebao. After that, combined with such and other gossip, it will naturally be concluded that you are going to go on an expedition to Paris. Conclusion. Wang Zhong, what kind of gossip? I think the Inquisition will be very interested. Ah, it's just some incoherent rumors circulating in the social circle. The Inquisition will not be interested in it. The evidence is that I am still sitting here chatting with you, right? This guy actually used the same logic as Belinsky. Wang Zhong, if you ask me if I am going to fight in Paris, I can only say that I have no comment. But seeing that you are so enthusiastic, it would be better not to say a word. You will be unhappy. My headquarters does not have any when they come back, they have other tasks, so that's all. Duke Rorschach, my request is very simple. My wife is the sister of the Emperor of Paris, and she also has the right to inherit Paris. I hope that after overthrowing the Paris royal family, General, you can. Wang Zhong, how long has your wife been away from Paris? Less than 20 years. Duke Rorschach shrugged, is there any connection? Yes. Your wife has been away from Paris for almost 20 years. How can you ensure that the local people in Paris trust her? Can she really convince the public as a queen? Duke Rorschach, I will also go there with her. According to Paris's rules, women cannot inherit the throne, but sons-in-law can. As for the relationship with the locals, we are only in name. The Ant Empire is in this newly acquired territory. The government has always implemented a tyrannical rule and hardly interfered with the local people. If it doesn't work, you can garrison the army. When the time comes, I will make you a general to supervise the country. Wang Zhong stood up and threw the cup in his hand to the ground, dream your spring and autumn dreams. Do you think this is the Middle Ages? You still inherit the throne. Wake up, even the crown of His Majesty the Tsar, in short, at this time, just stop dreaming. For your dream, we may have to garrison troops in Paris in the future, and then the garrison will be involved in an endless security war. I've seen this happen so many times on Earth. Wang Zhong continued, no, I won't do this. You still have the nerve to say that you are a die-hard secularist, but the idea you just had cannot be a secularist. I should report you to the judge now. But today my son was born, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you go and get out of here. Prince Rorschach is pissed off. Wang Zhong had just roared angrily, and his throat was a little dry. He reached out to get the cup, but it was broken. So he had to go to the wine cabinet next to the living room, took out the bottle and drank several gulps to quench his thirst. After drinking it, he remembered, damn it, I'm using strong liquor to quench my thirst. I'm becoming more and more like a real ant person. No, just from the physical point of view, I am a real ant person. He put down the bottle and leaned against the wine cabinet, thinking. The maid who learned that the guest had left entered the room and began to clean the broken glass on the floor. Mikhail came in again, still whispering in Wang Zhong's ear, "General, another guest is here." Wang Zhong sighed, "He also has a relative of Barris this time? Tell them that this matter is no longer negotiable, and it will be useless no matter how much you come." Mikhail nodded, "Understood. Then I will persuade them to go back." Wang Zhong waved his hand, signaling Mikhail to leave quickly. After the housekeeper left, Wang Zhong sighed. He knew the day would be longer and harder than he imagined. Chapter 447 Rocket Assault Cannon. After driving away Duke Rorschach, Wang Zhong met several groups of guests one after another, all passers-by whom he had no impression of. Well, he's not such a passerby. After all, the lowest rank is Baron. Most of the barons in Anti these days are either dead or in the prisoner of war camp of Prasen. Barons cannot really be considered passers-by. But Wang Zhong had no interest in this group of people at all, so he just finished the job casually. When he finally had no guests to see, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He hurried back to the delivery room, which was probably converted into a nursery now. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Olga sitting beside Ludmila's bed, whispering something unknown. Wang Zhong was confused. When did you become such good sisters? On the 7th day after you left for the expedition. Olga looked at the ceiling and tried to remember. The 6th day, Ludmila said. Olga slapped her thigh. Yes, on the 6th day. That day I thought to myself that my brother had gone to the front line, and I should take good care of my pregnant sister-in-law. Moreover, the palace manager said that as the due date approaches, mothers will have greater mood swings, so I came here. Ludmila smiled and said, actually, we had a lot of fun chatting at the tea party before, didn't we? Olga, yes. Wang Zhong, since you two sisters have such a good relationship, I will go and attend to official duties. Olga's face immediately changed. Your son has just been born, and you are busy with official duties. Before Wang Zhong could speak, Ludmila said, he was able to come back to see his son born only because of the help of Chief of Staff Pavlov. The war is still going on. If you insist, this is not a suitable time to have a child. It was all caused by the passion of that day. Wang Zhong, I think that giving birth to a new life at this time represents confidence in the future. With my current reputation, if I fail to defeat Prasen in the future, what kind of hell will be waiting for this child? Ah! Olga was overjoyed. Okay, let's follow this caliber for publicity. Elisha, you are so smart. Ludmila also smiled. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed the case. Then, I'm leaving. Wang Zhong waved his hand and turned to leave, but immediately turned back to the baby's basket and glanced at the sleeping child who had made enough noise. Ludmila, okay, go, Dad, go save the world. Wang Zhong also smiled and left the nursery with a full sense of responsibility and happiness. After a while, Wang Zhong pushed the door open and entered the study room. At a glance, he saw a pile of documents on the table. Wang Zhong, as expected, I sent it here. Aunt Gabriel really won't let me idle for a day. He sat down at the table and flipped through the first document. At this time, Nelly opened the side door of the study and came in with a trolley filled with late-night snacks. Wang Zhong didn't even look up, and said while reading the document, you are so tired today, so there is no need to prepare a midnight snack. Nelly, I'm not very busy today. Mainly the midwives and other maids are working. Wang Zhong, I've seen it all, the way you were running up and down the corridor holding things. I saw that the top of the maid's uniform was soaked with sweat, and there were large dark stains on the apron, it must have been sweat. Nelly frowned. When your son was born, did you see the maid's uniform soaked with sweat? I'm concerned about you. Wang Zhong stopped reading the document, looked up at Nelly, and said seriously, you are also my family. Nelly stared at Wang Zhong for a second, then opened the lid of the cart and began to introduce today's late-night snack. Tonight there are waffles, yogurt, and pickled cucumbers. Wang Zhong, isn't today a day to eat fish? It's almost past midnight. I don't think His Majesty the Patriarch will mind. Nelly said, picking up the plate with waffles, cheese and cucumbers, placing it on the edge of Wang Zhong's desk, then folding it back and pouring it over. A cup of coffee, placed within easy reach of him. Wang Zhong directly picked up the coffee and took a sip. Hey, is it so sweet this time? Nelly, I saw a doctor and said that sugar can activate the mind. Why does it sound like you are teasing me for my low IQ? Wang Zhong joked. Nelly, if you really think so, you should really add more sugar. Wang Zhong laughed loudly, wrote his name on the back of the document he had read, then picked up the seal and pressed it hard on the ink pad, then lifted it up and knocked it hard on the signature. He put the signed document aside and opened the next one. His brows immediately knitted into knots and he muttered, what the hell? It's impossible to achieve such an outrageous target. As he spoke, he began to write furiously on the side of the document, and the revision comments became longer and longer. Nellie watched for a while, then turned around and opened the window wider to let the night breeze blow into the room. Then she took a fan and fanned it gently next to Wang Zhong. The rest of August 10th, and the first 2 hours of August 11th, passed like this. On August 13th, the 5th Design Plan Review meeting of the Equipment Review Committee was held. Although there was still a 3-day-old son at home, Wang Zhong still came to attend the meeting. He had to come. For the sake of the lives of the frontline soldiers, he had to put those rubbish designs full of designers' selfish desires to death in the drawing stage. However, the things this time were unexpectedly normal. There were 8 out of a total of 10 designs that made Wang Zhong think they could be produced and given a try. After reviewing the 9th design case, Wang Zhong raised his hand. Let the next one come in later, let's drink water first. Yes, General. The clerk opened the door and went out. Wang Zhong turned to ask the Air Force representative next to him, do you feel that the design plan this time is much more reasonable? There is no such thing as unrealistic and unreasonable. The Air Force representative stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, probably the designers don't want to be dragged into the factory to work as ordinary technicians. Everyone is aware of the matter of the former ordnance director's son-in-law. The representative of the Navy next to him interjected, it may be that everyone has figured out your preferences, or it may be that the design specifications you have approved are more reasonable. Wang Zhong, so you all think it has something to do with me? The others all had the same expression, looking at Wang Zhong without saying a word. That look sums it up, don't you know? Wang Zhong shook his head and patted the bell on the table, then the guard who had just left came in again, General. Let the designer of the last design project come in. Yes. A moment later, Ke Jing, the designer of the vortex, came in with his head held high, followed by an assistant holding a drawing. The assistant came in and immediately posted the drawings on the blackboard in the room. Wang Zhong, Ke Jing de Walaxi, you are more impressive this time than last time. I still prefer the chief engineer who takes the drawings by himself. Ke Jing, hey? Oh. Go quickly, walk quickly. Ke Jing turned around and kicked the assistant out, unfolded the drawing himself, and fixed the 4 corners with magnets. Wang Zhong carefully observed the 3 views on the drawing and asked, does it look like an improved version of the vortex? Ke Jing nodded, you are right. I saw the design specifications of the urban combat assault gun released by the committee, and immediately modified a plan based on the vortex. The advantage of this solution is that it is easy to manufacture. Basically, the current production line of eddy current can be modified to start mass production. It is based on eddy current, with enhanced side armor to face the complex environment of street fighting. The mobility performance in the design requirements is easily met, and as long as the weight gain is controlled, reliability will not be a big problem. It can ensure that the assault gun can drive from the frontline train station to the battle location on its own. Wang Zhong raised his hand, wait a minute, its side armor has been strengthened. Ke Jing, yes, we have increased the side armor to 80 mm, which can resist the attack of Prasen's light anti-tank firepower, such as PAK-38 or various 20 mm machine guns. Of course, the defense capabilities against PAK-40 and 88 guns are worrying, but we believe that defending against these heavy firepower will inevitably greatly reduce reliability, and the gain outweighs the loss. Wang Zhong nodded, okay, these heavy firepower are not easy to move in the city, infantry can handle them. What about firepower? I don't remember that we have rocket launchers that meet the requirements. We don't have it. But you also know that rocket launchers don't have high requirements for launchers. The Katyusha rocket launcher is just a series of tracks. Our Guards Rocket Launcher Brigade also invented the idea of temporarily digging out rocket launchers. The soil method is launched into the trench. So the key is to develop rockets with a caliber of 380 mm or even a caliber of 400 mm. I think this is not difficult, after all, the required range is only 500 meters. Considering that the practical scenario is street fighting, it is estimated that a range of 200 meters will be enough. Wang Zhong nodded, you are right. On Earth, Santoko has developed a series of large-caliber rockets, and the launchers are very simple. For example, there is a self-propelled rocket launcher called Landstuka. It is actually a Type 251 half-track armored vehicle with 6 gas tanks hanging next to it. The launching mechanism is a rectangular iron frame. Ke Jing continued, so for the main weapon part of this thing, we designed a 400 mm launch track, which is installed outside the main armor of the fighting room. In this way, the main armor of the fighting room becomes a complete piece, and the gun mantelet is also cancelled. Therefore, the trimming of the entire vehicle is even better than that of the eddy current, and we believe that its off-road capabilities can even exceed that of the eddy current. Wang Zhong, no, you are too limited to placing the weapon in the front of the combat room. You think, this thing is a rocket launcher, the flying speed is very slow, even if it can only hit 200 meters, it still needs to raise the firing range to hit a deflection. Wang Zhong has used the engineering Churchill and its twin brother the engineering Centurion in War Thunder, and was deeply impressed by the Trashkin launcher, the nickname of this main gun, that has to be raised to fire. He stood up, came to the drawing, and added a few strokes on the back of the drawing. You can put the launcher on the back and determine the shooting angle by adjusting the height of the tail of the launcher. In this way, the combat room can protect the launcher from the front destroyed by fire. Kei Jing's mouth opened wide. This looks a bit weird. Wang Zhong, what's wrong with the monster? It just works. And this way you can balance it better. The frontal defense capability is also stronger. Kei Jing, this is true. Wang Zhong, just follow this idea. Don't worry, design the rockets first. I will go on an expedition soon to deal with some small problems. Just wait until I come back to fix it. That's it, this time the review meeting ends here. Chapter 448 Departure. In the next few days, Wang Zhong was paying attention to see if anyone was interested in trying out the other two tank indicators he proposed. As a result, by August 17th, no one had heard of any design team led by a designer who was planning to take over. This made Wang Zhong want to do it himself, but he knew that he was a half-baked person and had no way to perfectly copy the design of the Earth. He also didn't understand design and drawing, so he could only propose various indicators when an engineer took over. Until Kejing engineer came up with the design of the second version of the rocket assault gun, Wang Zhong didn't hear that anyone wanted to challenge the two tank plans he proposed. But new tanks must be built. Now the vortex can only play defense and will be restrained by Proson's favorite smoke bombs. Once covered by smoke, it can only use mobility to escape. When Proson takes out the next generation medium tanks such as the Leopard or even the E-50, the disadvantage of the vortex without a turret will be infinitely magnified. Moreover, when the Leopard comes out, it will be almost time for the anti-army to attack, and the vortex is very weak when attacking. Tank destroyers such as Su-76 and Su-85 can raise the elevation angle of the gun to use as self-propelled artillery, so they are not completely useless in attack. When the Su-100 vortex was designed, in order to simplify the elevation machine, the elevation angle was limited to less than 20 degrees, so it could not be used as a self-propelled artillery at all, and it was really useless in attack. So Wang Zhong was anxious, and finally he had no choice but to find his good sister Olga and ask her to issue an edict to force several tank design institutes to come up with plans. However, the departure time was approaching, and Wang Zhongxi could not wait for the design to be produced. He could only set a separate review time for the three projects he proposed, and wait until he came back, so the development time of these projects was more abundant than other projects, and it was more likely to come up with a good plan. These three projects are, rocket assault guns for street fighting, 30-ton medium tanks with egg-shaped turrets, and 50-ton heavy breakthrough tanks. The 40-ton medium tank project designed on the basis of T-34 was directly handed over to the vice-chairman of the review committee for review as a replacement plan for T-34. Wang Zhong thought that this 40-ton tank was the simplest, and it could be solved by adding armor to the T-34, and it would not cause any problems if it was handed over to others. After arranging these tasks, Wang Zhong went to the city defense headquarters to inspect the rest and recuperation of the First Mobile Army and arranged his old troops. By August 17th, when the child was 1 week old, Wang Zhong was fully prepared to set off. As soon as he got up that morning, someone knocked on the bedroom door. Wang Zhong went to open the door and found that it was Mikhail. The old housekeeper was holding a telegram in his hand. "Sir, a telegram from General Pavlov." "Got it." Wang Zhong took the telegram, opened it and saw a short sentence on it. "Come quickly, I'm waiting for you." Wang Zhong shook his head. "My child was born a week ago, and he didn't even say congratulations." "Mikhail, this is a responsible performance, General." "I know." Wang Zhong handed the telegram to the housekeeper. "File this, you may publish something like Rokosov's wartime documents in the future, which will become historical materials." "Okay, General." Mikhail after a pause, "Are you ready to leave today? Are you going to start packing?" "Yes, help me pack my luggage. Nelly should be enough for this." "Also, has the adjutant who replaced Vasily arrived?" "Mikhail, he arrived yesterday. I arranged for him to stay in the guest room." "Wang Zhong, tell him to wait for me in the office. I guess the documents I need to deal with today have arrived. It was delivered at 5 in the morning." "I knew it. Take breakfast to the study. I'll eat while I read the documents." When Wang Zhong entered the study, he saw a lieutenant with light blonde curly hair sitting on the sofa. Seeing Wang Zhong coming in, the lieutenant immediately stood up and saluted. "General. I am your new adjutant Yakov Konstantinovich Bulatov. I am here to replace Captain Vasily who is going to the military school for training." Wang Zhong saluted back. "Hello Yakov, what major did you graduate from?" "Lieutenant, Staff Major, but I also know Proson and Ansa, and can have a normal conversation in Melania, and I also know a little Carolingian." Wang Zhong nodded. "I know a lot, but I don't know if Vasily is as good at deceiving the enemy." Yakov smiled bitterly. Captain Vesely got the gold star for his outstanding deception. How can I compare with him? Wang Zhong, but many people say that Vesely got the gold star because of me. I already have 2 gold stars, so I let the adjutant get 1 too. Yakov was shocked. They dare to say that, aren't they afraid that the judge will examine them? Wang Zhong looked at Yakov in surprise. Do you actually believe these rumors? Shouldn't I believe it? Yakov was even more shocked. Wang Zhong, of course not. I have no special connection with the Inquisition, and I am just an ordinary friend of the head of the Inquisition, Cardinal Lovkid. But you have a special relationship with Patriarch Belinsky. Everyone says that you are his illegitimate child. No, 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 I am 100% born to my parents, not adopted. But Bishop Belinsky will personally preside over the baptism of my child and become his godfather. Yakov said oh, and then asked seriously, I can't tell this to others, right? Well, actually, it's up to you. After all, the baptism is this month, and becoming a godfather is also this month, but I can't make it. Well, enough chatting, I have to look at the documents. As if she had timed it perfectly, Nelly pushed the cart in, and when she looked at Yakov, her eyes were like an old farmer evaluating a newly bought donkey. Yakov, oh, this is the little maid. No wonder everyone says you are so lucky. Wait a minute, what are people saying about Nelly outside? Nelly frowned, obviously unhappy, but she didn't take out the salt. Instead, she pushed the cart to the side of the desk, opened the lid, took out the breakfast and coffee, and placed them on the table one by one. After that, she asked Wang Zhong, is the new adjutant a girl? I see she has a male name. Yakov, I am a man, and I just got married. Wang Zhong was shocked. You are married? You look only 18 years old. I am 24 years old, have you not looked at my file at all? Wang Zhong could only admit, yes, I haven't looked at it at all. So you are so much older than Vesely? I thought they sent me someone who just graduated from the 10th grade. You can't finish the staff major after graduating from the 10th grade. Although it is only a junior staff major. After all, he is a lieutenant, and after finishing the senior staff major, he should be a colonel. Yakov sighed, everyone always treats me as a child, but I am not short, I am 1.77 meters tall. Wang Zhong thought to himself, what are you talking in your sleep, kid, you are indeed a tall man in the Fuzhou Empire, but this is Ant. But he didn't tell the truth, but coughed and said, did you just get married? Yes, Lida insisted that I marry her before I went to the front line. She is my classmate and is receiving battlefield rescue training. Wang Zhong, she is a good girl, cherish her. Yakov continued, I told Lida that I was an adjutant in General Rokosov's headquarters and there would be no danger at all, but she didn't believe it. I guess it must be the girl in the nursing school who instilled some ideas in her. Anyway, we got married yesterday. I rushed to you after taking the photos. The photos haven't been developed yet. Wang Zhong, you can ask the photo studio to send the photos to the manor, and then send them to the front line together with my family letters. This will be smoother. Yakov was overjoyed, can I? That's great. Wang Zhong nodded, picked up the breakfast on the table, and began to look through the documents while eating. At noon, the airport called and informed Wang Zhong that the plane was ready and could take off immediately. So Wang Zhong sorted out the documents he had reviewed, dressed neatly, and went to the nursery to take a last look at his wife and children. As soon as he opened the door, he met Ludmila's eyes. Are you leaving? She asked. Wang Zhong nodded gently, yes, the plane is waiting for me. Ludmila said apologetically, the child just fell asleep, but even if he was awake, he couldn't understand what happened. Wang Zhong, let him sleep, I just came to see you too. He walked to the cradle, looked at the baby boy who was sleeping like a kitten, and reached out to touch his pink face gently. As a result, this action directly woke up the baby, and the powerful howl almost tore Wang Zhong's eardrum. Ludmila immediately reached out to shake the cradle, humming as she shook it. She was humming Departure, and she hummed and shook the cradle to the beat of the melody. We have a long way to march / comrades, look forward / the team flag is flying high / the commander is in the front. The baby's howl was visibly lowered. When Ludmila hummed Dear, I will write to you along the way, the baby smiled and shook his hands and feet to the rhythm. Wang Zhong looked at the baby, and a huge determination surged, controlling his body and mind. This smile is the meaning of fighting. Children can laugh without worries, so that my country will no longer be sad. Wang Zhong put on his hat, gently adjusted it, nodded to Ludmila, and turned around resolutely. The new adjutant Yakov was about to speak, but he shrank his neck when he saw Wang Zhong's expression. Nelly, who was carrying a huge suitcase, squinted her eyes, her face full of praise and pride. Ludmila looked at his back gently and continued to hum, the soldiers are all brave and young / with sharp eyes like eagles / we all have supreme glory / we have made great contributions in battle. Soldiers. Set off. Set off. Dear, I will write to you along the way. Listen to the bugle calling goodbye, set off. After listening to this, Wang Zhong said, let's go, and deal with the fools who were confused by Proson, and come back to settle accounts with Proson people. Yakov, yes. Admiral Rokosov strode out of the nursery. Chapter 449, The Expeditionary Force and the Warlord Reunite, Update 481. Chapter 449 The Expeditionary Force and the War Master Reunite, Update 481. When Wang Zhong's plane landed in Abawahan, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening and it was almost dark. However, Abawahan had not yet implemented light control, and the airport was brightly lit, so Wang Zhong could clearly see Pavlov's face on the plane. The chief of staff and a large group of people crowded in the tarmac area and looked at the plane that was taxiing over. A few minutes later, Wang Zhong walked down the gangway, held the chief of staff's hand and said, long wait. Pavlov, I thought that if you waited until the child was baptized, then the daylily would be cold. Wang Zhong, how is that possible? If you said you are almost ready, then you should be able to take action immediately. Of course I have to rush over as soon as possible to understand the situation. As he spoke, he looked at a lot of unfamiliar faces next to him and said, let me introduce them. Of course. Pavlov let go of Wang Zhong's hand, stepped back to give up his position, pointed at two men wearing red berets and camouflage uniforms, and said, this is a special agent of the 1st Parachute Division of the United Kingdom. Colonel Charlie, the team leader, and his deputy, Lieutenant Colonel Richard. This is General Rokosov. The red beret saluted Wang Zhong, I've heard about your name for a long time, Your Excellency, General. Wang Zhong didn't wait for the adjutant Yakov to translate, and replied, you too, I didn't know the Red Devil would actually act with us. After all, he had learned the Onsa language before time travel. Although most of it was returned to the teacher after the college entrance examination, he could still understand it after hearing the name for a long time. The British 1st Parachute Division was nicknamed the Red Devils because of its red berets. The most famous record of this division on Earth was that it was tricked by Montgomery and thrown at the far end of the Market Garden battle, where it was defeated by a large number of Santoku troops. The round-the-wheel battle ended with the paratroopers' light weapons fighting for many days. In the end, many people from the organic ranks ran out, and the troops were not dismissed. Later, the British made a movie called A Bridge Far Away based on this incident, which is a very famous World War II movie. Wang Zhong liked that movie very much, mainly because the cast was so luxurious, including Sean Connery, Anthony Hopkins, and so on. Now that he saw the real Red Devil, Wang Zhong felt as if his childhood dream had come true, even though this was not the Earth. After the two red berets waited for Yakov to finish the translation, they seemed very happy, you have heard of us and know our nickname. We obviously haven't participated in many battles yet. Wang Zhong was embarrassed. This sentence was a bit long and he couldn't quite understand it. When Yakov finished translating, he was embarrassed. It is true that the Red Devil has not yet achieved any results and has not gained a reputation. He could only say, it was mentioned in the information given to me by the Inquisition, saying that you had such a nickname among the troops of the United Kingdom because of your rigorous training. After listening to the translation, Lieutenant Colonel Richard sighed, sure enough, the intelligence capabilities of the Inquisition are well deserved. Wang Zhong, that's right, especially their torture capabilities. We have a joke here. Wang Zhong told the joke about the judge asking the corpse to confess again. This time Yakov translated quickly, almost at the same time, and everyone laughed. After laughing, Pavlov stepped in and said to Wang Zhong, this is the liaison officer of the United Kingdom Army. He carries the United Kingdom's code book and radio. After we start the operation, he will be responsible for communicating with the United Kingdom Army. Air Force Communications. Pavlov was about to introduce Wang Zhong according to the procedure, but the other party interrupted him directly in ant language, General Rokosov, I saw him in the newspaper all day before coming here, as if he was a general of our country. Same. After speaking, the colonel wearing the yellow-green uniform of the United Kingdom Army stood at attention and saluted, Colonel Benjamin, responsible for liaison with the United Kingdom Army. Wang Zhong returned the greeting, nice to meet you. Pavlov continued, this is a colonel of the Free Carolingian Air Force, and the fighter wing he leads will participate in this attack. Wang Zhong went through the process just now, and then asked Pavlov, didn't it say that the Royal Air Force will also participate in the war? Where are the people? I'm here. The girl's voice penetrated Wang Zhong's ears. Although it was in Antese, the intonation was a bit strange and not as smooth as Colonel Benjamin's. He turned around and saw a blonde girl. Wang Zhong was surprised, I've never heard of female pilots in the Royal Air Force. Pavlov shrugged, not really, but this one is a witch. Wang Zhong, what is a name? Witch, Pavlov said. Wang Zhong asked hesitantly, the kind that can fly in the sky on a broomstick and have a black cat as a servant, a witch. Before the girl could speak, a black cat emerged from her clothes and climbed onto her shoulder. Girl, you're right. Wang Zhong's eyes widened, can you really fly into the sky on a broomstick? Before, Wang Zhong thought that all magic and miracles were ambiguous and would be defeated by penicillin. Is there really a witch who can fly on a broomstick? Wang Zhong felt like he had discovered a new world. But New World immediately rejected him. The girl replied angrily, of course it's impossible. How can people fly? And this black cat is just my pet. My teacher said that witches should have black cats, so I only raised it. It is already my first pet. Second partner. Wang Zhong looked at the black cat and asked, what happened to the first one? You sent him 50 kilometers away and lost him. I'm dead of old age. The girl replied, her whole face tense as if she was controlling her expression. Wang Zhong, sorry. So, what can you do? Let the weather clear up. No, I can fly a plane. I'm the best fighter pilot in the Royal Air Force, flying a specially modified Spitfire clipped-wing fighter for us. A clipped-wing is a type of airfoil that this aircraft is an upgraded version of the Spitfire. Wang Zhong, you are the best pilot because you are a witch. Yes, the girl replied, what else? My situational awareness is much better than the average pilot. I don't even need to install rear-view mirrors on the plane. Anyone who has played flight simulation games knows that the rear-view mirror on a fighter jet is a common configuration, used to observe the blind area at the rear of the cockpit. In other words, the witch, like the divine arrow, does have supernatural qualities, but it is not so powerful that it can directly rely on the supernatural to change the entire battle situation. It is just a more powerful weapon. Wang Zhong stretched out his hand, nice to meet you, Miss Witch. What should I call you? The girl held Wang Zhong's hand and replied in ant language, Amelia Brown, just call me Amelia. You don't need to take into account those complicated rules of your aunt. To be honest, I can't remember much. Know your aunt's names that look like trains. Wang Zhong thought to himself, I can't remember it either, it's all because of plugins. He also replied in ant language, I am Rokosov, you can call me Elisha. Good reading. Finally, it is the Onsa language that embodies what Wang Zhong has learned throughout his life. Amelia smiled, it's a good read. I'd better call you General Rokosov. If you call me Elisha, your maid will want to kill me. Wang Zhong turned around and saw Nelly with a kind face and no murderous intent. Amelia let go of Wang Zhong's hand, in addition to being a witch, I am also the captain of the Royal Air Force Task Force. You have seen the rank. We will fight side by side with the Ant Air Force. Pavlov finally found a good opportunity to return to the conversation, and immediately jumped in and said, you have met all the high-level Allied forces currently involved in the operation. Let me introduce the naval infantry involved in this operation. This is the Navy Brigadier General Aromev, commander of the 393rd Infantry Brigade, will be responsible for opening up the beachhead. Aromev stood at attention and saluted. Wang Zhong returned the greeting and asked, didn't it say that 2 divisions of naval infantry are going to participate in the operation? Originally there were 2 divisions, but the enemy launched an encirclement war in the north. The Navy was worried that the northern ice-free port would be captured, so it transferred those 2 divisions. As soon as Pavlov finished speaking, Aromev said, don't worry, I personally took a speedboat to scout the coastal defense line. There are only some old troops with poor equipment there. We can easily seize the beachhead, and even we can capture the city, and we have the support of Allied paratroopers. Wang Zhong always felt that the guarantee from the naval infantry was quite reassuring. Pavlov said, because the transport capacity is freed up, we can let some of the infantry assigned to us go ashore together, and we can even go ashore with some tanks. Wang Zhong, very good, what about my armored division? Where is my armored division? In this operation of ours, there is a tank corps under our command. This is Nikolai Fedorovich, the commander of the 51st Tank Corps. Nicholas saluted Wang Zhong, salute to you, General. We have equipped a regiment of T-34W tanks. I have selected the one with the best condition and stamped it with the tactical number 422. No, is this tactical number already so widely circulated? Wang Zhong, very good, I will personally command this car. After speaking, he asked Pavlov, what other troops do we have? Just a tank corps? No, there is also an infantry division, which has transferred a lot of miscellaneous troops to us. I have inspected them all. The quality varies from good to bad. The 51st Tank Corps is considered to be better trained. Pavlov shook his head. The good news is that the 393rd Marine Infantry Brigade is completely under our command. It is the most reliable infantry unit. This should be compensation for the transfer of the original 2 divisions. Wang Zhong looked at Aromev, are you under my command now? Yes, General. It is an honor to fight under your command. Wang Zhong was overjoyed. Okay. Will you be under my command from now on? Pavlov rolled his eyes. Don't push yourself too far, but, you can ask His Majesty the Tsar to give the order. Can the naval commander still fall out with His Majesty over a brigade? Aromive smiled awkwardly after hearing this. Amelia and Colonel Benjamin, who understood and tease, both looked at Wang Zhong with meaningful expressions. Several United Kingdom officers didn't know what they were talking about and stood there awkwardly. Wang Zhong, let's go and see what kind of messed up troops we have been assigned. Pavlov, it's 10 o'clock, my expeditionary force commander Davarich. Wang Zhong looked at the sky. Oh, indeed. Then find a place to sleep first. I've had enough of such a long flight. Chapter 450, Night in Abawahan, Update 581. Chapter 450 The Night of Abawahan, Update 581. The residence that Pavlov arranged for Wang Zhong was opposite the Expeditionary Force headquarters and next to a steam bath. Yakov entered the room and looked puzzled. General, do you live here? Wang Zhong, what? I can't live here. It's so far from your manor. Yakov replied. Wang Zhong, the manor is my ancestral property. I personally have no requirements for where I live. In fact, when the war started last year, I could sleep soundly in the passenger seat of the truck. Yakov's eyes widened. Really? Yes, not to mention that far away, during the attack and defense of Ysk that just passed, I also slept in the warehouse that served as the headquarters with the staff of the headquarters. When I slept, I could still hear the beeps on the radio. What's the sound? Yakov looked a little dazed. Being able to fight and eat and sleep with soldiers, this sounds like the reincarnation of Suvorov. Wang Zhong, how else could I become the dean of the Suvorov Military Academy? Oh yes, it's a pity that I had already graduated when you became the dean. Wang Zhong, where did you spend the last year? Didn't you go to the battlefield? Yakov looked a little embarrassed. I applied to go to the battlefield, but was not approved, so I have been working at the Yebao headquarters. Because my qualifications are too junior, I basically do tasks such as updating maps. They even don't let me go to the translation department. I know so many languages. Wang Zhong reassured. Last year we had some problems in the upper echelons. His Majesty the Tsar was a puppet who was raised up after the civil war. It might be okay to engage in internal fighting, but not at all else. It's much better now. Wang Zhong suddenly thought of his good friend Crown Prince Ivan who died for his country. If he had not died and became the Tsar, he would have performed better than Olga. After all, Olga is still learning, and General Turgenev, the leader of the neutral faction, teaches her various common sense every day. Crown Prince Ivan must be much stronger than her. Wang Zhong was thinking about it when he suddenly noticed that Yakov looked admiring and asked, "What's wrong?" "Yakov, you are indeed the Shadow Prince. You have no scruples at all about speaking ill of the late Emperor." Wang Zhong, Shadow Prince? This is the first time I have heard this title. Do everyone in Yebao call me that? Yes, I also call you Your Majesty. Wang Zhong, I'm already married. They said that the current His Majesty will yield to you, and they also said that the Rokosso family originally had royal blood. Is that true? Wang Zhong shook his head. He had checked the family tree, but there was really no such thing. Just as Yakov was about to continue speaking, Neely came in. "Yakov, your room is ready, you can go and rest." "Oh, okay. General, is there anything else you want me to do?" "Wang Zhong, wait a minute, come and chat with me, and have a midnight snack together. Neely, please prepare his share." "Okay." Nelly bowed and left. "Yakov, your maid doesn't like me very much." "Wang Zhong, you look a bit weak." "She didn't like my last adjutant very much. She might have thought Vasily was unreliable. Maybe, she didn't like me too much before, after all, I was very unreliable at that time. But then I was blown up by a 380mm cannon, and then it became what it is now, and Nelly's relationship with me also got better." Yakov frowned. "What hit you?" "Wang Zhong, the main gun of the enemy battleship, when I was at the headquarters of the Supreme Commander in Ronnie's, a 380 shell penetrated and killed everyone except me." "Hey." Wang Zhong remembered that not all of them were killed in the explosion, but one was still alive. It was just that he was now going to be the Duchess's male favorite and enjoy the good life. "Damn, you are still eating soft food at this time. When you come back from the expedition, you will stuff it into the turning point to fill the line." Yakov still didn't know why Wang Zhong stopped suddenly, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "No, I remembered that there was a survivor. He escaped with me, and then immediately went to eat soft food. I need to take good care of him when I come back from the expedition. I think his injuries should be healed, and he should be fighting like a man. There is an annoying character in Quiet on the Dawn. He got a medal at the beginning of World War I, and then relied on bragging and playing tricks to get through until the end of the war. Wang Zhong hates this guy very much. Of course, Wang Zhong also just wanted to send the soft-boiled man to the front line, but Yakov obviously misunderstood and looked at Wang Zhong with an expression of awe. Wang Zhong changed the topic. You have been in Yebao last year. Have you never thought about marrying your girlfriend? Yakov shook his head. Everything seemed very bad at that time. Neither of us had any intention of getting married. No one knew what would happen to Yeberg after it was occupied by Prozan. Some people said they would massacre the city. In this case, how to get married? I can't sleep just thinking about it. Wang Zhong, if it were me, I would say, let the sound of Prozan's cannons be the salute of our wedding. Don't you think this is very romantic? My wife was also pregnant at that time. Yakov, you are different from us. We don't have the courage and ambition like you. At that time, people in Yebao were really panicked, especially the day when Prozan's cannon hit the palace. Many people began to secretly make Prozan's flag was embroidered, and then the Inquisitor began to arrest people all over the street, shooting those who embroidered Prozan's flag in the street. Then you won the battle and paraded so many prisoners. It was then that many people had some confidence in victory. You gave us courage. Wang Zhong looked at Yakov. He could not see any flattery on the young man's face. He really thought so. Was the situation so dangerous at that time? Wang Zhong said, I only saw some descriptions in the report, but what I learned from books is shallow. No one around me would tell me this. Yakov, the people around you must have been influenced by you and felt that you would win. I was just a small staff officer who drew maps in the headquarters. My girlfriend was also studying in accounting school at that time and knew nothing. She joined the women's labor camp and dug trenches outside the city. Prozan's planes came and killed many of her companions. Then a surrender faction came and shouted, saying that there was no hope to surrender. Later, when she told me this, I really felt. Yakov suddenly closed his mouth and frowned. Wang Zhong, I won't tell the judge. Or rather, I'll protect you, and the judge won't make things difficult for you. Yakov, is that so? After a short pause, he asked cautiously, did you think we would win from the beginning? Yes. Wang Zhong nodded. After all, as a time traveler, he had seen the result on Earth. Yakov looked even more respectful, you are really amazing. Last year, I thought that if I had the chance, I would definitely work in your headquarters, but my transfer application was always rejected, and I thought I would never have the chance. I didn't expect that I could become your adjutant now. It's unimaginable. Wang Zhong, a person's destiny, in addition to relying on his own efforts. He was about to recite the famous saying when Nelly came in with a cart. Nelly, I went to the cooking team and got some leftovers to stew a pot, so I'll just eat it. In addition, I found that the cooking team has strange things. After that, she took out a plate of French fries. That shape should be French fries. Wang Zhong was just wondering, and remembered that there were people from the United Kingdom stationed here. It seems that there is nothing strange about French fries? Yakov picked up a French fry and stuffed it into his mouth out of curiosity. Well, why is it so soft? It doesn't taste good. It must have been soft because it was left for a long time, Wang Zhong thought. He didn't like to eat soft French fries either, so he picked up the empty plate, made himself a plate of stew, added some sour cream, and began to feast on it. Yakov ate another French fry and continued to shake his head. Well, this weird thing is not good, it feels like fried potatoes. You guessed it, Yakov Doverishi. Yakov no longer cared about the soft French fries, and also made a plate of stew. Just after eating 2 bites, he said, this stew is not as delicious as my wife's. Wang Zhong glanced at Nelly and said quickly, I think this is the most delicious stew. Maybe because I'm hungry. No, it's delicious even if I'm not hungry. It's really delicious. He began to brag about the stew. Yakov understood after seeing it, and nodded quickly, just now I only tasted the top notes. Yes, the top notes. Now the bottom notes are here, and this stew is even more delicious. What top notes and bottom notes? It's not perfume. Wang Zhong thought. Nelly, I didn't put perfume in it, where did the top notes and bottom notes come from? Wang Zhong, aftertaste. This is called aftertaste. Yes, aftertaste. Yakov agreed repeatedly. Nelly shook her head, what do you want to eat for supper tomorrow? Let's talk about it first. Wang Zhong, I love everything you cook. It's Yakov who doesn't like it. I'll eat it tomorrow. Nelly stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and smiled slightly. Wang Zhong, ah, you smiled. Nelly, it's because of the moonlight. Really? Wang Zhong decided not to think about it. At this time Yakov said, so that's it, the rumors are true. You really and the maid. Sorry. Wang Zhong, Yakov, do you know that my adjutant must master a skill? Yakov, what is it? Drawing? Or something else? Wang Zhong, it's shoveling shit. Gregory. The senior sergeant opened the door and came in. Here. Wang Zhong pointed at Yakov, teach him how to shove shit tomorrow. Gregory laughed, is it only those who are flattering that can become your adjutant? Okay, you should learn this skill tomorrow. Nelly, learn it well. This way I don't have to clean the general's toilet. So when Vesely is not shoveling shit, it's you, Nelly, who does it. Suddenly I feel that Vesely has been doing it all the time. In the distant Yebeo, Vesely sneezed countless times. Wang Zhong finished the food on the plate with a happy mood, burped with satisfaction, and then tiredness came up. It seems that the first night in Abavahan will pass like this. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 451 Expeditionary Force Combat Readiness. At 0900 on the morning of August 18, Wang Zhong arrived at the Expeditionary Army Station. All the troops lined up on the parade ground. As soon as Wang Zhong got off the car, a sea of Yura sounded. Wang Zhong glanced at Popov. I didn't say anything, and I didn't even get on the podium. What are they shouting? Popov, get used to it. The propaganda department has exaggerated your victory into a great victory. Pavlov urged, let's go. Time is tight. You have to see all the troops assigned to us in the morning and understand their situation. Wang Zhong glanced at Pavlov, suppressed the desire to complain, and walked towards the troops. As a result, the troops shouted more vigorously after seeing his face clearly. Not to mention, it was pretty cool, as if he had become Napoleon. At the last moment of Waterloo, the French guards retreated. When they fled the battlefield and passed by Napoleon, they didn't forget to shout "Long live," which made Napoleon laugh. I hope I won't experience this scene in the future. Wang Zhong prayed like this while walking to the front of the troops. Then he was dumbfounded. Because he looked at the officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers, all of them were young faces. Only the bearded division commander and the military chaplain looked older, and even the chief of staff looked just 30 years old. Wang Zhong looked back at Pavlov in confusion and pointed at the troops. Before he could speak, Pavlov nodded, yes, that's the situation. He looked at these young soldiers again and couldn't help but say, okay, stop shouting. Stop shouting. The leading officer shouted, stop shouting. Quiet. Then the shout of quiet was like a domino, spreading all the way to the distance, and the shout of Yura gradually fell, and the parade ground became quiet. Wang Zhong came to the bearded division commander and asked, what is the average age of your troops? What is the proportion of old non-commissioned officers? How many experienced officers are there? Faced with Wang Zhong's rapid-fire questions, the division commander shook his head and said, General, our 450th Provisional Infantry Division has no experienced officers and non-commissioned officers. Even I am a high school principal. They said that since I can lead a high school with 5,000 people, I can lead a Provisional Infantry Division with 8,000 people, so they gave me the rank of Major General and made me the division commander. Wang Zhong couldn't help but say, even Eugene started as a lieutenant colonel regiment commander. What is the reserve front doing? The division commander didn't dare to answer. Pavlov said, not bad, at least this division still has 8,000 combatants, and all of them have received complete recruit training, formal training. The most embarrassed division has only 5,000 people, and the training is also completed by the instructors of the Guards Army. The combat effectiveness is no different from that of the militia division. Wang Zhong took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked the bearded division commander, what is your name, Principal Davishili? Davarich. The principal was stunned for a moment, isn't this the name in the navy? My troops also call each other like this. So what is your name? Semyon Alexandrovich Roshenkov, commander of the 450th Provisional Infantry Division. After saying this, the bearded man remembered to salute Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong returned the salute and then turned to the soldiers of the 450th Provisional Infantry Division. He asked the young private first class standing in the first row, how long have you been in the army? 6 months, General, I am a veteran here. The private first class replied. Wang Zhong hesitated to speak, and finally just took the Mosin Nagant rifle from the private first class's shoulder and checked it. It can be seen that it is carefully maintained. This private should have received better training and is very careful in maintaining weapons. After returning the gun to the owner, Wang Zhong asked Pavlov, are there no other weapons besides Mosin Nagant? I saw the report before I came here. The daily production of PPSH has exceeded 6,000. Pavlov, but we have 10 million troops, of which at least 3 million are fighting the enemy on the front line, and many of the remaining 7 million are resting like the first mobile army. 6,000 a day is not enough for them. At this time, the private interrupted and said, report to the general, our divisional sergeants are also equipped with PPSH, which is a reward after being promoted to sergeant. If you perform well in training, you will also be selected as a submachine gunner and get a Sten submachine gun. I didn't do well enough, so I got the Mosin Nagant. Wang Zhong stared at the private's face and suddenly felt that such a good child was carrying an outdated old gun to the front line. It was his dereliction of duty as the chairman of the Equipment Review Committee even though he was not actually responsible for the specific production. Pavlov, once the transportation line is opened, maybe we can replace them with a full set of United Kingdom equipment? Wang Zhong, are you talking about the Sten submachine gun and the Bren light machine gun? Forget it, the United Kingdom's planes are good, and we should use our own light weapons. What does the commander of the military station in Abavahan say? Pavlov, I have used all the equipment that can be intercepted to arm them. Wang Zhong patted the first-class soldier on the shoulder, then put his hands behind his back and walked slowly along the queue. After walking 2 steps, he saw a first-class soldier with a slightly older face holding a Sten submachine gun in his hand. It seems that he is the one who was selected as a submachine gunner with more skilled military skills. The submachine gunner wore the chest mount designed by Wang Zhong, looked at Wang Zhong energetically, and held his chin high. Wang Zhong, how does the Sten submachine gun feel to use? The submachine gunner replied, report to the general, it is not as good as the PPSH, mainly because there are too few bullets, and the magazine is easy to jam, so it must be used very carefully. If the general can replace it with a PPSH, it would be great. Wang Zhong, I will. After saying that, he continued to walk forward, his eyes swept across the young faces. The several infantry divisions assigned to the expeditionary force are all in the situation of the 450th Provisional Infantry Division. Good news, fully equipped and fully staffed. Bad news, only fully equipped and fully staffed. Wang Zhong walked around and almost knew what kind of troops he was assigned. If he took this kind of troops to fight the Prasen people, he would probably be beaten to death by the Aryan Superman. Now taking these troops to Paris for actual combat may be a good thing for them. After inspecting the infantry troops, Wang Zhong came to the tank troops. The faces of veterans suddenly increased, almost 50-50 with the young recruits. Wang Zhong was so moved that he cried. It seemed that Pavlov was not lying yesterday. The overall condition of the 51st Tank Army was indeed much better than that of the infantry. The T-34W tank with the tactical number 422 was parked at the front of the entire tank army. There were also 4 members, the tank could be driven and fought without a tank commander, which was equivalent to vacating the position of the tank commander for Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong held the hand of the gunner with the highest rank, we are going to fight side by side. Whether I can come back alive depends on you guys. The gunner's voice was a little trembling, leave it to us. Wang Zhong nodded and turned to the colonel standing next to the tank, is this your brigade? The 51st Tank Army has 3 tank brigades under its jurisdiction, and there is no tank division. However, the brigade commander should be a brigadier general, so Wang Zhong asked this question. Colonel, acting brigade commander. General, why do we still need to produce T-34? Switch to T-34W. We are tired of the 2 fatal shortcomings of the 2-man turret and the lack of radio. Wang Zhong, doesn't your T-34 have radios distributed to each tank? Yes. It is said that the 915 model T-34 is equipped with radios, but these are old tanks. After the colonel finished speaking, Pavlov explained, the command believes that Barris's army is weak and the old T-34 is enough. Besides, they can't guarantee so many radios. You might as well ask them how many electrical engineers they have. Wang Zhong, how many electrical engineers do you have? The colonel held up 2 fingers, 2, our entire brigade only has 2 electrical engineers. Wang Zhong was shocked and asked, how many tractors do you have to tow the broken down tanks? How many maintenance battalions do you have? Colonel, maintenance battalion? We have a support company with 6 tractors. 6. Wang Zhong was shocked, what about the artillery? How many tractors and tractors does your artillery have? We don't have artillery in our brigade, said the colonel. Wang Zhong's mouth opened into an O shape, but he immediately controlled himself and said to himself, it's okay, I fought worse battles last year. Pavlov, the 2nd Brigade has artillery, and the number of tractors is a little more. Wang Zhong, really, then let's go to the 2nd Brigade. After that, he walked towards the 2nd Brigade with great expectations, but more than 10 minutes later, he was frowning again. The organization of the 51st Tank Army can be seen to have learned from last year's lessons. Except for the 1st Brigade which has no artillery, the other brigades have a little bit of each type of arms, but each type of arms is not enough. It is a state of integration, but not complete integration. Especially in terms of support capabilities, the entire tank army simply has the word shortcomings written on its face. After understanding the situation, Wang Zhong is 100% sure that this tank army will be defeated when it collides with the Prasen people. Obviously, the overall organization of the non-direct tank troops strengthened in Ysk is already very balanced, but isn't that a common situation? Wang Zhong asked Pavlov, can the support troops of the 1st Mobile Army be transferred here separately, so that at least the armored forces can be mobilized? I'm in a hurry to call you here to coordinate this matter. Pavlov spread his hands, only you can do this. I'm just a chief of staff. I really can't do this kind of mobilization involving many aspects. Wang Zhong, okay, I'll make a few calls and solve this matter. Is there any other unit I haven't seen? Pavlov pointed to the Black Army in the corner of the parade ground. Wang Zhong's mood improved when he saw them. Although the soldiers of the 393rd Marine Infantry Brigade had been standing in the sun for so long, they did not waver at all. Wang Zhong walked up to them and looked at the young and vicissitudes of life with satisfaction. He praised, good. I was a little unsure about the troops in front of me, because they were worrying whether it was training or combat readiness, or the condition of weapons and equipment. But when I saw you, I had confidence. It depends on you, Black Death Gods. The Marines in sailor shirts shouted Yura in unison, and the wind blew across the parade ground, lifting the ribbons behind their caps. Chapter 452 United Kingdom, you are plotting against me. After the review, Wang Zhong returned to the expeditionary headquarters and made a few phone calls to transfer the 1st Mobile Army Support Brigade, which was now under the reserve front. After the transportation was arranged, Wang Zhong came to the map room and saw the map that recorded the combat plan in Barris for the first time. The whole plan was very simple, which was to advance north and south with the United Kingdom's troops. Wang Zhong had a bit of PTSD about the XX advance plan because it reminded him of some scenes of vigorous vitality and competition. Fortunately, the layout of the Barris army on the map was like the Chongshan snake, which alleviated Wang Zhong's worries. Colonel Benjamin of the United Kingdom saw Wang Zhong and others coming in, and immediately came forward, stuffed a thick stack of information into Wang Zhong's hand and said, General, this is the intelligence of the Barris army obtained by MI6. Thank you. Wang Zhong took it and read the overview at the front, and then saw the words low combat effectiveness, this. How low is the combat effectiveness of the Barris army? Colonel Benjamin, except for the guards trained by retired instructor Proson, other troops are more like the private army of local tribal chiefs. A considerable number of tribal chiefs have been bribed by us and will not support the kingdom army in combat. Wang Zhong, then what about the level of these troops trained by retired instructor Proson? Colonel Benjamin considered the wording and said, it already has the prototype of a modern army. It has a crushing advantage over the tribal armed forces in Barris. It seems that the Barris army is really not good. Wang Zhong, who had just learned about the strength of the expeditionary force, was slightly relieved. Wang Zhong, oh, is that so? Colonel Benjamin added, but we can't take it lightly. According to the intelligence we have obtained, Plassen may send some light infantry into Barris. Our spies in Anatolia pointed out that some Plassen soldiers may have disguised themselves and passed through Anatolian territory to enter Barris. As a neutral country, Anatolia has always maintained diplomatic relations and personnel flow with Plassen at the ambassadorial level, but it does not allow their navy to enter the Aegean Sea through the Anatolian Strait. Wang Zhong, you mean, we may encounter Plassen soldiers without heavy equipment, right? Yes. In addition, the Royal Air Force once shot down a Lufthansa passenger plane on the western border of Barris and found personnel and equipment in the wreckage. It seems that King Barris is not completely without the support of Plassen. However, air transport in this era can basically only transport infantry and light weapons, and should not encounter Plassen's armored forces. No matter how elite the light infantry is, it is still light infantry, and it will still suffer against tanks. Wang Zhong casually flipped through the information he had just received, and then handed it to his adjutant Yakov. Pavlov must have read it all anyway, so there was no need to worry. He came to the map with the entire battle plan drawn on it, and Pavlov immediately picked up the map stick and began to explain, we estimate that the main difficulty of the battle is here. The map stick poked at the place called Moha. This place is defended by the 2nd Division of the Guards of the Kingdom of Barris. This is a master built with reference to the organization of the Prussian Armored Grenadier Division. There are more than 20,000 combat troops, and the weapons also include the No. 1 and No. 2 tanks purchased before the war, as well as Matilda. Wang Zhong suddenly raised his voice, and Matilda. Colonel Benjamin was a little embarrassed, yes, we sold it to King Barris. After the war between Prussian and the United Kingdom, Prussian's source of weapons was cut off, and the equipment of the Kingdom of Barris's army mainly came from us. Wang Zhong stared at Colonel Benjamin, besides Matilda, what else? Is there Churchill? The only advantage of Churchill is that it is so hard that it makes people sick. If Barris had Churchill, it would have to adjust the vortex. Colonel Benjamin shook his head, no, they only have infantry tanks Matilda 1 and Crusader cruiser tanks. The United Kingdom calls tanks with heavy armor, slow speed and large caliber short-barreled guns infantry tanks, and tanks with fast maneuverability and thin armor cruiser tanks. The usage of the two types of tanks is the same as their names. Infantry tanks are mainly used to support infantry, and cruiser tanks are used to shuttle guerrillas like cruisers. In fact, it can be simply understood as heavy tanks and light tanks. Wang Zhong recalled the specifications of the Matilda 1 tank and said, that means they have basically no armor advantage over the T-34, right? Benjamin, of course. The United Kingdom troops in the south will use Churchill tanks and Valentine tanks, as well as M4 Sherman, which also have armor advantages over them. This operation will be an armed parade. The only suspense is how long it will take us to rush to the capital. Wang Zhong pondered for a moment and said to Pavlov, our tank troops will dock at the port and then hoist the tanks onto the shore, right? Pavlov asked back, what else? Wang Zhong touched his head. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a tank landing ship in this era, at least Ant didn't. Then how will the infantry deal with the enemy's tanks? Pavlov, incendiary bombs and anti-tank guns. According to the technical specifications provided to us by the United Kingdom, anti-tank guns can penetrate Crusader tanks and can also attack the observation windows of Matilda. And incendiary bombs. As long as they can be thrown, the effect will be good. Wang Zhong, equip the troops with light anti-tank guns. If the enemy chooses a good position, anti-tank guns and incendiary bombs alone may not be enough. Pavlov, well, the 45mm anti-tank gun can indeed be put on an assault boat and washed directly onto the beach, and the troops can tow it more easily. Wang Zhong paced back and forth in front of the map, turned around twice and said, look at this, can you directly wash a ship off the beach, and then cut off the bow part with a spray gun or something like that, and then drive the tank directly from the ship? On the beach. Colonel Benjamin showed an expression of disbelief, isn't this too rough? Wang Zhong, I hope my troops will have tank support, but now I don't have time to build any amphibious tanks, nor do I have time to build tank landing ships. Pavlov, wait a minute, the T-34 is too heavy and may not be carried by a wooden boat, but if it is the ZIS-3 self-propelled anti-tank gun equipped in large quantities by the 1st Mobile Group Army, it can be carried by a wooden boat. After washing up on the beach, lift the bow. If you cut it, you can drive it to the beach. Wang Zhong, okay, then let's borrow a company's ZIS-3 from the old army. When will the operation be launched? Colonel Benjamin, D-Day is currently scheduled for the 28th of this month. It should be too late. Wang Zhong ordered Pavlov, we will formulate a transportation plan as quickly as possible, and the troops will be mobilized, the anti-tank battalion of the 225th Division. The 225th Division has not experienced large-scale tank battles. Save the comparison. Intact. Pavlov nodded, okay. Now that the troops have been mobilized, how about simply bringing the Vortex over? The Vortex troops have basically suffered no losses, and they have been resting for half a month now. Wang Zhong, can a wooden boat be put on it? The Vortex and T-34 are of the same tonnage. Pavlov, although it can't be beached, it can be used to deal with the enemy's fortress later. The Vortex is a 100mm cannon. The yield of the high explosive bomb is enough to destroy most bunkers, and tanks and other things are also eliminated. Wang Zhong, is the transport capacity enough? Pavlov, enough. Good, that's it. Colonel Benjamin was even more happy, can you see the actual combat of the Vortex? Great. We intercepted the telegram from Prasen and described the Vortex very powerfully. We can finally see it with our own eyes. Wang Zhong didn't take his words seriously at first, but he was shocked when he heard these words, wait a minute. Have you been able to decipher the Enigma code? Colonel Benjamin was embarrassed, well, this is their clear telegram. Wang Zhong, according to the Alliance and Mutual Assistance Treaty, I have the right to require allied countries to share intelligence. Yakov, immediately draft a formal application requesting allied countries to release information related to Enigma code deciphering. Yakov, how should I write this application? I don't know the format. Wang Zhong wanted to raise his forehead. Damn it, if Vesely had already started acting, Colonel Benjamin would have been fooled. Fortunately, Pavlov took over the burden, I drafted it myself. Colonel Benjamin, you have always wanted us to launch an attack to share your pressure, but you have not told us the secret of the Enigma. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Colonel Benjamin, well, we have indeed broken the Enigma code, but it is a complex code and even if it is broken, it will require a lot of decoding work. We have gathered a lot of mathematicians to decipher it day and night. Wang Zhong, as far as I know, our aunt is indeed a little behind the United Kingdom in other scientific aspects, but we are not bad at mathematics. Colonel Benjamin was embarrassed, this. Wang Zhong, let's do this. We will submit a formal application. Please give us the complete method of deciphering the Enigma code, and we will organize mathematicians to decode it ourselves. Colonel Benjamin, to be honest, this is not something I can decide. But I don't think the Prime Minister will refuse. It just may require you to launch some substantive offensives. Wang Zhong, we will. That's it, Pavlov, remember to write the application. Colonel Benjamin, let's continue talking about D-Day, which is coming soon. Wang Zhong, okay. Colonel Benjamin, at 4 o'clock in the morning on D-Day, the task force of the 1st Parachute Division will parachute outside Moha to control the airport and block the enemy's aviation support. Pavlov's interface, in 1 hour, the 393rd Naval Infantry Brigade will land on the beach on the east side of Moha. From here, you can directly flank the junction between the port and the main city. Wang Zhong, then our troops rush directly into the port. Yes, the enemy basically does not have a navy, so we are preparing to drive the gunboat into the port area to provide direct fire support. Pavlov said and tapped the port hard with the map stick. Wang Zhong, okay. Doverisi of the beachhead naval infantry has already inspected it, right? We have inspected it, said Aromev, commander of the 393rd Brigade. Leave it to you. Wang Zhong said. Aromev saluted, promised to complete the task. Chapter 453, Raid on Moha, Update 681. Chapter 453 Raid on Moha, Update 681. August 27, 1915, Abawahan Suburban Airport, 2330 hours. Lieutenant Colonel Richard, Deputy Commander of the 1st Parachute Division Task Force, looked at the time and said to Colonel Charlie, the commander of the task force, if the decision to attack is made, it's time to board the plane now, otherwise it will be dawn when you land, and there will be serious casualties when you land. Colonel Charlie looked outside. They are waiting for the reconnaissance plane to send back the weather report. Lieutenant Colonel Richard, we have received training for parachuting in bad weather. If it doesn't work, the plane can land directly at the airport instead of parachuting. We have discussed this possibility. Just as Colonel Charlie was about to answer, the phone rang suddenly. The colonel rushed to the phone and picked up the receiver. 1st Paratrooper Division. Colonel Benjamin's voice came from the receiver. Rokosov asked you, if the plane landed directly, are you sure to take the airport? Yes. Colonel Charlie answered decisively, we have practiced this situation. So the weather in the target area is bad, right? The clouds are relatively low, we can land, but we are not sure if we can parachute. Tell the general that we must complete the mission and capture the airport completely. In addition to cutting off the enemy's air support, another important goal of capturing the airport is to prevent the enemy from destroying the airport, so that the Free Carolingian Air Force and the Ant Air Force can use the airport to provide air support to the expeditionary force. Although Barris's Air Force combat effectiveness is not good, Barris's ground forces probably can't stop the attack of the Ant Army, but it is safer to have air support. After getting Colonel Charlie's guarantee, Colonel Benjamin seemed to be talking to someone, using the Ant language. After a moment, Colonel Benjamin said, let's go, Colonel Charlie, good luck. Yes. Colonel Charlie stood at attention, and after the other party hung up, he threw the receiver on the phone and said excitedly, let's go. The first battle is coming. Yes. This is the first actual combat since the establishment of the 1st Parachute Division. Charlie and his team are responsible for accumulating experience for the more important torch operation a few months later. Lieutenant Colonel Richard asked, is it a parachute drop? Or will the transport plane land directly at the airport? The transport plane will land directly at the airport. I hope those anti-pilots who fly transport planes are not bragging to us. Lieutenant Colonel Richard shrugged, even if it's bragging, just give them some vodka. After drinking vodka, they dare to land on Emperor Plausen's bed. Colonel Charlie laughed, took his hat and ran outside, shouting as he ran, board the plane. Everyone, board the plane. Adopt Plan B. Plan B. August 28th, D-Day, 0010 in the morning, above Akin Port. Wang Zhong heard the engine sound in the sky, so he looked up and saw the navigation lights of the transport plane flying across the sky like a group of fireflies. The paratroopers are leaving. He said. Pavlov, good luck to them. Good luck to all of us. It shouldn't be a problem. Wang Zhong muttered, retracted his gaze, and continued to walk towards the cargo ship carrying the Expeditionary Force headquarters. The 393rd Marine Infantry Brigade and the first batch of landing troops had already set off the day before, and the Expeditionary Force headquarters and the second batch of troops were boarding the ship now. Wang Zhong climbed up the gangway to the deck of the cargo ship and saw Popov vomiting, so he said, why are you vomiting after such a little shaking? The inland sea is actually a larger lake, and the waves are far less than those of the real ocean. People like Wang Zhong will not get seasick at all. Popov took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth gently. People's physiques cannot be generalized. It seems that I will never be able to serve as a ship's chief in the navy in this life. Wang Zhong, why don't you lie down for a while, it will be better. The ship hasn't started yet, and you will be in even more trouble when it starts. At this time, Pavlov also came up. When he saw Popov's condition, he frowned, are you starting to feel dizzy now? Popov, the general has just said this once, please change the word. Pavlov really thought for a few seconds and said, do you want to drink some vodka? No, seasickness can also be treated with vodka, right? Popov, Go to hell. But maybe some vodka will be better. No, I think you are just craving vodka. Pavlov took out a flat wine bottle from his pocket, unscrewed the lid and handed it to Popov. The moment Wang Zhong opened the lid, he smelled a strong smell of vodka, and teased, "This is the first time I know you carry wine with you. Pavlov, it's normal for the anti-people to carry a bottle of wine with them. Come on, brother, drink it, and you won't be able to tell whether it's the ship that's shaking or you." Popov took the flat wine pot, tilted his head and gulped down all the wine in it. "Thank you, I feel much better now," he said. "Is it really useful?" Wang Zhong decided not to complain about these, so he got straight to business. When can the command center start operating? The radio station will start operating as soon as it is set up, Pavlov said. It only takes a few minutes. But you can't command anything now, right? The airborne troops have already set off, can you still call a halt? Wang Zhong shook his head, no. At 3:30 in the morning of the 28th, the anti-army landed on the sea 23 kilometers north of Maka. Commodore Alomi raised his head immediately when he heard the sound of the engine, but the thick clouds prevented him from seeing anything. At this time, many naval infantrymen who heard the sound came out of the cabin and looked at the sky. "Damn, I can't see anything." Aromiv shouted, "Okay. Stop looking. The airborne troops will complete their mission. Now you hurry up and write your will. You can still sleep for a while." As soon as the voice fell, the sailors ran out of the cabin and began to operate the crane on the deck. Aromiv grabbed a sailor and asked, "What's wrong? Have you started to change the landing craft?" "No, we will put the landing craft down first, and then it will be your turn. Don't worry." The crew patted Aromiv on the shoulder after saying that, probably because he didn't see that he was a brigadier general. Aromiv didn't care, but shouted to the naval infantrymen, "Okay, don't stop the crew from putting the boat down, leave the side of the ship." United Kingdom 1st Parachute Division Task Force, lead aircraft. Colonel Charlie stuck his head into the cabin. "How is it, can we land?" The captain said in the Ansa language with a strong Ant accent, "Of course, we haven't torn our faces with Barris yet, so I just called them, they will turn on the lights to help us land." Colonel Charlie, "Really?" "Yes, so when we land, we must first occupy the lighting control and make sure that the lights are on at the airport. There is still an hour before dawn, and we need lights," the captain said. Just as Colonel Charlie was about to answer, he saw the co-pilot fiddling with the PPSH, so he asked, "Why fiddling with the PPSH?" "The captain, we have nothing else to do after landing, and other planes are going to land, and we can't use the runway, so we will go down to provide you with some fire support." After the captain finished speaking, the co-pilot pulled the bolt handle open and loaded the PPSH. Colonel Charlie was embarrassed. "It's enough for you to protect yourself, we can solve it." "Are you sure?" the captain asked, looking very reluctant to get a positive answer from Colonel Charlie. The colonel nodded, "I'm sure we don't need help." The captain and the co-pilot looked very disappointed. At this time, the alarm clock on the co-pilot's side rang. Colonel Charlie's eyes widened, watching the co-pilot take out a clockwork alarm clock from under the seat, press the stop button, and the ringing stopped abruptly. Then the co-pilot said to the captain, "It's time to descend." The captain gently pushed the joystick, and the plane dived down and drilled into the clouds. After more than 10 seconds, the clouds were suddenly left behind, and everything became clear. Even Colonel Charlie saw the lights of the airport. "Colonel Charlie, oh my god, this trick actually works. Is it your idea?" The captain shook his head, "No, how could I think of this? This was suggested by General Rokosov. He is our expert in deceiving the enemy." While speaking, the landing gear of the plane hit the runway of the airport hard, and the whole plane shook violently, as if it would disintegrate directly in the next moment. Colonel Charlie had to hold the armrest above the cockpit door tightly. The turbulence finally ended, and the pilot anti-directly hit the joystick, and the plane slid diagonally. The enemy didn't react. He shouted, "Let your people get off quickly, otherwise the enemy will react and start shooting, and the plane's shell can't stop the heavy machine gun." Colonel Charlie turned around, kicked the cabin door open, and shouted to his subordinates, "Hurry! Just like in training. Remember to cushion the landing, let's go." The corporal sitting by the door held down his beret, threw down his equipment first, and jumped down with a Sten submachine gun and portable ammunition. Colonel Charlie didn't even look at the people who jumped down, and continued to urge, "Hurry up." Until this time, there was no gunfire outside. After the fifth soldier jumped, the pilot shouted, "Don't jump, the enemy didn't find anything unusual at all. I'll slide directly to the command tower, you go down and occupy it." Charlie grabbed the soldier who was about to jump down. "Wait a minute, it seems that the situation has changed." At this time, a soldier leaned on the cabin window and shouted, "Look, the number 2 plane has also landed, and the enemy didn't find anything wrong at all." At this time, the speed of the command plane had dropped very low and was slowly sliding towards the airport control tower. The two guards finally felt something was wrong and began to shout over here. Colonel Charlie made a prompt decision and jumped down first with a pistol in his hand. After a roll on the ground, he stood up and strode towards the sentry post. The slow-gliding plane followed him, and paratroopers kept jumping out of the open hatch. The two guards had never seen such a posture before, and they were stunned. They watched Colonel Charlie walk up to them, and they didn't even want to load the machine gun on the sentry post. Colonel Charlie, we are the United Kingdom Instructor Corps, and we are here to provide you with training. Guard A, we haven't heard of any instructors coming from the United Kingdom. Guard B, we have retired instructors from Proson here, will they fight? At this time, two United Kingdom paratroopers suddenly appeared, with submachine guns pointed at the hearts of the two men. Don't talk. You won't be killed if you surrender your guns. The paratrooper shouted in poor Balas, obviously he learned this from the manual he was given before. Chapter 454 Gunshots at Dawn. The takeover of the airport went smoothly. At least that was until Sergeant Littlejohn burst into a nondescript dormitory building. Sergeant John, holding a Sten submachine gun, kicked open the dormitory door and rushed into the corridor. When he saw a man wearing a Proson Air Force uniform, he was stunned. The other party was also stunned. Since there was no exchange of fire at this time, the Pulosan said in broken Onsa, "You need permission to enter here." Sergeant John raised his submachine gun and started shooting. Although the accuracy of the Sten submachine gun was quite bad, at this distance and the density of firepower, the accuracy was no longer important. The Proson was shot 4 times, and his whole body fell backwards against the wall. He stayed on the wall for a few seconds before starting to slide down. Sergeant John didn't waste any time and threw a grenade directly into the reception room next to him. The guard just opened the door and came out, his eyes widened as he watched the grenade fly over his head. The next moment, the grenade exploded, and Guard Prosen was blown out of the communication room. His head hit the half-open window on the opposite side and he passed out. Sergeant John fired a burst at the guard's body, and was about to use a grenade to blow up the second room when he saw an MP submachine gun sticking out of the 4th door in front. The shooter didn't show his head, so he scanned blindly. Sergeant John hid quickly, and only his beret was shot away, and the bullet crackled on the door frame. The sergeant took out a new grenade, pulled out the safety pin, and threw it into the corridor with a hook. The sound of grenades bouncing on the ground could be heard amid the submachine gun fire. After the explosion, the submachine gun misfired. At this time, Sergeant John, the platoon leader, emerged from the darkness. "What's going on?" The sergeant was changing the magazine of the Sten submachine gun while shouting, "Prosens! This building is full of Prosens! The bastards of the intelligence department have done something wrong again." The commando troops who perform special operations often praise the intelligence support of MI6, and even publicly appreciate it in newspapers. Therefore, the trust of special operations troops like the Red Devils in MI6 is the same as that of Pluto. The Wehrmacht has the same trust in the Plosen Air Force. As soon as the platoon leader heard that there were Prosens, he immediately reached out to the communication soldier, walkie-talkie. The next moment, a brick-like walkie-talkie was thrust into his hand. Charlie, we found a Prosen in a dormitory." While he was speaking, the window on the 2nd floor of the dormitory suddenly opened, and the MG-34 machine gun mounted inside started firing wildly. "Platoon leader, listen to this sound. Our Bren machine guns can't make this sound." Just after he finished speaking, a paratrooper wearing a red beret opened his hands and threw it hard, and a grenade fell into the 2nd floor window. The bombardier immediately lay down. Immediately afterwards the windows on the 2nd floor exploded and the machine guns misfired. The walkie-talkie in the platoon leader's hand asked, "How many enemies are there? Only when I know the number of enemies can I decide how much reinforcement to give you." "Platoon leader, I don't know. My platoon is still out there." At this time, he saw a smoke bomb thrown from the 2nd floor to the next floor, and the white smoke suddenly spread. Then someone rushed out from the exit on the 1st floor. Sergeant John raised his gun and fired, and several figures fell down at that time. The next moment, the Proson soldiers rushed out of the smoke and charged towards the platoon leader holding the walkie-talkie with bared teeth and claws. The platoon leader calmly counted their numbers silently and reported, "There are at least 8 enemies." "Isn't that at least 8? After all, there were only 8 people rushing towards the platoon leader. At this time, the sound of Bren light machine gun sounded. The platoon machine gunner put his bipod on the engine cover of the barrel truck parked at the door of the dormitory and fired at the door, covering the enemies rushing towards the platoon leader. Before the 8 people in front fell to the ground, more smoke bombs were thrown out. The Prosens shouted for the Empire and for Asgard, rushed out through the smoke, and killed the Red Berets. The platoon leader was still reporting calmly, "The enemy is counterattacking us, and we can't use our firepower advantage because of the smoke." Soon enough, a Prosan man rushed out of the smoke and was actually in front of the platoon leader. The platoon leader picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand, gave the man a big dick, and fucked him right back into the smoke. Hey! He took back his hand and shouted into the walkie-talkie, the situation is critical, we need reinforcements. We need reinforcements. As a result, after calling for a long time, there was no response from the walkie-talkie, and even the rustling static noise from the previous call was gone. The platoon leader pulled away and looked at the walkie-talkie. At this time, the communication soldier said, maybe you broke it. The platoon leader scolded, so the things made by the New World are unreliable. If our domestic walkie-talkies were used, they could still be used even if 10 Prosensians were killed. Stop talking about this, send someone to the command plane to report that we have found elite Prosan soldiers here. At this time, a strong wind blew, and the smoke was blown away a lot. The platoon leader discovered that the hand-to-hand combat was coming to an end. A dozen Red Devils had overturned more than 20 Plosan Defense Force soldiers and won a complete victory. Sergeant John, who was the first to receive the fire, shouted, the enemy has retreated into the building. What should we do? The platoon leader looked at the building in front of him and felt that there might not be enough time to clear the building, so he said, bring the explosives. We will blow this house down. Who is the one who studied architecture in the university? Let him direct the installation of explosives. Hello? Hello? Talk. At the 1st Parachute Division Task Force headquarters, the captain, Colonel Charlie, yelled into the walkie-talkie for a round before finally believing that the walkie-talkie in the 1st platoon was broken. He turned to his deputy, Lieutenant Colonel Richard, and said, there are Prosens at the airport. And they have machine guns. Damn MI6 has tricked us again. Lieutenant Colonel Richard, what's going on? Prosan has already joined the war? I read the intelligence before coming here. Barras still maintains an aloof relationship with Prosan. Colonel Charlie, I don't know. But this can explain why King Barras is getting bolder and bolder. It turns out that it is backed by the Prosan people. No matter, even if the Prosan people have a battalion or even a regiment at the airport, it can be solved too. As soon as he finished speaking, an orange fireball suddenly erupted in the dormitory area where fierce gunshots had been heard, and an explosion was heard a little later. Then there was a lot of smoke and dust. Lieutenant Colonel Richard, did you blow up the building the enemy was guarding? Colonel Charlie, there may be other Prosan troops, let everyone cheer up. Suddenly, he saw a fighter jet starting its engine and taxiing out of the tarmac. The colonel pointed at the fighter and shouted, quick! Stop him! The transport plane is still landing, and he may hit the transport plane. The fighter began to accelerate. A three-wheeled motorcycle appeared. The paratrooper riding the motorcycle turned the accelerator, and the motorcycle rushed towards the aircraft. The paratrooper in the truck took off his hat, put it on his belt, stepped on the chair of the truck with one foot, and stepped on the edge of the truck with the other, relying solely on his amazing physical fitness to maintain balance. When the motorcycle rushed to the side of the plane, he jumped high and landed on the wings of the plane. His weight caused the plane to rock violently. The pilot turned around and was shocked when he saw him. Then he opened the window and prepared to shoot with his pistol. However, the paratrooper jumped again, fell into the cabin, and knocked out the pilot with one punch. Then the paratrooper pulled the throttle to the end and pressed the landing gear wheel brake button. The plane decelerated sharply, and then the entire tail tilted up under the action of inertia and stuck on the airport taxiway. Colonel Charlie, push the plane away. The landing transport plane may not see this thing on the taxiway. As soon as he finished speaking, a transport plane left the runway and drove along the taxiway to the apron. Colonel Charlie grabbed the handset, oh my god, anyone can push the fighter jet away. Go push the fighter jet away. I don't know if they heard the colonel's order, but 7 or 8 paratroopers rushed out from the diagonal. The motorcycle carrying the warriors who had just stopped the plane also arrived. Everyone worked hard to pull the tail of the plane back to the ground and level the entire plane. Then they released the landing gear brakes and pushed the plane sideways. The transport plane was coming along the taxiway, completely unaware of the fighter jets on the road. A paratrooper ran over with a rope and tied it between the fighter's landing gear and the motorcycle. So with the help of the motorcycle, the fighter jet was finally pushed off the runway and thrown into the grass. The exhausted soldiers all sat on the ground and watched the transport plane slide past them. Colonel Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the communications soldier came over and said, the radio is ready, do you want to send the code word? Send a code word. The colonel said, not just a code word, tell the Expeditionary Force headquarters that the Plosans are coming. It is currently unknown how many Plosans have entered Barras, but it is best to alert the landing troops and let them there careful. Yes. On the sea north of Moha, the landing group. Sailors are climbing off the ship along the rope net and entering the landing craft. The landing craft filled with sailors started their motors and left the fleet to join the landing craft group that was sailing in a circle. On the landing craft No. 001, Brigadier General Aromive was telling the soldiers, the enemy does not have large-scale shore defenses, but you still have to be careful of machine gun fire. After the landing craft hits the beach, you must leave as soon as possible. Don't give the enemy time to concentrate fire. We have received a lot of training, just follow the training. We must leave the landing craft within 30 seconds. At this time, Brigadier General Aromive saw someone taking out a flask, taking a big sip, and cursed, "Don't drink. You may have to swim later. If you get drunk, you will drown. I can't take it with you. Take over the beach with a bunch of drowned ghosts." The drinker looked apologetic, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You are just nervous, and the military bishop is not on this ship." Aromive said, "It doesn't matter, you are the first person to make this mistake, and I will pretend that I didn't see it. The second one will not be so lucky. I will report it to the chaplain." At this moment, the Navy corporal who was sailing the ship said loudly, "There is a semaphore over there at the flagship. We are going to form a formation and start moving forward." "Got it." Aromive shouted back. The engine sound of the landing craft suddenly increased, and the deck tilted significantly. Although there were not many waves in the inland sea, waves still hit the landing craft and splashed Aromive all over. Soon, the formation of landing craft exceeded the destroyers responsible for providing artillery support. On the destroyer's bridge, the signal lights kept flashing. Most of the naval infantry are high school students. Some of them know Morse code and directly read the light signal, "I wish you victory and fight the enemy bravely. The destroyer is wishing us a brave fight." Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the destroyer. The same goes for Aromive. Chapter 455, Sand Defense Line. 30 minutes later, the landing craft rushed onto the beach. "Ready!" The Navy driver shouted while turning the wheel to lower the hatch of the landing craft. Although Aromive was a veteran, he was still nervous. The worst situation emerged in his mind involuntarily. As soon as the hatch was opened, the enemy's machine gun fire swept over and killed all the people on the landing craft. This imagination was so vivid that it seemed to have really happened. At this time, the Navy's helmsman began to blow the whistle. This meant that the hatch of the landing craft had been completely lowered. The soldiers around Aromive shouted together, "Yura!" They wrapped Aromive, rushed down the landing craft, and then quickly dispersed. Everything was just like in training. Aromive couldn't help wondering, where is the enemy's beach firepower? He stopped and looked around, and found that there was no firepower point spitting flames on the beach under the white light in the east, nor was there an anti-tank pile to stop the landing tanks and vehicles. A group of ballast people who were going to the beach were carrying baskets on their backs, looking at the Black Death rushing onto the beach in shock. Aromive finally realized that this beach was not the beach he had approached and scouted before. They had landed on the wrong side. At this time, the bishop of the brigade ran over while yelling, "Hey! Brigadier General, is this a mistake?" Aromive squatted down, took out a waterproof map and spread it on the ground, and then took out a compass the size of a fingernail and studied the map with the compass. The bishop ran over and asked breathlessly, "What's the matter? Did we land in the wrong place?" Aromive, "Yes, I think our landing site is 2 kilometers west of the original landing site." Without waiting for the bishop to answer, a soldier shouted, "Look, the landing craft is gone." Everyone looked back and found that the landing craft that had just sent them up began to reverse and retreat. The naval infantrymen near the landing craft were chasing them while waving their hats. "Hey! Did you put us in the wrong place? Come back!" Aromive shook his head, "No, they won't come back. They are going to meet the second wave of landing troops. We have to hurry." Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of gunfire from the east. "The brigade commander, it sounds like the beach where we were supposed to land? But we are all here." Aromive slapped his thigh, "Anti-tank guns. The anti-tank guns assigned to us by the general have landed on the right beach. Quick! Everyone gather, we have to force march over, attack the enemy position from behind, and save friendly forces. If the enemy launches an armored counterattack, we need those anti-tank guns. Quick! Everyone gather, hurry up!" Moha, the original landing area. Karamazov lowered his head, curled up behind the slender body of the ZIS-30, and urged loudly, "Reload quickly! Damn it! The ZIS-30 vehicle has no armor at all. Who would have thought that facing the enemy's beachhead firepower, the thin body of the ZIS-30 would be reliable, maybe because the enemy has few heavy machine guns. Several machine gun bullets have hit the bulletproof shield in front of Karamazov, and the body of the vehicle has also been hit by many bullets, but nothing happened. Karamazov even suspected that the enemy did not have heavy machine guns at all, and could use this ZIS-30 as a vortex today. He felt that Venus was waving to him, so he shouted more eagerly, "I want a shell." Finally, the gunner came over with a shell, "Soak it in water, try to see if it can be fired." "Give it here." Karamazov took the shell and thrust it into the barrel, his eyes fixed on the sight, and quickly turned the elevation and azimuth controls. Yes, everything in the ZIS-30 was kept simple, and the elevation and azimuth controls were all hand-cranked. Karamazov's target was a sandbag bunker, and Barris's light machine gunner was setting up his machine gun on the bunker and firing. After locking the target, Karamazov pulled the gun rope hard, and the main gun of the ZIS-30 spewed out flames. A large cloud of smoke immediately rose from the front of the sandbag bunker, and the machine gun bursts of fire also stopped abruptly. Karamazov shouted, "Let them know how powerful we are now. Reload." As soon as he finished speaking, the machine gun started firing again. The smoke and dust caused by the high explosive shells also dissipated at this time. It can be seen that the machine gunner's helmet has been knocked off, his head is full of blood, and the red area completely covers his eyes. It is not known whether he can see the target. But the machine gun has been firing. Karamazov, reload. Don't you have powerful high explosive shells? Loader, do you remember that our main gun is only 57 mm? The high explosive shell has only this much charge, and this is the power. At least it is better than the high explosive shell of the 45 mm gun, be content. Wait a minute. Karamazov held down the loader who was about to put the new high explosive shell into the barrel. Load the armor-piercing shell. The general said during the pre-war briefing that the enemy's morale and fighting will are low, maybe the armor-piercing shell will have a miraculous effect. The loader looked puzzled, what miraculous effect? Just bring it to you. The loader put down the high explosive shell in his hand doubtfully, and stuffed an armor-piercing shell into the barrel. All right. Karamazov licked his lips while aiming. He aimed at the sandbag bunker that the high explosive shell had failed to hit just now, and then pulled the gun rope hard. The armor-piercing shell hit the sandbag, instantly penetrated the sandbag and hit the machine gunner himself. The next moment, the machine gunner's internal organs burst out in a fan-shaped area behind him, and a big hole appeared on his body that he could put his head through. The assistant gunner of the machine gun was covered in blood. He stared at the big hole in his partner's body with wide eyes. He opened his mouth to shout, but he couldn't even make a sound. It should be because of the excessive mental stress that caused the muscles controlling the vocal cords to stiffen. In the end, the assistant gunner could only make a sound like leaking air, stood up and ran away. Karamazov saw all this through the scope and shouted, "Okay. That's it. Hurry, keep loading armor-piercing bullets. Let's kill the enemy machine gunners one by one." The loader didn't have a scope and couldn't see the effect of the attack clearly. He could only mutter while loading, "Is it really useful? The armor-piercing bullets are only so much charge, not even as good as grenades. Don't worry about it, just load it." Karamazov continued to shoot, aiming at all the machine gunners or officers. At this time, someone shouted on the radio, "Karamazov! Why are you firing armor-piercing shells? Karamazov, didn't you notice? The enemy's morale is not high, and armor-piercing shells can scare them to death. Hit the enemy's morale." Hey? Hiss, gasping sound, It seems to be true. Quick, quick, change armor-piercing shells. Let's try it too. So all the ZIS-30 troops who rushed to the beach on wooden boats changed to armor-piercing shells. The 57 mm gun of this small car has a fast firing rate. If the loader is powerful, it can even fire one round every 3 seconds. Then the gunners of the 225th Division's Annihilation Regiment are all veterans. As a result, these 30 anti-tank guns began to systematically eliminate machine gunners, officers, and non-commissioned officers. As long as humans are hit by armor-piercing shells, they will be sprayed all over the ground. Then the penetration ability of this thing far exceeds the defensive ability of the fortifications on the beach at this time. As a result, as long as they are targeted, they will die. After several waves of volleys, more and more Ballas soldiers began to flee. Finally, the total collapse happened. Ballas soldiers poured out of various bunkers and ran to the rear. Karamazov shouted, "Okay. Let's go." The driver stepped on the accelerator, and the ZIS-30 directly smashed the bow that had been damaged during the beaching process, rushed onto the beach, and rushed towards the fleeing enemy. "Loader, we don't have machine guns. What can we do if we catch up?" Karamazov, "Of course it's to scare the enemy. Besides, don't you have a submachine gun? This is also a machine gun." He picked up the submachine gun and started splashing water at the fleeing enemy. ZIS-30 runs fast and bumps terribly. Now splashing water like this, you can only rely on faith to hit it. But the sound of bullets crackling around made the fleeing enemy run faster. Alomiev stopped and shouted, "Wait a minute." The naval infantry immediately squatted down and hid, while holding their guns and guarding. Alomiev's adjutant ran over, "What's wrong? There's smoke ahead, follow me to find a commanding height." After saying that, Alomiev had already rushed out with big strides, and rushed directly to a large rock next to him. This kind of rock seems to be very common on the Ballas Plateau. On the top of the rock, Alomiev raised a telescope to the smoke in the distance. His expression immediately froze. The adjutant was startled. What's wrong? Is it a terrible thing? The enemy armored forces counterattacked. No, Audiowave handed the telescope to the adjutant. If I'm not mistaken, it's the ZIS-30 of the general's troops herding sheep. The adjutant, what? He hurriedly raised the telescope, and then his expression froze. This is indeed like herding sheep. What should we do? Audiowave, let the troops see the enemy rushing over and don't rush to open fire, capture prisoners. And be careful not to accidentally hurt the friendly ZIS-30, that thing is basically like streaking, and throwing a stone at them can cause casualties. The adjutant immediately turned around and jumped off the rock and passed the order. A moment later, a large group of people wearing the uniforms of the ballast guards were driven in front of the well-rested marine infantry. The NCOs who had been prepared for a long time took the lead and shouted in the broken and quick ballast language, "Surrender your weapons and we will not kill you." The ballast people were stunned, and when they saw that it was the Ant Marine Infantry, they surrendered quickly. At this time, the ZIS-30 that had been chasing them rushed in front of Audiowave, and it even skidded after a sudden brake. The gunner on the car held the gun carriage tightly to avoid being thrown off. After the car finally stopped, the gunner jumped out and saluted Brigadier General Audiowave. Report. Karamazov, the 3rd Company commander of the 1st Battalion of the 225th Anti-Tank Artillery Regiment, reports to you. Audiowave saluted back. Why did you get here? Where is the beach? Report to the Brigadier General, the beach has been captured. The enemy not only refused to surrender, but also dared to fight back against our army. Audiowave raised his eyebrows. How did you deal with the bunkers? Use 57mm grenades? Not enough. Karamazov shrugged. We blew a breath, and the bunkers were all destroyed, like a castle made of sand. Audiowave frowned, and after a few seconds of silence, he finally laughed out loud. Chapter 456, The Expeditionary Force Headquarters is doing nothing, Update 781. On the morning of August 28, Wang Zhong got up early. After washing up, he stuffed something into his stomach and went straight to the headquarters. As soon as he arrived at the headquarters, he saw Pavlov reading telegrams leisurely inside. Wang Zhong, how's it going? Is it a telegram from the front line? Pavlov took out his pocket watch and looked at it and said, be patient, the paratroopers have just landed, and the naval infantry should have just boarded the landing craft. This is the enemy situation report sent by the headquarters last night. Judging from today's situation, the enemy is indeed focusing on attacking the southern front as you and General Gorky predicted. Although the northern and central lines have launched attacks, they have all adjusted their fronts. Small-scale offensive. Wang Zhong, they did this because, compared to the northern front, which is full of dense forests and swamps and has to endure cold winters, and the central part, which is full of cities, the southern front, which has vast grasslands, is more suitable for armored divisions. And the southern route happens to have the oil that they particularly crave. Pavlov glanced at Wang Zhong. Oil, yes, oil. In fact, I have been wondering that in the past, Prussia and the United Kingdom had a falling out, but we and the United States still sold oil to them, so his war machine it operated for 3 years until the Carolingians were completely wiped out. After the war with us, they can still buy oil from the United States, but, where will they buy oil now? Since the Fuzhou Empire sneak attack on the United States last year, Prussia should not be able to buy oil. They have to rely on themselves. Is the oil produced enough to sustain the war machine for so long? The Prussia in this time and space is the so-called Great German, and it swallowed up Romania, so it has its own oil. But that little oil production is indeed not enough to supply the much larger Prussian army. Not to mention anything else, the size of Prussia's navy is much larger than that of Earth's Santoku, and it requires more oil. After all, warships need to burn oil like crazy as soon as they leave port. Of course, Wang Zhong also knew what was going on. Back on Earth, Santoku still had oil supplies after the oil fields in Romania were blown to pieces, all thanks to the advanced synthetic oil industry. Jude here emphasizes building a country through science and technology. It is estimated that the synthetic oil industry will become more mature and larger in scale. I just don't know if there are any anti-German righteous people here who have discovered Prussia's synthetic oil factory and let the Allies blow it up. Wang Zhong saw Pavlov's puzzled look on his face, and after careful consideration he spoke, maybe it's using synthetic oil. The chief of staff was shocked. Can that thing be synthesized? Of course. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and I have long noticed relevant papers, and many of them were published in Prussia's academic journals. In fact, there is no such thing at all, but the Crown Prince has passed away, and he should not mind having a little more aura around him. Chief of Staff, have synthetic oils matured enough to supply such a large army? It's not all synthetic oil, there's also oil produced by their own oil wells. When we advance to the border, we can let the Allied forces start from our airport to bomb those oil fields and oil refining facilities. Wang Zhong said confidently next year, or the year after tomorrow at the latest. At this time, the communications staff came in with a telegram, report. Received a telegram from the United Kingdom paratroopers. The attack was successful and the airport has been controlled. Wang Zhong looked at the time, it's later than expected. Did they say what happened? Yes, the telegram said that they encountered the fully formed Prasen army, with at least 2 companies. Wang Zhong sat up straight, what the hell? Are there Prasen troops? Damn it, I have to sit up and fight them. Pavlov was amused, you were sitting just now, you were just a little hunched over. Yakov, is this some slang? Wang Zhong, don't worry, I like to tease you like this sometimes. Yakov looked at the big and round Pavlov and his bald head, and asked doubtfully, with the chief of staff. Wang Zhong, it's normal for friends to tease each other, but teasing is not limited to women, my dear Yakov. After speaking, without waiting for Yakov to answer, Wang Zhong asked the communications staff officer, did you say anything else? No more. All we know so far is that everything is going well. The first batch of transport planes will land at the airport soon. Everything is going according to plan. There is only a delay of about half an hour. Pavlov, the redundancy I gave in my plan this time is 12 hours, which is enough. Wang Zhong nodded, and suddenly noticed that there was a person missing, so he asked, where is Popov? Before I went to bed, I remembered that he said he would work the night shift. Where is the person? Pavlov, yesterday I saw that he was suffering from vomiting, so I made him drunk with vodka. Now he is sleeping in bed. Don't worry, I asked his orderly to pay special attention to not letting the vomit in his stomach get clogged. Hold the trachea. That's it. Pavlov, it was written in his file that he would get seasick, but I didn't expect him to get so sick. Wang Zhong, I didn't expect it either. Wang Zhong was not sick at all in 3D before time travel, nor was he sick in motion or seasickness. It seems that his brain is relatively resistant to these. I remember that when I took a boat to go somewhere from my hometown, I had to walk on the sea for almost 3 days. When I was crossing the strait, I encountered a strong storm. Everyone on the boat was vomiting and having diarrhea. Only Wang Zhong was so hungry that he couldn't touch it. Eat in the ship's galley. At that time, the whole family thought that Wang Zhong would be a pilot in the future. However, during the college entrance examination, Wang Zhong failed in his vision and lost the opportunity to become a pilot. Later, Wang Zhong became obsessed with the air combat of War Thunder and the simulated air combat of DCS. This is probably the reason. Thinking of this past event, Wang Zhong subconsciously touched his eyes. He was not myopic at all in this world, which made up for his small regret. When the war is over, I must get my pilot's license and fly my own plane. Anyway, I'm not black, and I don't wear jersey number 24, so there should be no problem. Just as he was thinking about it, Pavlov suddenly pouted behind Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong turned around and saw Amelia yawning as she entered the door. The witch of the United Kingdom wore a tube skirt today, with 2 bare legs exposed underneath. Judging from her leg shape, she is really suitable for wearing black stockings, but it is a pity that stockings as thin as later generations have not been invented in this era. Amelia noticed Wang Zhong's gaze, lowered her head and glanced at her legs. After confirming that there was nothing strange, she teased, I heard that you are already married. It's not good to look at the legs of a single woman so unscrupulously. Wang Zhong was shocked, are you still single? That's not the problem. No, I'm not single and I shouldn't be watching. Where's the gentlemanly behavior? Wang Zhong, maybe our 2 countries have different understandings of gentlemanly behavior. But, Miss Amelia, why are you on my ship? Amelia, I am the seaplane pilot on your ship. If the enemy air force comes to attack, I can fly the seaplane to attack. Wang Zhong, well, the performance of seaplanes is a bit different from that of contemporary mainstream fighter jets, isn't it? The seaplane must either have pontoons or the aircraft itself must be turned into a boat. In short, it is not conducive to improving flight performance. It is basically a fantasy to use a small single-engine seaplane to defeat ordinary single-engine fighter jets taking off from land. Therefore, seaplanes are developing in the direction of large-scale, equipped with a large amount of self-defense firepower to deal with attacking enemy aircraft. But such a large seaplane cannot be mounted on a ship and take off using a catapult. Amelia looked at Wang Zhong curiously, I've heard rumors that you also have a lot of research on flying. Wang Zhong was thinking nonsense, do you know what War Thunder aerial combat Brahmin is? But he said very humbly on the surface, I only know a little bit, mainly because my last adjutant Vesely taught me. Amelia's expression darkened slightly, he died, right? My condolences. No, 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 don't kill my musician. He went to study in order to be promoted to a school officer. Before, he was just a student at an ordinary infantry school, and he was trained to become a platoon leader in an infantry company. Amelia, you brought an adjutant who is only at the level of an infantry platoon leader? I thought that generals and adjutants of your level were the first in the staff profession. Yakov raised his head high and turned his nostrils to the sky. Wang Zhong, Vasily is very powerful. He received the Ant-Hero Gold Star Medal for his excellent job of bullying the enemy. And he is also an excellent musician. He helped me complete Holy War and I still have the last grenade, no, the last courage. Pavlov laughed, you can hardly remember the name of this song. Wang Zhong ignored Pavlov, anyway, he is outstanding. Amelia, can you still fly a plane? Yes, I can also fly a plane. Wang Zhong also took the risk. Anyway, Vasily is not here, so he can arrange it by himself. Hey, is it true? Amelia stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, wait for me a moment. She turned around and walked away quickly, making a clicking sound like Nelly's. Pavlov, you guy, how come you have such good luck coming one after another? Wang Zhong thought it might be because I was single before time travel, and now he was adding to me, of course, it might also be because Rokosov was really handsome. While the two were talking, Amelia came back with a big box. She put the box on the table in front of Wang Zhong and smiled, General, I think you are quite bored waiting for news from the front. How about we exchange our understanding of air combat? After speaking, Amelia opened the box, took out 2 model airplanes, and handed the one with the yellow nose to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong hadn't flown a plane in such a long time, and he was a little itchy, so he stood up and took the plane from the yellow nose. Okay, so what are the rules? Do we fly face to face? Or I let you fly 1000 meters high? Amelia narrowed her eyes, you are very confident. In that case, let's do as you say. Chapter 457 Simulated Air Combat. Wang Zhong smiled. When he first played War Thunder, the game only had air combat. Wang Zhong also came here for air combat. At that time, he was still a German player, so his ID was still called Manfred von Richthofen, also known as the Red Baron. At that time, the historical air combat mode of the game was completely divided according to historical facts. The Germans could only be teammates with Xyli in Italy, and the opposite was the American, British and Soviet Allied forces. At that time, the Yankees had just released a gold coin machine called the XP50, which was bought directly with money. It climbed very fast and could suppress the German Air Force at an altitude of 1000 meters on a daily basis. Therefore, Wang Zhong has developed super basic low-altitude defense skills. There is no way, if you can't practice it, you should give up this game. For the first time, we entered the field facing each other like this. Amelia picked up the model and saw that it was painted as a Spitfire fighter jet. Okay. Wang Zhong responded, and at the same time, he held the plane at the level of his chest with evil intentions. Amelia frowned and stared at Wang Zhong's face. Although Amelia is also tall, she is still slightly different from a tall person like Wang Zhong. She has to straighten her hands and raise them high to simulate launching an attack from a high altitude. Wang Zhong pretended not to see why she frowned. The next moment, Amelia pulled up a chair, stood up directly, and raised the airplane model higher than Wang Zhong's yellow-nosed model. Wang Zhong hurriedly said, you win. Come on down, you can't simulate the plane moving forward on the chair. This kind of simulated air combat using models usually requires 2 people to walk forward together to simulate the movement of the aircraft, and they cannot stand still. Wang Zhong said and put the plane lower than his waist. Amelia, the way you just deliberately made things difficult for girls is like a boy going to the scout camp for the first time. The United Kingdom has a scout culture, and children will go to the scout camp for the first time to participate in collective life before going to school. This sentence is scolding Wang Zhong, why are you like a kindergarten kid? Wang Zhong was also a little embarrassed. He just wanted to tease Amelia and didn't think much about it. It was just like how he usually teased Nelly, but he didn't expect that Amelia wouldn't tolerate him. Wang Zhong, come for a simulated battle. Get in position quickly. Amelia raised the model higher than Wang Zhong's yellow nose and said, I'll enter from here, how do you want to react? Wang Zhong, I need to adjust the propeller pitch first and change the fuel mixture ratio. Adjust the propeller pitch too. After listening to the data reported by Wang Zhong, Amelia was shocked. Have you driven BF-109? Of course, my BF-109 achieved 1000 kills. Although because I have been flying in the historical mode of air combat, shooting down a player counts as 2 kills, but that is still 500 kills. Amelia, the propeller pitch and oil-gas mixture ratio are numbers that only 109 veterans can adjust. Wang Zhong, well, Vasily told me. He interrogated several Proson pilots. Amelia, would an interrogation pilot ask this kind of question? Wang Zhong decided to skip this topic, so he urged, okay, let's get started. If I make a move that exceeds the 109 maneuverability, it means that I precisely control the engine and propeller to exert 120% of the aircraft's performance. Amelia, okay, Then I will switch to attack now, I will roll right. Wang Zhong, I kept the course unchanged. My altitude now is 3000. The nose of Amelia's plane was pointed at Wang Zhong's plane, I'll put you in the scope. Wang Zhong, I sensed a threat, raised my head on alert and saw you. So I veered left at high speed to avoid your only shooting window. Amelia, I give up the attack, pull up to regain altitude, and turn the plane sideways to observe your position. Wang Zhong, I resumed level flight and resumed speed in a shallow climb. Amelia said proudly, now I can easily catch your 6 points, but you have no chance. Wang Zhong smiled and said, then come. Amelia shook her head and continued, I pull the joystick and enter the pursuit posture. At the same time, I recover the speed lost in the turn-through dive. I will catch up with you. Wang Zhong, my height is now back to 3000. I have enough height to break S. Now I'm cutting to your negative G area. The so-called negative G area can be commonly understood as the bottom and below of the aircraft. When all aircraft maneuver toward the bottom, blood will flow to the head and blood vessels can easily explode. When humans are at positive G, blood will flow to the solace of the feet, and the brain will produce black vision and other phenomena due to ischemia. Most people will faint at 8G, but they can recover. Trained pilots can even reach 10G before fainting. However, as long as the negative G reaches 6G, people with relatively fragile blood vessels will begin to burst blood vessels, and this process is irreversible. If not treated in time, they will die. Because of this, it is a common practice in air combat to cut into the enemy's negative G zone, so that the enemy aircraft cannot directly follow the maneuver and must roll first. In order to let his aircraft model enter the negative G zone, Wang Zhong had to get close to Amelia, almost touching her body, and the aircraft model was also hanging near her front armor. But Wang Zhong wasn't looking at the front armor at all. He now had the pride of a pilot and just wanted to compete with Amelia. Amelia, I decided to give up following and look for new opportunities. Wang Zhong sincerely praised, a reasonable decision. When an aircraft fights in the air, it consumes its own energy. This energy can be altitude potential energy, which is mainly provided by the altitude of the aircraft's flight, or dynamic potential energy, which is mainly related to the speed of the aircraft. If Amelia had chosen to roll just now and then pulled back the joystick to keep up with the maneuvers of Wang Zhong's plane, she would have been dragged into endless consumption and finally leveled to the same energy level. It was a smart idea to give up the attack and restore altitude and speed, because Wang Zhong's plane also consumed energy during the maneuver. If Amelia didn't follow up, the energy difference between the two sides would widen. Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, I will continue to fly straight and shallowly climb to recover energy. At this time, our flight directions are different. If you don't follow me, we will break away from contact, and you will never find me again. If this happens, I will be the defender. Just win. Actual combat is not a game. There are no map boundaries. The plane in Wang Zhong's posture can keep flying to widen the distance. Today's single-seat single-engine fighter jets do not have radar, so it is not easy to find an escaping enemy plane a few kilometers away. Amelia, I know, so I circled left after regaining altitude, confirmed your position, then moved forward in the same direction as you, and accelerated in a shallow dive. Dive converts altitude potential energy into kinetic energy, which increases the speed of the aircraft. It is also a common means of recovering energy in energy air combat. Just when Wang Zhong was about to speak, Amelia reminded him again, the height difference between you and me has actually increased. This way, I can always catch up with you if I dive in shallowly to chase you. Don't be anxious. Wang Zhong said, I saw you making a shallow dive to catch up. I'm patiently waiting for the moment you dive down. Amelia, I'm going to dive now, are you going to break S again? This time you don't have the height, you may hit the ground. Wang Zhong, of course not. I choose to roll and hold the operating stick, enter the circle, and avoid your shooting line. Do you want to follow? While asking the question, Wang Zhong had a mocking smile on his face that said, don't you dare follow me. Amelia gritted her teeth and said, I'll follow. Remember, Spitfire's roll is no worse than 109. The battle between the two then turned into a chase. Wang Zhong, you are faster than me, you will get ahead. I entered the high-speed flight path. Now you are put in the side again. Wang Zhong, so I entered the defensive barrel roll. Your energy is higher than mine, and the pitch efficiency of the Spitfire is not as good as 109. Especially when the speed is higher than mine, you can't keep up. While speaking, the plane in his hand was maneuvering, and people followed the trend and came behind Amelia. He almost whispered in the girl's ear, you lost. You lost when you rolled into the barrel. You were too impatient. You should break away from the attack, maintain the energy advantage and continue to chase me. If you repeat it a few times, the speed of my plane will increase. It's as slow as sticking to the sky. Amelia shook her head, this is an air battle where both sides know the other's movements. There are countless things that can be done. Wang Zhong continued to say in the girl's ear, the first time I entered your negative G area in real air combat, you couldn't find me. Amelia, I am a witch. No matter where you are, I can find you accurately. Wang Zhong shrugged, distanced himself, and spread his hands, okay, but I won this time, and there's nothing you can do if you don't recognize me. Amelia looked at him and smiled and said, you didn't hear about some air combat skills from some Vesely. You have systematically studied air combat, and you also studied the latest information on air combat in the capital of the United Kingdom. Wang Zhong, then you think too highly of me. I am the last in the military academy, and I am an ignorant and incompetent playboy. Amelia, really? Since you insist on it, let's take it as such. Oh, by the way, I heard that the United States has invented a new two-machine cooperative combat method. I have always wanted to see it, no. Do you know if you can demonstrate it? Wang Zhong, I don't know about two-plane warfare, not at all. In fact, I know, Saki, the United States relies on this method of warfare to beat zero war. Amelia looked at Wang Zhong with a half-smile. At this time, the communications staff came in and saluted, report. The 393rd Brigade and the self-propelled anti-tank artillery regiment successfully landed on the beach and are attacking Moha Port as planned. Wang Zhong clenched his fist vigorously, okay. Great. We passed the first level. Next, we will see when the enemy's armored counterattack will come. There are well-organized procents among the enemies, and they will definitely fight back. Pavlov, the anti-tank artillery unit comes from the 225th Division. It is a reliable old unit. According to the plan, they should now be fortified in this area to prepare to block the enemy's tank unit. At this time, Colonel Benjamin of the United Kingdom was a little worried. Our Matilda tank has good armor even if it is a first-generation tank. Can the 57mm gun cope with it? Wang Zhong, don't worry, the penetration of this 57mm gun may even be better than that of the commonly equipped 76.2 anti-tank gun. Not to mention Matilda, even if Churchill comes, he can hit a dozen weak points. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 458 Beach Defense. Karamazov threw down the engineer's shovel, sat on ZIS-30, and gasped for air. He has dug a bunker to hide the ZIS-30, but to be honest, he doesn't think it is of any use. The ZIS-30 is already very compact. If you just pile some grass on it, you won't be able to see it from a distance. Putting the car body into a bunker can only make the already concealed car even more concealed. But when it comes to concealment, if the enemy can't see it, it just can't be seen. Making something that is already concealed even more concealed feels like a useless effort. The loader asked Karamazov, do you think the enemy will counterattack? If they don't counterattack, wouldn't we have wasted time? Follow the naval infantry to attack, and we can also blow up some bunkers or something. Karamazov took out the cut tobacco, took out a piece of newspaper, tore off a corner, and began to roll cigarettes. While rolling, he replied, there are destroyer guns attacking the port. We are worried about the use. It's said to be a naval gun. When I first arrived in Abawahan, I went to see it on a destroyer. The caliber was similar to ours, but it was replaced by a rapid-fire cannon. It fired suddenly, just like a machine gun. Although those destroyers were called destroyers, they were actually it is a real coastal defense ship of the Navy, and is only used for port patrol. The inland sea is literally inland. Warships outside have to sail on dry land if they want to enter, so the volume cannot be too large. The Ant Empire has shipyards around the inland sea, and it can build large warships, but considering that it is too big, it is useless. As long as it can be larger than the warships of other countries around the inland sea, it is enough. Over time, the largest warships on the sea became this kind of yellow water battleship. Therefore, Rokosov proposed a fire support plan, using large cargo ships to transform fire support ships, which are filled with Army 152mm howitzers or Katyusha rocket launchers. However, this plan was ultimately abandoned due to the limited number of large cargo ships that could be used for transportation in the inland sea. In short, the destroyers of the Inland Sea Navy had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of fire support, forced their way into the port, and fired directly at the defenders with naval guns. Karamazov rolled up his cigarette, held it in his mouth and began to fumble for matches. The filler casually took out the matchbox and took one to strike. Karamazov took the initiative, lit a handmade cigarette, took a strong drag, and then blew out a smoke ring. He watched the smoke ring slowly rise into the sky and dissipate in the rays of the 7 o'clock morning sun. At this time, the sound of artillery came from the north. Karamazov, it's starting at the port. No matter how stupid the enemy is, it's time to fight back. Loader, but, the Balas people fought like that on the beach. We used armor-piercing bullets to destroy their morale. I guess they don't have the guts to fight back now, right? Yes, I'm afraid only the Balas people dare not fight back. Karamazov blew out another smoke ring and looked through it in the direction of the city. Although it is called a city, Karamazov did not see any buildings with a height of more than 3 stories, there were very few 2-story buildings, and there were basically no reinforced concrete buildings, and there were even few red brick houses. Karamazov, if this poor place didn't have a line of communication, I don't think any party would bother to occupy it. As soon as he finished speaking, the commander of the anti-tank artillery battalion drove over on a motorcycle and shouted, "The observation post saw the smoke, the enemy should be coming soon, be ready for battle." Karamazov shouted, "Are they really here? Are they tanks? Don't let a bunch of people on horseback come again. If the cavalry comes, the machine gun company left by the naval infantry will deal with them. Don't worry, Karamazov. We will take care of the tanks and remember the weakness map of the Matilda tank sent to you. This is based on our own. The results of the test and the data provided by the United Kingdom should be used." Karamazov waved his hand to indicate that he understood. The battalion commander rode away on his motorcycle. The loader took out the diagram. "Want to take a look?" Karamazov shook his head. I've seen it. I know where to pick up the tortoise shells of the United Kingdom. Do you dare to believe that this thing can maneuver in the wild at the same speed as infantry?" "Same as infantry?" The loader was shocked. "Yeah, maybe that's why it's called an infantry tank." As soon as he finished speaking, Karamazov saw smoke and dust in the distance. In the sun, the dust is very obvious. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stamped it out with his military boots, and then shouted, "Load the armor-piercing bullets, quickly! The enemy is coming!" Other cars nearby also entered combat mode, and the atmosphere in the originally relaxed position suddenly became tense. There was more smoke and dust in the distance, even covering part of the city. At this time, the battalion commander came back on a motorcycle, shouting as he walked, "This smoke doesn't look like a cavalry. A tough battle is coming, guys. If the tank hits us, we will die. If it misses, we will be blown up. We have to keep firing as much as possible before the enemy discovers our position." The battalion commander's motorcycle passed in front of Karamazov. Karamazov stared at the battalion commander's back for a while, and after making sure that he was gone far away, he opened the emergency supply box next to the fighting position, took out his binoculars and looked in the direction of the enemy. This telescope was previously captured equipment and should be handed over according to military regulations, and then distributed by the troops according to the needs of each department. But Karamazov left the illegally seized telescope, and the reason was very reasonable. General Rokosov requires the vortex to penetrate and destroy the enemy's tanks at a distance of 1,800 meters, so our self-propelled anti-tank guns should also do it. Without a telescope, how can I search for the enemy at a distance of 1,800 meters? The rest of the company agreed with his reason, but he didn't dare to tell the battalion commander. Karamazov used the captured Zeiss telescope to observe the enemy rushing over, 1, 2, 3, 20, a total of 20 Matildas, and they are behind the formation, with the infantry. In front are all Crusader light tanks. The United Kingdom called it a cruiser tank. Karamazov observed the light tanks for a while, and asked the loader in confusion, "Do you remember how much the Crusader light tank weighs according to the information?" The loader shrugged, "I don't remember, it seems to be about the same as our BT series." Karamazov, "Then why are they running so slowly? Is it because the engine is rubbish? But how do I remember that the United Kingdom's engine technology is more advanced than ours? Our Air Force also uses their Rolls-Royce licensed production engine. Very slow." The loader didn't have a telescope and couldn't see the specific situation, so he could only stare at the approaching smoke and dust. Karamazov's telescope followed a Crusader. "Yes, very slow, maybe only a little faster than the off-road speed of the T-34. Did they install a speed limiter on the tank? But why is that? To shoot more accurately while moving." The loader spread his hands. "Don't talk, they passed the target and are about to enter the range." Karamazov put down the telescope, stuck to the gun sight, and locked onto a Crusader that was rushing in the front. He opened fire. There were sparks on the Crusader's shell, it hit. Then the Crusader was unharmed and continued to move forward. The shell just now exploded behind the Crusader tank. Karamazov was shocked. Overpenetration. Overpenetration refers to the armor-piercing ability of the armor-piercing shell far exceeding the target's defense, causing the shell to penetrate the target like a piece of paper and explode outside. Wait a minute. Don't load armor-piercing shells, load high-explosive shells. It just so happens that armor-piercing shells are consumed a lot during landing, and high-explosive shells are not consumed much. The loader helplessly pulled out the shell that had been stuffed into the barrel and put in another high-explosive shell. Karamazov opened fire. This time the Crusader exploded, and the turret flew directly into the sky. Karamazov laughed, "Okay. Keep cleaning up the Crusader light tanks. Reload quickly." At this time, all 30 ZIS-30s in the battalion were firing, but many people did not realize that the armor of the Crusader tanks was too thin for the 57mm guns, and many gun crews were firing armor-piercing shells obediently. There were also Crusaders that were hit by armor-piercing shells and smoke came out, and then a large number of tankers got out and fled. After a few minutes of concentrated shooting, more than half of the enemy's vanguard Crusaders were wiped out, and the rest turned around and began to retreat. By the way, all the Crusader tanks seemed to have no intention of counterattacking, and did not fire a single shot at the anti-tank position. And Matilda did not drive up until all the Crusaders ran away. Switch to armor-piercing shells. Karamazov, who picked up the telescope again to observe, ordered, high-explosive shells probably can't do anything to Matilda. At this time, the entire position became quiet, and everyone was waiting for the Matilda tank to enter the range. However, this abstract thing with the same off-road speed as the infantry did not reach the wreckage of the Crusader tanks after crawling for 7 minutes. Finally, Karamazov could not bear it anymore, adjusted the scale with the gun mirror, aimed at a Matilda and fired. The shell fell on the front of the Matilda at a large angle and was directly bounced off. Karamazov cursed. The loader comforted him, "It's too far, the energy of the shell has dropped sharply." "You also know the word energy?" Karamazov teased. "Loader, I also attended the night school opened by the general. I want to improve so much, man." Karamazov did not answer, and continued to observe the distance, waiting for these slow guys to enter the effective range. 5 minutes later, the first Matilda passed the target. Karamazov immediately put down the telescope, put his eyes on the gun mirror, carefully aimed, adjusted the scale, and fired. Sparks appeared on the front armor of the Matilda tank, and then the tank stopped, with thick smoke coming out of the rear of the vehicle. The tank crew hurriedly ran out of the tank and fled in all directions. Karamazov clenched his fist. "Good. Armor-piercing bullets are also effective against this thing. Reload quickly." Other ZIS-30S also opened fire. This time the heavy tank infantry tank cluster only lasted for more than a minute, and then began to reverse and retreat. "Karamazov, reload quickly. Quickly. They are about to leave our effective range. Quickly. There are no more armor-piercing bullets." The loader shouted, "You used too much on the beach just now." Karamazov slapped his thigh, and he didn't know who he was scolding, Sukabuli. Chapter 459, Battle of Moha Port, Update 881. While the blocking battle was going on, the port was also in a fierce battle. The commander of the 393rd Brigade, Alomiv, set up his headquarters on a water tower outside the port area and observed the situation in the port area with a telescope. This doesn't seem like the resistance of Balas's troops. When landing, Balas's royal guards were scared away by the anti-tank artillery troops using armor-piercing shells. Alomiv put down the telescope and turned to ask the adjutant, "Have you captured any prisoners? Bring them here for interrogation." "No, Brigadier General. The enemy's fighting will is very tenacious. Even if they are injured, they will continue to resist," the adjutant reported. The brigade commander said, "With such a high resistance will, maybe they are the royal family's personal soldiers." Alomiv thought for a while and said, "Move a body here. I have an ominous premonition." Soon a body was moved and placed in front of Alomiv. The brigadier general squatted down and lifted the military cap of the body. The light golden hair was exposed to the sun. "Alomiv, are there any Balas people, with blonde hair?" The brigade commander shook his head. "Yes, there are not many, but there are." The sergeant who came to carry the bodies said, "But the Balas soldiers we killed were all blonde. None of the soldiers we captured who retreated from the beach this morning had blonde hair, Brigadier General." Alomiv looked up at the sergeant and asked, "What language do these Balas people speak? Is it Prosan?" The sergeant shook his head, "We don't know." "How can we not know?" Alomiv cursed, "You have heard so much Prosan on the battlefield, Ses, Akutong, can't you tell it apart?" "Sergeant, if you say it's similar, it does look very similar to Prosan, but we are really completely different. I haven't heard of the Baras language, so I can't compare it. We don't have anyone who knows the Prosan language, so we can't be sure that it is the Prosan language. The languages of the northern countries are also very similar to the Prosan language, right?" "Alomiv, you are quite logical. Don't worry about these. Just tell me if you feel like you are fighting with the Prosan people when fighting them." "Yes." The sergeant answered very straightforwardly, "But they are equipped with Sten submachine guns and Bren light machine guns, as well as Maxim, and the iconic sound of the Prosan machine guns is not heard at all." The brigade bishop said to Alomiv, "It seems that we have encountered Prosan people disguised as Baras troops. No wonder the port is so difficult to take down." At this time, the sound of machine guns came from the direction of the port area. Alomiv immediately recognized that this was the machine gun on the destroyer. "The warship has helped us so much, but we still can't take it down. General Rokosov trusts us very much. Tell the troops, I don't care if the enemy is Prosan or Baras, rush up and fight hand to hand. We must take down the port before the general's ship can see the port. As soon as he finished speaking, the sergeant who brought the body said, Brigadier General. The port buildings are all reinforced concrete, and the naval guns can't do anything to them. We need the support of direct fire guns. Otherwise, the casualties will be very huge. Aromive, don't you have explosive packs? The naval infantry has never been a force that can't attack without guns. Blow it up. The next moment, an explosion was heard from the direction of the port area. Aromive frowned, this gun sounds like it has a large caliber. Is it the enemy's or ours? Brigade Commander, it may be ours. You can hear the ship's guns are still firing. If the enemy fired at the warship, the destroyer would have stopped firing long ago due to its fragile body. Aromive raised his telescope and looked at the port area in confusion. Unfortunately, the buildings in the port area blocked his view and he could not see what was happening at the dock. 15 minutes ago, the channel into Moha Port. Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf shouted to the captain of the transport ship, didn't you see? The buildings in the port are all made of cement. The guns of the destroyers can't do anything to them. The naval infantry needs 100 mm guns with vortex. The captain shook his head, no, my sailors are also responsible for transporting supplies. After the expeditionary force finishes fighting in Barris, we still have to transport the supplies of the allied forces. It's hard to find such skilled sailors now. I can't dock when the enemy still controls the dock. This ship is also very precious. Do you know how many such ships there are in the entire inland sea? No, can't take risks. Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf pulled out a pistol and put it on the captain's forehead, I suspect you are a Prosan spy. Just suspect it. The captain did not give in, the biggest difference between you and me is that I can distinguish priorities. It's definitely not worth losing this ship and sailors to capture Moha Port. Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf, if you can't take Moha Port, there will be no supply line. You are exaggerating. I know the level of the Barris people. They will definitely not be able to hold on. The captain still refused to give in, and even took a step forward, letting the muzzle of the pistol imprint on his forehead like a seal. At this time, the bishop of the 225th Division Tank Destroyer Battalion came forward, grabbed Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf's gun with one hand, and grabbed the captain's shoulder with the other hand, and separated the two men, and took off the gun by the way. Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf stared at the bishop with wide eyes, where does your brute force come from? Bishop, don't worry about it. I have a good idea. Captain, our destroyer can hit whatever it points to at a distance of 1,800 meters. Can you clear a space on the deck of your boat and build a platform with wood or something so that the destroyer can drive up? The captain turned to look at the vortex that was fixed on the deck. How much does this car weigh? 30 tons? You can get a platform, but one car won't make any difference, right? Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf said with renewed vigor, the high explosive shell of our 100 mm gun contains 6 kilograms of TNT, and even reinforced concrete cannot withstand it. Once the shell is fired, everyone inside will be stunned for a minute. The captain glanced at the dock where the gunfire was dense, thought for a few seconds and finally nodded, 1,800 meters. It won't get any closer. Let your tank crew and my crew work on the platform together. Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf turned around and shouted, did you hear that? Get a platform quickly. Misha, your crew fires. If you can't hit it, just dig out the shit. The people on the ship were all busy. The captain himself stared at the side for a minute, and then said to the bosun, you direct the platform and tanks to be in place, and I will go to the bridge to direct the ship to enter the port. Bosun, leave it to me. After another 10 minutes of tossing, a vortex finally drove onto the temporary platform, driven by the crew designated by Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf. The battalion staff also got an artillery mirror to be mounted next to the destroyer to observe target data. The observer loudly reported, 1,700 meters away from the pier. 1,850 meters away from the pier complex office building occupied by the enemy, you can shoot. Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf stood next to the artillery mirror, nervously observing the building with his binoculars. Suddenly, the vortex opened fire, and the thick smoke and violent wind from the muzzle blew away Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf's big cap. The lieutenant colonel didn't care about this at all, focusing entirely on the building in the telescope. A second later, thick smoke spewed out from a row of windows on the first floor of the building. Apparently a high explosive bomb penetrated through a certain window and exploded in the room. The shock wave of the explosion shook half the walls of the building and raised a layer of dust, which looked like a protective film suddenly appeared on the concrete surface. The glass of the last remaining window on the second floor shattered into countless pieces, falling into a layer of billowing dust. Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf shouted, keep firing. Kill the turtle in the building. The second shot came as soon as he finished speaking. This time, it aimed at what looked like a stairwell in the middle of the office building. The shell hit the second floor directly, and smoke engulfed the first and third floors. Maxim, who had been shooting just now, misfired. In fact, shooting in the entire building stopped. Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf saw the Navy infantrymen in black military uniforms with large lapels carrying babasa rushing to the front of the building and throwing grenades at the windows of the building. Don't accidentally injure the naval infantry, change the target. Change the target. The lieutenant colonel shouted, turn the vehicle 10 degrees to the left, there is a two-story building still spraying flames outwards. Immediately, a soldier climbed up the vortex and shouted into the open hatch, turn left 10 degrees, target two-story building. The vortex turned 10 degrees, and the muzzle was aimed at the two-story building. The first shot hit the outer wall of the building, and the smoke from the explosion swallowed up most of the building. The machine guns and rifles that were firing all stopped, and everyone in the room was probably stunned. The naval infantry who had just been hiding behind the low wall opposite the building immediately jumped out and rushed towards the building, without wasting any time for the enemy to be stunned. Yusuf was very happy, move the target again, the car body does not move, there is a warehouse with a huge number 2. Shooting is taking place on the second floor of the warehouse, fire. The vortex fired, and this time it hit the outer wall of the warehouse directly. The dust raised completely deprived the enemy of the machine gun's range of fire. The naval infantry, who were accidentally covered by the smoke, immediately dispatched and rushed into the smoke. Yusuf, okay. Next target. Aromeev could not see the fighting on the other side of the port, but he could hear the sound of machine gun fire diminishing as the cannon fire came one after another. The naval infantry also had machine guns, but they were all heavy Maxims with wheels and guards. They were not very easy to use during an attack, and the infantry were not willing to use them. Therefore, the sound of machine guns weakened, indicating that the enemy had been severely damaged. Although I don't know who is shooting, remember to remind me to apply for Ant-Hero Gold Star for him afterwards. Aromeev said to the brigade bishop. Bishop, don't worry. But I think this hero will definitely receive a lot of praise afterwards. If we don't apply, there will be others who will help him apply for the Gold Star. Then don't we have to apply? Otherwise it will look like there is a grudge between our navy and the army. At this time, a messenger rushed over on a bicycle and shouted, report. With the cooperation of the Vortex destroyer on the ship, we have fully controlled the second pier, and the transport ship can dock. Aromeev nodded and said to the adjutant beside him, send a flare and let the transport ship dock. Chapter 460 Rokosov stands on the land of Balas. At 16:30 on the afternoon of August 28, the transport ship where the Expeditionary Force headquarters was located entered the port of Moha. Wang Zhong looked at the messy port on the deck and asked Pavlov in confusion, don't the Navy destroyers only have machine guns? What's the matter with this trace that looks like a 100mm gun? Pavlov was also confused, I don't know, maybe it was fired after the vortex landed? But if the enemy is still resisting, the transport ship should not dock. So the number 1 and number 2 military leaders of the Expeditionary Force looked at each other. Yakov said, the vortex troops seem to have left the port. Are they going to attack the city of Moha? Wang Zhong, according to the plan, it should be like this. He looked in the direction of the city and listened to the gunshots in the air. Then he cut the perspective. Because there was no direct contact with the 393rd Brigade of the Naval Infantry and other units, the bird's-eye view could only see the terrain and the troop cards of the participating troops. The northern part of the city of Moha has been occupied by a huge naval infantry branch logo. The logo of the anti-army infantry is slightly smaller, but it also occupies a large area. The area covered by these two large signs also has a small sign of a tank destroyer unit. It seems that the vortex has been driven into the city to support the infantry in capturing the urban area. The number of the enemy troops in the southern urban area is the 5th Infantry Division of the Royal Guards of Barras. Wang Zhong was a little confused. He couldn't understand why his elite tank destroyer unit and the elite 393rd Marine Infantry Brigade were so closely fighting with the very weak Barras army in the report. This is not right. He switched back to the physical perspective and asked Pavlov, did the United Kingdom give any new intelligence? How did the enemy's 5th Royal Guard Division fight so closely with our landing troops? Pavlov didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the situation, and replied, it's not bad. After all, it's a brigade plus an infantry division that has just completed training and is full of recruits. It's normal to suffer a little loss when facing the enemy's mechanized infantry division. They have been training for so long. Wang Zhong, no. Immediately use the walkie-talkie to call the 393rd Brigade to find out what's going on. Pavlov immediately turned around and called the communications officer. Soon the communications officer handed the walkie-talkie to Wang Zhong. Brigadier General Aromeev of the 393rd Brigade is online. Wang Zhong took the walkie-talkie and switched the view. The icons of the 393rd Brigade really turned into specific people. They could be seen fighting the enemy room by room. Aromeev, what's wrong with you? The Royal Guards, whose training and morale are average in the United States intelligence, are also fighting so hard. Wang Zhong asked as soon as he came up. They are not the royal guards, not even the Balas people, they are prosons wearing royal guards uniforms. Aromive's voice came from the receiver, repeat, prosons. Wang Zhong hurriedly looked at the enemy, trying to confirm this with his highlighting ability, and then found that the enemies highlighted by his subordinates were not highlighted and could not be confirmed. So he asked, Aromive, where is your headquarters? While he was speaking, he had already found Alomive, the brigadier general was on the water tower, and the capable command team of the 393rd Brigade was around him. Water tower, I miss it so much. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered the water tower in Upper Pinyi village. When the war is over, maybe the enemy will build a statue of themselves on the water tower. Alomive replied, I'm on the water tower southwest of the port. Do you want to come over? Wang Zhong, of course, I'll be there soon, over. He handed the walkie-talkie to the communication staff and said to Pavlov, it's the prosons. Damn, they are wearing the uniforms of the Balas people, so now the naval infantry is fighting back and forth with them. Pavlov narrowed his eyes, no wonder you are so excited, it turns out that there are prosons to kill. No, what do you think I am like in your mind? At this time, Popov came out of the cabin with a pale face, damn, are we docked? Wang Zhong pointed to the sailors who were throwing ropes over the side of the ship, the sailors are taking the last step to dock. It's finally over. Popov breathed a sigh of relief, the voyage of the past 2 days has been more uncomfortable than the past year. Wang Zhong said to Yakov, you get off the boat first and find a jeep later. Popov, why? Do you have to go into battle again? They are just natives of Baris, there is no need for this, right? It's the Prosen people are wearing Baris uniforms and fighting us. Popov suddenly became energetic, what? This violates international law. These Prosen people are not treated according to the Geneva Convention when they are caught by us. Wang Zhong, they obviously don't care about this. Anyway, I will personally command the 393rd Brigade, and Pavlov, you will coordinate the overall situation and unload the expeditionary forces to the shore as soon as possible. Popov, you should take a rest first. Just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion at the warehouse exit. Wang Zhong turned his head and saw that Bucephalus had already run onto the deck. When he saw Wang Zhong, he ran over with his teeth bared. The soldier who raised the horse also rushed onto the deck, chasing the horse while shouting, this guy rushed out as soon as I opened the door. Hurry up and grab it. Bucephalus rushed to Wang Zhong and tried to grab his big hat with his mouth. Wang Zhong, enough. Be quiet. Bucephalus didn't listen at all. He bit Wang Zhong's hat and shook his head, throwing the big hat out like a frisbee. Then he started to chew Wang Zhong's hair. Pavlov, I think you spoiled this horse. Wang Zhong, I'll change it to a gasoline-burning military horse, referring to the Willis Jeep. At this time, Amelia, who had been watching from the side, asked, is there anything special about this horse? Why is it so presumptuous? Could it be that it was transformed by a druid? Wang Zhong shook his head, no, the druids in our country can only summon fog, and it depends on whether the weather allows it. They can't transform into druids. Besides, if this is a druid, I will never let her turn into a horse. It would be much better to turn her into a wolf rider. While speaking, he pushed Bucephalus away. Just at this time, Yakov came back, the jeep is ready. Wang Zhong, okay, I'll be there right away. The water tower where Alomive was easy to find, and with Wang Zhong, the cheater, pointing the way, the jeep soon stopped next to the stairs of the water tower. The naval infantry under the water tower saluted Wang Zhong in unison. Wang Zhong raised his hand and jumped up the stairs with ease, and reached the top of the water tower in a few steps. Now the entire naval infantry brigade was regarded as a unit directly led by Wang Zhong, and the field of vision was wide open. Unfortunately, the naval infantry fought very bravely and had driven the enemy away from Wang Zhong's 2.5 km illuminated range. Aromive saluted Wang Zhong, General. We have tried our best, but the enemy's resistance is very resolute, and our troops have suffered heavy casualties. Wang Zhong, how many people have been lost now? I haven't counted, but some platoons have lost more than half. But we have also eliminated a lot of enemies. The documents and family letters on them are all in Proson. This is the Proson army. Wang Zhong raised the telescope. At this time, he suddenly found that 2 naval infantrymen were escorting 5 or 6 prisoners to the water tower. Although they had not approached yet, they had entered the range illuminated by Wang Zhong, so these enemies were covered with red borders, and their names and units appeared above their heads. The Proson Empire's Vulture Corps was fighting with the 393rd Brigade and the infantry troops that had landed first. Wang Zhong was shocked. The Vulture Corps on Earth was an intervention force sent by Sandazi during the Banya Civil War. This time and space has become the code name of the Baris Intervention Army. Damn, Wang Zhong thought, the United Kingdom's MI6 is not as powerful as imagined. If you think about it carefully, the founder and head of MI6 is a guy who has spent his entire life to make a living. It seems not surprising that they get into trouble. At this time, Wang Zhong saw a vortex turning the corner under the cover of naval infantry and firing at the buildings resisted by the Pro-San people. Most of the buildings in the city do not have reinforced concrete exterior walls. When they were hit by 100mm guns, the entire building was shrouded in smoke. Wang Zhong was looking down, so his vision was not completely blocked. He could clearly see that half of the building collapsed, and the Pro-San people ran out of the back door with machine guns, running at full speed. It seems that the machine gunner stopped shooting and began to move positions when the vortex appeared, otherwise he would never be unscathed. The vortex, which had knocked down a house, opened fire again. This time, the target was the store on the south side of the street. After one shot, half of the two-story building collapsed. A surviving Pro-San limped out of the back door and staggered towards the friendly forces. The vortex continued to fire, as if it would not stop until the house was completely demolished. Wang Zhong, it's a pity that our vortex is not equipped with white phosphorus bombs or napalm incendiary bombs. He switched back and found that Alomiv was confused. What? Vortex? We are indeed working closely with the vortex destroyer, but where did you see the vortex? There was really no vortex around the water tower. They were all pulled into the city to fire high explosive bombs. Wang Zhong, I was just muttering that there are no new warheads for the vortex. If there are white phosphorus bombs, run towards the windows of the building, and the skin and outer clothes of the people inside will be ignited. They will rush out of the room in agony and beg us to give them a peaceful death. Hey, the Allies still have such things. Alomiv said. At this time, an army officer entered the yard where the water tower was located and shouted, "Report. I am here to inform you, General, that the 1st Battalion of the 1st Brigade of the 51st Tank Army has just completed unloading the ship. Wang Zhong, tell Pavlov to organize the dismantled troops to form a temporary battle group and advance to the city. The naval infantry needs our support." Yes. After the officer left, Alomiv, we can defeat the enemy and do not need additional support. Wang Zhong patted him on the shoulder, I know, but we can't afford it. I don't know how many Pro-San troops are still in Balas. We must quickly take down Moha and advance into the depths. Chapter 461 Farewell to the Statue. At 1800 in the afternoon, the battle group formed by Pavlov passed by the water tower where Wang Zhong was and headed towards the city. Because the 51st Army is different from the 3 divisions trained by Wang Zhong himself, the armored units are not equipped with infantry fighting vehicles, referring to M3 Grant Lee tanks, and there are no half-tracks or jeeps, so the infantry are all sitting on tanks. Wang Zhong looked at the army column from the water tower and had a sense of déjà vu as he watched the Indian army march. Ant does not produce half-tracks of its own. All half-tracks are supplied by the United States. Only Wang Zhong's direct force, the 1st Mobile Group Army, can obtain so many M3 half-tracks. When the 1st Mobile Army is fighting, the tank unit will only engage in armored cavalry like this when it strengthens other infantry units. Other troops did not have half-tracks, and there were not enough trucks to transport supplies. The infantry did not sit on tanks and had to move on foot. They could not catch up with the tank troops advancing at full speed. And the Ant army now also knows that tanks are too fragile without infantry, which is almost like dying. There is no other choice but to do this. This is actually very bad. Infantrymen are too easily injured by machine guns, and their reaction speed is slow when encountering enemy attacks. So while Wang Zhong watched the troops move toward the city, he began to plan to get some serious infantry fighting vehicles. But just thinking about it, the reason why Ant does not produce half-track vehicles now is because most of the factories that can produce crawler running gear are desperately supplying tank factories, and the remaining crawler production capacity is also given to tractors. After Wang Zhong's reforms, the anti-army began to attach importance to the production of tractors, and improved the status of tractors used to recover tanks in the newly formed tank troops. In addition, the artillery troops also needed tractors to tow heavy artillery. Now tractors have become incense cake. The solution is of course to expand production and increase the output of crawler tracks and traveling mechanisms, but Ant currently lacks skilled workers. Wang Zhong thought over and over again and felt that in order to equip the armored forces with infantry fighting vehicles, he could only gather more wool from the United States. At least equip the 51st Tank Corps under his command with enough infantry fighting vehicles and half-track vehicles. At this time, Popov also climbed up the water tower and said to Wang Zhong, "The soldiers are looking at you and cheering them up. You are just in a daze." Wang Zhong was pulled out of his thoughts and quickly raised his hands, intending to shout something, but the soldiers shouted first, "Eula. Popov, with you mobilizing, it's that simple. You just need to raise your hand, and the soldiers will become more motivated." Wang Zhong was a little embarrassed. He kept raising his hands and said to Popov, "I don't want to do this either." Aromiv said, "I heard from the army that you have personally slashed a tank with a knife." Wang Zhong, look where there is a knife on my body. This must be fake. My former adjutant must be spreading rumors in the tavern. He is a musician. You know, he was a bard in the Middle Ages. Bard poetry, the adventure stories in it all have elements of exaggeration. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a motorcycle driving around the edge of the city and heading this way. The two people on the motorcycle were wearing red hats. From this distance, it looked like two Marios were driving over on the motorcycle. From an overhead perspective, Wang Zhong confirmed the identities of the two men, the messengers of the 1st Parachute Division Task Force. The man on the motorcycle obviously didn't know where Wang Zhong was. He approached the troops heading towards the city and asked in Antese with a heavy accent, "Where is the commander?" The infantryman sitting on the tank pointed in the direction of the water tower. So the paratroopers drove their motorcycles through the marching column and went straight to the water tower. After a minute, the two climbed to the top of the tower. "Wang Zhong, are there too many people on this tower?" "Aromeve, then I move forward." "Don't!" Wang Zhong shouted to him. Although as the commander of the 393rd Brigade, it was reasonable for the headquarters to move forward in this situation, but Wang Zhong would lose sight if he moved. "You stay here, Bobo." "Husband, I feel you should play a role." "You think I'm fat?" The military bishop shook his head, "Then I'll go a little further." So Popov took several priests down to the water tower, got into the Willis jeep they had just driven over, and blended into the advancing queue. Wang Zhong looked at the two red beret paratroopers. "What's the situation at the airport?" The paratrooper took out a stack of documents from the leather bag he carried with him. "We met the established Prosan people at the airport. We used explosives to blow up the building they were guarding and killed them all. This was after a day of excavation. Collected Prosan documents." Wang Zhong took it over and looked at it pretendingly. In fact, he couldn't understand, and then handed the stack of documents to Yakov. Yakov immediately started flipping through the pages. Wang Zhong asked the two paratroopers, "Are there many casualties?" There were basically no casualties. The strategy you proposed to pretend to perform the mission was a great success. If we hadn't encountered the Prosens, we might have been able to capture the airport peacefully. One of the two paratroopers looked extremely regretful. Wang Zhong asked again, "How is the defense situation at the airport?" The airport has always been the most difficult area to defend because of its very open and extremely flat terrain. Paratrooper, each of us dug foxholes and buried mines from the airport warehouse. We have been waiting for the enemy's counterattack all day, but we only heard a lively fight on your side. The enemy actually didn't think of taking it. Back to the airport. Let me tell you, General, just use us as ordinary infantry. We are here to hone our skills. What is this training for?" Wang Zhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Using elite paratroopers as ordinary infantry, isn't this a bit too extravagant? He could only say, "Don't worry, we will need you to parachute later, and there will be no shortage of battles." "Really?" The two paratroopers were overjoyed. "Yes, you are just non-commissioned officers, so you don't know. In 2 days, you will take a glider to seize a bridge, which is the key to whether we can advance quickly." The two paratroopers looked at each other and asked, "Are you talking about the Finny Valley Bridge?" Wang Zhong's expression became serious, thinking that there was a leak. "Yes, how did you know?" The paratrooper smiled, "We also read maps and make battle plans. After all, paratroopers need to fight behind enemy lines, and it is not surprising to encounter any situation when parachuting. When we studied the map, we thought that this Finny Valley Bridge might be captured by Comanda." "Comanda? Wang Zhong, is it the United Kingdom Superman who destroyed the Prosan people's supplies and shallow water heavy gunboats in Alexandria? They are just better trained." The paratrooper said, but his face was full of pride. "Wang Zhong, okay, I look forward to their performance. But if they don't show up, you will have to take the glider to seize the bridge. If we really have to attack, we guarantee to complete the mission." The Red Beret paratrooper said confidently. With such a reliable attitude, it is hard to believe that they are soldiers from the United Kingdom. That's not right. Even on Earth, special forces and paratroopers from the United Kingdom are more human-like and reliable. Wang Zhong nodded to the two of them. "Very good, are you going back now? Say hello to your commander for me and tell him that he did a good job." "Yes." Then the two paratroopers did not take the stairs, but flew down the water tower directly to the ground in parkour, rode away on a motorcycle. Aromeve was very dissatisfied with this. "Just get down the tower properly, why do you have to play tricks? Flashy." Wang Zhong looked at Aromeve and thought that I would ask Comanda from the United Kingdom to teach you tricks in the future, so I'd better not tell you. When the sun sets, there is only one local temple left in the entire Moha city that is still controlled by the Barris royal guards. Wang Zhong personally came to the temple and looked at the dog-headed statue from a distance. He was very upset. "Damn, the Barris plateau looks very much like the Egyptian Gobi desert. Why is the god worshipped so Egyptian?" Is it because that part of Egypt has now become Mamluk? Looking at this temple that is obviously misplaced from the earth, Wang Zhong muttered in his heart, could it be that the planet he is fighting on now is a world formed after someone on earth played a game of Civilization 6? The place where Egyptian civilization started ran to the Baris Plateau, and then robbed the Wonder Petra by the way? The Vortex destroyer of the 225th Division Tank Destroyer Battalion drove towards the temple, but suddenly there was fire and smoke inside the temple gate. An armor-piercing shell hit the front armor of the Vortex, was bounced up, and hit the building behind the Vortex. This shot actually left a scratch on the front armor of the Vortex giant. Wang Zhong looked down and saw an 88mm cannon hidden in the gate. So he shouted, this trajectory, and this gun sound, it's an 88mm cannon. Send 2 more vortexes, otherwise we may not be able to deal with it. As soon as he finished speaking, the second round came and hit the gun shield of the Vortex, which directly knocked the entire gun shield crooked. The 100mm gun was tilted high and stuck at an elevation angle of 20 degrees. The second Vortex drove out and fired at the gate. For a time, the whole gate was covered with smoke and dust raised by the explosion of high explosive bombs. The 2 dog-headed statues at the door were also wrapped in the dust, and they looked like they were glowing red under the orange-red sunset. Wang Zhong was shocked and hurriedly ordered, don't attack the statues. Avoid the statues. Later we have to convince the local tribes to help us. Hitting the statues can't explain it. At this time, the number 3 Vortex opened fire, and the grenade was shot into the gate close to the statues. Wang Zhong, don't hit the statues. The second grenade exploded, and then a chain explosion occurred. The roof of the entire temple was blown up to the sky, and then the main body of the temple collapsed, spreading to the surroundings like dominoes. The 2 statues at the door also fell and disintegrated. Wang Zhong's mouth opened into an O shape. At this time, he heard the voice of Colonel Benjamin of the United States from behind, General, I brought the local tribal leader. Wang Zhong turned around and looked at the kind-looking old man, this, that. The old man made a gesture of the Eastern Saint Church to Wang Zhong, and said in very standard ant language, our tribe has already believed in the secular sect, General, don't worry. That's easy. Wang Zhong relaxed and introduced himself, I am the Rokosov, nice to meet you. Chapter 462 Discussion on Mysticism, Update 981. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he looked at the local tribal leader in the light of the setting sun that was about to disappear. He found that the leader was wearing a very exquisite mechanical watch, which was obviously not something that could be produced in the backward country of Baris. Hello, the leader said, I am Baram, the leader of the local tribe. Thank you, General, for saving us from the water and fire. Wang Zhong, how did you save us from the water and fire? Is the royal family of Baris more anthropomorphic? Baram's wrinkled face twitched, and the wrinkles seemed to be squeezed together at once. Baris is a poor country, but the royal family lives a rich life. Our tribe accepts the secular concept, and we want to live a human life like the royal family. Live a human life, just a simple sentence, and it is indeed a bit empty, but to Wang Zhong, this simple wish is enough to be a motivation for resistance. But he immediately thought that the United Kingdom did not want to liberate the people of the tribe, and the plan they proposed was to change a king. Wang Zhong looked at Colonel Benjamin of the United Kingdom. The colonel smiled and said, I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, the brother we are going to recommend is concerned about the people and is ready for reform. That is why Patriarch Belinsky agreed to this candidate. Wang Zhong, I hope so. But now I am skeptical about the accuracy of your intelligence. Today we encountered the regular army of Proson. If it were not for the 393rd Marine Infantry Brigade and our anti-tank artillery unit that landed first, they would have been driven into the sea. If the landing was the 8,000-man infantry division that lacked training and had a serious shortage of officers, the Proson people would have been able to push the landing troops back into the sea. Colonel Benjamin, this level of intelligence error is acceptable in intelligence science. Considering the problem of transportation capacity, the number of Proson people in Baris will not be too large. And you see, they used our Crusader tanks and Matildas, and did not use the long-barreled number 4 A&D. Wang Zhong pointed to the collapsed temple, and the 88mm gun. If the vortex itself had not been so reliable in frontal armor, my elite tank soldiers would have suffered losses. I'm not sure it's an 88mm gun. Colonel Benjamin laughed. Wang Zhong, I'm 100% sure it's an 88mm gun. Do you think I'll call all high-powered artillery 88mm guns like the United States Army did? And call all powerful tanks Tigers, but this sentence was too advanced, so Wang Zhong didn't say it. Colonel Benjamin happily laughed at the United States with Wang Zhong, ha 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 ha, you also know that on the Mamluk front, the American advance team really mistook all the enemy's long-barreled artillery for 88mm guns. It seems that the United States Army misidentifies the enemy as a fixed plot, whether it is the Navy or the Army. The AIM Navy once identified the Nobuki destroyer that they encountered by chance as a Jinto-class light cruiser or a Mio-class heavy cruiser. The identification results of each ship in the entire fleet are different. Wang Zhong shook his head and continued to say to Bahram, "We need to advance to the capital as quickly as possible, and we need you to provide a guide." Bahram patted his chest, "Leave it to us, our best hunters and shepherds will serve you, and we can even guarantee that each company has a guide." "Thank you." Wang Zhong thought about it, and it seemed that there was nothing to say, so he decided to end the conversation. At this time, Bahram said, "General Rokosov, you must be careful of the witchcraft of the King's Grand Mage, be careful." Wang Zhong and his officers looked at each other, and then asked, "What witchcraft? Can the Grand Mage also summon plague?" Then he was defeated by penicillin. "Bahram, they can resurrect the dead and summon the army from hell." Wang Zhong frowned, turned his head and shouted, "Popov! Come on!" Popov came over quickly, "What's wrong? Call Sufang and Yetsemenko, oh yes, call the witch lady from the United Kingdom, and ask them to come quickly. I need some experts in mysterious things." Popov nodded, turned around and gave orders, and soon Sufang, Yetsemenko, Amelia, and Katyusha, who came with him for some reason, stood in front of Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, this Bahram said that the king's great wizard can resurrect the dead and summon the army from hell. What do you think?" Amelia spoke first. "The capture of the dead may be a stimulant, making the soldiers fearless and ferocious, and they will act like nothing happened after being injured, looking like the dead have been resurrected. When the United Kingdom went to war with the Zulu, I saw something similar. Of course, this stimulant may have a little mysterious element, but it can basically be regarded as a very strong stimulant." After Amelia finished speaking, Su Fang added, "To summon the army from hell, they may be dressed in strange clothes, poison the water, and put mushrooms in our food." Wang Zhong, forget the first one, there is a bit of fantasy, but the latter one, putting mushrooms, is too cheap, right? So the people in Yunnan are all magicians who can summon the army of hell? After eating mushrooms, dogs can talk, can see the dead, and there are green little people dancing everywhere. Su Fang shrugged. In Ant, the church systematically studied these legends in Ant. The strange figures in the forest are actually walking at night and mistaking the weird-looking tree branches for something else. The witchcraft of the wilderness which is too many mushrooms. Wang Zhong felt as if the crew of Into Science had torn apart space to catch up with him. Su Fang, actually, the druid witchcraft that summons the fog is considered reliable among the strange and chaotic things. After all, the fog is really coming. Wang Zhong, but those researchers couldn't summon heavy fog at all outside the Nanant grassland. Yes. Su Fang nodded. Amelia echoed, most of the so-called mysteries are just that. Wang Zhong, what about your supersensory ability? Amelia, it's hard for me to explain to you. I can feel the enemy's position. For example, if an enemy dives in my 6 o'clock direction, my heart will feel like I've been electrostatically shocked. Wang Zhong originally thought that Amelia's ability was like the third-person perspective in War Thunder, but now listening to her description, it seems more like the new humans in Gundam. Able to sense danger and even hostile people. But Wang Zhong was still a little worried, so he continued to ask, "Miss Amelia, are you really from the United Kingdom?" "Of course." Amelia said angrily, "Why do you ask like this and don't trust my resume?" It didn't look like she was lying at all, but Wang Zhong lacked the ability to recognize lies from beautiful women and couldn't tell the truth from lies. So Wang Zhong changed his question, "Is a situation like yours common among witches?" "It's quite common among witches, but it's not common among witches themselves." Wang Zhong confirmed again, "How many witches are there now?" "There are 100 on the surface, but I don't know how many there are secretly. This is the top secret of the United Kingdom and is well protected by the king's tailors." Wang Zhong thought to himself that if the 100 witches were all time travelers, they would have caused all kinds of earth-shaking changes, but the fact is that the only one who Wang Zhong guessed was a fellow villager was Saint Andrew. Amelia's abilities are not like Wang Zhong's plug-in. Maybe this plug-in is a unique welfare for time travelers. While Wang Zhong was thinking, little Katyusha couldn't help but ask, "Who is this eldest sister who looks like a foreigner's sister?" Amelia was shocked, "I'm only 20 years old." "Katyusha, this has nothing to do with age. So who are you, and why do you look so close to the general? Are you the general's lover?" "Wang Zhong, Katyusha, we are discussing business, don't interrupt." Katyusha pouted. It seems that after a year of war, the little girl's praying hands are still the same. At this time, Su Fang said, "I thought about our research records here, and there is another possibility. The so-called army from hell may be domesticated bears or orangutans. They just need to paint their hair into a terrifying state, and then give them stimulants, let them smell something with our scent, or deliberately spread something with a strong scent on our troops to lead them to attack us." Amelia snapped her fingers, "It is indeed possible, and these animals can carry infectious diseases such as malaria, causing epidemics of infectious diseases during the attack. Wang Zhong, I see, I probably know it well. Chapter 463 Moha Night. Just as the discussion came to an end, Yakov came over with a notebook. I have translated all the Prosen documents collected by the allied paratroopers. These documents mentioned a secret agreement, and the Prosen people should be based on this secret agreement. Barris entered quietly. Wang Zhong, how long have they been in? If it had been a long time since the Prosens had been in Barris, I would laugh at MI6. Yakov lowered his head to confirm the contents of his notebook and replied affirmatively, it has been a week since the Prosen troops entered the airport. Wang Zhong, then when did the 5th Division of the Royal Forest Army be replaced by Prosens? It's not written in the document, but it says that these troops at the airport were the second batch of troops to enter. It also said that they were supported by our own people who had been in Barris for a long time. Wang Zhong took the document and flipped through it quickly, then handed it to Popov. He raised his head and said to Yakov, go and see the headquarters of the occupied 5th Division of the Royal Forest Army to see if you can find anything valuable. Yes. Yakov saluted, turned, and ran away. Amelia, there are many inaccessible places in Barris. If an airport is built there and civilian airlines like Lufthansa transport the Prosens there, it would be normal for MI6 not to know about it. Wang Zhong shook his head, no, this lady, you take this too much for granted. After the Prosen people arrive, they need food, clothing, and a place to live. It is impossible for these things to be without traces. Professional intelligence agencies will definitely find out these clues. In fact, intelligence collection often does not require sneaking into dangerous places like in the 007 and Impossible Mission series. A lot of key intelligence is obtained by analyzing seemingly mundane public data. Amelia, I have no intention of excusing MI6, but Barris has not been the focus of our intelligence collection before. The United Kingdom has always regarded Barris as a subsidiary of Bahara, a force radiated by our power range, and we have almost no opponents within this range. After all, Ant had just finished the Civil War at that time. In the 20 years after the Civil War, Ant rarely showed any desire for expansion. After the Civil War, the secular faction has been committed to winning over the old peasants, eradicating the holy faction, and restricting the old aristocrats who gathered around the Tsar to regain their right to speak, etc. In this case, Ant really has no room for expansion. Wang Zhong, you mean that the Prosens came in too early, and that was the period when MI6 didn't pay attention to Barris? Isn't this just excusing MI6? I'm telling you the facts, Amelia said. At this time, Yakov ran back with an old-looking notebook. General, I found this on the desk of the suspected enemy's supreme commander. It's a log. You won't believe it. This log I started writing it 6 years ago, 6 years ago when the Prosens were secretly infiltrating Balas. Really? Wang Zhong snatched the notebook and looked at where it happened to be. Sure enough, the date was 909, 6 years ago. Good guy, no wonder the Prosen people call themselves the Vulture Legion. In the history of the Earth, Sandesi also practiced in Banya under the name of the Vulture Legion before starting to expand. Long before the people here invaded Melania and broke up with the Carolingians, they sent people to Barris in an attempt to extract teeth from the United Kingdom's sphere of influence. Amelia, look, at that time, MI6 probably didn't expect that the Prosens would actually come all the way to infiltrate Barris, and it deployed very little force here. As you said, detecting the truth from various clues requires manpower. Without manpower, there is no way to collect enough information, and there is no way to analyze the information in detail. Wang Zhong, in short, we have temporarily figured out why there are so many skin-changed Prosens. This situation reminded Wang Zhong of the third game in the Hearts of Iron series that he loved to play before time travel. In Hearts of Iron 3, there is a mechanism for volunteering to join the war. After volunteering to join the war, if your troops are sent to the territory of another country, the national flag will change to that country's. Computer players of the game especially like to take advantage of this mechanism. Wang Zhong often sees a large number of rescued enemy troops appearing on his own front. Yakov, there are still a lot of documents. I will work all night to translate them tonight. I will see if I can sort out something tomorrow, such as the total strength of the Vulture Legion. Okay. Wang Zhong looked at Yakov and expressed his recognition of his enthusiasm for work with his eyes and expressions. Pavlov will probably have to set up the headquarters all night today. You all should do your best. After speaking, Wang Zhong yawned greatly. Amelia showed a look of disdain. When your subordinates are working all night, you don't want to sleep, right? Wang Zhong, as a commander, my duty is to keep a clear head at all times so that I can respond quickly to battlefield conditions. So I must sleep, otherwise I will make a wrong judgment because of fatigue and sleepiness, and the troops will suffer heavy casualties. Amelia didn't answer and stared at Wang Zhong. Well, Wang Zhong said, actually, it's because I can't help much with these specific tasks. After all, Wang Zhong has not received professional staff training, and he can't even draw military maps well. Fortunately, he doesn't have to draw maps himself, otherwise he will definitely make a fool of himself. Without the help of plugins, Wang Zhong would be just an ordinary military fan. Amelia was a little surprised. You can't help with the specific work? Aren't you the dean of the Suvorov Military Academy? Wang Zhong, but I was ranked last when I was in the military academy. Amelia shook her head. No, I saw the information given by MI6, saying that you deliberately ranked last in the exam so that Crown Prince Ivan would not be ranked last. Your ability is so strong that you can get as many points as you want. Wang Zhong waved his hand hurriedly. No, that's just a rumor in Yebao. Anyway, I want to rest. Tomorrow I have to think about how to deal with the Hell Army summoned by the King's Great Wizard. The Prosan regular army that suddenly appeared can indeed be regarded as the Hell Army. Wang Zhong turned around and found that Nelly had been waiting not far behind him. So he asked, Nelly, is my place ready? Okay, please follow me. Wang Zhong sighed, there are still intact houses left in this city. Even the headquarters of the 5th Division of the Imperial Guard was hit by 2 vortex shells, and more than half of the house collapsed. It was necessary to dig out precious documents from the soil. Nelly, no, I didn't find a suitable house, so I set up a tent next to the headquarters built by Pavlov. I heard that it won't rain here at this season, so there should be no need to worry. Wang Zhong, tent. I haven't enjoyed this treatment for a long time. At least there is a warehouse to sleep in the Nanant grassland. The infrastructure of the Nanant grassland is poor, but it is still much better than that of Balas. After all, Auntie is still one of the great powers, and a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Nelly, let's go, please come this way. Wang Zhong always felt that his little maid and orderly was very anxious today. Was it to let him leave Su Feng and Amelia as soon as possible? He thought about it, but still didn't ask the question, and silently followed Nelly's pace. When Wang Zhong arrived at the tent, he found it was much more impressive than he had imagined, so he asked Nelly, did you build it yourself? Nelly shook her head, no, I hired a few workers to help build it. When they heard it was your tent, they worked very hard. Does my name have this effect? Nelly, come in, it's getting late now. Wang Zhong lifted the door curtain and lowered his head to get into the tent. There was a faint fragrance inside, which made people feel refreshed. Wang Zhong immediately found the source of the fragrance, a smoking incense burner. Wang Zhong suddenly thought of the magic of the Great Wizard that had just been discussed, and he shuddered and hurriedly turned back to ask Nelly, where did you get this incense burner? I prepared it. Nelly said, why, don't you like it? Wang Zhong, who gave you the incense burning in the incense burner? I bought it at a church store in China. There are many different flavors. Do you want me to change it? Wang Zhong, no, what kind of incense does a grown man's room need? You didn't prepare this for me before. Nelly, before leaving, I was strolling around the church store in Abawahan and saw this. The owner said that this can calm the nerves and improve sleep quality. I saw that you had serious dark circles under your eyes, so I bought it. Did I buy the wrong one? Because the scene of Nelly bowing her head to admit her mistake was too strange, Wang Zhong couldn't help but look at it for a few more seconds. Wang Zhong, okay, let's try the effect of incense today. He sat down on the camp bed, took off his shirt and covered it on the stool beside the bed, and then lay on his back on the bed. Wang Zhong looked at the ceiling of the tent and began to examine everything he encountered today. The sudden appearance of the Prosan army and the rumors about the King's Great Wizard, how come this expedition has become more complicated? Wang Zhong was thinking, and suddenly felt the wind blowing on him. He looked in the direction of the wind and saw Nelly gently waving a fan, sending waves of wind to Wang Zhong. Her posture reminded Wang Zhong of his childhood, when his mother fanned him with a fan because she was worried that she would catch a cold when she was young. At that time, Wang Zhong often fell asleep beautifully in the cool air, while his mother was exhausted and sweating. The memories that came over made Wang Zhong look at Nelly with a gentle expression. Nelly, why, do you want me to sing a lullaby for you? Wang Zhong, is there still this service? Then you sing it. Nelly looked disgusted, but still sang. Wang Zhong listened to Nelly's gentle singing and slowly fell asleep. At that moment, everything about the war was far away. Chapter 464 Are all the pilots in the United Kingdom monsters? August 29th, Moha City, 0400 hours. Wang Zhong got up earlier than usual, and then saw Nelly sitting on a small stool and falling asleep leaning against the table. In Wang Zhong's impression, Nelly was always awake and working tirelessly. So Nelly's sleeping face suddenly appeared in front of him, which made him feel very fresh. After staring at his face for a few seconds, Wang Zhong suddenly felt pity and felt that Nelly, who had been working so hard, should take a good rest. At this time, the wind suddenly poured in from the Tian-shaped opening of the tent, causing Wang Zhong to sneeze. Nelly hadn't woken up yet, and continued to sleep leaning on the table, breathing steadily. Wang Zhong picked up the towel and quilt on the camp bed and covered her. However, before he could turn around, the quilt slipped off Nellie's body and fell on the unclean ground. Tisk. Wang Zhong picked up the quilt, thought for a moment, and decided to carry Nellie to the camp bed so that he could cover her with the quilt and sleep more peacefully. It's still quite cold in the morning in Moha. If you sleep on the table like this, you may not only catch a cold but also suffer from a stiff neck. After making up his mind, Wang Zhong put the quilt at the end of the camp bed and picked up Nellie in a standard princess hug. Then before he could take a step toward the cot, Nellie opened her eyes. Wang Zhong was embarrassed. Good morning. Nellie rubbed her eyes, let out a long yawn, and then said in a calm tone, put me down. Wang Zhong put her down silently. Sorry, I wanted to put you on the camp bed so that the quilt wouldn't slip off. Yes, the quilt wouldn't slip. I just put the quilt on you and it slipped. Fortunately, slipping in the ant language will not lead to strange meanings, and Wang Zhong's explanation seems reasonable. Nellie, yeah, I know. After speaking, she tidied her clothes and tidied up Wang Zhong's camp bed. Wang Zhong stood nearby and looked at Nellie suspiciously. He was a little confused. Is it completely okay for the princess to hug Nellie while she was sleeping? Nellie suddenly stopped and looked at Wang Zhong. Why are you standing there? Your clothes are over there. Once you're done, go to the headquarters tent. Oh, okay. Wang Zhong quickly put on the general's clothes, rushed out of the tent and went straight to the headquarters. As soon as Pavlov saw Wang Zhongjian's tent at the headquarters, he said loudly, we figured out how the Prosens deceived MI6. Wang Zhong, how did you cheat? Pavlov, these Plosen people were originally stationed in a fishing village on the seaside to the west of the city. The fishing village is far away from transportation lines and has no deep water port, so almost no one passes by. After the Plosans arrived 6 years ago, they built barracks and training grounds there, and all the people in the fishing village were moved away. Wang Zhong, then. Pavlov, after the Balas royal family realized that we were going to overthrow him, they asked these Prosens and the 5th Division of the Guards Army originally stationed here to change defenses. MI6 thought it was a normal defense adjustment. This was Balas. It is a common practice of the Sri Lankan royal family not to let a troop stay in one place for too long. Then we met. Wang Zhong, how could such a crude plan escape the investigation of MI6 and the church tribunal? Popov, to be fair, the Inquisition has focused on Prosen since the year it began to expand. Baras is just an insignificant small country, so it's normal that it didn't notice it. And the tribunal probably thought that military intelligence the 6th office will be watching. Amelia, maybe MI6 thinks so too. After all, Moha is close to you, and you will play the leading role in the landing. Naturally, you should also be responsible for the investigation before the landing. Wang Zhong, okay, don't worry about this. These Prosens were all wiped out by us. So how many Prosens did we eliminate yesterday? Pavlov, we destroyed 2 regiments of Prosens, took 2,000 prisoners, and took in more than 2,000 wounded. Wang Zhong, the naval infantry performed well. Let's add 1 more spot for them to apply for gold stars, no, 3 more. Pavlov, okay. In addition, we killed more than 1,000 Balas soldiers last night, and most of them were sent to die by the Prosens as cannon fodder. After getting information about their original location from the Prosens, I sent an armored force westward along the beach to find the real 5th Division of the Guards that had switched defenses with the Prosens. They just reported that the building was empty, and Baras's 5th Division ran away with their weapons after learning that the Plosans were defeated. After Pavlov finished speaking, Yakov was overjoyed. Great, the enemy was scared to pieces by us and dispersed. Wang Zhong shook his head solemnly. No, if the enemy runs away in an organized manner with weapons, it is not called a rout. Yakov, there's something wrong with my expression. Don't make me pick up shit again. Wang Zhong did not answer, but turned to look at Amelia. We need to use aerial reconnaissance to confirm the location of the fleeing enemy. Miss Amelia, is it appropriate for you to continue to stay here as an air force? Why not go to the airport and take off in person to help? How about we find the enemy? Amelia saluted Wang Zhong. Report, I didn't set off because my plane was not expected to arrive until 12 noon today. I have not received training in driving Yak or P-47. In order to prevent me from being unfamiliar with driving, the United Kingdom the aircraft was shot down by the enemy and I was prohibited from flying any aircraft other than the Spitfire's clipped wings. Wang Zhong, okay, Pavlov, give the order to the airport, and anyone can set out to investigate as soon as possible. At this time, Yakov suddenly interrupted the conversation. Wait a minute, didn't a local tribal leader come to us yesterday? What was his name? Baram. Wang Zhong answered casually. Yes, Baram, why don't we ask the local tribe to help with reconnaissance? They are familiar with the terrain. Even if the 5th Division hides, the locals should be able to find it. Yakov said excitedly. Amelia, indeed. Aerial reconnaissance is not very useful for people who are good at camouflage. Sometimes even a cloak of the same color as the environment can block the sight of the pilot in the air. Wang Zhong, okay. But a ballast unit, let the armored unit sent to the west continue to chase. Our main goal is to go south as soon as possible. The next checkpoint is the Finny Valley Bridge. When can our troops set off? Pavlov, the vanguard of the 51st Tank Army can set off at noon today. I have reinforced this tank brigade with 1.5 infantry regiments. Each T-34 carries an infantry squad forward. Very good. This time it's our turn to race against time. We must be quick. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he changed the subject. When will we move forward? We can't move forward so quickly, otherwise the troops will not know where to send messengers when they encounter communication interruption. Pavlov sighed, you are already a general, rounded up to the commander of the front, and you should get used to your headquarters staying in one place for a long time. When you become the commander of the front, will your headquarters continue to move forward with the vanguard troops? This era does not have a C4I command system as convenient as in later generations. In order to process a large amount of intelligence and maintain the operation of the entire army, the front headquarters itself may have a staff of thousands or tens of thousands of people, which is indeed very troublesome to move. Wang Zhong looked miserable, so how long do we have to live in the tent? Pavlov, why, do you hate living in a tent? It's okay, it will be soon. Suddenly, the phone rang loudly, and Pavlov picked up the receiver. Hello? Brother Peter? I know. He put down the receiver and shouted, enemy planes are rushing towards us, prepare for air defense. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of a hand-cranked air defense alarm came from outside. Then the sound of anti-aircraft gunfire rang out. Pavlov had indeed arranged everything perfectly. Suddenly, Amelia ran out of the tent. Wang Zhong did not follow her out, but cut to a bird's-eye view, watching Amelia rush onto the number 422 tank parked next to the headquarters, pick up the anti-aircraft machine gun, and calmly load it. This tank seemed to be designed to allow Wang Zhong to charge at any time, and even the anti-aircraft machine gun was loaded with live ammunition and ready for battle at any time. Amelia looked up at the sky for a while, and turned the machine gun to the east. Just at this time, the phone rang again, and Pavlov picked up. Headquarters. Where are you from? Due east? Why didn't I hear it before? Got it. He threw down the microphone and said to Wang Zhong, two sounds suddenly appeared in the east. They were the enemy's Bf-110 heavy fighters. They may have used the valley to hide their engine sounds just now, so Brother Peter didn't hear it. Wang Zhong looked at Amelia in the yard again. It was amazing. Isn't this the ability of the new humans in the Gundam animation? Sensing where the real danger will come from. At this moment, Amelia opened fire, and the tracer bullet shot directly into the sky. Wang Zhong hurriedly followed the trajectory of the tracer bullet to find the enemy plane, and indeed saw two Bf-110s flying at ultra-low altitude. The tracer bullet flew over the heads of the two enemy planes, as if announcing I have found you. But the Plauson heavy fighter remained unmoved and continued to fly along the original course. No, the flames spewing from the exhaust ports of their engines have increased significantly, and the Plauson people have turned on the engine afterburner. At this time, Wang Zhong's body could also hear the roar of the engine, and the enemy plane was obviously about to fly. If the enemy shoots at the large tent on the ground. Amelia fired again, and the trajectory of the tracer bullet just swept across the path of the enemy plane. The enemy plane flying in front was hit several times immediately, and Wang Zhong could see the bullet holes on the enemy plane's fuel tank, and the black fuel leaking out. But the self-sealing fuel tank quickly blocked the bullet holes. Amelia continued to shoot. At this time, the enemy plane should have entered her visual contact range, so this wave of shooting was more accurate, and all the bullets hit the left engine of the lead plane, and soon the left engine caught fire. The lead plane began to lose power and fell to the ground. Amelia turned to the wingman, but this time the Proson decisively gave up the attack and took an evasive maneuver, avoiding the trajectory of the tracer bullet and turning to an ultra-low altitude to break away. The shot-down leader hit the ground and plowed a long scratch on the ground. After finally stopping the taxiing, the burning engine exploded and the entire wing broke apart. After the air raid, Pavlov counted the losses and came to Wang Zhong with a frown. The 51st Army will not set off until tomorrow morning. He said, and according to the scheduled plan, Commando will raid the Finny Valley Bridge tonight. Wang Zhong, I remember that it takes about 3 hours for the tanks to move at full speed from here to the Valley Bridge. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Pavlov nodded, that should be the case. After all, according to intelligence, the enemy guarding the bridge is only a reinforced battalion with about 1,000 soldiers. If the Commando can take it down, it should be no problem to hold it until tomorrow noon. If it can't be taken down, it won't be too late to attack after our vanguard arrives. We are just worried that the enemy will blow up the bridge. Wang Zhong said confidently, don't worry, Commando will be fine. Chapter 465, Finney Valley Bridge, Update 1081. Commando Squad Commander Jonathan used a telescope to observe the target, the Finney Valley Bridge. Behind him was a pile of Cochioscoparia, a plant of the Amaranthaceae family that looked like a bunch of green wool balls, which was the main provider of green on the Barris Plateau. The commandos led by were all hidden among the Cochioscoparia. Except for a few people in charge of vigilance, the others were resting and began to chat casually. Damn it, the vacation we agreed on is gone. We just raised the supply of the desert fox in the hope of occupying Alexandria in Alexandria, and now we are thrown into this barren place. Yeah, even if we don't get a vacation, let us pick up more girls in Lokai. The women in Lokai are just a little dark, very beautiful. Jonard looked back at his complaining subordinates. I promise you, we will go home for vacation after taking this mission. The subordinates booed in distrust. Big Joe, I believe everything you say. Even if you say that we are going to kill Emperor Proson today, the brothers will believe that you can do it, but as for the vacation, can you tell me when you have fulfilled your promise? Jonard shook his head helplessly. The subordinates were still teasing. In fact, we don't distrust you, old Joe, we distrust the officers. Well, you are an officer, mine. Anyway, they will not honor the vacation. At this time, the scout Gonif in the platoon said, Old Joe, why don't you bring your long sword? Is that strange-looking scimitar a souvenir? Jonard, I don't know where my long sword fell when I retreated from Alexandria. I was going to go back to the country and find a swordsmith to get one, but we didn't go back to the country, so I got a ready-made Mamluk scimitar from the swordsmith in Lokai. The stone statue guarding the palace also uses this. Gonif, is it useful? I don't know, I haven't tried it on the heads of the Prosens yet. Maybe I'll try it on the heads of the Barris tonight. As he was talking, a three-wheeled motorcycle came all the way from the direction of the bridge with a rumbling sound, and stopped after turning around the small mound where Jonard and his men were hiding. Colonel Hoffman, who helped Jonard and his men sneak into the military port in Alexandria before, jumped off his motorcycle. This time he was wearing a set of officer uniforms of the Barris Royal Guards, and a coat that looked like the leather jacket of the Plausen motorcycle troops. Jonard, what do you mean, Colonel Hoffman? The disguise master codenamed Doctor shook his head. Don't mention it, the people guarding the bridge are not Barris people, but Proson people. Genuine Proson people, but they are dressed like Barris people. The intelligence before the operation said that there are only 1,000 to 2,000 retired Proson instructors in Barris. Damn it. I saw at least 500 at the bridge. Jonard, did you successfully go in for reconnaissance? No. The Proson people looked down on me and wouldn't let me in. Jonard, it seems that frontal reconnaissance won't work. Gonif, it's your turn, see if you can sneak in. Okay. Gonif stood up and took off all his equipment, leaving only a dagger on his body. Jonard warned, be sure to find out whether the enemy has installed bombs on the bridge and where the bomb control device is. Gonif saluted, then ran with his back crouched, and quickly disappeared in the group of Kogia. The doctor stood beside Jonard. If he runs over like this, it will be night when he comes back. Isn't that just right for our action? Jonard said, I know Gonif, he won't mess it up. His only flaw is that he can't speak Prosen, otherwise he can complete many tasks alone. At this time, someone among the subordinates laughed, let Gonif learn Prosen? You are so whimsical, boss, he can't even speak Angsa fluently, and he is at a loss for slightly difficult words. Jonard, I know. He doesn't look like he will learn well. The doctor changed the subject, so what should we do now? Jonard, wait, don't act rashly without specific information. As he said this, he took out a cigarette box from his arms, opened it, took out a cigar, bit off one end, struck a match and lit it carefully, then held it in his mouth and took a deep breath. Time seemed to pass quickly in the faint smoke of the cigar. When Jonard lit up the umpteenth cigar, night fell, and Gonif stumbled back. I've basically figured it out. He said, give me the map. Jonard immediately took out the full map of the bridge and surrounding fortifications provided by MI6 before the operation. Gonif, I didn't find a chance to cross the bridge, so I don't know what's going on the other side, but I've figured out this side. We have not only 6 machine guns on this side, but also anti-aircraft guns. I've seen the firing range, and these anti-aircraft guns can be laid flat and fired. Boss, we can't attack this place by ourselves. But if we seize these weapons first, it can help us inflict heavy damage on the enemy. Jonard, did you find the explosives for blowing up the bridge? I found it. I don't know how many were laid, but they were all attached to the bottom of the steel frame of the bridge. I followed the detonation line of the explosives to find the detonator and found it in the bridgehead on the right side of the bridge. There are Proson people on duty inside. I don't understand Proson language and I don't dare to go in. Gonaa said as he drew all the above content on the map distributed by MI6. The doctor scolded, sure enough, the map in our hands is inaccurate. Just get used to it. Jonard said, Gonif, you go back and find a way to get some military uniforms. This time the doctor will pretend to be an officer Prasen, who was sent here like them, wearing a ballast. Officer Prasen in Sri Lankan uniform. Let's go there in the car. Gonif took the big package from behind and pushed it to Jonard. Do you think these are enough? Jonard seemed to have expected it and smiled. I knew you wouldn't come back empty-handed. Thieves don't make mistakes. Gaunifo said with a smile. Then we're going to disguise ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers on guard on the north side blew their whistles. Jonard turned around and asked, What's wrong? The sentry began to make gestures. After a round of gestures, Jonard frowned. The troops are coming from the north? Why this time? No, the landing operation has already begun. These are the defeated troops. Didn't you say that the person who attacked was Rokosov? Didn't he say that he rarely defeated enemies, but only annihilated them? No one could answer him, because no one was familiar with the real Rokosov. Jonard stood up and hurried to the northern sentry post. As a result, he saw the enemy without even waiting for the telescope, because all the enemy's cars had their headlights on. Dry. At this time, the convoy was approaching the hill where the commandos were hiding. Jonard could only turn around and order everyone to lie down and hide among the kochia. So such a large commando detachment disappeared into the early night. In fact, Jonard and the others were overthinking it. The team was just running away and had no time to pay attention to the surrounding situation. This brigade with their headlights on went straight to the bridgehead, but were stopped by the guard box next to the bridgehead. You can vaguely hear the Plosan language floating in the air, and some people are using ballast to curse with the Plosan people, regardless of whether they understand it or not. After listening for a while, the doctor said, the Barras wanted to cross the bridge, but the Pulasans told them to go back quickly and continue fighting the invaders. Jonard sneered, You think we are just a united kingdom? We have indeed done a lot of dirty things, but Ant was invaded by you. The surrounding commando players all looked at Jonard. Jonard, am I wrong? In Burma and Babylon, we even used poison gas to suppress our enemies. Doctor, are you a secularist? Jonard shut up. After a brief silence, he said, the plan has changed. Can you think of a way to persuade the Plosans to let the Barras pass? Then we will hide under these trucks and cross the bridge, hiding in key locations. The doctor thought for a while and said, I can give it a try. Gonif pushed a pile of military uniforms in his hand towards him. Military uniforms, top colonel, pick whatever you want. No, the doctor shook his head, I am in the most suitable body now. When I go down to mediate the conflict, you can take this opportunity to hide under the car. Jonard, divide into two groups. Those who don't know Prosen and are not good at acting, crawl under the car. The others change into military uniforms and follow Gonif and sneak in from the path he took. Start taking action. So the commanders of a platoon immediately split up and took action. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 466 Special Operations. After the doctor got on the motorcycle, he said to the commando team member who was driving, Wait for a while I finish my transformation. After that, he took out the makeup box and opened it, took off his military hat and hung it on the rearview mirror of the motorcycle. He took off his glasses and put them on his lap, and started to operate the mirror of the makeup box. The motorcyclist watched the doctor's operation, his eyes gradually widened, and finally his mouth opened as if he had seen a ghost. After completing the operation, the doctor put the eyebrow pencil into the makeup box, slammed the box shut, and looked at the driver, Don't act so ignorant, your wife will do the same thing. I'm not married yet. The driver answered honestly. The doctor stopped and looked at the driver, Then what if you die in such a dangerous mission? The driver smiled and said, Then the United Kingdom will have one less crying woman, wouldn't it? Doctor thought for a while and smiled, You are right to say that, but our Captain Jonard took the time to get married after returning from his first mission. That's because love has come to your door. If I can make newspaper headlines and become a household name, I should also get married. Are you ready? Wait a minute. The doctor put away his makeup box, put his old IDs into his bag, dug out a new set of IDs and put them in his pocket, then put on his glasses and military cap. Okay, let's go. The driver stepped on the accelerator and the motorcycle roared out of the hiding place, joined the traffic on the road, and speeded beside the long queue of trucks, quickly passing 7 or 8 trucks. They passed a checkpoint that directed traffic. The captain who guarded the checkpoint stepped aside and made way as soon as he saw the rank of doctor. Because everyone's attention was on the motorcycles, no one at the checkpoint saw a group of people take advantage of the newly falling night to cross the shoulder of the road and get under the truck. Soon, the motorcycle arrived at the bridgehead gate and stopped in front of the officer blocking the road. The doctor got out of the car. Without speaking, he took out the gold-plated cigarette case, took out the cigarette and inserted it into the long cigarette holder. He held his cigarette holder in his mouth, came to the officer blocking the road, and looked at the officer meaningfully. It was Major Prasen. He didn't realize that the doctor was the colonel just now. He didn't even notice that the license plate of the motorcycle had not been changed. The major hesitated for a while, but took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for the doctor. The doctor took a hard sip and asked in a curry-flavored Prasen language, "What's going on? You blocked the retreating troops here to block your firing range? The ant people are very good at it. Hand-to-hand combat. The long convoy indeed blocked the machine gun firing range of the bridgehead, and the anti-aircraft guns could not cover the road even if they were flat. The ant infantry could safely rush to close range." The major looked at the convoy and shook his head. "The order we received is not to let anyone pass, but I don't want these people to block our firing range, so please let them go back. It's useless to tell me." As soon as he finished speaking, the commander of Barris's army shouted, 100,000 ant troops came up on the beach. Actually there were not, and hundreds of tanks, there were not that many. We will die if we go. Their general is that Rokosov, someone who ran away saw it with his own eyes. Rokosov held up a red flag, and the eyes of the troops passing him immediately glowed red. The major sneered, "This is superstition. How can Rokosov be such a god? He was just beaten away from Ysk by the Empire and lost more than half of his troops. He is nothing more than that. This is Prasen's propaganda strategy, which is similar to Earth's battle base camp report and destroying 100 million enemies and occupying the treasure island. There should be more such situations in the future. Doctor, look at their morale. No, they won't go back. You should report this situation to your commander and let them pass, so that your firing range can be freed and they can flee inland," said maybe by running they will regain their confidence and become friendly forces that share the Empire's worries. The Prasen thought for a moment, turned and walked to the phone at the checkpoint, picked up the phone and said, "Pick up Colonel Le Pen. Colonel, now that the retreating Barris army has blocked our firing range, should we let them pass first? Bridge. They can't help it all now. If the Enters come over, they may attack our defense line and step on landmines and other things." Yes, they were frightened by Ant and that Rokosov. Yes, they swore that Rokosov was in Barris. Okay, salute to you. After hanging up the phone, Major Prasen came to the doctor. Major agreed. "However, I suddenly remembered that your identity has not been confirmed yet. Please." The doctor took out his ID. "Your request is legitimate." "This is my ID." The major frowned. "This is Barris language. You should have a temporary ID that we can understand, the kind printed on paper." The doctor took out a ring with the royal symbol of Barris. "You should be able to understand this, right?" Officer Barris was so frightened that he took a step back and knelt on the ground. "Your Highness." Major Prasen glanced at the Barris and stood at attention and saluted the doctor. "I'm sorry, it's His Royal Highness." Doctor shook his head. "It's normal. We have so many princes, right? It's not surprising that there is one who is willing to run to the front line. Can we let our army pass?" Major Prasen nodded, "Of course." He turned to the soldiers and ordered, "Move the roadblock. Let it go." The Prasen people are well trained and can remove all roadblocks within 10 seconds. The kneeling officer Barris looked at the doctor with gratitude. "Your Highness, your great kindness will never be forgotten. Let's go." The doctor waved his hand. In fact, he was worried about people asking which prince are you? And wished that the Balas people would leave as soon as possible, leaving only the Prasen people to fool them. The convoy passed the checkpoint and headed towards the bridge. The Prasen soldiers on the bridge had obviously received the order and did not intercept the convoy. Everyone's attention was focused on the convoy. Even the Prasen sentry on the outer sentry tower was watching the Barris truck pass by, and did not see the commandos crossing the minefield in the dark at all. On the convoy side, the moment the 6th truck drove onto the bridge, the soldier at the bridgehead looked at the next car, and the soldier on the bridgehead was blocked by the truck. At this moment, a figure emerged from under the car and rushed into the building. In the shadow. After the black shadow got out of the car, he went directly under the bridge to the other side of the bridge and found the detonating wire of the explosive. He took out his engineering shears and cut the wire with a click. At this time, the searchlight from across the river valley shone over, and the black shadow quickly retracted into the shadow of the bridge pier. Trucks are still passing on the bridge. On the other side of the bridge, black figures kept jumping out of the car in the blind spot of Prasen's vision and rolling into the shadows. At the same time, Commandant, who had sneaked in, touched the minefield and barbed wire fence. Sentinel Hans was lazily smoking when someone tapped him on the shoulder. He was so shocked that he thought it was an officer coming to check the sentry, so he dropped his cigarette on the ground. But when he turned around and found that he was a soldier like himself, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, you scared me to death." Then his mouth was gagged, and a pair of iron hands strangled his throat from behind. After a few seconds, his neck snapped with a snap, and he stopped struggling. Hans was dragged into the shadows, and another sentry, half a head taller than him, stood in his position, staring at the surroundings alertly. Several heavily armed commandars passed by the sentries. On the doctor's side, when he saw that the convoy was almost finished, he said to Major Proson, "Where is your commander? I want to see him." The major hurriedly said, "It's in the barracks over there, the building with the Barras flag hanging at the door." After all, these Proson troops are still wearing Barras's military uniforms, so naturally they also hang Barras flags. At this time, the doctor had already seen the Commando team members hiding in the shadows and preparing to occupy the checkpoint, so he said, "Take me there. Take the commander away, and the troops will be slower to respond to attacks later." And the Plozans do abide by discipline, but that doesn't mean they won't desert when no officers are around. The major looked embarrassed. "I should hold on here." "Doctor, what does it matter? Nothing will happen in these few seconds." The major thought for a while and nodded, "Okay, I'll take you there. Herman, you take command." A staff sergeant with 2 battle wound medals saluted the major, "Got it." Although these Plosians were wearing Barras's military uniforms, they refused to give up their medals. The sergeant still wore an iron cross in the collar of Barras's uniform. The doctor took another look at the sergeant, and then followed the major inside. Upon seeing this, the motorcycle driver quickly parked his motorcycle to the side and followed with a submachine gun. The major looked at the driver warily. "This is Doctor, my guard, he can't speak. I bought him from the slave market. He knows Sarah's Kung Fu." The driver quickly said Ada and made some gestures. The major had an incomprehensible expression. "Doctor, wouldn't your Prince Prasen hire these strange people?" The major shook his head. "Your Majesty is still young and not even married yet." "I see, he must be a good and clean emperor," the doctor said, carefully observing the effects of the rainbow fart. Obviously the effect was very good, and the major agreed from the bottom of his heart, "Yes, your Majesty made Proson greater than ever before. He conquered the entire Europa." "Doctor, that means Ant will be conquered within half a year, right?" "Of course." The propaganda minister said that as long as Abavahan is captured, Ant will surrender, because they will not have enough oil for heating and will freeze to death. "Doctor, that's it." The group of people chatted like this until they entered the headquarters and reached the commander's office. As soon as he entered the office, the major introduced, "Colonel Hawk, this is, what do you call His Highness the Prince?" Just as the doctor was about to answer, there was a sudden explosion outside. Colonel Hawk turned his head and looked outside, and immediately pressed the alarm button on the table. A shrill alarm sounded immediately. The major turned around to run out of the room and return to his fighting position, but the prince's mute bodyguard had already locked the door and fired at him with his submachine gun. The major was shot 6 times and fell backward. Colonel Hawk drew his pistol, but was knocked away by the doctor with his cane. Then the doctor put on the ring with the royal seal of Barras and punched the colonel in the face. The colonel's entire jaw tilted sideways, and 2 teeth flew out and bounced against the wall. As his teeth hit the ground, the colonel leaned against the wall and slowly slid down. The mute guard asked, "Where did you get this ring?" "Doctor, the souvenirs sold in the royal capital cost 1 shilling and 21 pence each." Chapter 467 Bloody Night. Time goes back a little, to 3 minutes before the battle. Jonard, in his military uniform, swaggered towards the bridgehead. Because everyone's attention was on the convoy, no one thought there was anything wrong with him. There was a guard at the entrance of the bridgehead. When he saw Jonard coming, he raised his right hand to make a stop gesture, and then questioned something in Plossan. Jonard showed the guard the snacks and wine in his hand. These were actually stolen from the canteen of the bridge guarding troops after entering. Seeing the food, the guard was even more confused, but Jonard made a hush gesture. The guard looked at the gesture and thought for a second, as if he had figured something out, and directly opened the door and made a go-in gesture. Jonard entered the bridgehead, closed the door, and locked it with his backhand. The gate of this kind of fortress can be locked from the inside, and it cannot be opened even if there is a key from the outside. He put the food on the table. Private Plossan, who was looking out of the firing port, turned around when he heard the sound and saw the food first. He said something happily and came over to pick up a sausage. Only then did the soldier notice that Jonard was a stranger and was stunned. Without saying a word, Jonard drew out his scimitar and slashed down. The private immediately covered his throat and fell backwards. Jonard grabbed the private who was about to fall, carefully put him on the chair beside the table, and quietly climbed up to the 2nd floor of the tower with the scimitar. A sergeant was sitting at the table writing something, probably a letter home, and he didn't notice that Jonard had come up. So Jonard slashed the sergeant's back with a knife, and the blade of the scimitar was all immersed in the sergeant's body at once. The sergeant tried hard to turn back, but his body was no longer under his control. He could only turn his eyes to the limit and look at Jonard from the corner of his eyes. Jonard drew out his scimitar and slashed the sergeant's neck again, completely separating his head from his body. He picked up the oilcloth on the table and began to wipe the blood off the machete. At this time, birds chirped outside. Jeannard quickly put away the machete, returned to the first floor, opened the door, and then the person outside pushed the body of the sentry into the door and said, "The doctor took the commander of the enemy post away. Several of us are in place. You use the machine gun to initiate the action signal." "Got it," Jeannard said. The man outside glanced at Jeannard. "Can you use a machine gun? I just like to use cold weapons. I'm not crazy and can't use hot weapons." "Don't worry. I also throw grenades. In addition, there are 3 machine guns in this tower. You can bring 2 more people." The person outside decisively turned his head and whispered, "Philip. Come here quickly, the 3 of us will guard the bridgehead." Soon, a fully armed Commando team member entered the door, and then the person who was talking outside also flashed in. Jeannard quickly closed the door and locked it, and then the 3 of them pushed the cabinet next to them together to block the door. Then the 3 rushed to the top platform of the tower. There was also a searchlight on the tower, but it was fixed to illuminate the direction of the gate and provide light for the gate. Jeannard smiled and said, "Great, we will use this light to blind the enemy later so that they can't aim at us and shoot." "Okay. Then, Big Joe, let's start." Jeannard nodded and lay down in front of the machine gun. This was not the Maxim, but the MG34 of the Prosan people. Fortunately, Jeannard had learned how to use the Prosan people's weapons. He directly checked the bolt, adjusted the handwheel of the tripod, and finally aimed the muzzle at the gate post. As a result, he hadn't fired yet, and the other side of the bridge fired first. It was the sound of the Sten submachine gun. The convoy of the Barras troops had just passed, and the surroundings had just quieted down, so the gunshot sounded particularly abrupt. Jeannard immediately pulled the trigger, and the Prosan people's machine gun immediately issued a gunshot that made many Allied soldiers PTSD, and the fire line woven by tracer bullets swept across the entrance post of the defense zone. Jeannard was sure that he had knocked down at least 5 Prosans, while the others lay on the ground in a well-trained manner. But the machine gunner at the checkpoint immediately turned his gun around and fired at the tower, but because the searchlight was too bright, he couldn't aim and missed all the shots. The next moment, the Prosan machine gunner heard the sound of the grenade safety lever popping out. Prosan's grenades are all pull type, and the fuse can be lit by pulling the pull ring, while the Allied grenades are pulled out of the safety pin and let go. The safety lever will be bounced by the spring, and the firing pin will hit the primer to ignite the fuse. So when the Allied grenade is triggered, there will be a crisp ding sound, and then the safety lever will fly high. The shooter looked back and saw the grenade flying at his feet. The explosion threw him out of the bunker. The commandos who came out of the darkness fired with Sten submachine guns, forming crossfire with machine guns, and quickly cleared the entire checkpoint. At this time, a shrill alarm sounded from the direction of the main barracks, and a large number of Prosan soldiers wearing Barras uniforms rushed out of the barracks and rushed to their battle positions in a well-trained manner. Jeannard on the bridgehead turned his gun and fired at the barracks, knocking down 7 or 8 people at the time. Then the Prosan people threw smoke bombs. Jeannard didn't care at all, and used his memory to block the dormitory building with a machine gun. However, this did not stop the Prosan people from forming a formation to encircle the bridgehead. In the direction of the checkpoint, the Commando team members seized the machine guns and fired at the Prosan people, forming a crossfire with the bridgehead. Jeannard shouted while shooting, "Quick, bullets! Martin bullets!" Martin climbed up from the bridgehead carrying 2 large barrels of bullets, and reminded, "It's time to change the barrel." Jeannard looked at the barrel that was already red, shook his head, "Never mind, we won't use it all the time anyway, it's broken." Martin put down the ammunition and took out the kettle, "I'll pour some water on you." The water in the kettle evaporated the moment it fell on the barrel, and a large amount of water vapor even burned Jeannard's eyes, but he still didn't stop shooting, and the last section of the machine gun was quickly eaten up. He opened the pressure plate, load. Martin stuffed the new belt into the bolt. At this time, the Prosan people shouted from below the tower. Jeannard was about to cover the pressure plate, and when he looked up, he saw a wooden-handled grenade flying towards his face. He immediately raised his hand to catch the grenade and threw it back. The grenade exploded as soon as it fell into the night, and the screams of the Prosan people were heard below. Martin helped Jeannard close the pressure plate and shouted, "Okay." Jeannard started shooting again. Martin pulled the trigger and threw the grenade down to blow up the enemies who had already touched the tower. At this time, George, who was also shooting with a machine gun behind the 2 men, shouted, "Reload! Here it comes! Do you want to cool your barrel? This is Maxim, it has water cooling. You got the wrong ammunition, brother. Damn, you should have told me that this is Maxim." Jeannard had no time to care about the 2 people behind him. He fired about 30 more rounds and saw another grenade flying towards his cheek. So he caught the wooden-handled grenade again and threw it back with his backhand. As soon as this one exploded, another one came up next to it. John simply picked up the engineer's shovel next to him and used it as a badminton racket to hit the grenade back. This one hadn't exploded yet, and the third one came up again. John could only continue to swing the shovel and couldn't fire at all. Suddenly, there was an explosion on the first floor. It was estimated that a Proson man threw a grenade in through the firing hole on the first floor. However, there was no one on the first floor. Suddenly, the anti-aircraft artillery position next to him opened fire. The 20mm machine guns were firing around the bunker, knocking down all the enemies surrounding the tower. Well done! John shouted in the direction of the anti-aircraft gun, be careful, they will outflank you. He was answered by the sound of the Sten submachine gun, and Commander had already occupied the position around the anti-aircraft gun position. The 20mm machine guns defeated the Plausen defenders, and the siege of the bridgehead was resolved in an instant. Suddenly, a Maxim heavy machine gun in the attic of the Plausen dormitory opened fire. The target was the anti-aircraft gun position. The two commanders operating the 20mm machine guns were immediately shot and fell to the operating position. Although the commander carrying the shells immediately lay down, he was still shot in the back. The Plausen machine gunner, who had the height advantage, began to throw fire, suppressing the commander in the direction of the anti-aircraft gun position and unable to move. John turned his gun and fired at the attic, but unfortunately his angle could not hit the machine gunner who was hiding in the attic wall. At this time, the heroic commander team member appeared on the roof. He waved to John, obviously asking John to stop firing. John just ran out of ammunition, so he pulled the compression plate to remove the empty ammunition chain. John stopped firing, but the Prosons on the ground also found Commander on the roof and began to focus fire with the Mauser 98K in their hands. John immediately replaced the new ammunition chain and began to suppress the group of Prosons. Before he could completely suppress the enemy, Commander on the roof stood up. The 98K bullet broke the tiles under his feet, and it was obvious that the shooter did not adjust the scale properly. Commander advanced in the constantly flying bullets, and flew to the attic window, took out 2 grenades, bit the pull ring with his teeth, and pulled out the safety pin. He held a grenade in each hand, released the safety lever at the same time, threw the left grenade into the room first, and when he was about to throw the right grenade, a bullet hit him. The young commander had a painful look on his face, but he still struggled to throw the grenade in his right hand. Almost at the moment when the grenade entered the room, the 2 grenades exploded at the same time, and the machine guns were blown out of the window by the grenades and smashed on the ground. The commander's soldier collapsed beside the window, and the 98K bullets continued to hit him around. The tiles were constantly broken and could not support the weight of the soldier, so he slowly slid down the roof and fell to the ground, falling together with the machine gun. John saw the scene after the grenade exploded. He stood up, removed the machine gun from the tripod and held it in his hand, roaring and shooting at the enemy. Martin was shocked to see the scene and shouted, "It's more accurate to put it on the tripod." John, oh. Big Joe, calm down. Chapter 468, Fighting All Night, Update 1181. I don't know if the Prosons were frightened by John's momentum. Anyway, their firepower has become thinner visibly to the naked eye. Of course, 98K cannot produce much dense firepower. The Proson infantry squad was mainly organized around machine guns. As a result, all the machine gun positions that had been set up were now occupied by Commander, so the Prosons only had the automatic firepower of the submachine guns in the hands of the team's non-commissioned officers. Apparently the Prosons were not used to fighting without machine guns. Chouinard drained his bullets, lay down again, and yelled, "Reload! Your barrel has melted. That machine gun is useless." Martin shouted. Only then did Johnad realize that the barrel of the gun was indeed dead, and it sizzled when it hit the sandbag. He cursed, picked up his submachine gun, and fired at the Prosons who began to outflank them again. The Prosons fired back with 98K, and Johnard's beret was knocked away. He climbed down and cursed, "Damn it, the Sten submachine gun can't effectively kill the enemy. Martin, we all know how bad this thing is." At this time, the enemy's firepower suddenly stopped, and the sizzling sound of the 98K bullets hitting the sandbags was no longer heard. "Johnard, what's going on?" He and Martin looked at each other, and then looked together. "The Pulassans are retreating outside the camp." The two looked at each other again. "Johnard, do you know what happened?" Martin spread his hands. "A few minutes ago." The doctor put on his fake beard and asked the only Commander team member around him, "How is it? Does it look like it?" Commander glanced at the colonel who had ascended to heaven. "It looks very similar. No wonder you didn't let me shoot the colonel just now." "Doctor, no, the important thing is not the military uniform, but these medals, haven't you noticed?" As he spoke, he took off all the medals on the colonel and put them on one by one. After getting dressed, the doctor stood in front of the full-length mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. From now on, he is Colonel Hawk of Plausen. In order to add a bit of authenticity, the doctor removed the colonel's ID and everything else, put it in his pocket, and then took the colonel's Ruger pistol. Let's go and fool those Prosen people. The doctor waved his hand and opened the locked door himself. The Prosenians who were banging on the door outside were stunned when they saw this scene. Hey, Colonel! The Commando team member's submachine gun protruded from the side of the colonel's body and killed all of them with a sudden burst. Anyway, there are loud gunshots outside now, and no one noticed what happened here. The doctor stepped over the Prosen's body and said to the attendant, "Sign up the office and don't let anyone come in and see the real colonel." Good. While the attendant was lighting the fire, the doctor walked quickly downstairs and shouted to the staff in the big office downstairs, "Why are you still here? Go out and join the fight. Quick, get your weapons." The staff officers looked at each other, and then the highest-ranking staff officer asked, "Colonel, your voice sounds strange. I got punched in the vocal cords by a damn bastard. Leave that alone and join the fight. You pigs." I don't know if the yelling reminded the staff of the colonel's heroic demeanor. Anyway, they put down the phone receiver and documents in their hands, and filed towards the office door. "Go get the weapons. Hurry!" the doctor urged. After all the staff members were gone, he immediately found some valuable documents in the room and stuffed them into his military uniform, which might still be bulletproof. Immediately afterwards, the colonel left the office, met with the attendant who had finished lighting the fire, went down the stairs to the first floor, and went out. As soon as he went out, he shouted, "Commander! Where is the commander?" Soon a captain ran over, "Colonel? Where did you go just now?" Obviously, the captain had no time to care whether the colonel in front of him was a fake. "Doctor, why are you attacking like this? It is futile to conquer a strong stronghold without heavy weapons. Now we should withdraw from the stronghold, regroup, and prepare to find a place to cross the river and join the main force." "Captain, this..." "Doctor, don't you see? It's impossible to capture the position. You don't even have a machine gun." The captain fell silent, because he probably saw that there was no way to regain the position. They are still attacking, just because they are Prosan soldiers and will spare no effort to complete their mission. Their previous mission was to guard the bridge. But now the colonel gave them a new mission. So the captain turned his head, "Send the order. Retreat outwards, regroup outside, and prepare to find a place to cross the river." At this time, the armed staff officers also came out of the barracks. The doctor pointed to the back door, "Get out of here. There may be another battle. I need each of you to be ready for battle. And, Captain, go and take a look. Are there any vehicles available?" The captain shook his head, "I've seen it, the tires of all the vehicles have been punctured." The doctor thought to himself, Commander, your efficiency is too high. It's okay to puncture all the tires in this short time. If some cars were left behind, the group of people could get in and drive far away. By the time they knew it, Rokosov's response would have already arrived. "Doctor, retreat on foot." The captain turned and gave the order. At this time, a staff officer who was walking out looked back and found that the office on the third floor was on fire, so he shouted, "The colonel's office is burning." All the staff officers stopped and looked back at the third floor. The captain was also looking at the third floor, looking thoughtful. Finally, he made up his mind and asked while moving his eyes, "Are you really Colonel Hawk? Think carefully, your voice is also different from the colonel we are familiar with. Where is he?" The doctor had already dodged and hid behind the pillar of the gate, and left a grenade with the safety pin pulled out. The safety bar that was bounced by the spring even shot at the captain, making him subconsciously turn his head to avoid it. However, the grenade with the ignited fuse was right in front of him, and it was obviously useless to hide from the safety bar. The grenade exploded, and the captain faced the storm of fragments head-on. His face and clothes were torn to pieces at the same time, and his flesh and blood were blurred. Under the impact, he fell backwards. The surrounding Prosans were also affected by the shrapnel, but they were not so close, and most of them did not die, but just fell to the ground and wailed. The doctor's henchmen opened fire, and the Sten submachine gun fired dense firepower. The staff officers had just received rifles, not the Mauser 98K they were used to, but the Lee Enfield of the United Kingdom. Their shooting skills were obviously affected, and the first wave of bullets did not hit the Commando. While they were pulling the bolt, the Commando team members had already hidden behind the pillars like the doctor. The disadvantage of the Sten submachine gun was revealed at this time. The magazine of this thing was inserted on the side, and it was not convenient to shoot from behind the wall. The Commando team members could only drag the position behind the barrel and turn sideways to fire, and the posture was quite awkward. At this time, the doctor threw out another grenade, which exploded among the staff officers. A staff officer shouted, "Don't shoot them, go and get the retreating troops back." Immediately, a staff officer turned around and ran, but was taken care of by the Sten submachine gun first, and fell to the ground with 3 shots in the back. But more staff officers left the bunker and ran towards the retreating troops, shouting as they ran, "Come back! Come back quickly!" At this time, dense gunfire suddenly sounded across the bridge. Originally, there was no barracks on the other side of the bridge, only Prosan soldiers on duty, so Commander, who hitchhiked here, cleared out the Prosan people in about 10 minutes. Henry, the commander of this squad, even began to consider sending people across the bridge to support friendly forces. As Henry was making arrangements, Commander, who was in charge of the machine gun, shouted, "Headlights! A lot of headlights!" Henry looked up and saw a large number of headlights coming along the road. He immediately realized that it might be the Barras troops who had just retreated across the bridge and turned back. "Henry, what's going on? Hasn't their morale completely collapsed? Why would they turn back?" At this time, the truck was approaching, and Commander, who was in charge of the machine gun, shouted, "Do you want to open fire?" Henry gritted his teeth, "Fire, fire!" The tracer bullet fire net immediately attacked the enemy, and the leading truck was immediately swept by fire, tilted to the right, rushed out of the cliff, and fell into the valley. The Barras soldiers on the car jumped out frantically, and their screams echoed throughout the valley. The second and third trucks also caught fire, but the drivers braked in time, and the soldiers in the trucks jumped out of the trucks with flames all over their bodies and rolled on the ground. The stench of burnt meat drifted over with the wind. The commandos opened fire at full force, harvesting the Barras like wheat. But the Barras shouted and rushed towards the fire. Henry heard that these Barras were shouting "Your Highness," as if they wanted to save people. He turned his head and shouted, "Bob! What are these people shouting? They are shouting that they can't forget the kindness of Your Highness. They seem to think that there is a Prince of Barras here." Henry was shocked. "Is there?" "I don't know." Henry wanted to ask something, but suddenly heard the sound of mortar shells falling. These Barras have mortars. And they actually remembered to use them. As the shells fell, the machine guns of the Barras opened fire, sweeping over the heads of the Barras soldiers towards the commandos. Henry cursed. The individual quality of the commando soldiers is strong, and they are good at special tasks such as sneak attacks and sabotage. But they are just a group of good brothers worth 50 pounds on the front battlefield, and their combat effectiveness advantage is not obvious at this time. Especially when the enemy uses cannons. The mortar doesn't care whether you are a commando or an ordinary soldier, you will die if it falls next to you. Moreover, these Barras people were well trained by instructor Prosan, and the mortars are quite accurate. After a round of bombing, one machine gun has been silenced. Henry had no choice but to shout, "Hide in the bunker! Hide in the bunker! Go! Don't be bombed by the mortar!" At this time, a shell landed near him, and he flew high up. Chapter 469 Bring me my red flag. When he heard the mortar, Jonard knew it was bad. Before joining Commanda, Jonard served in the Highland Corps and joined the Expeditionary Force. He knew the threat of artillery fire to light infantry. Although Commanda's individual quality was top-notch, he was just a light infantry in the face of artillery fire, even if it was just mortars. Jonard shouted, "Hide! Enter the solid bunker! Enter the solid bunker!" While shouting, he picked up 2 ammunition boxes, rushed down the stairs and hid in the bridgehead. There was also an MG34 without a tripod in the bridgehead, which used the same bullets as the machine gun on the tripod on the roof. After Jonard rushed into the bridgehead, the mortar shells fell outside the bunker. Martin and George, who were a step slower, rolled down the stairs directly. "Damn, you stepped on my face. Damn, if you didn't push me suddenly, we wouldn't have rolled down the stairs like a ball." Jonard glanced at them, ignored them and continued to pay attention to the outside. The Prosans seemed to have come to their senses and turned around to rush to the bridgehead, then ran head-on into a hail of mortar shells and was blown away. Jonard laughed out loud, even though Commando was in danger now, he couldn't help laughing when he saw the enemy's own typewriter. Martin and George stopped blaming each other, looked at each other, and then looked at Jonard together. At this time, the phone in the bunker rang. Jonard picked up the phone immediately. "Hello? Who are you?" "I'm a doctor. The 2 of us have occupied the enemy's camp building. There is a radio station that has not been destroyed yet. Someone who can send a message is here." "Jonard, can send a message?" "This." He looked at Martin. "Wait a minute, Martin, you were in the mail room at the train station before joining the army, right?" "The train station telegraph office." "Telegraph office. I've said it many times, it's a telegraph office, not a mail room. My station is a big station." "Jonard, okay, I get it. Can you send a message?" "Of course, but I don't have a code book, neither the Allied nor Prosans. I can only use the universal code of the International Postal Service to invent a code telegram, which anyone can receive and interpret." Martin spread his hands. Jonard opened the gate of the bridgehead. "Go to the battalion headquarters, there is a radio station there. In this situation, we must get support from the landing ant troops immediately, otherwise we will be killed by the enemy with simple numbers and this damn mortar barrage. Martin looked at the mortar barrage that kept falling outside. Just at this time, a mortar happened to fall on the roof of the bridgehead. After the explosion, a lot of gravel and dust fell on the three people. Martin, are you sure you want me to run to the battalion headquarters building under this kind of artillery fire? Jonard took out the Scottish bagpipe that he had been carrying on his back and looked at Martin seriously. Yes, I will go with you. Martin squinted at the instrument in Jonard's hand. What does this have to do with you taking out the bagpipe? Jonard blew a long note, then tried all the holes of the bagpipe, making sure that the instrument was in good condition. Then he began to play Highlanders Marching, a famous Scottish war song and the regimental song of the Highland Infantry Regiment. Then he walked into the mortar barrage while playing the bagpipe. Martin and George looked at each other. Martin cursed, either he is crazy, or the world is crazy, maybe everyone is crazy. After that, he crouched down, rushed out of the bridgehead, and followed Jonard. Martin, you should walk faster. Get away from this damn barrage. Jonard continued to play the song slowly. At the same time, a group of Prasen people found the two people and wanted to shoot. As a result, a mortar shell happened to fall among them, and everyone was blown up. The mortar of the Barras people seemed to be 80 mm in caliber, and the power was very considerable. Jonard continued to play the bagpipes, and walked towards the battalion building at the pace of the parade with a calm face. The doctor stuck his head out from behind the pillars at the door of the building and looked at Jonard suspiciously. When the two finally walked into the shelter of the roof of the building, the doctor asked, "What kind of evil magic is this?" Jonard shrugged, "I don't know, maybe it's just probability. The mortar's landing point is relatively random, and it didn't randomly hit us." The doctor's face was filled with 4 big words, "I don't believe you." Jonard, quick, radio. The doctor immediately woke up, "Yes, radio. We have already called by radio, but the ants are too far away, and the radio can't call, so we must use the radio." Martin called the 2 people who were about to go in, and said solemnly, "I can indeed send a message, but I can only create a code." "Doctor, there is no problem with plain text. Plain text also saves the time of decoding. Plain text is very good at this time. Just create a code." "Martin, you said it. If there is a leak or it is investigated later, you will be responsible." "I will be responsible." The doctor patted his chest. During the update of Chapter 27, due to an operation error, the historical version was updated, and a scene switching section was missing, so many people felt that this section of the Commando was a bit abrupt. You can go back and read Chapter 27. The correct section has been updated. This position in this chapter just connects to the last scene switching screen of Chapter 27. At the same time, the Ant Expeditionary Force headquarters. Wang Zhong was talking to Amelia, "Your anti-air shooting is really good. If you hadn't shot down one of the 2 enemy planes and scared away the other, the headquarters would have suffered heavy losses." At this time, Katiusha said unconvinced, "I can shoot down the enemy plane without her. These cunning prosons actually flew at super low altitudes and hid out of my sight." The magic arrow guided by the little Katiusha, Ekaterina's nickname, can continue to track the enemy even if it is out of sight until it hits. Of course, this is not unavoidable. If the Proson pilot has received experience in shooting air-to-air missiles from 3rd-generation aircraft and knows how to use F-pole maneuvers to continuously consume the kinetic energy of the missile, he may be able to avoid it. Just maybe, after all, the performance of propeller aircraft is much different from that of 3rd-generation fighter jets. Maybe after using F-pole to dodge the magic arrow, it has no kinetic energy and can only be slapped on the ground. In short, enemy aircraft that enter Katiusha's field of vision will be unable to escape as long as they are targeted by the magic arrow. But that would require the enemy plane to enter Katiusha's field of vision first. The enemy plane that attacked this time did not enter Amelia's field of vision until it gave up the attack and turned away. The little one did not see the 2 BF-110s in the whole process, and naturally could not guide the divine arrow to attack. Amelia looked at Katiusha, "Your divine arrows have too many limitations when fighting against low-flying enemy aircraft, so I will take the initiative to shoot in the air. Without me, many staff members would have died. I think you should be honest. It's better to thank me, because it is your duty to protect the Expeditionary Force headquarters." The little one pouted. Just as Wang Zhong was about to smooth things over, the communications staff officer ran over with a telegram, "General. Report. We received a clear telegram that the Commandant troops were attacked by a large number of Barras troops at the Finny Valley Bridge and are in danger." "What?" Wang Zhong rushed over, grabbed the telegram, and said while reading, "This is such a thing. How dare the Barras troops fight against Commandant?" The telegram said 2 things. First, the Commandant had defeated the Piplasan army guarding the bridge and occupied the bridge. Second, the Barras army, which had retreated, suddenly returned to attack the Commanda troops occupying the bridge. The enemy has mortars, and Commanda, who only has small arms and close combat equipment, is in critical condition. After Wang Zhong finished reading, he handed the telegram to Pavlov, who was approaching, and asked, "Can the 51st Army set off tonight?" Pavlov glanced at the telegram, confirmed the situation and handed it to Popov. At the same time, he replied, "No. Even if the 51st Army is ready, I don't recommend setting off now. There is still a long way to go before the defeat of Prasen. If we march at night, we may be attacked by the Prasen people. In addition, we don't know if there are Prosens waiting in the two villages along the way. We can't set off until dawn. At that time, the visibility is good, and the air force can be sent to investigate the two villages on the way." Wang Zhong, "But the commanded troops may not be able to hold on until noon tomorrow. They are elites, but there are too few people, and they are not good at this kind of frontal combat. We must go out to rescue them now and rush to Finland in 3 hours. Ni Valley. Pavlov, are you going to bet with your soldier's life that there will be no enemies along the way?" Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, "I personally command the rescue team." Pavlov, "No, does it make any difference other than that it puts you in danger too?" Wang Zhong, "Believe me. The troops I lead will never be ambushed or raided by the enemy. Because the enemy will be highlighted if it approaches within 2.5 kilometers, a sneak attack? Non-existent. Amelia, this is really unreasonable confidence. No, although Comanda is the elite of our United Kingdom, I am opposed to such an unreasonable rescue operation that puts the commander of the expeditionary force in danger. I think it's okay." Popov suddenly said, looking at Wang Zhong, "I think it's okay. The general will not make such stupid mistakes. He has amazing battlefield intuition. I believe he will not be ambushed." Pavlov pondered for a while and sighed, "I believe it too." "Then General, you will personally lead the rescue team and set off immediately to rescue the commanded troops fighting on the Feni Valley Bridge." Wang Zhong slapped his thigh, "Okay. I've long wanted to go tank racing." Pavlov narrowed his eyes, "I knew you just wanted to be a tank. Amelia, you are the chief of staff, you cannot agree to the coach's unreasonable decision." "No," Pavlov shook his head, "Miss Amelia, when I was the staff officer of the 3rd Amur Regiment, I fought with the general. He does have amazing battlefield insights. He personally led the troops. Only he sneaks up on others, and no one sneaks up on him." Popov also echoed, "I know this makes no sense, but, we secularists are pragmatic and seek truth from facts. The facts are here, so we can't help but not believe them." Amelia looked at the two bears, referring to Popov and Pavlov, suspiciously, and then looked at Wang Zhong suspiciously. Then she said, "Okay, then I will follow. If it is a night melee, my abilities will also come in handy. I will become a machine gunner who makes the enemy fearful." "That's true. You don't rely on your eyesight to shoot a machine gun, you rely on your superpowers." Wang Zhong, "That's it, form a commando team immediately, led by my number 422 tank. Gregory, bring me my red flag." Chapter 470 Courage vs Courage. Feni Valley Bridge, the fighting continues. The tactics of the Balas are very simple. They first bombard with mortars. After the infantry is blasted, they rush forward. If they cannot rush down, they continue to bombard with mortars. Fortunately, these Balas people did not have mountain artillery or direct fire artillery. The bunker built by the Prasen people was very strong. The mortar blasted many pieces of the outer wall of the bunker, but it still did not destroy the bunker. By 2 a.m., the real problems began to emerge. "There are no more bullets," came the voice of Keith, the commander of the position on the north side of the bridge, on the phone. "The ammunition stored in the bunker is almost gone. We fired at least 30,000 rounds of ammunition, and the enemy was exhausted with his body. We have ammunition." Captain Henry, who originally commanded Comanda on the south bank, seemed to have been killed by a mortar, so according to the order of command, Lieutenant Case took over the command. "Johnard, I have organized 2 groups of people to transport ammunition to you. Are they all gone?" "It's all gone. Not only the ammunition is gone, but the barrels of the guns you sent are also all broken. Now the machine gun is in danger of exploding at any time. It can explode at any time. Find a way. Johnard, don't panic. When the mortar attack is over, we can use the anti-aircraft artillery here to support you. The range of fire of anti-aircraft guns is limited, and the Balas people have discovered this. After all, they have received training from instructor Prasen, and they still have tactical literacy. In addition, they have discovered that we do not have many people. Every attack the formation is even more scattered, and there were people trying to outflank the last wave of attacks from the cliff." Chouinard was about to answer when the doctor said, "The mortar bombardment is over. Hold on, I will find a way to support you." He hung up the phone and immediately rushed to the window and shouted to the anti-aircraft gun position, "Quick, use the undamaged anti-aircraft gun to overshoot and shoot." "Comanda, who was originally hiding in the bunker next to the anti-aircraft gun, immediately ran out, operated the anti-aircraft gun to turn its muzzle, and began to pour fire on the other side. The training level and fighting will of Barris's troops were not strong. As soon as the 20mm cannon shells exploded in the offensive formation, many people fell down and became motionless on the ground. It was not clear whether they were dead or frightened. Don't dare to move. But the problem is that whether it is a 20mm cannon or a machine gun, it can only suppress the ballast in one area. The Barris opened up a very large attack area, and relied on the tactical skills trained by instructor Prosen to make full use of various buildings and bunkers. Chouinard observed it and made a decisive decision: we can no longer defend the bridge. We need to withdraw the troops on the south bank, otherwise they will be wiped out there. As he spoke, he returned to the phone and picked up the receiver. Answer Nanan. There are professional communications soldiers in Komanda, who are now taking on the responsibility of operator. Soon the voice of South Bank Commander Keys came from the receiver. Chouinard. I think I should retreat. I don't think these Barris people, if you know how to blast, you can detonate the explosives under the bridge that haven't been demolished yet. Chouinard, I agree with your retreat, but I need you to choose 2 of the strongest people to remove the explosives at the bottom of the bridge. Just remove them and throw them into the river valley below. Case, damn this, you're so damned with this order, Big Joe. Execute the order. If the bridge is bombed, the advancement of Ant's army will be greatly hindered. Our southern front is mainly composed of Bahara troops. You know how effective the Bahara troops are. You served in Bahara. Damn it. Case yelled, damn it. I'm going to have someone defuse the bomb right now. The call was hung up. Chouinard ran out of the camp headquarters and ran to the bridge. He hid behind the sandbag shelter at the bridge and looked towards the south bank. He saw 2 sturdy Komanda team members rushing out of the bunker, throwing down their equipment as they ran. Finally, wearing only military uniforms and holding pistols, they rushed to the side of the bridge. They quickly climbed off the bridge and hung their hands under the steel beams of the bridge. Hanging forward like a gymnast, removing the explosives stuck to the steel beams as they advanced, and throwing them down the river valley. Just when everything was going smoothly, a group of Barris rushed to the edge of the cliff and opened fire on the Komanda team members hanging under the bridge. Fortunately, they all used Lee Enfield rifles, and their accuracy was poor. Chouinard raised his submachine gun and fired at the enemies, but at this distance he didn't expect to kill them at all, he just wanted to interfere with their shooting. As a result, before the shuttle was finished, all the ballast fell down. The 2 tough men of Komanda successfully climbed to the north side of the bridge and demolished all the explosives at the bottom of the bridge. The responding Komanda warrior pulled the 2 men up directly and patted their shoulders hard. At this time, Lieutenant Case also began to retreat with his troops. The remaining 8 Komandas gradually retreated in a battle formation with alternating cover. They were halfway there before the Ballas braved up and occupied the deserted bunkers, rushed to the bridge and started firing. The Barris were really bad at shooting at night, and all 8 Komandas actually came over. Lieutenant Keys climbed over the sandbag and hid next to Chouinard. He gasped and said, "We have left booby traps in the bunker. We should." Before he finished speaking, smoke and twin lights erupted from the bunker on the opposite side. "It should be like this," Lieutenant Keys said, pointing across. Chouinard patted him on the shoulder. "You did a good job, a very good job." "Lieutenant Case, what now? Are there any machine gun bullets here?" "There's not much left. We just used a lot in the fierce battle with the Prosens, and the rest are sent across the bridge to you. We can only use grenades and submachine guns to block the bridge." Chouinard leaned out and used his submachine gun to shoot down a bunch of Barris soldiers who were crossing the bridge. "Lieutenant Keys, then how are we going to counterattack?" Chouinard answered while changing the magazine. "You ask us? Unless we can defeat an enemy that is 100 times larger than us in hand-to-hand combat, I don't recommend counterattack." After changing the magazine, Chouinard leaned out again and fired at the same time. At this time, Martin rushed over with several Proson submachine guns and a bunch of bags of magazines, and slid into the bunker made of sandbags. His helmet was hit by a stray bullet, but it did not penetrate the helmet, leaving only a scratch. "Shit!" Martin cursed and tried to take off his helmet, but Chouinard shouted, "Don't! Usually, a lucky guy like you will be shot in the head after taking off his helmet. That's how it's played in the movies." The United Kingdom declared war on Prosum when Prosum invaded Melania. After so many years of fighting, a lot of war-themed movies have been made. What Chouinard said is a routine of such movies. The battlefield is very evil. Whenever someone doesn't believe in evil, it will punish him severely. Martin did not take off his helmet, but handed the submachine gun and bullets to Chouinard and Keys, and shouted, "The ants are heading this way. Led by that Rokosov. Why is he leading them?" Chouinard was shocked. Isn't he the commander-in-chief of the Ants Expeditionary Force? What's the point of charging in person? Learning from the famous Desert Fox. Martin shook his head. No, it seems that the desert fox learned from him. But I don't know the specific situation. Anyway, the telegram said that the general is personally leading a small team to approach us. There are tanks and self-propelled artillery. Of course, there are infantry. That's great. The only question is how long will it take them to get here? Jonard asked, picking up the Proson submachine gun that Martin had just brought, and fired at the Barris army that tried to cross the bridge again. Lieutenant Keyes leaned forward and threw a grenade. The grenade was obviously timed well, and it exploded the moment it landed on the bridge deck, knocking down a circle of Barris people who were retreating, making them run faster. At this moment, there was another whistling sound in the sky. Damn, it's the mortar again. Jonard and Keith shouted at the same time, get into the bunker. They both moved quickly and rushed out at once. The mortar shell fell at this time, landing on the battalion drill ground far away from the bridgehead. Jonard had already run a few steps, and then he found that Martin didn't catch up. He immediately turned back and dragged his comrade who started late, and ran towards the concrete bunker. The second shell fell. This time, the Barris people actually tried to sneak across the bridge while the shelling. The machine gun muzzle of the bridgehead began to flash. It was George who stayed in the bridgehead. Jonard remembered that George still had an MG34 with only a bipod, and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. He lay on the observation window of the bunker with worry, watching the bridgehead that kept firing. Damn it, he cursed, we occupied the bridge tonight, and the ants should have arrived. Martin, the telegram said that the Proson Air Force attacked Moha in the afternoon, disrupting their unloading and assembly rhythm. Jonard did not answer, but focused on the only bridgehead that was resisting under the mortar bombardment. George's frequency of strafing slowed down, probably because he didn't have many bullets. A more fatal problem than running out of bullets is the temperature of the barrel. Because the Proson machine gun has a high rate of fire, it often needs to replace the barrel before the 200-round belt is used up. But its firepower is really amazing. Even if it is just a continuous long burst, it can suppress the Barris army on the bridge. Jonard pursed his lips and thought about countermeasures. At this time, Lieutenant Keyes said, when the mortars come, we dare not use the anti-aircraft gun. But you see, the anti-aircraft gun is just placed in the open space. The mortars have exploded so many times, but not a single shot has hit it. Maybe we can gamble on the probability and use the 20mm gun in the face of the enemy's mortars. Martin raised his head and looked at Jonard meaningfully. Jonard looked outside, thought for a few seconds and said, okay, that's it, Keyes, you and Martin operate the anti-aircraft gun, William transports the shells. I'll play the bagpipes for you next to me. Keyes, hey. Martin patted his shoulder, get used to it. At this time, Jonard took out the bagpipe he had been carrying with him again, played the song just now, and walked towards the anti-aircraft gun. At this time, the mortar stopped. Commander Barris said angrily, why did the mortars stop? No more shells. Damn it. The commander cursed and drew his saber, the enemy doesn't have many bullets left. Let them see the courage and loyalty of the Barris people. Charge. He jumped out of the bunker, raised his command saber high, and rushed towards the bridge. The Barris people were greatly encouraged and followed him to rush towards the bridge. Chapter 471 The Final Bloody Battle. On the Comanda side, Martin and Lieutenant Keyes had just turned the 20mm gun to aim at the bridge deck when the Barris people rushed over like a tide. Lieutenant Keyes immediately sat down and fired, while Martin held the magazine to keep it stable. This 20mm gun is real Proson technology, and it also uses thin-shelled bullets made by Proson. When the first shell exploded in the enemy group, the quality that the Proson people are proud of was reflected, and the Barris soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Such thin-shelled bullets continued to be fired into the dense formation on the bridge. The Barris soldiers were literally bloody. But the division commander who led the charge was not affected by the shrapnel at all, and continued to kill towards the north bank with his shining longsword held high. Lieutenant Keyes immediately turned the cannon steering wheel to aim the muzzle at the division commander. A 20mm cannon hit the division commander, blowing his entire upper body apart. Seeing this, the Barris soldiers immediately turned around and ran back, but the people behind them were still rushing forward. They were squeezed on the bridge, and people were constantly squeezed out of the railing and fell into the ravine. Then Lieutenant Keyes swung the gun over, but unfortunately the 20mm caliber was still too small to clear the bridge deck, and many of the bodies that were smashed were accumulated on the bridge. The lieutenant was having a good time, but the gun suddenly stopped firing. Reload. Lieutenant Keyes turned his head and shouted. Martin shouted back, it's not my problem. The gun overheated and jammed. The lieutenant then saw that an empty shell was stuck in the ejection window. He hurriedly stood up and tried to troubleshoot the problem, but then he remembered that he had not received relevant training and didn't know how to troubleshoot Plausson's 20mm gun. Fuck, how do you troubleshoot this thing? Martin, how should I know? Anyway, pull something that looks like a bolt handle to see if you can get the stuck shell out. Keith hurriedly looked for the bolt handle, found a suspicious one and pulled it directly, but his hand was pinched in the first round. He screamed, dropped the bolt handle, and covered his right hand with his left hand, which was bleeding. At this time, Jonard, who was playing the bagpipe, shouted, "The Barris people are rushing over again. What are you doing? Shoot!" Martin continued to work hard to troubleshoot, while shouting, "It's stuck. Who told me that the Proson process is good and it won't jam?" The Barris people were already halfway there. Jonard put the bagpipe on his back, took out the longbow, pulled it to the full and aimed slightly, and then released the bowstring. The Barris person who rushed to the front was shot in the throat, fell forward, and covered the place where the arrow was shot with his hand. Jonard continued to shoot arrows, knocking down the Barris people. However, because the arrows killed silently and the arrows could not be seen at night, the Barris people did not realize that the friendly soldiers who fell in front of them were killed by something, and continued to rush forward fearlessly. Jonard shot arrows while shouting to the anti-aircraft gun position, "Quickly fix the problem. Martin, try it." Jonard had already shot all his arrows at this time, so he could only throw down his longbow and draw his scimitar. He recited aloud an excerpt from Macaulay's ancient Roman epic. Horatius, the gatekeeper, said, "All life in the world will eventually usher in death." A Barris man rushed towards Jonard with a rifle with a bayonet, but he dodged it with a flash, then chopped him in the back with a knife, rushed forward a few steps and fell down with a bang, blood spilled all the way. Jonard, in this case, it is of supreme value to defend the ashes of our ancestors and the temples of the gods, and to die against powerful enemies. The second Barris rushed to Jonard, but was stabbed in the throat with a knife, and fell down before he could stab out his spear. "Jonard, to protect my mother who doted on me in the past, to protect my wife who is now nursing my children, to protect the girls who will eventually ignite the eternal fire, and to protect them from the destruction of the shameless villain Sextus, such a death is so glorious." As the chanting fell, Jonard's scimitar slashed the throats of 3 more people. As if to save energy, every time he swung the knife, he was going for a fatal blow. The bodies of the Barris people had fallen into a semicircle beside him, and the blood from different people was connected together. Jonard shouted, "Sir, please demolish the bridge as soon as possible. Let's stop the 1,000 enemy troops occupying the bridge with 3 people. Which 2 warriors are willing to guard the bridge with me?" As soon as the voice fell, the 20mm machine gun roared, and the thin shells exploded in the crowd. Lieutenant Keyes pressed the fire button with all his strength, and his body kept shaking as the machine gun fired. "Lieutenant Keyes!" Martin, who was in charge of loading, was also shouting, and he kept stuffing 5 shells into the loading port while shouting. The shells kept exploding on the bridge, driving the enemy to the south bank. Jonard saw this and immediately got into the bunker next to the bridge. He picked up the scimitar and looked at it carefully. He found that there were already 7 or 8 gaps on it. If he cut a few more heads, it would probably break. "I don't know if this is durable or not for a handmade scimitar." He took out the oilcloth and carefully wiped the blood on the scimitar. At this time, the doctor also ran over and leaned behind the same sandbag breastwork. "Reinforcements are rushing towards us at full speed." "Jonard, coming in armored vehicles?" "Great. No, they don't have many armored vehicles, so the reinforcements are tanks. The good news is that the terrain of the Barris Plateau is very suitable for tanks to run." "Jonard, what about the bad news?" "The doctor, even if there are no problems along the way, they will have to walk for 2.5 hours. Chouinard glanced at the anti-aircraft guns. "We have to let them save their shells. Also, gather all the grenades." "Is Joey still alive?" "He plays rearguard and is the most accurate in dropping bombs. I'll go look for it." After saying that, the doctor pressed his hat and rushed out of the bunker, quickly running towards the bunkers where other commandos were stationed. Jonard looked at the bridge again. There are still 2.5 hours. Damn it. At 0100 hours on August 30th, 110 kilometers away from the Feni Valley, the special advance team of the Ant Expeditionary Force. Wang Zhong stretched out his upper body on the turret and assumed a posture of observing with a telescope. In fact, he was confirming the enemy from an overhead perspective. His bird's-eye view can even highlight the mines planted by the enemy, so now he can run so unscrupulously. Normally, no commander would allow his troops to rush into enemy territory without investigation and without knowing the enemy's situation. It is too dangerous. In any military academy, if students submit such a combat plan, their professors will use it as negative teaching material. Amelia, who is now standing behind Wang Zhong, is scolding him. "It's unbelievable. Such a risky plan will definitely become a negative example. It's so dark now, can you see anything with a telescope?" Wang Zhong replied seriously, "I'm looking at the fire lit by the enemy." "Amelia, do you think the enemy will order to advance with headlights on like you did? If you turn on headlights like this in enemy-occupied areas, if someone else has an anti-tank gun position by the road, you will die, and I will live." I will write on your epitaph General Ant died of his own stupidity. Wang Zhong smiled, not to mention whether there is an anti-tank gun that can accurately snipe and penetrate the T-34W's front armor outside its lighting range. Taking a step back, there is really such an anti-tank gun. Seeing the big gun open at night, a convoy that is moving forward without lights is also subject to doubts. So he said to Amelia, when the war just started, it was last year. When I ran out of ranas, I used the method of driving at night with my headlights on, and safely passed through the plosion that blocked our way. Army. You must know how to take advantage of the enemy's mindset. When everyone thinks it is impossible to advance with headlights on in enemy-occupied areas, you are safe if you turn on headlights. Amelia put her hands on her hips and looked at Wang Zhong's side face from the corner of her eyes. Are you the dean of the Suvorov Military Academy? If a student hands in an assignment and asks the troops to turn on their headlights to pass through enemy territory, you will give them points? No, he has to obediently take the zeros. Wang Zhong replied decisively, that's why I ranked last in the military academy. But you see, the classmate who ranked first died in the battle last year and did nothing. And I am Ant's #1 player now. Amelia, but you would still give 0 points to the student who proposed such a plan. Yes, because the combat plan should not be based on the enemy's negligence, and the enemy must be lenient. The last time I turned on the headlights and walked through the enemy-occupied area, I had no choice. If I could choose, I would never take such a risk. Now is also like this. This is a lie, this time it is because of trust in the plug-in. But Amelia looked at Wang Zhong with an expression of admiration, you are much smarter and more cautious than you appear. Wang Zhong, Miss Amelia, I am a general who has been tested on the battlefield, not a mediocre person like you in the United Kingdom who can only do office work. I have personally killed many enemies with babisha, and I was once beaten by Pu Luo surrounded by soldiers, they hid under the tanks and prepared for a final struggle. Amelia, why did you digress into this aspect? Doesn't it have anything to do with you being smart and cautious? Of course it does matter. Only those who have returned from hell will be extra smart and cautious, because otherwise they will die. Wang Zhong said seriously, dancing with the god of death is a dangerous thing. Amelia nodded thoughtfully, well, what you said makes sense. Wang Zhong smiled. Amelia continued, but don't worry, my sense of danger is very reliable. No one can sneak attack us. Wang Zhong wants to laugh, why should you sense it? I can light up a landmine 2.5 kilometers away. Do you understand the concept of 2.5 kilometers? But he controlled himself and said seriously, it's up to you. This rescue is successful, and you are the first to do so. Anyway, Wang Zhong is not short of this medal, so there is no problem in giving it to the girl to make her happy. Amelia looked at Wang Zhong suspiciously, really? Why do I think you can successfully complete the rescue even if I don't come? Wang Zhong, yes, it is true, but the risk will increase exponentially. Amelia looked at Wang Zhong's side face and said, hey, I was fine just like that. Chapter 472, Komanda and Rokasov meet. Finny Valley Bridge, 0200 hours. The offensive from the south bank finally stopped. The doctor trotted to Jonard's bunker again and whispered, I can't see anything from the battalion building. I don't know what the situation of the Barris people on the other side is. I suggest turning on the searchlight. Jonard was shocked, is there electricity here now? The doctor, of course there is, but we turned off all the lights. Turn on the searchlight, and you should be able to see the enemy's situation clearly the moment you turn on the light. Jonard thought for a while and shook his head, no, it's useless to see it. I don't know why these Barris soldiers who were lacking the will to fight in the MI6 report still attacked like this after suffering such casualties, and I don't want to know. If we turn on the lights and see that the opposite side is in good condition, it's hard to say whether we can maintain morale here. At this time, Lieutenant Keyes ran over and said to Jonard, the anti-aircraft guns still have 25 shells left, and we can still repel a wave of attacks. We have killed at least 800 enemies. Every time the enemy charges, we have to kill a noble officer leading the team. It has happened 17 times, 17 times. If the enemy is a division, we have killed all the military officers above the regiment level. Is this the Barris army? Yes. Jonard looked at the other side, there is only one explanation, the other side is bloodthirsty, has lost reason, and doesn't know fear. The doctor said in a detached tone, it's the worst case for us. After the machine guns are fired, there are still grenades. What if the grenades are thrown? Jonard, collect the grenades on the enemy. I have asked Tommy and Jerry to collect them. As soon as the voice fell, two commanders ran back, each dragging a bag, and squatted in front of Jonard. Boss, there are a lot of grenades, enough for us to throw for a while, but there is no automatic weapon. What's more outrageous is that these BA loss, some of them only have 5 bullets in their weapons. Jonard, no wonder no one shot at me when I was blocking the bridge alone just now. Doctor, it seems that the officers sold their equipment. It is very difficult for such an army to charge us. If they hadn't hit the head, they would have collapsed long ago. Now they want to avenge their brothers who died under our guns. As soon as the voice fell, Commander, who was monitoring the opposite side, shouted, "Enemy! The enemy is crossing the bridge!" Jonard said to the two people who were searching for the body, "Quick! Take the grenade to the grenadier." "Okay." The two crouched and rushed to the bunker where the grenadier was hiding. At this time, the machine gun opened fire, but it was very restrained. Basically, it waited for each thin shell to explode and confirmed the damage before firing the second one. However, the enemy was not completely weak. Jonard clearly heard the Barris people on the bridge shouting something, so he turned his head and asked the doctor, "What is he shouting?" "The enemy is out of ammunition and wants to avenge their dead brothers, which is the worst situation you said." Jonard shook his head and shouted to the bombardier hiding on the other side of the bridge, "Get ready to throw grenades." "Ready." The bombardier replied. The machine gun firing stopped while he was talking, and Lieutenant Key's curse came from the direction of the gun position. "Why is there a problem at this time? Who brags that the Proson equipment is highly reliable? It seems that the last 25 thin shell bullets were not fired smoothly." The moment the machine gun stopped firing, the Barris people shouted and rushed along the bridge. The bombardier took action, and the first grenade landed accurately at the front of the Barris team, and exploded accurately as it landed, immediately knocking down the Barris sergeant who led the charge, and also knocked down 3 or 4 people by the way. The grenadier continued to throw the grenade. There should be someone responsible for helping him pull out the safety pin of the grenade. There were regular explosions on the bridge. The enemy was blocked by the grenade fire from 2 people. After the initial panic, the enemy stabilized their position and fired at the grenadier's bunker on the bridge. After all, the distance of throwing grenades is not as good as that of grabbing, and the 2 sides were deadlocked. Then, Barris came up with a new idea and rushed over here in groups of 2. Jonard cursed him as an idiot, raised the captured Lee Enfield, shot down one, and then skillfully pulled the bolt and pulled the trigger to shoot down another one. However, there was not much ammunition for these Lee Enfields that were picked up. Jonard had to change one after firing 5 shots. After the Barris people gave away more than 100 heads in this way, Jonard had no bullets. At the same time, the Barris people on the bridge also used up their bullets, and the whole scene suddenly became quiet. Then the enemy sent another 2-man team, this time 2 big and strong men, who looked very good at fighting. Jonard pulled out his machete, which had 7 or 8 notches, and stood at the bridge head. "Doctor, damn, is it the 20th century now? Why don't I think it's like that?" Jonard, in a hurry on the battlefield, let alone knives, teeth, and nails are also weapons. On the Barris side, before the 2 men arrived, 2 more men were sent. They were stuck in the power range of a grenade, advancing in groups of 2. Jonard used the machete to make a knife flower in front of him, and then switched from his left hand to his right hand, with a come-on look. It was 0215 on the morning of the 30th, and there were still 15 minutes before the reinforcement time promised by Rokosov. However, Jonard believed that it would be fast if the reinforcement arrived before 4 o'clock. After all, the actions of the United Kingdom Army had never been on time. He was ready to defend his position with cold weapons. However, the enemy came in groups of 2, which made it easier for him. It was not difficult to fight 2 enemies. Just as Jonard thought of this, Lieutenant Keyes stood beside Jonard with a bayonet-mounted Lee Enfield, staring at the enemy with a firm gaze. After posing a desperate battle, Lieutenant Keyes whispered, "I still have 8 bullets in my pistol, what do you say?" "Jonard, stay steady first, the enemy doesn't look like they have received much hand-to-hand combat training." While talking, Martin also stood on the other side of Jonard with an engineer shovel, constantly patting his palm with the engineer shovel. The 2 ballast strong men walking in the front were stunned, stopped temporarily, and looked back, which meant waiting for the group behind to come up to form a 3-person team. At this time, a line of tracer bullets flew from a long distance and landed around the 3 people. One of them was immediately hit by a bullet. The bullet hit his shoulder, but it came out from the lower back and hit the bridge. As the first man fell, the other 2 were also hit. They knelt on the bridge, staring at the direction from which the bullets came. The rain of tracer bullets moved along the bridge, knocking down the Barris soldiers who were far away one by one. "Reinforcements are coming!" the doctor shouted. "Jonard, they arrived early." He lay down directly to prevent accidental injuries from his own firepower, and turned his head at the same time. The tracer bullets were like a giant child's urine, flying over the heads of the crowd in a parabola. At the same time, the roar of the engine came from the road. There was also the click of the gearbox. It was a tank. The next moment, the figure of the tank appeared, and the behemoth rushed to the bridgehead at a speed of at least 40 km per hour, and the dust behind it was almost as high as 3 stories. A shooter stood on the hood of the tank engine, operating the machine gun on the turret and firing continuously. The machine gunner was actually blonde. Judging from her figure, she was still a girl. Jonard could not see other details clearly, but he knew that there were many people sitting on the tank, and a red flag was flying on the tank's radio antenna. It was that red flag. Jonard had seen that red flag in the Times, it was Rokosov's symbol. Jonard squinted his eyes and looked closely at the figure next to the gunner who was firing. Yes, it was the figure who stuck his head out of the turret to observe. In the fire of the machine gun, he seemed to vaguely see the red collar badge of the figure. If I remember correctly, it was the red collar badge that only General Ant had. Did Rokosov really come to save us in person? At this time, the man on the turret shouted, the tank fired, and the shell flew over Jonard's head and landed on the south bank. The explosion illuminated the entire south bank. The second tank also fired, and the south bank lit up again. At this time, the machine gun on the roof of the leading tank had obviously run out of bullets. The gunner shouted while changing the bullets, "Don't lie on the road. General Rokosov has decided to rush across the bridge directly. Get up." Jonard got up quickly, dragged the slow Martin, and ran to the side with Lieutenant Keyes, hiding behind the sandbag breastwork. The tank drove to the bridgehead, and Jonard clearly saw the tactical number 422 on the car, the tactical number of Rokosov's special car. He really came to rescue in person. At this time, the tank stopped, and the infantrymen sitting on the car jumped down one after another. The infantrymen were all dressed in black clothes with large lapels, and the stripes of the sailor shirts were visible on the collar. The infantrymen immediately fired at the enemy troops still on the bridge, suppressing the ballast people with the fierce firepower of the PPSH. At the same time, the person on the tank turret lowered his head and asked something in Ant language. The machine gunner translated, "The general asked you, is everything okay?" "Jonard, it's okay. Tell the general that you came just in time." After the blonde machine gunner finished translating, the general nodded, saluted Jonard, and then slashed his saluting hand downwards, shouting in Ant language, "Forward." Jonard actually understood. The tank roared and moved forward with an invincible force, and the tracks crushed the steel helmets of the Barras people in front of it. Among the corpses, the wounded Barras people immediately stopped pretending to be dead, climbed up and tried to escape to the other side, but the tank's body machine gun opened fire, leaving 3 or 4 blood marks on him. The coaxial machine gun of the tank gun also opened fire, sweeping to the opposite side. The blonde machine gunner also finished loading bullets and resumed firing. The number 422 tank was like a mountain, spewing 3 tongues of fire while rolling over to the bridge. Faced with this invincible monster that could not be stopped by human power, the morale of the Barras people finally collapsed. Chapter 473 The Young Lion of Ballas, Update 1281. Chapter 473 The Young Lion of Barras, Update 1281. When Wang Zhong's car drove across the bridge, the Ballas people had been completely defeated. All the Ballas soldiers fled from the bridge. The huge battlefield was filled with corpses. And a Barras officer who stood with his pistol pointed at tank number 422. It should be because Commandant had interrogated some of the Barras soldiers before, so Wang Zhong could see the name of this enemy who had not yet surrendered. Colonel Mir Abdullah. Wang Zhong heard the sound of Amelia pulling the gun next to him, and quickly stopped the girl. "Wait a minute." Amelia looked at Wang Zhong in confusion. "Why? This kind of officer Barras who still has the will to fight cannot stay. He will regard our actions as aggression and continue to resist. Isn't it an invasion?" Colonel Barras roared in Antese. "You invaded our country without informing us. Isn't it an invasion?" "Wang Zhong, your country has cut off the Allied supply lines, and is also preparing to defect to Prasen. Colonel, then you can invade our country." Wang Zhong, the Prasens took the initiative to provoke the war, and implemented a completely racist policy in the occupying country, unscrupulously massacring inferior ethnic groups in their eyes. They are evil. This war is a war between justice and evil. When you are ready to fall to the evil side, as a member of the World Anti-Japanese Alliance, it is natural to stop you. The colonel sneered, "My motherland is an independent country, and we are free to choose who to be our allies. If you invade my country now, you are evil. You are the same as the evil Prosan." "No," Wang Zhong yelled out the colonel's name loudly, "Colonel Mir Abdullah, use your brain. How can a man like Prosan, who claims to be the best nation, treat you kindly? If the Plosan people win this war, the Ant people will become slaves, and so will you, at most you will be a higher level slave." Colonel Mir Abdullah looked at Wang Zhong suspiciously. "Have you investigated me?" This reaction? Wang Zhong decided to pretend, "This can't be considered an investigation, we just know your name." Amelia suddenly spoke, "Colonel Mir Abdullah. One of the leaders of the Free Officer Corps mentioned in the intelligence. Wang Zhong wanted me to trick others, why did you take the lead?" Mir Abdullah withdrew the pistol pointed at the tank and pointed it at his head, "You have actually investigated me. Don't try to use my ideas to trick me into betraying the motherland." Wang Zhong, how is this a betrayal of the motherland? If the motherland is ruled by a fatuous king and the people are starving and dying, then overthrowing the king is just a sign of loyalty to the motherland. You are now acting unconscionably, helping the king to prey on the people, and surrendering to the evil empire to sell your country for glory. This is a betrayal of the motherland. You know that Prosan will definitely perish. Think about what your country will become by then. Meyer hesitated visibly. But Emilia said, keeping him here will be a disaster. He will. Wang Zhong, he will lead Barris to fight for freedom and independence, and will drive your colonial power out of this country. If he cannot drive you away, he will keep fighting. I know, and I know this is why I want to stay. Looking at him. I am a secularist, and we secularists support the struggle of all colonial peoples for national independence. In fact, Wang Zhong didn't know whether there was this article in the secular doctrine, but he felt that Saint Andrew was probably his fellow countryman, and there was a high probability that the secular doctrine established by his fellow countrymen would have this article in it. Emilia frowned and stared at Wang Zhong. But Meyer Apugula stared at Wang Zhong with wide eyes. The expression on his face was like a man who has been walking in the dark for a long time and sees the white fish belly on the horizon, or like a ship that has been sinking in a storm for a long time and sees the light of a lighthouse. However, he immediately put on a serious face and shouted, I have seen too many sugar-coated bullets like this. They are all just pictures and none of them are implemented in reality. Wang Zhong, look at the expression on the young lady next to me. The look in her eyes just now could kill me. Do I risk the enmity between allies by writing a bad check to you? Moreover, I will shoot you at this time. How much loss can there be? No loss at all. The royal brother chosen by the United Kingdom will still become the new king. The influence of the United Kingdom radiating from Bahara will penetrate deeper into Barris, while we secularists will continue to be in the north of Barris. Spread secularism. There are some local tribes that have converted to secularism. Do you know their leader named Bahram? When the conflict between the comprador and secular tribes in the United Kingdom becomes irreconcilable, a civil war will occur. The secular tribes will have the support of Ant, and the compradors will have weapons flowing in through Bahara. Think about it, Mayor Abdullah. Think about it. Meyer kept the pistol pointed at his temple, lost in thought. Finally, he slowly took the gun away from his temple. At this moment, a naval infantryman in a black sailor uniform rushed forward, grabbed the pistol and threw Abdullah to the ground. Wang Zhong, no need. The naval infantrymen who grabbed their guns stopped. The naval infantry who planned to come up from the other side to help pin down Meyer Abdullah also stopped. Wang Zhong, give him the gun back. General. The marine infantry shouted together with Emilia. Wang Zhong, pull out the gun and return it to him. He will no longer shoot at himself or me. The naval infantryman quickly returned the gun to Meyer Abdullah. What do you mean? Meyer asked, holding a gun. Wang Zhong, I am resisting the invasion of the devil for the sake of my motherland. You are the same, but you have misjudged who the devil is. You were blinded by the appearance. But now you have seen it clearly. Meyer turned off the safety of the gun and inserted it into the holster, so what if I see it clearly? Do I mean anything to you? Yes, you can mobilize those officers who have the same goals as you, so that they can see clearly who is the devil, and let them know who to fight. Wang Zhong climbed out of the tank as he spoke, jumped to the ground in 3 steps, and strode towards Abdullah. Emilia was shocked. You can't approach an enemy with weapons like this. The naval infantry looked intent on stopping him, too. Wang Zhong shouted, I'm approaching our new friend. He can speak Antese, which means he understands the thoughts of Saint Andrew. The naval infantry were a little dissatisfied at first and planned to forcefully stop Wang Zhong. When they heard the thoughts of Saint Andrew, they all looked at Abdullah. You're right, said Meyer Abdullah. Wang Zhong then passed through the soldiers and came to Meyer Apugula, stretched out his hand to him, Davarish, nice to meet you. Meyer did not reach out, I still don't understand, what can we do? Wang Zhong, the intelligence we received said that the Barris guardsmen had poor fighting will, but when the tanks came over, I saw the bodies of many Barris soldiers. They all died on the way to the charge. Their fighting will is very tenacious, and I think this has something to do with you and your free officer corps. At this time, Angsa language came from behind Wang Zhong. He turned around and saw the commanda officer wearing a green beret standing not far away, looking at what Abdullah was saying. The fair scholar next to him translated, Captain Commanda said that these Balas soldiers are indeed very brave, which shocked him, and all Commanda. Meyer, we have been working hard to instill in the soldiers the belief in protecting the homeland and the country. Just now the division commanders and senior officers had an official addiction and wanted to save a prince and lead the troops to counterattack. But they all died. We free officers the regiment takes control of the troops. I saw that you were running out of ammunition, so I continued to attack. Wang Zhong shook his head, your belief is worthy of recognition, but it's a pity that you made the wrong enemy. At the same time, your command skills were very poor. You found that the enemy's ammunition was low, and then you asked the soldiers to use their lives to consume the enemy's ammunition. I will never make this decision. I would agree. If it were at the Suvorov Military Academy, I would give you 0 points and question your ability to be a qualified officer. Meyer frowned, then what can we do? There are mountains around here. Retreating into the mountains and continuing to resist is the right approach. Of course, this is hypothetical. Maybe one day you will have to resist the real invaders. At that time, do not use the lives of soldiers to consume the invaders. Of ammunition. Wang Zhong paused and continued, you must avoid the invaders' sharp edges, mobilize the common people extensively, launch guerrilla warfare with the support of the common people, specifically attack the invaders' supply lines, and sneak attack small groups of lone invaders. Gone without a trace. Meyer Abdullah's eyes lit up, please teach me, General. Wang Zhong, this is too complicated to teach. When the war is over, you can go to Suvorov Military Academy to study. Returning to the current problem, I want you to tell your companions who is the enemy. Let they brought loyal and capable troops to our side. When we overthrow the fatuous current king, you can come to Ant and learn war in the war. When the war is over, you will gain skilled tactical skills and great reputation. When you return to Paris, the vast world will there's a lot to be done. Amelia hurriedly said, he is deceiving you. He is painting a cake for you. Wang Zhong pointed at Amelia with his thumb, look, she is anxious. Do you understand what she means? Meyer Apugula shook his head, no, I will not let my people go to Ant to be cannon fodder. Wang Zhong frowned. But Meyer immediately changed the topic, but we do need to learn war. It is wrong to let the soldiers who trust us use their lives to consume the enemy's ammunition. Wang Zhong's brows immediately relaxed, then I'll leave it to you. At this time, Wang Zhong did not know that Meyer Apugula would later become the Lion of Paris. He was just happy that he could instigate some of the Paris troops to rebel and reduce the casualties of his own troops. Leave request. I was scratched by my new Maine Coon cat. I went out to get rabies and tetanus shots. But the wound was in such a position that it hurts when I put my hand on the keyboard rest while typing. I can only wait until tomorrow when I feel better. Tomorrow, July 15th, will be 2 + 1 as usual, a total of 10,000 words. By the way, here's a picture of the culprit. Chapter 474, Surrender with Courtesy. Although Meyer's attitude had changed, he still did not hold Wang Zhong's hand. So Wang Zhong raised his outstretched hand a little higher, why don't you shake hands? For new friendship. Meyer was stunned for a moment, and then felt a little embarrassed. He held Wang Zhong's hand and said apologetically, I made you wait for so long. No problem. Wang Zhong said with a smile, my troops will stay here until the follow-up troops arrive. I will give you a motorcycle. You go chase the escaped Paris soldiers and convince them to join Paris's army. Fight for the future. Wang Zhong said this because he could see that the top of Meyer's head in front of him had turned into a friendly sign, so he could safely release Meyer to gather troops. If Meyer has enough reputation and can attract a large number of Paris people, then the attack on the capital of Paris will be very smooth. Firstly, it can persuade the defenders to switch sides and disarm, and secondly, it can make the people wholeheartedly welcome him. In short, Wang Zhong makes a lot of money. If Meyer's reputation was not high enough, Wang Zhong would not suffer any loss if he was annihilated by others. Amelia protested loudly, how can you trust him so much? He is a reputable enemy general. Putting him back will definitely cause huge casualties to our army. Even Commando was almost defeated by them. Both commandos heard this sentence. The muscular man with the bow and arrow frowned, while the scholar-looking man said in Antese with a heavy accent, we are not defeated, and we are far from being defeated. We're still here. The Paris lack sufficient tactical skills and can only rush from the bridge, posing no threat. We're just running out of ammunition. Amelia looked at Commanda, being defeated is being defeated. The bridge is lost and you are killed. No, General Rokosov, I object to putting back such a threatening ballast. Wang Zhong, Miss Amelia, have you heard of an allusion from Cyrus? There was a great prime minister in Cyrus in ancient times. In order to ensure the peace of the border, he captured the most virtuous and respected tribal leaders in the southern border again and again, and then let him go in order to gain his loyalty. Amelia frowned, is there such a story? Yes, this story is full of Cyrus's wisdom, which the United Kingdom, which has only been founded for more than 1,000 years, needs to learn from. Wang Zhong turned to Mayor Apugula, what I want to say to you, is the same as that of the United Kingdom. The same as the Prime Minister. Are you convinced? If you are not convinced, you can use your reputation to organize the Balas people to resist. I will capture you again and ask you the same question. Meyer Abdullah frowned, this. I only have one question. If I resist again, won't it increase the casualties of your troops? Wang Zhong laughed loudly, How many casualties did Commander have? The scholar Commander who had been talking said, 6 people were killed and 5 were wounded. Wang Zhong pointed at him with his thumb and said to Meyer, did you hear that? How many casualties did your soldiers have? You are facing. Scholar, mainly casualties caused by mortars. Oh, well, the casualties are mainly caused by mortars. What you are facing is actually light infantry. They are just relatively elite light infantry without any heavy weapons. As a result, you only caused these casualties when a division came over. Wang Zhong paused, stared at Meyer and said, my troops are heavily armored troops. How many casualties can you cause? Maybe if we resist for a long time, the casualties we will suffer are not as good as the casualties my troops drank to death from drinking vodka along the way. Lots of people. The major leading the naval infantry protested, we will never drink so many people to death. Even if we want to drink, there is not that much vodka in the supply. Wang Zhong, thank you for your additional explanation, Major. You're welcome. The naval infantry is also a real tiger. A major still interrupted the admiral. Of course, it may be because these people knew that Wang Zhong had no heirs. Meyer looked convinced, although as a Barris, I am not convinced by your evaluation of our combat effectiveness. I have to admit that it is indeed the case. Especially when I know that the United Kingdom's troops only suffered 10 casualties. 11 people. Scholar Commander corrected. Meyer, 11 people. We have made so many sacrifices, but we can only cause so few casualties. It is because the other side has no ammunition. No, we cannot let this situation continue. I promise you, as long as I can if you convince the troops, I will definitely bring them over. Wang Zhong, I believe you. Go ahead. Be careful not to lose your life. After speaking, Wang Zhong saluted Meyer. Meyer was even more moved and bowed to Wang Zhong very solemnly. Wang Zhong couldn't understand what he was doing and could only guess that it was a big gift. At this time, Sergeant Major Gregory came over and said to Meyer, please come this way. I have prepared a motorcycle for you. Can you drive it? Of course. Meyer nodded. Then Sergeant Major Gregory handed him a Sten submachine gun and 4 magazines. Protect yourself well. Meyer took these with tears of gratitude, hung them on his body, saluted Sergeant Major Gregory again, and then turned around. Hey, Gregory called to him, I don't trust you as much as the general, so the submachine gun magazines are filled with blank bullets. Please change them. Meyer was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly, that's good. That's good. With guards like you, the general's safety should be guaranteed. After saying that, he didn't change the magazine, but walked directly to the motorcycle, got on it and sped off. Wang Zhong was very satisfied, and felt that he had another fierce general. Well, I don't know if he is fierce or not, but he can fight less battles. At this time, he heard someone jump off the tank behind him and walked over angrily. He turned around and saw Amelia coming over with the front armor shaking. As an allied officer in the joint operation, I want to question your decision. This is too unreasonable. Wang Zhong, then let's see if it is reasonable. I think he will come to surrender with a large number of Barris troops tomorrow night at the latest. Amelia looked at Wang Zhong suspiciously, do you want to bet? Okay, what to bet? Amelia thought for a while, 10 pounds. Wang Zhong, deal. August 31st, 11:30 noon, the 3rd floor of the former Plossin Garrison Battalion headquarters at the bridgehead, the battalion commander's office. When the knock on the door sounded, Wang Zhong responded loudly, come in. Amelia was originally looking at the troops passing through the bridge outside the window, and she turned back at this time. The signalman opened the door and saluted Wang Zhong, report to the general, the vanguard encountered the surrendered Barris army, and the leader is the Meyer Abdullah you mentioned. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers and said to Amelia, 10 pounds. Amelia widened her eyes and looked at the signalman, really? You are not a shill arranged by your general. The signalman looked disdainful, our general still needs a shill? The vanguard reported that the Barris army is marching on the right side of the road and will soon reach the bridge. Let us receive it. Meyer Abdullah went to persuade other troops to surrender. Wang Zhong smiled smugly, what do you think? If you don't want to give it now, it won't be too late to give it when the Barris army reaches the bridge. We will set up a base for incorporation here, and when Pavlov brings the headquarters up, we will reorganize it on the spot. I don't know if Pavlov sneezed. Amelia, are you really going to use the Barris soldiers? Wang Zhong stood up, came to Amelia, and looked out the window, look, there are corpses all over the ground. They keep charging in the face of absolute superior firepower. They are not lacking in courage, Amelia. Don't look down on them. As a soldier of a country invaded by Proson, I admire their courage. Last year, I saw my soldiers and countless ordinary people in ant rushing into the enemy's fire net like this. Amelia, I understand what you said, but can you not say such things in my ear? Why, should you whisper affectionately in your ear? Wang Zhong was originally going to show off his level of love words, but after thinking about a few words, he felt that they were too greasy, so he had to give up. At this time, a jeep arrived downstairs of the battalion headquarters, and Pavlov's big bald head reflected the sunlight, almost shaking Wang Zhong. He left the window and sat behind the desk, and then found that the signalman who had just reported was not gone. Wang Zhong, do you have anything else to say? The signalman looked at Amelia, and the words "I'm eating melons" were written all over his face. Wang Zhong, if you have nothing to do, leave quickly. I ran into Chief of Staff Pavlov and he said I was waiting for him in the office on the 3rd floor. Yes. The signalman fled away. Then Pavlov's heavy footsteps were heard outside. This bear made Wang Zhong have the illusion that the floor was shaking. A few seconds later, Pavlov opened the door and looked back and forth at Amelia and Wang Zhong. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that you two just separated? Wang Zhong, it's your illusion. Pavlov shrugged. In fact, you don't have to care about it. A place like the battlefield can arouse desire. My advice is not to hold it back at this time. Wang Zhong, you think too much, it's not true. Only wild animals can't control their little brothers. I am a civilized person. Pavlov nodded and changed the subject. I heard when I came up that you developed a ballast davarish. Wang Zhong, yes. Oh my god, Popov is going to lament that you took his job away from him. When Popov arrives, he will be busy. A battalion of ballast people is heading this way, ready to surrender. I hope Popov can convert them into loyal troops. Pavlov, do you really need Popov? Can't you just go by yourself? I still have to worry about military issues, and Popov has nothing to do all day, so I have to find something for him to do. Wang Zhong said firmly. Amelia, why do I feel that you are the most idle person in the entire headquarters? That's your illusion. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 475, Driving Straight into the... Afterwards, as Wang Zhong predicted, under the influence of Mayor Abdullah, a large number of Barras soldiers surrendered to the ant army. Every time a group of ant soldiers surrendered, Wang Zhong would tease Amelia. Later, Amelia was annoyed and shouted to Wang Zhong in self-destruction, Okay, I know I was wrong. You are the famous general, I am just a pilot. How can I, a pilot, understand these things? You are right. You are right. Wang Zhong couldn't help laughing when he saw her like this. By September 2nd, the expeditionary force led by Wang Zhong had advanced more than 200 kilometers into Barras. Because they advanced too fast, the logistics began to fall behind. So at noon on September 3rd, Wang Zhong ordered the entire army to stop and rest for a day, and set off again in the early morning of September 5th. That night, the expeditionary force headquarters was set up in a small town called Zame. This is a typical Barras city. Most of the buildings are earthen houses. Only the houses of the local royal family and tribal elders are brick and stone structures, so they were requisitioned as headquarters. Wang Zhong was assigned a spacious and bright room as a dormitory. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a canopy bed in the room. So he turned his head and asked Gregory, What's the matter with this bed? This room is the ladies' boudoir, Gregory said. We have taken out the dressing table and other things, but I feel good about this bed. It should be very comfortable to sleep on. You have been working so hard for so long, it's time to have a good sleep. Wang Zhong stared at the bed and thought for a few seconds, and said, Give this room to Pavlov, he needs a good rest, I will sleep in his room. His room is not a boudoir, right? Gregory looked embarrassed. General, this bed is velvet, I haven't slept on such a high-end bed in Ant. Then you sleep. Bring me my camp bed. I'll sleep next to you. Isn't this bad? You sleep on the camp bed and I can only sleep on the floor. Wang Zhong stared at Gregory. Why did you learn a bad habit like Vesely? I taught Vesely how to dig feces. Gregory said proudly. Wang Zhong stared at him for a few seconds and shook his head. Anyway, I gave the order to call Pavlov over. This is my concern for his health. A minute later, Pavlov looked at the velvet canopy bed. It's really nice. Are you sure you don't want to sleep? Yes, you are a duke, you have slept before. After that, Pavlov took off his hat without any psychological burden, sat down on the big bed, and sincerely praised, It's really nice, I can sleep well tonight. Wang Zhong suddenly didn't want to give him the bed, but the matter was childish to begin with, and if he didn't give in, it would be even more childish, so he nodded, Have a good rest. I'll sleep on the camp bed in your room. Pavlov smiled and said, Just now this is another story that can be written in my memoirs. When I write my memoirs in the future, I will record your childish behavior. You don't want to sleep when you see the canopy. Wang Zhong, I'm not even 30 years old yet. Compared to you, I'm just a child. I dare not say that the most famous general in Ant is a child. Pavlov shrugged, By the way, I came here to I'll tell you, the reorganized Balas 1st Brigade will arrive this afternoon. Wang Zhong, it's only been a few days, and they've already reorganized? Is Popov, the lazy fellow, so strong? Pavlov shook his head. It's not that he's strong, it's that Mayor Abdullah who's strong. The Balas troops all surrendered as a whole, and the officers are from the Free Officers Corps. They have studied hard for a long time to save their motherland, and the troops are well trained, they are well trained in the Balas army. Pavlov after a pause, he added, they are also better trained than the temporary infantry divisions we have just formed with only 5,000 people. Wang Zhong, and you gathered these ready-made troops into a brigade? Yes, there are also ready-made brigade commanders, all of whom were won over by that Meyer. To be honest, your winning over Meyer was simply a stroke of genius, and we were able to advance so quickly thanks to your hand. We were like entering an empty land along the way, and even the troops stationed at the Balas Rush abandoned their positions and ran 20 kilometers to surrender. Pavlov sat on a very sissy velvet bed and said to Wang Zhong with admiration. Wang Zhong, some people still oppose me to do this. Those people in the United Kingdom? They are not used to your unconventional practices. When they get used to it, it won't be like this. By the way, do you really have nothing with Amelia? Wang Zhong, no. Pavlov, I won't tell Ms. Vasilievna. Vasilievna is Ludmila's father's name, and Wang Zhong was very surprised that he could correspond to Ludmila all of a sudden, which means that he has begun to become a real Mizzy. Wang Zhong, no. Ms. Amelia is just worried that I will be ambushed, so she follows me all day and uses her keen intuition of danger to protect me. Okay, Pavlov shrugged, anyway, the 1st Brigade of Balas will arrive in the afternoon. You should mobilize them. They admire you very much. Wang Zhong, no problem. But, do they understand Ant language? Most officers understand Ant language and Prosan language in order to learn advanced military technology. Soldiers, they can listen to the translation. Pavlov stopped, looked at the time, and said, 3 hours later, remember. At the same time, an unknown mountain top near Zamu. Colonel Hoffman, the special commissioner of the provincial department in the Prasen Palace, looked seriously at the Balas people in front of him. We have received accurate information that Rokosov is in Zamu city. Can you really hit him? Of course. The Baras threw a small piece of meat, and a goshawk swooped down from the sky and began to feast. The Baras looked at Colonel Hoffman's face. I'm like an eagle, if I can see him from 3 kilometers away, my bullet will hit his head like a winner. Colonel Hoffman looked at the eagle on the ground. Really? Are you just an animal-taming street performer trying to defraud the Prasen Empire of money? The Empire will never forgive people like you. The last time I tried the man who deceived the Imperial Academy was put in the gas chamber, and we made a blanket out of his hair. Balas Falconer grinned, don't worry, as long as that Rokosov dares to appear in the open field, he will be a dead man. As he spoke, the falconer loaded the rifle. Colonel Hoffman took a few steps back with an expression that said, I'll just wait and see what you do. The falconer threw all the meat out of the bag, then lay down next to the feasting eagle and set up his gun. Colonel Hoffman, do you really don't need a scope? I brought the latest achievements of Zeiss optics. This place is at least 2,500 meters away from the city, and I only use the naked eye. Closen people who believe in science, today I will let you see something that even science may not be able to do. I said, my bullet will find the target on its own like an eagle. All I need to do is to find the Luosen. Admiral Kosov, aim your gun roughly in his direction. The falconer showed his mechanical sight to Colonel Hoffman. Look, I didn't even adjust the scale, because the scale of my gun can only go up to 800 meters. Colonel Hoffman pursed his lips. If it is true, you can go to the heart of the Empire. The Imperial Academy of Sciences will set up a special research group to study your magic until it is included in the scope of science and technology. The falconer just laughed and didn't reply. At this time, Agent Prosen, who was observing Zamu with an artillery scope, shouted, Rokosov is out. He is out, and he seems to be lecturing the troops. Directly in front of the 3-story mansion in the middle. The troops he wants to lecturing it seems to be the Baras people, the Baras servant army they summoned. Colonel Hoffman, don't make a fuss. He appointed a leader of the Baras Free Officers League and gathered under his command those who wanted to overthrow King Baras or drive away the forces of the United Kingdom. He ignited the civil war in Baras, the devil. Colonel Hoffman looked at the falconer. The target has appeared. Can you hit it? As he spoke, the colonel pulled out his Ruger pistol and kept the gun ready. Whether the falconer survives depends on his next shot. The eagle that was eating meat suddenly flew up, grabbed the colonel's hand, and pecked off the Luger pistol. The colonel made a sound like a killing pig. Falconer, keep your voice down. Although we are 3 kilometers away from Rokosov, they may have a sound array master over there who can hear your cry. The colonel shut up immediately. The falconer simply closed his eyes and adjusted the aiming position of the gun. He had apparently developed a spiritual connection with a certain bird of prey in the sky. Originally, his finger had been outside the trigger guard, but now he slowly reached inside the guard and placed it on the trigger. Wang Zhong walked out of the headquarters and looked at the soldiers of Barris's 1st Brigade lined up in the headquarters compound. Then he saw an acquaintance, Mike, the United States reporter, and his war photographer partner. Mike smiled and said, "We heard that you had gathered a large number of Ballas troops, so we came here specially, and we happened to see these Ballas people lining up here. Wang Zhong, you reporters from the United States, there is one thing you are good at, you can run faster than anyone else. I think my troops are not advancing half as fast as you." Mike, no, you've already exceeded the advance speed of last year when the Plozans launched their invasion. Wang Zhong was shocked, "Have I exceeded it?" "Yes, you have exceeded it, but this is related to the large number of surrenders of Barris troops, is it called that? Or should it be called an uprising?" Wang Zhong grinned from ear to ear, but he didn't expect to surpass the pro sense in the rookie. Although fish frying can't be considered a real skill, right, but... At this moment, Amelia, who was standing on tank number 422, suddenly turned her gun and fired continuously at a far distance. Almost at the same time, Wang Zhong felt as if he saw an eagle rushing toward his face. He immediately turned his head and the bullet hit the upper edge of his right ear. Blood spattered out, leaving 2 blood marks on Wang Zhong's face. Gregory rushed up and pushed Wang Zhong to the ground with all his strength, blocking the direction of the bullet with his body. Yakov also rushed forward. In fact, everyone rushed forward and tried to surround Wang Zhong. The sound of Amelia's firing was endless. The soldiers of the 1st Brigade of Barris finally reacted and fell to the ground. "Wang Zhong, I'm fine, you're going to crush me to death. Do it. Do you guys, strong men like you, know how much you weigh?" Amelia shouted, "I killed him. I killed them. The danger is over. Wang Zhong, let me get up. Quick." The person holding him down allowed him to stand up again. Wang Zhong let out a long breath and raised his right fist. The anti-military flag was flying high on the roof of the headquarters. "Wang Zhong, you can't destroy me. These conspiracies and tricks can't destroy me." He heard the sound of the shutter. From the corner of his eye, he saw Mike's partner pressing the shutter frantically. He had a hunch that he would soon occupy the front page headlines of all national newspapers again. Chapter 476, Enemy at the Gate, Update 1381. Chapter 476 The troops are approaching the city, Update 1381. Soon the body of the assassin who was killed by Amelia from a very long distance was delivered to Wang Zhong. There were 3 people in total, 2 of them looked like Plozans, and the remaining one should be a Barris. Wang Zhong was not sure, because his hair and skin color looked very similar to a Barris. But it was easy to solve this problem. He waved to the commander of the 1st Brigade of Barris who was waiting for orders, "Mustafa, come here and see if this person is from Barris." Mustafa came over, took one look and said, "This is the falconer." "Wang Zhong, does he have magic? Just like our Miss Amelia." "Amelia, what do you mean? I saved you, can you stop being so outspoken?" Wang Zhong, like little Amelia. Amelia frowned. Wang Zhong immediately changed his mind, like Sister Amelia. Whatever. But falconers do have mysterious powers. They can empathize with eagles, it is said. Wang Zhong looked at Amelia, "It is said." Mustafa responded, "They are all legends. Some people think that they are just snipers with particularly good marksmanship. When the falconers attack, they mostly use the eagle to peck out the target's eyes, and rarely use guns. Wang Zhong, his sniper range is very far." He wanted to say that the sniper range exceeded my highlighted range, but he temporarily changed his mind. Wang Zhong always felt that he could sit back and relax with this highlight, but now it seems that he is not so safe, and he is still quite scared when encountering ultra-long-range snipers. Although being able to do this kind of thing relies on supernatural power, Proson happens to have no supernatural power, so he can probably act casually when facing Proson. But if the United Kingdom wants me to die, that won't be easy. Wang Zhong looked at Amelia. "Amelia, don't worry, I won't shoot at the Allied generals." Wang Zhong, "But the war will end. Can we still be allies after that?" Amelia shook her head, "At least we won't be allies in Barris. Our Prime Minister has a famous saying, nothing lasts forever. There are no permanent enemies and no permanent friends, only permanent interests." Wang Zhong said. "Yeah." Amelia nodded, but after a brief pause she added, "But you and I are good friends, and I won't open fire on my friends." Wang Zhong, "When did we become good friends?" "When you won me 10 pounds. Amelia looked at Mustafa next to Wang Zhong, "I never imagined that I could gain such heartfelt respect from the locals." Wang Zhong, "Because we don't want to colonize them, we hope they can achieve national liberation. One day in the future, Auntie may become someone we oppose, but as long as I am still here, I will do my best to prevent this from happening. Amelia looked at Wang Zhong. Yeah, then I'll wait and see. Don't wait and see. According to the history of the earth, your United Kingdom is the most popular. Don't hesitate and become rich. At this time, Amelia said, actually, you don't have to worry too much. People like me and the falconer who were killed are very rare. The biggest weakness of magic is that it depends too much on talent, and no one can do it. Stable output of highly talented people. That's why Prosan put forward the slogan that the light of technology will eventually replace God's favor. Amelia looked at the mysterious power user of Barris with a look of emotion. At this time, the judge who was searching the two prosens stood up and saluted Wang Zhong. Report, the documents on these two people should be forged. They entered the country with Bahara's diplomatic visa. Amelia was shocked. Bahara? Impossible. We can't be exploited like this. Wang Zhong, I suggest you check your embassy in Barris. I'll suggest it, said Colonel Benjamin, the liaison officer. No, I'll demand it. The Inquisitor continued to report, based on the equipment they carry and their clothes, I think they are agents of the Prosan Palace. Wang Zhong asked seriously, can you interrogate them? The judge also replied seriously, they are already dead. We can't really make the dead speak. Wang Zhong, understood. I thought the tribunal also had some mysterious powers, such as talking to the dead. Apparently Wang Zhong played Baldur's Gate 3 before traveling through time. The Inquisitor said with a straight face, we don't have such technology. Damn it, what you said makes me feel like you have such technology. Wang Zhong took a deep breath and decided not to worry about it anymore. He changed the topic, do you have any useful documents on you? No. The judge replied, being able to identify the agents of the Imperial Household Ministry has already used my personal experience and a little bit of reasoning. I will write unknown person on the official document. Wang Zhong nodded, I understand. Then let's look for clues from the less professional falconer. He must have brought something to prove his identity. Indeed, we found the Barris ID card on him, as well as the Barris falconer's license, and a photo. Wang Zhong took the photo and found that the photo showed a family of 3, and the male owner was the deceased. He turned over the photo and saw an address behind it. Wang Zhong, write down this address. But don't disturb them. I want to personally deliver this person's remains to his family. Amelia, you want to win over the falconer group again? Damn it, if you make trouble in Barris, all our efforts in Barris will be in vain. Wang Zhong smiled and said, isn't this a good thing? I mean, for the people of Barris. Amelia didn't immediately raise her eyes and glare at Wang Zhong, but turned her head away. See, the characteristic of the people of the United Kingdom is to vote for the secular party. Wang Zhong, okay, the assassin's matter has been resolved. At least it has been resolved temporarily. We can't let this little episode affect the attack. The rest will end tomorrow and continue the attack in the early morning of September 5th. He turned to Mustafa, your brigade will join the vanguard, but are you used to sitting on tanks and advancing? Mustafa, not used to it, but we can learn. Very good. Let's set off as soon as possible while the vanguard is resting. Yes. Mustafa saluted Wang Zhong, the same solemn salute that Meyer saluted Wang Zhong a few days ago. Wang Zhong couldn't help asking, this salute was performed to me by Meyer. What is this salute? It is our most formal and solemn salute, which means that we regard you as our best friend. Mustafa said. Wang Zhong smiled slightly, turned his head and asked Amelia, have any diplomats from the United Kingdom been welcomed by the Barris people with such a salute? Amelia, don't embarrass me. On September 5th, the expeditionary force set out again. Along the way, not only did the Barris troops continue to surrender, but even the people of Barris began to welcome the anti-expeditionary force with food and drink. At the same time as the expeditionary force set out again, the photos taken by Mike's partner Robert Capa were also published on the front page of all newspapers in the United States. Robert Capa shot a whole roll of film, all of which were the scene of Admiral Rokossov raising his arms and shouting fight after being shot. He chose the one with the best composition. In this picture, Admiral Rokossov raised his right hand and looked forward fearlessly, with the anti-flag fluttering in the wind behind him. The anti-soldiers protecting him formed a very stable triangle structure next to him. Such a natural composition cannot be taken deliberately, and it requires a little bit of luck. The impactful composition, coupled with various sensational headlines, made Admiral Rokossov once again the top streamer of the United States. The progress of the expeditionary force was very coordinated, and there was even an atmosphere in the United States that everything will be fine as long as Rokossov launches an attack. This atmosphere even diluted the impact of the Plossons' rapid advance in the south of Anti. Yes, the Plossons launched an attack in the south of Anti like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The power of the entire Southern Army group was divided into two groups. Army Group A advanced all the way to the pass of the Rahul Mountains and flattened all the towns along the mountains. However, the attack on the pass was firmly blocked by the Rahul front led by General Fyodor Mikhailovich, the general who succeeded Prince Mishkin. Although the B Army Group in the east failed to achieve the goal of encircling and annihilating the Sukhavli front, after General Gorky's general retreat, they quickly occupied the Sukhavli river bend and advanced towards the Valdai River. Between the two army groups was a vast grassland. Because of the poor infrastructure, neither side deployed many troops here. So the newspapers of the United States took it for granted that this large area of troop vacuum was all painted with the color of the Plosin occupation zone. This looks very scary. If Rokosov's victory had not diluted everyone's concerns, even the sales of the United States war bonds might have fallen. Because of this, the United States Bond Issuance Committee pushed General Rokosov even harder and launched a lot of peripheral products, ranging from postcards to stamps. In order to attract noble ladies to buy war bonds, they even came up with the idea of publishing a booklet of General Rokosov, which was full of stories about American women who came to Ant and met the general by chance, and then developed a romantic relationship. So Rokosov, the general of Ant, quickly became a top star in the United States and gained a large number of housewife fans. Then, the calls for Rokosov to come to the United States became louder and louder. After all, there is an absolutely safe air route between Ant and the United States, and the United States aircraft supporting Ant flew to Ant from this route. This situation continued until September 7, when it reached its climax. Because on this day, the Ant Expeditionary Force arrived at the capital of Baris. Chapter 477 Siege Plan. The royal city of Baris is directly called Baris City. It is a mountain city guarding the canyon leading to Bahara. Therefore, the battle plan of Ant and the United Kingdom is to advance from north to south. However, the United Kingdom army is still 100 kilometers away from the city of Baris. Wang Zhong stood on the high ground outside the city, looking at the ancient city wall of Baris City. Good boy, he put down the telescope and turned to ask Pavlov, how thick is this city wall? Amelia, didn't you read the information we gave you? The thickest part is 5 meters. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not thick. It can be destroyed with enough explosives. Pavlov shook his head. If the enemy sets up intensive firepower, they may not be able to rely on it to put explosives. Wang Zhong, it's not enough to use tanks as cover. The tanks cover the engineers and rush to the city wall. The explosion destroys the city wall, and then the army breaks in. But it would be terrible if the defenders were the Prosan army who changed their skin. If the defenders are the Reskind Prosan army, then the siege plan must be cautious. At this time, Meyer Apugila came over with Mustafa from the 1st Brigade of Balas, and immediately gave Wang Zhong such a grand salute when he saw him. Wang Zhong, you don't have to salute like this every time you see me. We are all ordinary human beings and we are equal. Meyer Apugila nodded immediately. Okay. We didn't think about it too much. I found that you and the soldiers also mingle in this way. Using such a grand gift is actually a slander against you. No, it's not to this extent. Wang Zhong could only smile awkwardly. Meyer said seriously, we are here today for one thing. In order to resist the king, we took control of the underground passage in the royal capital. This seems to have been dug during the Old Kingdom and is now used as a sewer. Wang Zhong immediately became energetic. The ancient sewers, such a classic CRPG setting, felt like there would be a lich or something living in it, and then a guild such as the Thieves Guild would be hidden, and everything would be fine. Then he thought that there were supernatural powers in this world, and maybe those things really existed, so he asked Meyer, are there any skeletons, ghouls, or goblins in this sewer? What are the skeletons? There are 2 others that I haven't heard of at all. Meyer looked confused. At this time, Colonel Benjamin, the liaison officer of the United Kingdom, said in Baris language, they are 2 kinds of monsters that appear in legends. The United Kingdom also has similar things, but they are not in your Baris legends, so there is no corresponding translation. In short, it's something that appears in dark places like sewers and attacks humans. Meyer shook his head, no. The biggest beast in the sewer is the rat. Wang Zhong, is that kind of rat as tall as an 8-year-old child with a weapon that emits green light? Meyer continued to shake his head, no, the largest rat is only 1.5 kilograms, about this size. He gestured with his hands. It did look like a big rat, but not to the point of being scary. Wang Zhong felt relieved. Since he was attacked by the falconers, he had become a little more sensitive to mysterious powers. He suddenly remembered that the information provided by the United Kingdom before the attack began said that Baris had spells and abilities that could summon armies from other worlds. A spell that controls the dead, but it seems that I didn't see it all the way. So he asked Meyer, where are your other famous spells in Balas? Why didn't we see them when we pushed all the way here? Meyer showed a loyal smile, because I convinced them to go south to deal with the United Kingdom's army. Maybe it's because they stopped the United Kingdom's army from advancing so slowly. No, Colonel Benjamin shook his head. No, our army is just so slow. Rather, considering the too smooth progress of the Ant army, the United Kingdom army is only so slow. Tisk, I think your witchcraft has no effect. Wang Zhong looked at Colonel Benjamin and thought, are you people from the United Kingdom so good at making a fool of yourself? But he immediately thought that it was Dai Ying himself who produced the most profound TV series that satirized Dai Ying on the other side of the earth, and he suddenly felt that this was very reasonable. Okay, it turns out that Wang Zhong, who almost beat me to death, was the most powerful resistance that the mysterious forces could do. No wonder Prasen didn't take these mysterious forces seriously. In the era of cold weapons, this mysterious power was estimated to have a huge influence, but now in the face of modern science and industry, the mystery is a bit insufficient. In other words, when the power of technology and industry exceeds a certain threshold, mystery begins to be insufficient. Wang Zhong felt that he was gradually understanding the world. General, Meyer interrupted Wang Zhong's thoughts, if we go through the sewers and bypass the city defenses, our army's casualties can be greatly reduced. The commandos can directly attack the city gate defenders' garrison and quickly capture the northern part of the city. Door. Wang Zhong, are the troops stationed in the city barracks or Pulosan? It's a barracks. After all, there are people coming and going in the city, and there are United Kingdom diplomats stationed there. It's unlikely that it will be replaced by a plaza without attracting attention. As soon as Meyer finished speaking, Mustafa took over, but these barracks are different from us. In order to save the country, we strictly ordered the soldiers not to eat moon candy, which is a candy made from local specialty plants. Has a strong stimulating effect, and people who eat it will dance and feel extremely excited, and they will not feel any pain. Wang Zhong squinted and looked at Colonel Benjamin. Colonel, yes, this is also one of the sources of the necromancy that Barris called to drive the corpse. We believe that the wizard used a more powerful version of moon sugar, or added other rare herbal ingredients to enhance the excitement ability. Wang Zhong sighed, when the veil of mystery is torn off, what's underneath is so ordinary that it makes people angry. Pavlov, let's see if these drugged emperor's loyal dogs can beat the thread cutter. Wang Zhong, do we have a thread cutting machine? A batch has just been shipped from China, and the 393rd Marine Infantry Brigade happened to be resting and recuperating, so we distributed it to them. Pavlov said, it happened that the elite naval infantry had been resting for a few days, and it was time for them to take the field. Wang Zhong turned to ask Colonel Benjamin, can the 1st Parachute Division Task Force be dispatched? And Commander, I want to send the elite infantry of the United Kingdom and our elite infantry to perform this mission together, attack different targets separately, and then see who didn't complete the task. This can also solve the problem of the United Kingdom being too late to participate in the siege. Colonel Benjamin stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, considering your friendship with Ms. Amelia, I don't doubt that this is a strange act. Wang Zhong, of course not. Even you yourselves know that the United Kingdom army is too poor to catch up with the North-South attack, so I want to send the excellent 1st Parachute Division Task Force and the Commando in advance, just to deal with the current situation. Filing. Amelia, you can be quite annoying sometimes with what you say, but yes, this is a record prepared without trust in the capabilities of the army. The 1st Parachute Division Task Force and the Commando assault the team is ready. By the way, I received notification from home that the 1st Parachute Division will receive a royal title after this battle, so I hope you will arrange for them to attack more important targets. Wang Zhong turned to Meyer and asked, how is the defense of the palace? Meyer, originally, we were supposed to send out the city defense map of the palace last night, but the special police from the palace suddenly launched a citywide manhunt last night, and the city defense map was not sent out. Mustafa, I heard that there is a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner directing the palace agents to search. Wang Zhong, don't you guys have some integrity? Part of the underground palace was destroyed. We suspect that someone rebelled. Meyer Abdullah said angrily, and the level of the rebels is not low. Amelia, so now we know the distribution of the garrison outside the palace. Wang Zhong interrupted her, no, maybe we will adjust the defense. Our liaison officers were not deployed when they came out, Meyer said. Wang Zhong, the Plozans are strict in doing things, and they will adjust their defenses. But the key points of city defense will not change. It's just that the defenders have changed from the Barras people to the Plozans. To be honest, compared to taking drugs, a lunatic, but I felt at ease when facing the Prasen people. Sergeant Major Gregory, who never interrupted, said, yeah, I'm tired of killing Prosenians. They all even call mother in the same tone when they die, and every inflection is the same. Everyone laughed. Wang Zhong, then this is our plan. We will first send elite troops through the tunnels to attack the enemy's key points. After occupying the key points, the large forces will set off. Considering that the elite troops have higher fighting will and subjective initiative, I recommend carrying out a night attack. Troops with stronger will to fight at night and more subjective initiative will have higher combat effectiveness. Pavlov, yes, as for naval infantry, night attacks are no problem. Colonel Benjamin also agreed, the most suitable time for paratroopers to land is at night, so paratroopers are also good at night raids. As for Commanda, hey, they are ghosts in the night and will kill the enemy like ghosts. Wang Zhong, okay, let's do a night attack tonight. Tomorrow morning we will carry out concentrated artillery fire on the city wall as a backup plan in case the night attack fails. How many 203 heavy artillery do we have? Pavlov, there is a heavy breakthrough artillery regiment, a total of 24 203 guns. Wang Zhong, gather them all together and choose the position during the day. Let Balasdeva Rishi, who is familiar with the situation in the city, take the artillery commander to choose the position. Good. Wang Zhong picked up the telescope again and looked at the ancient city. This is the end point of this journey. After capturing the ancient city, it is time to consider how to stop the Prasan people along the Valdachir River. The first mobile group army has only rested for a month, and I don't know how it is recovering. However, it is estimated that the additional troops assigned to the first mobile group during the Battle of Yeysk have not recovered well. Mainly these troops, like the 401st Division, suffered too many losses. At this time, Wang Zhong didn't know that he would go to the United States afterwards. Chapter 478 Attack. The Commanda team entered the sewer under the guidance of the guide Barris. As soon as Gonov entered the sewer, he complained, "Why do we have to compete with the paratroopers and the ordinary infantry of the ant? What's the point?" Jonard, of course, it is to use patriotism to inspire the fighting enthusiasm of all of us. The person who decided this matter has a good idea. We are a special force. Look at how many people we have. The other two groups participating in the competition are all brigade-level combat teams. Gonov continued. Jerry, one of the two brothers Jerry and Tommy who were walking behind him, spoke up, "I heard that the Ant Brigade suffered heavy losses when landing, and it cannot be considered fully equipped. It's just that they have been supplemented with new equipment, and their combat effectiveness may have improved." Tommy nodded, "I heard that a silent continuous fire weapon should really be given to us. If we can get a silent automatic weapon, many battles will be many times easier. But look at what we are equipped with." Tommy raised the Sten submachine gun in his hand and patted it hard. Jonard said hurriedly, "Stop shooting, what if there is an accidental discharge? There are so many brothers in such a narrow sewer. Let's go." Tommy shook his head, put his gun on his back and continued to walk. At this time, Lieutenant Keith, who was walking in front, turned around and said, "We are few in number, but the corresponding tasks we are given are blasting tasks, such as blowing up electric poles, cutting telephone lines, and throwing explosive packs at the enemy headquarters. These tasks do not require us to occupy positions to resist counterattacks. As long as we break in and throw bombs, we can leave. I think the tasks assigned to us by the Ant Expeditionary Force Command are quite suitable." Jord, of course it is suitable. This is the headquarters of Rokosov. The staff must be very outstanding and can formulate a perfect combat plan. At this time, everyone passed by a manhole cover. There was an iron cover with mesh on the round hole. Through the mesh, they could hear the sudden gunshots outside. Jonard, NT-393 Marine Infantry Brigade and the United Kingdom's 1st Parachute Division Task Force are fighting. Let's hurry up. While they are attracting attention, we have to go out and find the buildings on the list to blast them. At this time, the doctor spoke, "Although we are only on a blasting mission, we have a lot of targets assigned to us." The bear-like chief of staff probably thought that as long as a quarter of it was blown up, it would cause enough chaos, so he set such a goal for us. But I think we can blow them all up. Gonov patted the pile of TNT explosives on his back. "Of course, otherwise, would I carry so much TNT for nothing? We must blow up all the targets assigned to us, leaving no one behind." After Gonov finished speaking, the members of Commanda agreed and their morale was high. "Lieutenant Keyes, let's go," the guide Barris said. "The exit is just ahead. The mission of the 393rd Brigade of the Ant Marine Infantry is to attack the northwest gate of the city wall, which is facing the front of the Ant Expeditionary Force. Once the gate is conquered and the city gate is open, the armored forces of the Expeditionary Force can directly enter the city and use tank guns to directly fire at the infantry units supporting the battle in the city. The Marine Infantry is equipped with a brand new thread-cutter silent assault rifle. At first, they were not familiar with this weapon and used the PPSH method, which is to splash water. But soon the Black Death-wearing sailor shirts found that the thread cutter was quite accurate. There was no need to splash water like the PPSH. Generally, 4 or 5 shots could hit the enemy. So soon the Marine Infantry began to fire various long bursts, and the consumption of bullets quickly dropped. Then the Marine Infantry found that the bullets fired by the thread cutter were amazingly lethal to the enemy, and often one hit could make the enemy lose its combat capability. This feature immediately won praise from everyone. The Naval Infantry quickly killed the enemies outside the gate tower and the ancillary buildings, and knocked out the few fire points facing the city. But at the entrance of the gate tower, the naval infantry encountered trouble. The Prosan soldiers who replaced the Barras people piled up a simple bunker with sandbags inside the entrance, set up an MG-34 machine gun, and began to tear the canvas at the entrance. The naval infantry were not really the gods of death, and their flesh and blood bodies could not do anything with machine guns all of a sudden. However, as naval infantry with rich experience in fighting against the Prosan people, all soldiers waited patiently for the enemy to change the barrel. Suddenly, the machine gun shooting stopped. The young naval infantry private rushed out with a brisk step, and the old soldier next to him couldn't hold him back. So Prosan's machine gun fired again, and the bullets hit the abdomen, chest, and neck of the young soldier continuously, directly taking his young life. Prosan's machine gun stopped again. The old soldier guarding the door threw a stone out. As expected, when the stone fell to the ground, it attracted a series of machine gun fire. Just when the machine gun stopped firing, the old soldier who threw the stone suddenly rushed out and fired a burst of shots with the thread cutter in his hand. A large amount of dust from the bullets hit the sandbag bunker. The main and deputy gunners of Prosan, who were changing the barrels, were all hit and fell on the machine gun. Hit by the bullets of the thread cutter, it was basically unrecognizable. The old soldier was on guard with the thread cutter and carefully entered the space where the machine gun bunker was located. A Prosan soldier wearing Barras clothes jumped out from the diagonal stab. He yelled and tried to snatch the veteran's gun, but the veteran flew up and kicked him in the lower body. He stopped attacking due to the severe pain. The veteran swung the thread-cutting machine in his hand, and the butt of the gun hit the Prosan man's cheek, shattering his entire face. After knocking the enemy away, the veteran quickly turned the gun and fired 3 rounds at the enemy. The enemy immediately had 3 terrifying bullet holes, which were bloody. While the veteran took down the sneak attacker, the naval infantry poured into the gate tower from behind him and began to climb to the 2nd floor. Wang Zhong had already woken up from a nap. At this time, he was holding a telescope on the hillside where he observed the city during the day and looking in the direction of the city gate tower. He said he was looking through a telescope, but in fact he was just making a gesture. His real consciousness was looking down above everyone's heads. Wang Zhong believed that the naval infantry could handle it, but he still couldn't help but worry at this time. The entire city of Barras was filled with gunshots, and there were violent explosions from time to time. It was not known whether it was Commanda's explosion. Seeing that Wang Zhong was so worried, Pavlov said, "We still have a backup plan. The heavy breakthrough artillery regiment will definitely be able to blow open the city wall tomorrow. That is a 203 mm heavy artillery. Although it is not as powerful as the attack you imagined. City tank, but enough." The engineers of the city wall of Barras approached after dark to investigate. In fact, it looked deceptive. The sandwich between the 2 layers of masonry may be soil. It must have collapsed in a few blows under the bombardment of the 203 heavy artillery. Wang Zhong was about to answer when he suddenly saw a light appear on the city gate tower, and the light was still flickering on and off, obviously playing Morse code. He immediately handed the telescope to Yakov. "Quick! Light signal, decode it." Yakov raised his binoculars and looked at the light signal, translating word by word. Guarding the gatehouse are Prosan soldiers wearing Ballas uniforms. Wang Zhong didn't wait for Yakov to finish speaking, and patted Pavlov's arm. "What did I say? That's right, right? The Prosans will definitely switch defenses. They are so strict. Pavlov, why do you always argue with me about this? I never doubt your judgment, okay? If you want to brag, just brag to Miss Amelia." Wang Zhong wanted to refute, but Yakov was still translating the code, so he couldn't say too much, so he kept his mouth shut. "Yakov, our army has occupied the passage leading to the city wall, but the Prosan people are still resisting near the mechanical device that opens the door. It will take some time to clear the Prosan people's defenses. Wang Zhong, you don't have to occupy the mechanical mechanism that opens the door. Isn't it possible that TNT can't blow open the ancient iron gate? If it really can't be blown open, you can blow up the city gate tower and leave only the door." Yakov looked at Wang Zhong in surprise. "Do you really want to send such a message?" However, someone on Pavlov's staff had already taken out a flashlight and started signaling to the people on the wall. Within a minute, a thick plume of smoke came out of the doorway below the city gate tower. Then 2 people ran out from the thick smoke carrying lanterns and drew circles in the night sky. It seems that the naval infantry blasted the city gate successfully. Now there is no need to destroy the entire city gate tower. At least it can leave some proud history for Barras. At this time, 2 more huge explosions came from the city. Wang Zhong, this was definitely bombed by Commanda. The Prosan people would only invest so much explosives when demolishing a building. Pavlov, I wonder if they can blow up 1/5 of the target I drew. Just blowing up 1/5 can seriously interfere with the enemy's command and dispatch. Is it enough to just blow up 1/5 of it? You really gave them a target full of water. This is called leaving redundancy. Pavlov replied somewhat complacently. Wang Zhong turned the telescope and looked at the target of today's 1st Parachute Division Task Force. Turning the telescope was just a sentiment. In fact, Wang Zhong had already caught the Red Devil's target from the bird's eye view. He saw the Red Devils fighting fiercely on the street, because there was a Panzer IV tank parked in the square between the 3 target buildings. Wang Zhong immediately wanted to scold the Prasen people for being cunning and secretly transporting the tank in, but then he remembered that he would definitely not be able to see the number 4 tank at the bottom of the building from the perspective of the telescope, so it was a bit strange to curse the tank. He could only watch as the soldiers of the 1st Parachute Division Task Force were knocked down in pieces by the tanks. Although the paratroopers deployed smoke, the tank seemed to have learned Wang Zhong's tactics. It fired continuously at the smoke-shrouded streets to eliminate the possibility of sneaking over. At this time, Wang Zhong saw a group of paratroopers climbing onto the roof of the building. After looking at the tanks below, he threw 3 grenades in succession. Wang Zhong opened it clearly and saw the second grenade falling into the tank commander's open hatch. The next moment, a plume of thick smoke erupted from the tank turret hatch, and Commander Prasen, who was in command, immediately collapsed. Immediately afterwards, fire broke out from the turret seat and quickly spread to the engine room. The surviving Prasen tank crewmen jumped out of the tank one after another and fled in all directions. The Red Devil launched a charge at this time. From Wang Zhong's perspective, he saw a large number of red berets rushing towards the 3 target buildings. It seems that the Red Devils have also figured it out. Chapter 479. Chapter 479 The Immortal Army, Update 1481st. After Wang Zhong confirmed that all 3 assault targets were successful, he ordered Pavlov, although the city gate is open, the heavy breakthrough artillery regiment will bombard the city wall as usual after dawn. Naturally, the more breakthroughs, the better. Pavlov, I knew you would give an order like this. You just want to use the 203mm cannon to blow something up. Wang Zhong laughed. Barras, Royal Palace. King Tutka of Balas was pacing back and forth in the audience hall. Finally, Plassen Ambassador Plenipotentiary Schmidt entered the hall with a small group of soldiers wearing Plassen uniforms. Tutka immediately rushed forward and shouted to Schmidt, "The enemy is attacking the city. They are attacking the city. You have not done anything you promised." Schmidt smiled, "It is not our responsibility that the ants arrived here so quickly. It was your troops that did not resist at all. You have been indulging the traitors like the Free Officer Corps for so many years. Have you received your retribution now?" Tutka shouted, "I condone the Free Officer Corps because I want to use them to check the influence of the United Kingdom penetrating from the direction of Bahara. Moreover, these members of the Free Officer Corps are of high quality among my officers. The troops he leads do not eat moon candy and are determined to fight. I just put these troops on the path to resist ants' invasion in the north, because I know that the United Kingdom's army cannot move so fast. Without the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force, the United Kingdom's combat effectiveness will be sharply reduced, which again this was not the time when Red Lobster soldiers were rampant." Tutka paused and added, "Besides, we also defeated the Lobster soldiers back then." Schmidt shook his head, "What you defeated was a small number of Lobster soldiers and a large number of Bahara troops. If it were all Lobster soldiers, you would have been merged into the Bahara area of the United Kingdom. Don't say these are useless." Tutka waved his hand vigorously, "Can you help me get out of trouble? I helped you cut off Ant's supply line. You can make rapid progress in Nan Ant, at least half of it's my credit." Schmidt frowned, "I cannot agree with this statement, and I think our generals and the experts around His Majesty will not agree with it either. When you are eliminated by the United Kingdom and Ant and the supply line is restored, you will find that our army is still making rapid progress. Soon our army will be able to cut off this supply line extending from the Bahara Ocean. We will occupy Afghanistan." Bawahan. The corner of Tutka's mouth trembled, and he held it in for a long time before shouting, "I can't run away if the city is broken." "Do you think you can run away? The ant people hate you Prosen so much that you will die." Schmidt smiled and took off his coat, revealing the military uniforms underneath. "Do you know why the airborne Jaegers behind me and I put on Prasen uniforms? Because according to international law, we are considered prisoners of war. As far as we know, the ants are pretty good to prisoners of war. They will even use some superficial means to indoctrinate prisoners of war, and then send them to factories to produce weapons for them. So many of our captured officers managed to escape and went south into neutral countries." Tutka cursed, "Despicable. Don't rush to scold me yet." Schmidt smiled, "I bring you an escape plan. Escape from the secret passage of the palace to the mountains to the east, and then wait for the special plane sent by Lufthansa. This plane will fly to neutral Anatolia, refuel and fly back to Plosen. You can set up a government in exile in Plosen and not recognize the new emperor supported by the enemy, just like Melania and other countries." Government in exile. Tutka squinted his eyes, as if hearing this word for the first time. "Schmidt, if you don't like this name, you can also call it Free Barras, just like General Dago's Free Carolingian." The name is not important, what is important is that your conquest actually exists. After we reach Abawahan and force Ant to surrender, we will go south to solve the problem of Barris. Our army's front line is directed at Bahara. After the United Kingdom lost Bahara, its strength dropped sharply. They too will soon surrender. Just think, you will be the king of the entire subcontinent then. Tutka seemed fascinated by the rosy prospect Schmidt painted. But he immediately thought of a question, secret passage? What secret passage? Why don't I know? Schmidt laughed loudly, of course you don't know that when your royal city was built, because your ancestors did not trust the United Kingdom, you hired Prasen designers. Your ancestors asked the designer to design a secret passage that could hide from all the spies of the United Kingdom in Barris at that time. The designer did it, with the rigorous spirit of the Prasen people. After speaking, Schmidt snapped his fingers, and a design drawing was brought up and unfolded in front of Tutka. Tutka smiled happily, okay, let's run away. Wait a minute, you should order all the Barris troops in this city to eat moon candies before running away. Tutka had a ferocious expression, you are right, we cannot let these intruders live so comfortably. When the vortex of the 225th Division Annihilator Battalion entered the city of Barris, a large number of Barris soldiers suddenly poured out in front of them. These soldiers had haggard faces, looking like a lot of skinny skeletons in the sunlight. They shouted and rushed towards the leading vortex number 22,501. The vortex's roof-mounted machine gun opened fire immediately. However, the vortex is a tank destroyer after all, and it is a vehicle specially designed for the task of destroying tanks. The only firepower used to suppress infantry is a machine gun on the roof. In contrast, the T-34 regular version has 2 machine guns, while the T-34W has 3 coaxial machine guns in the hull, turret, and roof anti-aircraft machine gun. 22,501 The machine gun of one vehicle is simply not enough to organize the black skeleton wave. The destroyer fired a shot, and the 100 mm high explosive bomb exploded in the crowd, knocking down a large number of enemies at once. But more enemies rushed towards the vortex as if they didn't know fear and pain. The gunner of the eddy current even saw a Barris soldier's right hand holding the gun broken off, and the weapon completely dropped to the ground. He bent down to pick up his arm, held it high with his left hand, and continued to charge. The gunner exclaimed, is this really a living person? Is this the legendary undead army? The commander cursed, asshole. Didn't you see these people bleeding? These are human beings who have taken drugs. Humans will die if they are killed. To say the least, they are monsters, and monsters will die if they are killed. Fire. While the commander shouted to fire, the loader completed loading the high explosive bomb and shouted, okay. The gunner opened fire again. The shells in the gun scope exploded in the dense crowd, sending many unlucky people with missing arms and legs into the sky. Body fragments and blood rained down, but the Barris people still charged without fear of death, like an undead army. Gunner, our firepower can't stop these people. How about we retreat? At this time, eddy current number 22,502 drove next to car number 1 and fired a high explosive bomb at the tide of corpses rushing towards it. The whole street was once again filled with blood and flesh. At this time, the enemy had already rushed to a distance of 100 meters, and they actually raised their weapons and opened fire on the vortex. It's a pity that the accuracy is not enough. Someone also threw a grenade into the vortex from a distance of 100 meters. As a result, the grenade landed dozens of meters in front of the vortex and exploded into a column of mud, causing no damage at all. The commander of 22,501 comforted the gunner, look. The enemy has no fighting skills at all. The infantry babisha started shooting and they were blinded. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy machine gun opened fire on the second floor next to the 2 eddies. This was a wheeled Maxim machine gun that Ant was equipped with in large quantities. It was the type with a water jacket. It had a dull and reliable sound when shooting. At the same time as the machine gun opened fire, the babisha in the hand of the accompanying non-commissioned officer also began to fire. Intense firepower swept towards the dense formation of the Barris people, and the battle seemed to have turned into a one-sided massacre. It seemed to be testing the firepower delivery ability of the Ant expeditionary force. If the firepower was not delivered enough, the Barris would be killed with a ferocious smile on their face. The wrath soldier got in his face and smashed his skull with the butt of his rifle. Suddenly, a T-34 rushed out from the middle of Barris formation. There should be a side street there, and the tank walked along the side street. There were several Barris people sitting on the top of the tank. They all held long-handled large knives and frantically slashed the drug-addicted Barris soldiers around the tank. The commander of 22,501 was stunned through the commander's observation window, but if you think about it carefully, no one stipulates that the tank cavalry on the tank cannot wield long-handled swords. In fact, the common name for Cirrus is the uncarved version of the Qing Long Yunyu sword. As if the T-34 entered an uninhabited land, soon the tracks were covered with flesh and blood, the gaps in the steel tracks were filled, and the road wheels were also covered with a thick layer of paste. The approximately triangular area between the road wheel and the road wheel is now full of minced meat. The T-34 tank is still flicking its tail, and each flick can throw a large number of drug-addicted Barras soldiers into the wall. The tank's 3 machine guns were also firing, but it seemed that the firepower of the machine guns was no longer enough among so many people. The swordsman on the back of the tank was furious, his pants were all red, and most of his clothes were red. Suddenly, a long knife was grabbed by someone. In one moment, the long knife hand was pulled out of the tank. The next moment, his severed hand flew up, still holding the wooden handle of the long knife, but the knife disappeared. The enemy seemed to be eating him, and soon something like intestines was seen being thrown up. The commander of 22,501 saw all this and said loudly, "I know what the so-called ghoul legend is about." Command. I know what the ghoul legend is about. Oh my god. No wonder the ancient people watched at this scene, one would say that this is the army of the resurrected dead. This is the truth of all this. At this time, an order came over the radio, "Don't worry about it, rush up and crush them with crawlers." The enemy's intelligence is no longer enough to support them using incendiary bottles to resist armor. Rush up. Chapter 480 Hell. On Wang Zhong's side, he has been using his own plug-in to observe the battlefield. This time, most of the tanks that rushed into the city were equipped with radios. The Expeditionary Force headquarters was just outside the city and could directly call the tanks, so Wang Zhong gained visibility. Although I have not personally seen that there is no highlighting, it seems that the situation in the city does not require highlighting. The last time Wang Zhong saw such a scene was in the game Left 4 Dead 2. He thought about the best way to deal with this situation in Left 4 Dead 2, slapped his thigh and said to Pavlov, "Do we have a fire-breathing tank?" Pavlov, "Yes, but when you made the plan yesterday, you prohibited us from using flamethrowers and poison gas bombs in siege warfare, which may cause a large number of civilian casualties." Wang Zhong, "It's ready for use now. Get on the fire-breathing tank and be careful not to hit the house when spraying." Pavlov looked confused. "Why do you suddenly need to mount a fire-breathing tank?" The city only reported that a large number of enemy soldiers launched a desperate charge. Wouldn't it be enough to use machine guns and high-explosive bombs? Also, Pavlov had no plug-ins, Wang Zhong thought. He could only summarize the situation from the reports he received. He probably didn't expect the situation in the city to be so bad. At this time, a correspondent on the radio communication side suddenly shouted, "Report, the frontline tank commander ordered the tanks to rush up and crush the enemy with their tracks." Pavlov frowned, "Isn't this order unreasonable? In urban street fighting, the tanks have kept a distance from the enemy infantry and are always under the protection of our infantry." Wang Zhong patted him on the shoulder, "Don't worry, the tank commander of the 51st Army issued the correct order. The current situation in the city is that it should be correct to use the tank body to ram it and use the crawler tracks to crush it." Pavlov narrowed his eyes, "Do you know what's going on in the city?" Wang Zhong, "My guess is that the frontline commander sees things more clearly than we do. He would give such an order because the situation on the front line must have reached this serious level. But the statement you just made was obviously a statement of 'I know what's going on in the city.'" Yakov interjected, "I agree with the chief of staff on this point." At this time Popov stepped forward and patted Yakov on the shoulder, "Just think that the Angel of St. Andrew told the general." Wang Zhong forcibly changed the topic, "Deploying fire-breathing tanks, relying on crawler tracks alone is too inefficient." Pavlov no longer had any questions and turned directly to get the phone. At this time, Amelia came over and whispered beside Wang Zhong, "I was observing from the side just now. You seemed to be in a daze, but every time you were in a daze, your expression became more solemn. I also found that every time the radio when you connect with the tanks on the front line, you'll be in a daze." Wang Zhong leaned closer to Amelia and whispered, "It's just a coincidence." Amelia shook her head, "Why don't I think it's the same? I have a bold guess that you and I are the same kind." Wang Zhong was so shocked that his voice almost broke, "I'm not a witch. If given a choice, I would choose the Red Priest route." "Amelia, I didn't say you were a witch. I mean, don't you also have praying hands? Praying hands and I are the same kind. You also have that, yes, the Sound Array Master, so you too Sound Array Master? Have you heard what's going on in the city?" Wang Zongzhen thought that he was right. His ability was indeed very similar to Brother Peter's Sound Array Master ability. Could it be that this ability was just expressed in a form that I could easily recognize? Maybe my ability to highlight enemies can be applied to ordinary ant people, so that the enemies have devil's horns on their heads? It's possible. If you establish direct contact with your subordinates, you can see the situation around your subordinates, which may be reflected in the form of angelic voice transmission or the like. It's just that I'm a modern person who has traveled through time, and I'm familiar with real-time strategy games, so I made it like this." Wang Zhong was thinking, and Amelia's voice drifted into his ears, "Look, you were lost in thought again. Did you find out what happened on the front line again?" "No, Not this time, it was really just a trance. At this time, Pavlov took the phone receiver and said, the flamethrower tanks have been dispatched. But it will take half an hour to reach the front line. I am arranging for the troops along the way to make way. Wang Zhong, well done, let the troops entering the city hold on a little longer. According to Mayor Apugula's intelligence, there should be 150,000 Barras troops in the outer city of the palace. Including the Reskindplosen army, there may be 160,000 or even 170,000 troops guarding the outer city. If all the 150,000 Barras troops were defeated like this, it would take a while to kill them even with flamethrowers. But this kind of mindless charge may be very effective against the feudal army in the cold weapon era, but it is impossible for the allied forces under Wang Zhong to be defeated like this. Wang Zhong asked Yakov, what do you think the intention of King Tutka of Balas is to let the troops launch such a desperate assault? Killing our troops, isn't it? Yakov asked doubtfully. Wang Zhong waved his hand, killing our army is only the direct goal. What indirect goal does he hope to achieve by killing our army? He will definitely not be able to defend the city. As Wang Zhong fell into thinking, his voice lowered and his words were interrupted. At this time Amelia said, maybe Tutka is crazy. Wang Zhong, it would be easier if that were the case. No minister would follow a crazy monarch. But I always feel that he has other intentions. Is he ordering the troops to take drugs to delay something? For example, activate the huge battle stone statue under the palace of Barras. Amelia narrowed her eyes. You've read too many messy books, haven't you? This is the content of the United States Amazing Stories. There was no such thing as science fiction in this era, but there were already magazines that published science fiction novels, represented by the American Amazing Stories magazine, so the novels that combined the latest scientific discoveries with various vulgar things in amazing stories were also called amazing stories. Wang Zhong looked at Amelia. How do you know Amazing Stories magazine? Have you read a lot of it? I didn't. Amelia's voice rose, and it seemed that she had indeed read a lot of Amazing Stories magazine. Although teasing Amelia might make her blush, but now they were still fighting, Wang Zhong forced himself to return to the topic just now. He said, I was just joking just now. It will definitely not unfold in such a fantasy way. I think the king is going to run away. Colonel Benjamin immediately said, impossible. We have all the blueprints of the royal city, except for the one of Engineer Proson, but MI6 doesn't know, and all escape routes have been blocked by our agents. Wang Zhong, according to Meyer's intelligence, the agents of the Barras Palace, led by the agents of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Proson Palace, conducted a large-scale search in the city yesterday. Maybe your agents have been killed. Benjamin frowned, it is indeed possible. But even if the king escapes from the royal city, they will have a lot of trouble to leave. The tribes have decided to support the royal brother. They will not let the king pass through their control areas. For King Tutka, all roads are blocked. Wang Zhong, no, there is another way. He can go from the air. Benjamin shook his head, no, the airport is already under our control. It's impossible. It doesn't have to be an airport. The transport planes of the Prosons can take off on straight highways. Their pilots have been trained to take off on highways. Wang Zhong walked quickly to the map and looked for a relatively straight road on it. Pavlov suddenly slapped his bald head. Wait a minute, I remember that the intelligence mentioned that the Prosons helped build a high-standard highway between the capital of Balas City and the King's summer resort. The chief of staff walked quickly to the map and quickly found this section of the road. Look, here. There is a section that is straight. Wang Zhong, send troops immediately. Our expeditionary force does not have half-track vehicles for infantry combat and motorcycles for reconnaissance. Pavlov, there are captured ones. Many motorcycles were seized, especially at the River Valley Bridge. Many motorcycles with punctured tires were seized. We repaired some of them. Okay, organize a motorcycle team immediately to bypass the city. Regardless of whether you encounter the fleeing emperor or not, control this section of the road first. Wang Zhong waved his hand, quick. At the same time, in the city of Barras, flamethrower tanks drove to the front line. The difference between flamethrower tanks and individual flamethrowers is very obvious. After all, the weight and output of the launch device are very different, and the firepower sustainability is completely different. A long dragon of fire directly crossed the entire street, igniting everything on the road. Those drug-taking Barras soldiers suddenly changed from skeleton soldiers to flame skeleton soldiers. The stimulants could not make them resist the nerve twitching caused by the burning of the flames. The severe pain also penetrated the shielding of the stimulants, making these undead warriors howl. As a result, the whole scene became even more terrifying. A pile of burning skeletons wailed while dancing. The commander of the 22,501 Vortex looked at this scene, silently drew an Eastern Saint Church symbol in front of him, and murmured, "This is simply a scene of hell. Saint Andrew, please give me courage and firm belief to fight this terrifying scene." Other members of the vortex heard the tank commander's low moan, and also drew symbols in front of them and chanted in a low voice. Although the scene created was very terrifying, the flamethrower tank did have an incomparable advantage in slaughtering such a group of enemies. No enemy was spared wherever the flames passed. Some enemies still had some consciousness and knew to jump into the water to put out the fire, so soon all the crystals on the street were blocked, and the sewer entrance was also blocked. Some people rushed into the house in panic, and then the houses were on fire. Civilians who rushed out of the room to escape the fire were found by the drug-addicted soldiers who were already bloodthirsty and were caught and slaughtered. The scene of Avicii hell spread in the city. Chapter 481 The End of King Barris. On the outskirts of Barris city, in a dilapidated church, the base of the altar suddenly and slowly moved away, revealing a narrow secret passage. The first thing that came out was the muzzle of an MP-40 submachine gun, and then a Prosen man wearing an airborne Jaeger uniform got out of the secret passage and immediately occupied the position behind the stone bench of the church, putting on alert. Then a few more hunters came out and occupied the most defensive position next to the exit. Then Schmidt, the plenipotentiary ambassador of Prosen, came out of the tunnel, patted the dust on the big cap, and put it on his head solemnly. King Tutka stuck his head out from behind Schmidt's butt and tried to crawl out of the tunnel, but was stuck in the tunnel because he was too fat. He tried several times but was still stuck, unable to move. This exit is too small. Why not make it as wide as the secret passage? No, the secret passage is also very narrow. Aren't you Prosons famous for your rigor? Why didn't you consider that the ruler would be generous and fat? Howled King Tutka. Schmidt shook his head. Pull him out. Push him hard from behind. Quick. So the two airborne chasseurs who were originally on alert put away their weapons and rushed over, grabbed the king's hands and clothes, and pulled hard, but the king didn't move at all. Schmidt, we need to work hard together, I'll call the number, 1, 2, get up. The strong airborne hunters used all their strength to finally pull the king out. The two contributing airborne Jaegers lost their balance and fell to the ground together with the king. The airborne chasseurs who were blocked by the king came out of the tunnel one by one, frowning and looking at King Tutka, who fell to the ground and was still breathing. Schmidt asked in confusion, why do you have such expressions? One of the airborne hunters replied, we pushed him from behind, and he farted. The fart was really smelly like never before. I suspect that there was only some carrion left in his digestive system. Look, the one on my collar, the Edelweiss, is wilting. It's so smoky. Schmidt looked at the Edelweiss and found that the white petals were indeed not particularly energetic, but he didn't know whether they were smoked by farts or simply picked for too long. Okay, forget about this and pull His Majesty up. We still have a long way to go. The Lufthansa plane should have landed, but we still have to walk 100 kilometers of mountain roads to get to the straight section that can be used as an airstrip of highway. The good news is that this section of the road is all high-standard roads built by us at Prosen. The 100 kilometers will be completed quickly. After speaking, Schmidt looked at the captain of the airborne chassis. There should be a hidden truck nearby. He is disguised as a pumpkin truck. Go and get the truck out. King Tutka, pumpkin. I love eating pumpkins. This is what your manor grew specifically for you. We have spent a lot of effort to grow pumpkins in the climate of Barris. Schmidt said proudly, Prosen's science and technology are trustworthy. King Tutka nodded repeatedly, trustworthy, trustworthy. Then shall we eat pumpkins now? No. We're going to escape in this pumpkin truck. At this moment, the captain who was going to drive rushed into the church. The Enters are coming. At the foot of the mountain, they will be there soon. Schmidt was shocked. Why did they appear here? This shouldn't be the case. Quick, rely on the church's outer wall to defend, and be sure to stop them in front of the church. After speaking, he grabbed King Tutka's arm and said, come with me. Then he couldn't help but drag the king and walked out. Wait a minute, wait a minute. The king shouted, my hand. My hand is about to be torn off by you. I will fall. Slow down. Schmidt didn't pay attention to the king's wailing, and dragged the king out of the church and came to the truck. At this time, the airborne chasseurs guarding the low wall outside the church opened fire, shooting down the mountain with submachine guns. An apparently captured Prosen three-wheel motorcycle was shot. The front of the motorcycle tilted and hit a stone on the roadside. The driver fell off the motorcycle, but the machine gunner in the motorcycle fought back with a machine gun. The airborne chasseurs, who only had submachine guns, were immediately suppressed. Machine gun bullets continued to fly past Schmidt's head and hit the back panel of the truck compartment one after another. Schmidt pulled open the back panel, and the bullet hit the pumpkin inside the car, and the juice from the explosion splashed onto his face. Get up! When King Tutka saw the height of the truck, he immediately cried and said, do you think I can get onto such a high truck bed? I can't climb up even if I have a person on my back. Schmidt immediately called to the airborne Jaeger who was trying to fight back, come here. Throw him into the car. No, throwing is too much, right? However, regardless of the number of space hunters, they came directly to grab King Tutka and threw him into the car. The king screamed and landed among the pumpkins. Fortunately, his fat body softened the impact. Schmidt. I want to complain to His Majesty Emperor Prasen. Just wait. Schmidt himself jumped on the truck and shouted to the chasseurs outside, release the smoke to cover our exit and stop the ants from pursuing us. Yes. The airborne chasseur didn't seem to care at all that he was about to be trapped here and would either die in battle or be captured. Instead, he saluted and carried out the order. Smoke bombs were thrown out, and white smoke quickly blocked the road in front of the church. Schmidt closed the tailgate and shouted into the cab, let's go. Quick. Let the anters catch up and we'll be finished. The pumpkin truck started up immediately, rushed out of the churchyard under the cover of smoke, and sped along the road. Just after the truck drove out 200 meters, a three-wheeled motorcycle rushed through the smoke and chased the truck. Then the second one, and then a jeep that was obviously not of the Prussian style, the Willis Jeep of the United States. The three cars chased the truck at lightning speed. Schmidt turned his head and urged, drive faster. Faster. The Prussian soldier in the cab shouted, the accelerator is stepped on the bottom. It can't go any faster. This is a truck. Not a racing car, Your Excellency the Ambassador Plenipotentiary. Schmidt cursed, pulled out the Luger pistol and fired a shot at the back. As a result, the machine gunner in the motorcycle compartment immediately fired back with a machine gun, da-da-da. That is, the motorcycle was very bumpy and the machine gun could not shoot accurately, otherwise King Tutka and Ambassador Schmidt would have died for their country. Schmidt was about to continue firing back firing back at the machine gun with a small pistol, but he was almost tripped by a pumpkin. He suddenly had an idea, these are the pumpkins used for camouflage. Throw them away quickly. Otherwise we can't drive fast. Then Schmidt picked up a pumpkin and threw it backwards. The pumpkin smashed directly on the road, and the juice inside spilled all over the ground. The three-wheeled motorcycle skidded immediately after driving up, and the whole car twisted wildly like a drunk ant. But the ant driver actually stabilized. Try this. Schmidt threw another pumpkin. This pumpkin did not smash, and it ran all the way along the road, rushing towards the motorcycle like a tire. The ant driver was swaying, and when he saw the pumpkin flying towards him, he directly swung the front of the car. The motorcycle turned to the side with a sizzle and rushed out of the road and disappeared. Schmidt laughed and continued to throw pumpkins. In order to avoid the pumpkin, the second motorcycle directly hit the road sign on the side of the road, and the connection between the motorcycle and the truck bed was cut off by the road sign. The motorcyclist was quick and stepped his foot into the truck bed, using his hips as the connection between the motorcycle and the truck bed. Schmidt was stunned. Can you ant people respect the laws of physics? King Tutka stuffed a pumpkin into Schmidt's hand. Hurry up, keep throwing. Schmidt threw his hand and the pumpkin flew out. As a result, the last car was a Willis Jeep. The pumpkin smashed on the front of the Jeep, but the Jeep was fine. Yes, the Willis Jeep is so durable. The ant people in the car lowered their heads and lowered the windshield, as if this would reduce the resistance of the Jeep. Schmidt continued to throw pumpkins crazily, but the Jeep was still fine after eating more than a dozen pumpkins. Schmidt also got angry and kicked the tailgate open, pushing all the pumpkins down. As a result, the Jeep safely passed the yellow area created by the pumpkin. Schmidt reached back and grabbed a new pumpkin. This pumpkin might be rotten and a little soft. Tutka, don't. This is my head. In a flash, the motorcycle that rushed out of the road at the beginning rushed out from the side, flew high with the help of the stones on the roadside, and the front wheel of the car directly hit the pumpkin car. Ant on the motorcycle pounced and threw Schmidt off the truck, and the two rolled on the ground. At the end of the roll, Ant stood up first and punched Schmidt. General Rokosov asked me to say hello to you. At the same time, the motorcycle connected by the driver's hips also went around to the front and stopped the truck. The Jeep painted yellow by pumpkin juice also stopped behind the truck. King Tutka's escape ended just like that. Chapter 482 General Rokosov and the Prisoners. At 1730 on September 8, outside the city of Baris, the headquarters of the anti-expeditionary force. Wang Zhong had discovered early on from a bird's-eye view that King Tutka of Baris and the Plassen Empire's plenipotentiary ambassador Schmidt were being escorted here. He walked to the map naturally, pretending to be concerned about the war situation in the city. During this period, Wang Zhong understood more and more about the actions of a five-star general on Earth. Image and publicity are very important, and they determine how many resources you can get and how much credit you can get. The five-star general on Earth rose step by relying on publicity, while George Patton, who was better at fighting, remained a four-star general until his death. It's a pity that Wang Zhong doesn't smoke, otherwise he could take a pipe and completely imitate the five-star critic. The door opened with a bang, and the commando sent to pursue the fleeing king came in with two prisoners, one fat and one thin. The thin prisoner was wearing a Plassen military uniform, and the dark color scheme looked out of place in the geographical environment of Baris. Wang Zhong turned his head in surprise, and when he saw the two men, he exclaimed, "Did they really catch these two people on that road?" "Yes." The captain of the naval infantry saluted and said loudly, "General, your foresight is really amazing. When we arrived, they just happened to escape." Wang Zhong, "Ha ha ha ha, I don't have any foresight, I just made reasonable logical inferences." It was Chief of Staff Pavlov who determined that the enemy would wait for the plane on this road. "Pavlov, I am just familiar with the geographical information of the battlefield, and I just remembered that the Prasen people built this road. It was mainly because the general judged the enemy's movements." Wang Zhong accepted the compliment without hesitation, and then leisurely walked to Schmidt. Well, now theoretically Wang Zhong didn't know that this German was called Schmidt. Anyway, he walked to this guy. "Why don't I remember that Plassen has regular troops in Paris?" Schmidt smiled and answered in a fairly standard ant language, "We are staff members of the embassy in Paris, and we were ordered to rescue King Paris and establish an exiled government in Plassen." Wang Zhong, "Oh, so. You are a colonel, and this operation is of a high level." "Of course." Schmidt replied, "We attach great importance to His Majesty Tutka, the King of Paris." "Wang Zhong, what route did you take out of the city?" "An ancient tunnel left by the Plassen engineer who was responsible for building the royal city of Paris. The relevant design drawings are only kept in the palace archives of our country, so you in the United Kingdom don't know about this." Schmidt looked at you in the United Kingdom. Colonel Benjamin and several United Kingdom officers looked at each other. Wang Zhong, "Very good, you almost succeeded. Then may I ask this colonel, what is your name?" "You can call me Franz." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. Schmidt immediately changed his words, "Of course, I usually act under the name of Schmidt for this mission." Only then did Wang Zhong realize that his micro-expression was exposed, revealing that he knew the man's name was Schmidt. But he decided to continue pretending, "Oh, so. What is your real name? When our army enters Plassen in the future, if you behave well in the prisoner of war camp, we can try not to hurt your family." Schmidt looked incredulous, "What did you say?" "When we enter Plassen, we will treat the families of those Plassen prisoners who behaved well in the prisoner of war camp well." Wang Zhong repeated his words. Schmidt was shocked. "Have you not paid attention to the domestic war reports for a long time? We are now advancing rapidly." Wang Zhong, "Yes, we are advancing rapidly according to our plan. Saris has a very famous and classic tactic called luring the enemy deep into our territory. I wonder if you know it." Schmidt looked unconvinced. "Are you trying to say that our rapid advance is your strategy? Then are you going to say that your tragic defeat on the battlefield last year was also a plan?" "Those were not, I mean, those in summer and autumn were not. But the winter one was." Wang Zhong spread his hands. "At that time, the plan I made was to retreat to the front of the capital, stretch your supply lines, and completely cut off your supply during the muddy season. Then counterattack. I think it was executed well." Schmidt's expression became serious. "Are you saying that this time is also your strategy?" "Yes." Wang Zhong nodded, "The same strategy as last time." "Of course you don't believe it, but let me ask you, since May this year, your attack has been so smooth. So how many of our troops have you surrounded besides the coastal front army?" Schmidt opened and closed his mouth like a goldfish. Wang Zhong, "No, you didn't surround and annihilate any of our troops, because these troops withdrew in an orderly manner. Of course, you still defeated some troops, but these troops were able to reorganize in the rear. Even if you look at the watered-down battle reports of your headquarters, the number of anti-troops you annihilated this year is much less than the same period last year." Schmidt was speechless. Wang Zhong bent down, approached him, and gestured in front of him with one hand. "When the muddy period comes this year, your situation will be better than last year, but this time the supply line is farther and has to pass through Nan'ant, where the infrastructure in Anti is the worst. And at that time, we will use the troops who escaped from the summer and autumn battles to launch a counterattack on the entire front. You will have to divide your troops everywhere, and the troops attacking Abawahan will not get enough reinforcements or enough weapons, supplies, and continuous fighting. I was exhausted and suffered huge equipment losses." Wang Zhong suddenly clenched his open fingers into a fist. "We will surround it and destroy it." Schmidt shook his head. "No, no, your plan will not go so smoothly, and His Majesty is very determined. Even if you attack across the board, your Majesty will mobilize more troops from the country." "He won't. Because the Allied counterattack is about to begin, and the entire Mediterranean will burn. The Balkans will be like a volcano ready to go. And the Royal Air Force will bomb your western wall defenses, and the Royal Navy's naval guns will bombard on time every day like an express train. You will be attacked from both sides." Wang Zhong showed a proud smile. "Then, you will suffer a humiliating defeat in Ant, and the Allies will suddenly realize that you are just a paper tiger. Yakov, throw over the pamphlet I wrote." Yakov immediately took out a pamphlet from the pile on the table and threw it over. This was one of the many pamphlets written by Wang Zhong when he was the dean of the Suvorov Military Academy. It mainly discussed why the enemy was bound to fail. Wang Zhong threw the pamphlet on the ground in front of the Pu Luosen and said to the naval infantry, "Untie him so that he can read." The naval infantry immediately untied Schmidt and pushed his back, making him fall on Wang Zhong's pamphlet. Wang Zhong turned to King Barris. "Hi, Your Majesty the King, do you want to be as stubborn as the ambassador plenipotentiary of Prasen?" "No, no, no, I'll say my full name right away." Then the fat king spit out a long list of names that Wang Zhong, a quasi-anti, didn't even bother to remember. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, asked Meyer to come over. Soon Meyer Abdullah came over with Mustafa. The moment he saw His Majesty the King's back, Meyer's eyes burst into flames. This bastard! He rushed up, kicked the king to the ground, then grabbed the necklace around his neck and pulled out the pendant. "Look at this. This is the finger bone of a child. I watched him starve to death in the village under the tree at the door. I was very angry and rushed into the village to question these villains who were watching the child starve to death. Then I discovered that the whole village was starving to death and they really had no food to save this child. The whole village was starving to death. Every child was skin and bones. So I buried the poor child, took off his finger, and I vowed to bring it to the person who caused all this tragedy. It's you." Wang Zhong immediately sympathized with Meyer and said, "I'll leave this king to you, Meyer." "No, he is no longer the king." Meyer hesitated for a moment, then put away his hand bones and stood up. "No, this is not my personal revenge. He must be tried in public and then hanged." As he spoke, Meyer looked at Wang Zhong. "Do we have to accept another king?" Before Wang Zhong spoke, Amelia rushed to say, "Auntie also has a king, I mean, the emperor, or your teacher's adopted sister. There is nothing wrong with having a king, Meyer Apugula, the king also it can be Ming Jun." Wang Zhong gently pushed Amelia away from him and said to Meyer, "You can try all the roads and choose the best one. Before that, learn the skills first, the army practice so that you can take control of your own choices in the future." Meyer glared at Amelia and nodded, "You are right." At this time, King Tutka wailed, "Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I can abdicate or abdicate. Everyone in the United Kingdom, I will do anything. I don't want to resist you anymore." As he spoke, he crawled on the ground and crawled towards Amelia's feet, seemingly intending to kiss Amelia's shoes. Amelia backed away with a look of disgust and distanced herself from them. "Wang Zhong, he disgusts my friend. Take him down and wait for the people of Barris to decide his fate." Immediately, the navy infantry came up and dragged King Tutka away. The king's cries can be heard long after he leaves his headquarters. When the king's movements were finally no longer heard, Schmidt stood up. The naval infantry immediately stepped forward to hold him down, but Wang Zhong waved his hand, "No, no need." Then he walked up to Schmidt, "Do you have any insights? Your NTs should be enough for you to understand, right?" Schmidt bit his lip, "I have to think about it, I have to think about it. No, I want to see if you succeed at the end of this year." Wang Zhong, "Okay, take him down and let him think carefully. By the way, give him a secular holy book and let him read and think carefully." Wang Zhong waved his hand. Chapter 483 Climbing. On September 9th, there were still sporadic battles in the city, mostly by Prosens in Barris uniforms. There was no one left in the Barris defenders. Those who survived yesterday's battle all fell down today, because the amount they ate yesterday was actually hopeless, and they would die if the allies did nothing. A few who were not dead due to special physiques also committed suicide with the weapons in their hands because they could not bear the pain. At 11 o'clock noon, Wang Zhong sat in his number 422 tank and entered the outer city of Barris. Yesterday he saw the tragic situation of the outer city from a bird's eye view, but today he was still shocked when he actually saw it with his naked eyes. It seems that the bird's eye view can really reduce the bloodiness. It may be because looking down, there will be a feeling of transcendence. When playing real-time strategy games, even if the blood plasma patch is applied and the bloody scenes are made very delicate and realistic, the players will not feel too much. However, it is completely different when viewed in the first person, especially the extremely strong smell of burnt in the air, which enhances the realism of the whole scene. Wang Zhong heard the sound of the body machine gunner vomiting in the headset. That position should have been the mechanic, but now Ant simply couldn't equip each tank with a mechanic, so it was changed to a machine gunner who only fired machine guns. The machine gunner of vehicle number 422 was still a new recruit, probably seeing this kind of scene for the first time, so it's not his fault that he vomited. However, unlike Wang Zhong, whose upper body was outside, the other members of the tank began to complain, "Damn it, Elisha, now the whole car smells like your vomit. Sorry. When we stop later, you quickly get a bucket of water to flush it." "Yes. I'll do it later." Wang Zhong, "Okay, don't blame the new recruits, the scene in front of me is too tragic, I can't stand it. The tank will not move for the time being, Elisha, you go down, Find a corpse that looks good and urinate, you should not be afraid anymore. The gunner asked puzzledly, Hey? Is that so? I heard that it is only useful to urinate on the enemy you killed. No, has this rumor spread so far? Wang Zhong thought about it. No, the tank destroyer battalion of the 225th Division came with them, and they will spread all these rumors. It's bad, the 51st Tank Army may also be infected with this problem in the future. No, it is to acquire this tradition. When Wang Zhong was thinking about this, Elisha climbed out of his position, and as soon as he came out, he saw a more tragic scene, and immediately began to retch, and the yellow-white liquid dripped onto the ground next to the track. A stench of stomach acid mixed with the stench of the charred corpse, making Wang Zhong frown. Wang Zhong, just now, the impact force seen through the periscope is not as strong as seeing it directly, right? Yes. General, how can you see the scene without changing your expression? Wang Zhong, because I have seen it many times, and I am used to it. You are really amazing, I want to be like you. The new recruit Elisha said. Elisha is a nickname. His full name is the same as Wang Zhong, Alexei. It is very common to have the same name as auntie, so the father's name is generally added to distinguish them. But on the 422 vehicle, there is no such trouble, because everyone calls Wang Zhong General. Wang Zhong looked at the scene in front of him and shook his head. Elisha, you don't have to blame yourself for vomiting when you see this miserable scene. This is normal. I am abnormal for being indifferent to the miserable scene. We fight today to let our children grow up as normal people. In the future, my son will also vomit crazily when he sees this scene, and I will cheer loudly, because this is the meaning of my fighting. The internal communication of the tank was silent. No, the communication of the entire tank unit was silent. Wang Zhong then remembered that he was turning on the radio. It's over. If this were a peaceful era, those VUPs would come up with this during the live broadcast, and forget to turn off the microphone to give a speech, which would definitely be questioned as a script. But now no one questioned it. Everyone listened to Wang Zhong's words quietly, and even the naval infantry who was resting nearby quieted down and looked at Wang Zhong with pursed lips. Wang Zhong, Elisha, do what you should do. Yes, General. Elisha jumped out of the car and began to look for an enemy that he liked. The gunner opened the side hatch of the T-34W and stuck his head out. He immediately frowned. Oh my god, it's really different from what I saw in the scope. It's terrible. Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, an old woman from Balas appeared next to the tank, holding an empty basin in her hand, shaking the basin and praying for something. Wang Zhong, give him a piece of bread. The gunner immediately took out the bread stored in the tank and made a gesture to throw it, so the old woman raised the basin high and even stood on tiptoe. It was obvious that she was very eager for this piece of bread. The naval infantry next to him jumped onto the tank in one step, took the bread from the gunner, put it on the old woman's plate, and added his own dry food. Wang Zhong, see, we launched the attack just to save them. At this time, Elisha ran back while pulling up his pants, and shouted loudly, Hey! I found a Prasen man wearing a Balas military uniform. Definitely a Prasen man. Wang Zhong, okay. Come up quickly, we are going to enter the royal city. The situation in the royal city is much better than outside. Not only His Majesty the King lives in the royal city, but also the nobles and tribal leaders in the city of Baras. They were waiting on both sides of the entrance to the royal city early. The entrance gate seemed to be opened by a 100mm cannon. The vortex that did this stopped on the street inside the gate. The tankers were chatting with beautiful noble girls. Hearing the sound of the engine and gearbox, the tankers immediately looked over. When they saw the red flag behind the number 422 car, everyone was shocked, left the noble girl, and stood at attention after tidying up their clothes. When number 422 stopped in front of the tanker, the commander shouted, Hello, General. Salute to you. Wang Zhong, hello, salute you for fighting bravely. But remember the discipline of our army, we are not allowed to attack the daughters of local people. Immediately, a noble girl said, We are voluntary generals. Wang Zhong, whether you are voluntary or not. Don't make mistakes, soldiers. But Wang Zhong always felt that it was useless. The ant people were too relaxed in this regard. When fighting in the country, Wang Zhong was very troubled by this matter, because he could not say anything even if they were willing. He could only tell the parish priest of the local church to take good care of the girl if she got pregnant and try to remember the father's name. Wang Zhong sighed and said to the driver, Continue along the road and go to see the king's palace. Car number 422 started again and moved along the road. Soon, the palace appeared in front. It seemed that the king's palace had not been damaged, and even the beautiful stained glass was mostly intact. A large group of waiters in gorgeous clothes were waiting at the door of the palace. As soon as Wang Zhong's tank stopped, an old man with a long beard half knelt in front of the tank, Welcome, Lord Duke of Antkaran. Wang Zhong, no need to be polite. He climbed out of the tank swiftly and glanced at the naval infantry standing behind these elegantly dressed waiters. The captain of the infantry who led the team immediately said, "We have searched them all. They have no weapons. Most of them have not received military training and have no calluses on their hands from playing with guns." Wang Zhong nodded and jumped off the tank. "Take me to the highest point of the royal city. I want to see the city we took after a day and a night of fierce fighting." In fact, Wang Zhong had another purpose for going to the highest point. Today was September 9th. Although it was the Gregorian calendar, Wang Zhong wanted to climb the height to commemorate his real motherland. Climbing the height on September 9th, the double 9th festival, is a tradition. As soon as he finished speaking, the half-kneeling old man stood up and said in ant language attentively, "Please follow me. The observation tower is not far away." About 5 minutes later, under the guidance of the old man, Wang Zhong climbed up to the observation tower of the royal city. This is indeed the highest point in the entire royal city. Even the roof of the palace is not as high as Wang Zhong's current position. The tiles on the roof are all clearly visible. Wang Zhong looked far to the south. The main color of the Barris Plateau is a mixture of green and yellow. It does not have the desolation of the desert smoke, nor the abundance of cattle and sheep. Wang Zhong knew from the bird's eye view that a small group of people from the Barris Free Officers Alliance, including Meyer, had just walked onto the observation deck. He maintained a lookout posture and asked, "Meyer, look at this plateau, what do you think?" "It's beautiful, General." Wang Zhong smiled. In the eyes of the Barris people, their country is indeed different. "Although I don't like this scenery, it reminds me of my hometown." He patted the box on his waist. "Here, the black soil of my hometown is here. One day I will fight back, and no one can stop me." Meyer did not say anything. Wang Zhong continued, "You also have to work hard to drive all the colonists out." "I will." Meyer answered loudly. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly saw smoke in the south, as if a convoy was coming from the south. He switched the view and found that it was a convoy of the United Kingdom Army, consisting of Brun machine gun vehicles and Daimler-wheeled armored vehicles, which were rushing towards the city of Barris. Wang Zhong switched back to the naked eye view, pointed at the smoke in the south, and said to Meyer, "Look, the colonists are coming. But now they are allies. The contradiction between us and Proson has exceeded the contradiction between us and has become the main contradiction. When the war is over, it won't be long before the old imperialism will show its true colors." Meyer nodded vigorously, "I will keep your teachings in mind. Before the war is over, we will work hard to learn and master the methods of fighting them." Wang Zhong, "Very good, don't let Amelia know about this. She went to meet the United Kingdom convoy." Meyer, "Of course, don't worry." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 484 Between Allies. After the meeting with Meyer and other progressive officers of Barris, Wang Zhong abandoned the number 422 tank and took a Willis jeep back to the expeditionary headquarters outside the city. The United Kingdom's convoy had arrived, and the convoy's Bulletin-wheeled machine gun vehicle and Daimler-wheeled armored vehicle were parked in the yard. Wang Zhong jumped off the Willis jeep and circled around the two vehicles. Bulletin-wheeled machine gun vehicle, a light vehicle. Wang Zhong liked to play this thing when he played Company of Heroes 2 before crossing. It was cheap, durable, and had good output. The most important thing was that it ran fast and harassed opponents everywhere. As for the Daimler-wheeled armored vehicle, this thing is a good thing. The British on Earth gave rave reviews to this car, and the Allied forces also said it was good after using it. Wang Zhong's knowledge of this car all came from the game. His impression of this car is, fast. The cannon can also penetrate the sides of most enemies that can be encountered. Generally speaking, in the hands of game masters, a car that runs fast and has good firepower is a good car. Wang Zhong kept circling around the two vehicles. There was no other way. When he was commanding the 1st Mobile Army, the troops were equipped with a lot of Willis jeeps and Studebaker trucks, and there were also M3 half-track vehicles, so Wang Zhong didn't feel the problem of lacking infantry vehicles at all, because there was no shortage. Now he was commanding the expeditionary force, and trucks had to be used to transport supplies. The infantry either had to use their legs or sit on tanks, which resulted in a lot of problems. The expeditionary force even had a small number of Willis jeeps that were used as military horses and consumables in the 1st Mobile Army before, and there was no motorcycle at all. They had to seize the enemy's motorcycles. So now when Wang Zhong saw the United Kingdom's Bulletin-wheeled machine gun vehicles and Daimler armored vehicles, he was a little immobile, and he wanted to immediately put a bull in front of the United Kingdom's officers and start asking for a bargain. He walked around the two types of vehicles, saying, "Great, great." Finally, Amelia's voice came, "What are you doing? You look like a country bumpkin who has never seen an armored vehicle." Wang Zhong, "What can I do? My expeditionary army does not have vehicles with the same positioning as the wheeled machine gun vehicle and the Daimler wheeled vehicle. We don't even have an M3 half-track vehicle. Our military production is all about making tanks, destroyers, self-propelled artillery, and trucks. We don't have the productivity to produce this kind of frontline infantry vehicle. Amelia asked in confusion, why don't you adjust the production? Aren't you the chairman of the equipment committee? You are also the Tsar's brother, so it's just a matter of giving an order. Wang Zhong shook his head, it's not that simple. The loss of tanks on the front line is so great that we can only use new tanks to fill the gap. I want to strengthen the maintenance capacity of the front line and reduce the amount that needs to be replenished every month, but there are not enough industrial workers. I have been working hard to offer various courses and train qualified maintenance technicians, but I estimate that it will take until the second half of 916 before we can train enough technicians to effectively reduce the loss rate of frontline tanks. Then we can free up production capacity to build infantry fighting vehicles and the like. Amelia stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds, and suddenly said, you complained to me, don't you want the United Kingdom to help you with your cars? Wang Zhong, you want to give me all these cars? Great, Yakov, call someone to drive all these cars away. And remember to ask them what kind of oil they burn, don't fill it with the wrong oil. Amelia, are you going to rob even these? Wang Zhong touched his head, I think this is what you gave me. Yakov couldn't help it, General, we are indeed in short supply of armored vehicles for infantry, but we are not so embarrassed. And the Battle of Barras is over. Wang Zhong stared at Yakov and blinked his eyes. Yakov, although you are a professional staff officer, I will take the initiative to ask for your professional opinion when I need it. Can you talk less at other times? Yakov covered his mouth. I know. Gregory laughed and patted Yakov on the shoulder. Be content, I didn't ask you to dig out feces. Wang Zhong, and Yakov, I felt that the toilet in the headquarters was a bit dirty yesterday. Okay, I know. Yakov shrugged. I found that picking up feces is not that difficult, and as long as it is done properly, it will not dirty yourself. Wang Zhong looked at the adjutant who accepted the unreasonable order from the superior. For a few seconds, he wanted to withdraw the order, but then he thought it was inappropriate to change the order every day, so he turned his head and said to Amelia, are you going to take me to meet with the officers of the United Kingdom Expeditionary Force? Yes, please come this way. Amelia made a gesture of invitation. A few minutes later, Wang Zhong saw the United Kingdom officers who were talking to Pavlov. Wang Zhong could not recognize the rank of the leader, he did not know much about the ranks of the British Army that performed poorly in World War II, but he could switch to external plug-ins. A second later, he stretched out his hand, Major General Richard, hello. Amelia's eyes widened, I don't think I have introduced the general's name to you yet. Wang Zhong, but I knew the names and ranks of the United Kingdom Army generals who came from the south to the north before, and I also knew their positions. After seeing this person's rank, I guessed that he should be the commander of the 5th Armored Division as the vanguard. As an officer of the meeting, his rank is just right. If it is the Brigadier General of the 1st Brigade of the 5th Armored Division, it is obviously a bit contemptuous of me, isn't it? In Ant, the Brigadier General is not regarded as a general in many cases, so it is not in accordance with etiquette to send someone who is not a general as the advance officer of the meeting. Amelia, you actually remember the names on those documents? I see you never read official documents. Pavlov, our general does not like to deal with official documents, but he has an extraordinary memory. When he was a division commander, he even remembered the name and rank of every soldier who died in battle. Wang Zhong, I remember it now too. After saying that, he realized that it was too terrible to remember the names and ranks of the entire front's sacrifices. It was not appropriate, so he hurriedly made up for it. I still remember the names of the soldiers who died in Luchthof and other places last year. Now I am a commander at the front level, it is unlikely that I can remember the names of all the victims. Amelia looked at Wang Zhong, and her expression showed that she didn't believe it. But Amelia now thinks that Wang Zhong is the same as herself, and probably thinks that this is Wang Zhong's mysterious power, so she didn't say anything. Major General Richard had a stern face and was arrogant. His arrogant look was in line with Wang Zhong's perception of the rigid and stiff army generals of the United Kingdom Army. But this Major General Richard seemed to have a lot of injuries. He wore a black eye mask on one eye, the sleeve of his left arm was empty, and a piece of artificial leg was exposed in the trouser leg of his right leg. Wang Zhong, my goodness, you actually have 3 serious injuries on your body. 4. Major General Richard said, I also lost one of my eggs, eggs by the fragments of the shell. Wang Zhong opened his mouth into an O shape and gasped, oh my god, is the banana still there? Intact. Major General Richard replied triumphantly. Wang Zhong somewhat understood why the United Kingdom sent this man to fight in the front. Anyone who met such a fierce general would be shocked. And Wang Zhong vaguely remembered that there seemed to be such a general on Earth, and he was made into a video by Little John Khan. I remember that the general's military talent was far inferior to his ability to speak sweet words, and he was basically a hindrance in the war. The reason why the 5th Armored Division of the United Kingdom advanced so slowly was found. Major General Richard seemed to have misunderstood Wang Zhong's expression, thinking that his bravery had impressed Wang Zhong, so he raised his head and said in a reporting tone, "The commander of the United Kingdom Expeditionary Force is on his way. He hopes that you can first hand over His Majesty King Barris and Ambassador Plausen to us." "No, His Majesty King Barris will be judged by the Barris people themselves, and Ambassador Plausen has been sent to our prisoner of war camp. Of course, we will share the intelligence he confessed with the United Kingdom in accordance with the covenant." "What?" Richard exclaimed, "This is not in line with our agreement." "Wang Zhong, our agreement also requires us to attack the city together, but you didn't comply with it. That's because you didn't wait for us. We attacked the city immediately, and King Tutka of Barris almost ran away. If I didn't act decisively at that time, the Barris government in exile would have been established in Prothenia now." Wang Zhong spread his hands. "When that royal brother gets the position improperly, the United Kingdom should be the one to worry about it, right? We, Aunt, don't have much interest in Barris at present." Major General Richard held it in for a long time, and squeezed out a sentence, "I will report to Admiral Auchinleck, the commander of the United Kingdom Expeditionary Force." "President Wang, please." Major General Richard picked up the military cap on the table and left angrily. Wang Zhong turned his head and asked Amelia, "Aren't you going to follow?" "Amelia, my mission is to stay with you, and you will need my escort soon." "Wang Zhong, what do you mean? I'm going back to my country? Prosan's fighter planes can't fly over this distance, right?" "Amelia, you don't know yet." At this time, Pavlov came over and stuffed a telegram into Wang Zhong's hand. "His Majesty Belinsky's order requires that the troops be handed over to me after the Battle of Balas is over." Wang Zhong stared at the Chief of Staff with wide eyes. "Then why should I go?" The Chief of Staff pointed to the telegram. Wang Zhong then began to read the telegram. "Alexei Konstantinovich, I have an extremely important task to give you, so I sent this secret telegram in my personal name." Wang Zhong hurriedly glanced at the last signature, and it was indeed Belinsky, and the title of Patriarch was not written yet. He continued to read, "In the United States, you have gained a very high reputation. All citizens of the United States hope to meet you, the hero who turned the tide and saved Aunt. This is extremely important to increase the United States' assistance to us." Wang Zhong was shocked. He did not read the rest of the content, but quickly glanced through it. He put down the telegram and looked at the others. "Okay, I will go to the United States." Chapter 485 Public Trial of King Tutka. General Auchinleck of the United Kingdom arrived in Barris on September 11. At this time, Wang Zhong had already moved his headquarters to King Barris city. However, he did not live in the palace of King Balas, but occupied a manor of a nobleman. The palace was naturally left to the progressive Barris force of the Free Officers' League. When General Auchinleck arrived at the Expeditionary Force headquarters, he was obviously very angry. After entering the door, he scanned the headquarters with his eyes. When he saw Wang Zhong, he immediately locked the target, then strode over, shouting as he walked, "This is different from what we agreed on." Wang Zhong couldn't understand what he was shouting because the United Kingdom's old LD accent was too strong, but Amelia dutifully acted as a simultaneous interpreter. Yakov originally planned to translate, but when he saw Amelia translating with a pleasant voice, he touched his cheek and chose to shut up. Wang Zhong handed the signed document to Yakov, then leaned back on the leather swivel chair he had captured from the nobleman, and looked at Admiral Auchinleck. "My friend, what's different?" Amelia continued to translate. After hearing this, Admiral Auchinleck roared, "We are negotiating to make the Emperor's brother the new king, not to establish a republic. Wang Zhong, shall we let the Emperor's brother become the new king?" The leader of the Free Officers' Alliance, Mir Abdullah, also agrees with this. Now Barris needs a king to unify the conservative faction, and wait for the war to be won and the situation to be stable. Come down, gradually carry out economic reforms, win over the conservatives, and finally achieve. Admiral Auchinleck interrupted Wang Zhong, "Isn't this what your secular faction did in Ant? Is it really necessary to repeat it like this?" "Wang Zhong, it is necessary. We hope that Barris will no longer be your colony. We hope that the people of Barris can also enjoy the convenience brought by industrial society and live a good life, instead of producing industrial raw materials for your United Kingdom, harvested by you with scissors." Admiral Auchinleck stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds, gritted his teeth and said, "Is it really okay for you to say this in front of your allies? Why can't you say it? Can you still form an alliance with Prosen?" Wang Zhong spread his hands. No, Prosen is the main challenger now. You can only endure it until you defeat it. Admiral Auchinleck, don't forget, you have been praying for us to open a second battlefield. In order to mobilize the Prussian army and reduce the pressure on you guys." Wang Zhong, "Yes, but you didn't open a second battlefield? You were even defeated by the Plassians and the Mamluks. If the plot sands hadn't run out of supplies, the canal would have been filled with plot sands. Yes. I might as well tell you that if you don't open a second battlefield next year and regain the Carolingians, the Ant army may fight all the way to Antwerp. In fact, it couldn't be done because Ant's logistics capabilities were too poor. During the final stage of Operation Bagration on the Earth side, another Luo Shui's army was exhausted, so there was no way to support the uprising troops. After that, it took the Mazi on the Earth 4 months to gradually recover and launch another attack. Logistics is Proson's limiter and Ant's. But the facts do not affect Wang Zhong's bragging to scare the generals of the United Kingdom. Admiral Auchinleck snorted, I heard that Ants Rokasov was a famous general, but I didn't expect him to be a braggart. First, take a look at the situation map of your country, and look at the large areas of land that have fallen. Wang Zhong, I've seen it, it's really big, but we will recover most of it by the beginning of next year. Auchinleck snorted again and changed the subject, you said that Barris's Free Officers Alliance agreed to elect the Emperor's brother as king. What about them? Wang Zhong, in the palace, they are trying the guilty noble's end, and His Majesty the King. As soon as he finished speaking, the liaison officer of the Free Carolingian Air Force laughed, are we familiar with this matter? How about we give some veteran advice to the progressive young people in Barris? Admiral Auchinleck squinted at the Carolingians and snorted disdainfully. It seemed that the world would never be able to make the Carolingians and the United Kingdom put aside their prejudices against each other. Wang Zhong, anyway, if you want us to deliver King Tutka, that's not possible. We have already issued an announcement that the king will be hanged tonight. But after we agreed to hang the king, we gave the spotlight to the emperor's brother. I think it's better for him to be ready to give a speech immediately after hanging the king. As long as the former King Tutka is said to be the root of all problems, I think the people of Barris will support the new king. Admiral Auchinleck stared at Wang Zhong for a long time before saying, it doesn't look like there is any trick. Wang Zhong just smiled slightly, thinking that there was no trick. This was obviously a conspiracy, so just proceed step by step. Because it was a conspiracy, Admiral Auchinleck had no choice but to ask, you mean, I have to go to the Barris to negotiate? Wang Zhong, that's right. I hope you can lower yourself and communicate with them. Their leader, Mir Abdullah, is a reasonable and wise man. Is he your lackey? Admiral Auchinleck asked. Wang Zhong, absolutely not. They support us voluntarily. Admiral Auchinleck looked at Wang Zhong suspiciously. Wang Zongzhen had a bad idea. On Earth, Dai Ying and Mei couldn't understand why people kept surrendering, so they made up a brainwashing theory. When Wang Zhong was a child, he thought brainwashing was cool. At that time, there was the game Red Alert. Wang Zhong liked to use the Yuri faction the most. This faction was mainly characterized by brainwashing. Later, when Wang Zhong grew up, he found that real brainwashing did not require any strange scientific equipment at all, but was called 144-hour visa-free, which was simple but effective. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong looked at Admiral Auchinleck with pity. Admiral Auchinleck left with a curse. Wang Zhong turned his head and said to Popov, he must think we brainwashed those Balas youth. Popov shook his head, they will never understand what happened to these young people. If one day they understand, the same thing will happen to him. Amelia stood by with a solemn expression, saying nothing. When the former King Tutka saw the gallows, he immediately cried, and his whole body lost strength and was about to kneel on the ground. The people in the square of the royal city saw him and immediately became agitated, throwing all kinds of things they could get at this tyrant who didn't care about the lives of the people. Wang Zhong originally thought he would see some common props like rotten eggs, but he found that the people of the royal city of Barris could not afford eggs, so what they threw at him was cow dung, and possibly human feces. Wang Zhong could smell the smell even when he was standing on the viewing platform. Mayor Abdullah walked up to the execution platform and gave a speech to everyone, people of Barris. Next, I will list the misdeeds of the former King Tutka. Wang Zhong listened silently to Mayor reading one by one, and each one could arouse his anger. Admiral Auchinleck suddenly said, after you read like this, will the people still need a new king? Wang Zhong, the people will not change so quickly. In Ant, we also distributed doctors' sausages, cheese, caviar, and champagne for more than 10 years before we won over all the people to our side. Before that, the old farmers in the countryside regarded the Tsar as their little father. Admiral Auchinleck did not answer. The scroll in Mir Abdullah's hand that recorded the king's sins was very thick. He unfolded the scroll while reading it, dragging the part he had read directly to the ground, resulting in a long strip of fine handwriting. Admiral Auchinleck looked at the scroll and cursed, did it write that the king had no toilet paper when he took a shit? Wang Zhong, don't you know? The Barris are the same as the Baharas, they don't use toilet paper to wipe their butts. Admiral Auchinleck paused for a second and replied, Brahmins and Kshatriyas still use it. Are they actually using it? No, are they really not using it? Wang Zhong didn't know how to complain about Admiral Auchinleck for a moment. About half an hour later, the long scroll was finally read to the end. Mir Abdullah held one end of the scroll and raised it high. Everyone, the king's charges have been read out. Does anyone want to question it? The Barris people shouted, no. Mir Abdullah, so, what is the verdict on the king? Guilty. All the Barris people present shouted together, guilty. Admiral Auchinleck pursed his lips, damn it, after such a trial, no matter how well-founded the royal brothers' background is, and how orthodox the legal system is, his authority will be greatly weakened. Wang Zhong, it's okay, as long as the conservatives still recognize this king, the people of Barris in the city, at least you don't have to consider what they think before the war is over. Before the war is over. Admiral Auchinleck's expression was not good. He should have thought that after the war, the old colonial imperialist United Kingdom would have a harder and harder time. While Wang Zhong and Auchinleck were talking, Mayor Abdullah pronounced the verdict loudly, King, guilty. Execute the execution immediately. King Tutka in the prison car cried like a pig being slaughtered. At this time, a handsome and tall Barris man walked onto the prison car, looked at Tutka and said, Brother, you are too ugly. Tutka saw the man and shouted as if he saw a savior, Save me! Save me! My dear brother! The royal brother drew out his scimitar, and Tutka's head was cut off. He raised his head high, Barris will be reborn today. The Barris man was still in a daze. Wang Zhong looked at Admiral Auchinleck, is this your arrangement? Auchinleck smiled slightly, of course, don't underestimate the old empire, the newcomer. Wang Zhong squinted his eyes. He had a lot to say, but the most urgent task now was to end the war and eliminate Plausen. So he chose to remain silent. Chapter 486, Flight to the United States, Update 1581. Chapter 486 The Voyage to the United States, Update 1581. Afterwards, Wang Zhong stayed in Barris for a few days, mainly to deal with some diplomatic affairs that required his intervention. After all, the Supreme Commander of the United Kingdom is General Auchinleck, and he must also send a general. After all these red tapes were over, Wang Zhong first took a plane back to St. Catherine Castle. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the main building of the Rokosov Manor, he heard a powerful howl coming from the second floor. In fact, Wang Zhong was annoyed by children crying. When he was in junior high school, his fourth uncle deceived him and said, Come take your brother for a summer vacation, and I'll give you 2,000 yuan. So he went and regretted it. In the end, I made money, but my family took it away without covering my hands. The reason was, I'll save it for you and give it to you when you're in college. So during that summer vacation, Wang Zhong remembered the child's never-ending crying and his ever-changing personality. Now, when he heard his son's howling, he frowned and the unpleasant memory was evoked again. But the wailing soon ended. Wang Zhong then handed his military cap and coat to the housekeeper and quietly went upstairs. He saw the baby sleeping soundly in Ludmila's arms. Ludmila heard the footsteps, turned to look at the door, and immediately laughed, You came back earlier than the time notified. Wang Zhong, my heart returns like an arrow. Ludmila, I thought you would go to the headquarters first to understand the current situation on the battlefield. After all, it looks very bad, and there are some bad rumors in Ye Castle. Wang Zhong, I fought in Yesk, and I know what the situation is like in South Ant. The large area occupied by the Prosens is all wasteland and has no value. But they still have to put troops on guard in the vast wasteland and conduct mobile operations. And we can concentrate our forces along the Valdachir River and use the developed shipping system to maintain logistics. Although we seem to be at a great disadvantage, we are actually already at an advantage. Prosens' attack will soon be stopped, it may be in a city on the Valdachir River, I guess the most likely place is here. Where is my map? Wang Zhong was talking enthusiastically when he realized that there was no map in the nursery. Ludmila, if you are so eager for your son to receive military education, I can ask the maid to hang up the military map and update it every day according to the battle report. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, No, there is no need to be so extreme. Let him grow up more freely. After all, the war will be over by the time he remembers. Then the Iron Curtain fell and the Cold War began. No, there's no need to worry about that just yet. Wang Zhong sat down in front of the bed and gently poked the baby's cheek with his hand, the baby is so cute. Ludmila yawned, it's not cute when he cries at night. It's been a long time since I had a good night's sleep. Wang Zhong, you can leave it to the wet nurse. No, Ludmila shook her head, I will rest in the future. When I return to the front line with you, the wet nurse will have more opportunities to take care of him. Now it's up to me to take care of him. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, do you want to return to the front line? Of course, now there are fewer praying hands that can guide the divine arrows. I have to return to the front line. This is my responsibility. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong seriously, your front army headquarters will need divine arrows for air defense. Leave it to me, and the other prayer hands can go elsewhere to protect more key targets. Wang Zhong, the Prussian Air Force has lost a lot of air supremacy. When the Allied forces start strategic bombing, which has actually started now, but mainly the Royal Air Force. When the Allied Air Force joins the large-scale strategic bombing, the Prussian Air Force the dispatch intensity on the Eastern Front will be greatly reduced. Because a considerable number of fighter wings will be mobilized back to the mainland for homeland air defense operations. The survival rate of a Stuka without fighter cover will be greatly reduced. As the survival rate decreases, the intensity of air strikes will naturally gradually decrease. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong, you know everything, even the future. Her expression was proud. She just lowered her head and whispered to the sleeping child, look, Dad is so powerful, he has to worry about the whole ant. Wang Zhong, can babies understand this? Don't worry about raising babies. Ludmila changed the subject, then you won't leave when you come back this time? Or is it that the direction of the Valdachir River requires you to go there now? Wang Zhong, I am going on a business trip to the United States. His Majesty Belinsky has personally designated me. He hopes that I can ask for more assistance. That's right. Ludmila thought for a while and said, I did hear the ladies here who came to chat with me say that General Turgenev gathered a large number of outstanding war heroes and said he was going to. What kind of bonds does the United States sell? Wang Zhong, war bonds, the United States must use this method to raise war funds before they can fight the war. I should be the leader of these people. After arriving in the United States, I will continue to give speeches from a distance to win support. If possible, I really don't want to go, I would rather go to the battlefield and quarrel with Proson. Lie. Ludmila said softly, you know the importance of this matter better than anyone else. Wang Zhong smiled, raised his hand and gently stroked Ludmila's cheek, my wife still understands me. Yes, I have to go. This time in Balas, I deeply understood that we need more assistance, we need trucks from the United States, we need Greyhound armored vehicles, and we need Teapot self-propelled mortars. The United Kingdom's cloth wheel machine gun vehicle is also very good, and there are Daimler armored vehicles. Of course, there are Sherman tanks, and Melania's troops have a high opinion of Sherman tanks. There are also high-performance machine tools, so that we can produce better tanks to deal with the new Proson tanks that will appear on the battlefield. Our Vortex won by taking a different approach, but this will inevitably force the Proson people to study tanks and armored vehicles with better performance. Lu Xia, my dear, I have to go to the United States this time. Ludmila laughed even more happily, I just said you were going, I know you. So, do what you should do and save the world. Wang Zhong stared at Ludmila for a few seconds and said, please don't chase me away. I still have time to sleep at home for a night. Ludmila smiled again. At this time, the old maid who was busy beside said, in the time since the master came back, the lady has laughed more times than in the previous month. Master, it would be great if you could stay at home for a while longer. Wang Zhong, Master. Yes, now this manor belongs to Duke Karen, and your brother has transferred the ownership of the manor to you. Wang Zhong, what about him? When he was in Paris, Wang Zhong was concerned about the changes on the domestic front all day long, but he didn't pay attention to his brother's personnel transfer. The main reason was that he couldn't think of where the chubby brother could go. Ludmila answered on behalf of the maid, my brother applied for transfer to the St. Andrew front himself, as if to say that he wanted to play a greater role. Wang Zhong, will he also be in charge of logistics when he goes to the front? Yes. Ludmila nodded, he was awarded a medal for his outstanding performance in logistics dispatch, which was awarded by General Turgenev himself. Wang Zhong, is that so? That's great. As soon as the voice fell, the baby woke up for some reason and started crying immediately. Wang Zhong immediately stood there at a loss as if he had been bewitched. He wanted to pick up his son, but he didn't know how to start, so he could only keep rubbing his hands on his military uniform. Ludmila picked up her son and put him in Wang Zhong's hands, teaching him how to hold him, while teaching him and scolding him, you clearly taught you how to hold your son before you set out, why did you forget it now? Wang Zhong, because, you don't know, I was almost beaten to death by Balas's falconer, and it must be because of this that I forgot how to hold my son. There are still sequelae after escaping death. Ludmila teased, that's really strange, is everyone who escapes death not good at taking care of children? It's possible. Trump doesn't look like he can take care of children. In short, Wang Zhong spent his rare holiday with his wife and son. Olga was very sensible and didn't come to disturb the couple. On September 15th, Wang Zhong stood in front of the C-47 transport plane. He looked back at Amelia who was getting into the Spitfire's clipped-wing cockpit. This trip would be accompanied by the Royal Air Force squadron led by Amelia. Wang Zhong retracted his gaze and looked at Ludmila, then, I'm off. Ludmila stepped forward to tidy up his uniform and rank, then patted his arm, okay. Get the aide back. More. Wang Zhong, I already knew it. You see. Ludmila, well, bye. Bye. Wang Zhong finished speaking, turned around and walked towards the boarding stairs. Suddenly, he heard his son crying. He stopped, looked back, and found that the little guy stretched out his hands in his direction, crying very loudly. Wang Zhong smiled, turned around and strode onto the plane. In the cabin, Yakov was flipping through the dictionary. Wang Zhong, what are you doing? I learned the pronunciation of the United Kingdom, and now I am familiar with the pronunciation of the United States. Yakov shook his head. I hope these dozens of hours on the plane will be enough. Wang Zhong, in fact, they can understand the pronunciation of the United Kingdom. No, I think since I am a translator, I should do my best. If the other side dislikes my incorrect pronunciation and does not provide assistance, then I have made a mistake. Yakov raised his head and looked at Wang Zhong seriously. Many of our soldiers will die because of my mistakes. Although Wang Zhong did not think that the United States would not provide assistance because of the translator's accent, he had no reason to extinguish Yakov's enthusiasm, so he encouraged, okay, you are doing the right thing, keep going. After saying that, Wang Zhong turned his head and looked at the other people on the same plane. Just as Ludmila said yesterday, the plane was full of young faces with medals on their chests. This was the most elite delegation that Ant had brought out. Everyone's expression was very serious, as if they were about to go to the battlefield. The flight attendant closed the cabin door and the plane began to taxi slowly. The journey to the United States began. Chapter 487, Grassland Antlers in the United States. When the long flight was almost over, Wang Zhong saw what Yakov was writing and stretched his head to read it. Yakov immediately replied, I am writing a diary. Maybe one day I can publish the diary into a book to earn some money. Wang Zhong, have you started to think about how to live in the future? Yakov smiled, a little shyly, like a big boy. I didn't before. After all, the situation of the war is so complicated, but after staying with you for a long time, my confidence in the victory of this war has become more and more firm, and I have to plan my future life. Of course, publishing this diary is the last resort. Before that, I will try to make a living with my own hands. Wang Zhong, no, I don't mind writing more books about me. You can even be a writer who writes biographies for me. How was I in the first year of the war, how was I in the second year, what decisions I made during which battle, which days were the most difficult, you can just write one book after another, and have enough food and clothing. Yakov laughed even happier after hearing this. I can hear that you are making fun of me. How could there be such a writer? There are indeed such writers on earth. For example, some people live a comfortable life by remembering their brother who was kicked out by them. Wang Zhong did not reveal the secret of another time and space, but pointed to the date in Yakov's diary and said, the date is wrong. Isn't that right? I remember we took off on the 15th. Yakov looked puzzled. Wang Zhong gestured with his hands. We flew from west to east over the international date line, so we have to reduce the time by 1 day. Oh. Yakov suddenly realized, so that's it. I forgot. Wang Zhong, have you ever read a novel about a man who made a bet with his friends to travel around the world within a specified time, but ended up exceeding the time limit by 1 day? Just when he thought he had lost the bet and was about to pay, his friend congratulated him on winning the bet. When he said that, Wang Zhong did not use the name of the book. After all, it was unknown whether Jules Verne existed in this era, nor whether his famous work Around the World in 80 Days existed. Even if there was such a book, it was unknown whether it would take 80 days to travel around the world. Yakov shook his head. I haven't read it. It sounds like a very exciting novel. What kind of novel is this? Wang Zhong, science fiction, also called surprise novel in the United States, mainly published in a magazine called Amazing Stories. Okay, I will definitely find it when I have time. Yakov nodded repeatedly. Wang Zhong thought that he would not really look for it. What if he didn't find it? At this time, Yakov was modifying the date of the diary and said, when I was a child, I was studying very hard in order to be admitted to the military academy, and I didn't have much time to read these books. I can only rely on the library to read books, and there are no such books in it. Later, the church opened a reading room in my neighborhood, where you can go in and read newspapers, magazines, and books selected by the church for free, so I often go there to report. Wang Zhong asked curiously, have you ever met a girl who likes reading in the reading room or library? She often reads by the window, and the wind blowing through the white curtains of the library often blocks the girl's face. In fact, Wang Zhong was talking about the plot in the classic love movie Love Letter, but Yakov misunderstood. Is this the past of you and your wife? It's so beautiful. Wang Zhong, yes, that's it. Yakov looked longing. It's great, my wife and I don't have such a romantic scene. No, there is, but it's not as poetic as you describe. Wang Zhong could only smile awkwardly. At this point, he couldn't say that this was actually a movie scene. At this time, Wang Zhong felt that the shaking of the plane increased significantly, and he knew that this was because the plane slowed down and approached the ground. He has experienced landings like this many times in various flight simulation games. He stopped peeking at Yakov's diary, leaned against the porthole and looked out. Sure enough, he saw C-47 opened the flaps of the aircraft and entered the landing state. The plane swayed gently in the wind. The wind poured in from the open landing gear door, making Wang Zhong's hair sway wildly. Along with the slight shaking, Wang Zhong heard the sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground, and the fuselage also trembled regularly. Wang Zhong kept looking out the window and looked outside. The welcoming staff of the United States was already in place, and the leading army general looked a little familiar. These sunglasses, this pipe. It's your 5-star critic MacArthur. No, Wang Zhong looked at the name. In this time and space, he is not called MacArthur, but Hawthorne. Well, there are a lot of literary masters among the senior army generals on Ant's side. Is the United States set up in the same way? Where is Hemingway? Where is Jack London? And Mark Twain, where are all these masters hidden? Wang Zhong complained in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. At this time, the plane slowed down all the way and finally stopped among the welcoming crowd. The military band gathered behind the welcoming team immediately began to play, which turned out to be Farewell to the Anti-Women. Wang Zhong stood up, picked up his hat and put it on his head, and adjusted it carefully. The flight attendant also opened the cabin door at this time, and a stronger wind poured into the plane, blowing the medals on Wang Zhong's chest. These medals were new medals specially awarded by the Anti-Command before departure. It may be that they felt that the old medals Wang Zhong had been carrying on the battlefield for a long time were not shiny enough. Everyone looked at Wang Zhong, waiting for him to get out of the plane first. The moment Wang Zhong stepped out of the cabin door, the first salute was fired. Wang Zhong just stepped off the plane to the sound of the gun salute and came to General Hawthorne, Mike, who was wearing big sunglasses and holding a pipe. Neither of them saluted first. Wang Zhong suddenly understood that this guy was here to show off. Thinking about it carefully, it was not surprising at all to do this given his character. Since you are in the limelight, how can you salute Wang Zhong first? Wang Zhong is a general, he is also a general, and everyone has the same number of stars. After a stalemate for a while, Wang Zhongzhen thought of a compromise, so he stretched out his hand. Hello, General Hawthorne. The other party stepped down and held Wang Zhong's hand. Hello, General Rokosov. Welcome to the United States. What he spoke turned out to be fairly standard Antese. After saying this, the man maintained the handshake gesture and skillfully turned around to face the reporters holding cameras. Wang Zhong finally suppressed his desire to complain and turned around to smile at the reporters. Then the flashes flashed wildly. There were so many flashes at such a close distance that Wang Zhong almost fainted. When the reporter finished taking the photo, his eyes were full of bright spots. When he closed his eyes for a moment, the bright spots were unusually obvious, and they were all green. After the photographers dispersed, Wang Zhong said to General Mai Hawthorne, I have admired my name for a long time. When you evacuated Borneo, you said I will definitely come back, which made me feel the same. When I left my hometown, I brought a tin box of the black soil of my hometown to inspire me to go back. When Wang Zongdi evacuated Borneo, he actually wanted to create a strange situation. Unexpectedly, Admiral Hawthorne burst out laughing, yes. Then I hope we all fulfill our promise as soon as possible. Hey, is this how it unfolds? I'm so angry at you for abandoning your troops and running away. However, Wang Zhong thought about it. When he left Hezalia, although he brought out all the troops under his command in an organized manner, he left behind a good friend and father. It seemed that there was nothing to laugh at the 5-star critics of the United States. Position. At this time, General Hawthorne took the initiative to let go of his hand and saluted Wang Zhong, salute to your glorious victory in turning the tide last year. Well, as expected, Admiral Hawthorne recognized that Wang Zhong was complimenting him just now, so he also responded with a proactive salute. Others are quite nice. Wang Zhong returned the gift. Admiral Hawthorne then began to introduce the people who came to greet him. The speakers of the House and Senate, the whips of both parties, and a large number of congressmen, governors, etc. all came. After the introduction, General Hawthorne approached Wang Zhong and whispered, these people are here to familiarize themselves. The elections are suspended during the war, but normalcy will return after the war, and everyone is gathering strength. Wang Zongzhen wonders if you are the same. If you don't mess with the pandas, you might really become the president. He didn't bother to remind the general, so he pretended not to understand the many ways the United States played and asked, what is accumulating strength? What are you talking about? General Hawthorne laughed loudly. When he laughed, Wang Zhong felt that his eyes behind his sunglasses were looking at the photographer next to him. After the spotlight flashed, General Huo Sang distanced himself from Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, when can I meet the President of the United States? Mr. President is hosting a banquet for the delegation tonight, and you will definitely be able to see him then. But it's still noon, and there's another thing, according to our arrangement, you have an airport speech, and the reporters from the evening paper are waiting to pick it up. What's the headline tonight? After speaking, Admiral Hawthorne waved his hand again. At this time, he heard Yakov whisper in ant language, "It's really different from ant, there is a sense of exaggeration everywhere." Wang Zhong wanted to welcome him to the stronghold of communism. He asked General Hawthorne, "Then I will give a speech now." "No, no, no, you should inspect the honor guard of the 3 services first." General Hawthorne made a gesture of invitation. Wang Zhong looked along his hand and saw the honor guard lined up, the long red carpet, and the podium at the end of the red carpet. So he said, "Let's get started." 30 minutes later, Wang Zhong and General Hawthorne got into a jeep together. When the jeep started, General Hawthorne said, "The current newspapers are very pessimistic about the ant battlefield. I am not sure what you just said in your speech. How many of the views mentioned about luring the enemy in depth will be accepted? But it doesn't matter, we are like this in the United States. Whether the views are correct or not is not important, the emotion is the most important. You don't know ANSA, which is a very big disadvantage, but don't worry, I will give you the following fundraising speech you translate, I am a master at mobilizing emotions. Wang Zhong thinks that your sunglasses and big pipe are perfect for stimulating emotions." Admiral Hawthorne continued, "By the way, you look very good. When I saw your photos on the front page, I felt that you were born to be a publicity ambassador. After seeing you, I am even more sure. I will arrange some gossip tabloids come to interview you, and their reports may be more effective than the front pages of major newspapers." Admiral Hawthorne paused and asked, "By the way, do you have an eagle?" Wang Zhong was shocked. "What? Eagle? Doesn't the lyrics say she sings of the eagle of the prairie? You should have an eagle." "No, I didn't. I was almost killed by a falconer in Paris." Admiral Hawthorne ignored Wang Zhong's thoughts and said to himself, "I'll think of a solution." "What do you think of the bald eagle?" "Wang Zhong, my hometown is a grassland, and only the edge is next to the White Sea, with bald eagles, inappropriate, right?" "Hawthorne, that should be." "Wang Zhong, a flying falcon, or other animals from the falcon family. That's it." Admiral Hawthorne snapped his fingers. And just like that, Wang Zhong's wonderful journey in the United States began. Chapter 488, Homesickness is a plate of Caesar salad. At noon that day, Admiral Hawthorne entertained a delegation in a Carolingian restaurant. Wang Zhong, who was already used to the anti-diet, had a hard time adapting to the authentic Carolingian cuisine. Think about it carefully, his royal chef is a Carolingian chef, how can all the dishes he cooks be authentic anti-flavor? After the main course was finished and the guests were removed, Admiral Hawthorne said to Wang Zhong mysteriously, "The next thing is the best thing in this restaurant. You will definitely be satisfied." Wang Zhong thought about it with his limited knowledge of Western food. The main course was over, so either salad or dessert was served. The top dessert in the United States should be ice cream or something. As for the salad, wouldn't it be the legendary Caesar salad? At this time, the waiter came in with a plate and placed it in front of everyone. When the round lid was lifted, there was indeed a salad inside. Wang Zhong used a fork to dig it and found that there was also bread cut into pieces inside, other than that, it was just an ordinary dish. At least from the perspective of Wang Zhong, a seer's, it was an ordinary dish. Admiral Hawthorne had already started eating, and he showed an intoxicated expression while eating. Wang Zhong was even more confused. Could it be that this dish looked shabby but tasted good? He imitated Admiral Hawthorne and put a fork into his mouth. Then his evaluation was, not as good as cold cucumber salad. Damn, I haven't eaten cold cucumber salad for a long time. It's time to go to Chinatown to find a few Chinese restaurants to eat. Once this idea came up, it could no longer be suppressed. So Wang Zhong asked Admiral Hawthorne, who was still feasting, "Is there a Chinatown in our fundraising process?" Admiral Hawthorne spread his hands, "No, because they have been actively fundraising, because they know that to save their homeland, they must rely on the United States to raise the Fuzhou Empire. By the way, they are also actively donating to their own country. I don't know where they get so much money. No, maybe they don't have so much money, but they are just selling everything for their hometown." "Wang Zhong, I want to go to Chinatown." Hawthorne was shocked. "Why? I told you they are very active in buying war bonds and donating money." "Wang Zhong, that's my hometown, my second hometown." At this time, in the entire delegation, only Wang Zhong's adjutant Yakov was familiar with Wang Zhong, so he looked at Wang Zhong with surprise, because he had never heard Wang Zhong say this. Although others thought it was strange, they didn't think much about it. It's normal to have a second hometown that you look forward to, just like many people want to go to Tibet. Then Yakov slapped his thigh, "I know, Ms. Su Fang is of Mongolian descent and is related to Seers." "Wait a minute." Wang Zhong hurriedly said, That's not the case. When I was a child, I liked to read Sun Tzu's Art of War. The wisdom of the ancient seers gave me great inspiration. So I have always wanted to go to Sears to take a look. Now I happen to be in the United States. I say I have to go to Chinatown once. Yes, I didn't have such an idea before, but once this idea came into being, it took root and could not be changed even if the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered the old song, "The mountains and rivers are only in my dreams." I haven't been close to my motherland for many years. In fact, it hasn't been long, it's only been more than a year, less than a year and a half, but in this more than a year, Wang Zhong has experienced hardships that he may never experience in a lifetime, no, 3 lifetimes in peacetime. So it seems that a long time has passed. But nothing can change my Chinese heart. Although I am wearing a Western dress / my heart is still a Chinese heart / my ancestors have already branded everything of mine / with the Chinese mark. Wang Zhong couldn't control his tears at all. He showed off his Caesar salad, praising it as he showed off, "This Caesar salad is so delicious, it made me cry." Admiral Hawthorne was overjoyed and rang the bell on the table, "Quick, give Admiral Rokasov another bowl." Wang Zhong showed off even faster, and the voice from nowhere continued. "The Yangtze River, the Great Wall, Huangshan Mountain and the Yellow River are all very important in my heart no matter when, no matter where, they are equally dear to my heart." The hallucination gradually faded away, and another bowl of Caesar salad was placed in front of Wang Zhong, which looked much larger than the previous one. Wang Zhong thought that for the sake of the anti-empire's face, he had to finish it, otherwise he couldn't explain why he suddenly burst into tears. He could only pick up the fork with the awareness of destroying Proson's armored group army. 1 hour before the dinner, Wang Zhong collapsed in a chair in the lounge of the Black Palace of the United States Presidential Palace, groaning in pain. Yakov looked at him, "Did you eat too much? You can eat a Carolingian meal until you are full. You really don't want to embarrass us ants. Wang Zhong, if you were Vesely, you would be mocking me. But I am not." Yakov laughed, "Or do you think it is better for Senior Vesely to be your adjutant?" Wang Zhong thought about it and shook his head, "No, Vesely should be in command, at least a regiment. I don't know whether he can command more troops. Let's wait and see." Yakov nodded, "So you think I am qualified as an adjutant?" Wang Zhong, "Of course, you are much more skilled in staff work than Vesely. After all, he was trained as an infantry platoon leader. You even do a good job of carrying manure. It is much easier for me to have you." "Yakov, I am glad to hear you say that." At this time, the door of the lounge opened and Amelia came in, "The dinner is ready." "Admiral, don't you plan to meet the Allied combat heroes?" "Wang Zhong, why are you here to inform?" "Because I am also an Allied combat hero." Amelia smiled slightly, "And I am the holder of the highest number of kills in the Royal Air Force." Wang Zhong thought to himself, "You are just like the new humans, using a heavy machine gun to kill the sneak attackers at 3 kilometers. With this shooting skill, you must be the first to shoot down. If you are not the first, it means that someone else is cheating." Wang Zhong stood up, and this action made him burp for a long time, and burping alone was not enough, a foul air came out from behind him. At this time, you can only make a loud noise to cover it up and pretend that nothing happened. "Wang Zhong, Amelia. Does the United States have any combat heroes now? Are they from the Navy?" "Many from the Navy, and one from the Marine Corps. They just landed on a small island in the Solomon Islands, and the first medal winner of the Marine Corps was born. It seems that he killed more than 200 Fuzu Empire people with a machine gun." Wang Zhong was overjoyed, "Oh, then I want to meet this hero." He walked out with great interest, but Yakov stopped him, "General. Your belt was just loosened, and it was not tied tightly." Wang Zhong, "Ah." The next moment, his head shuddered, and he grabbed his belt, avoiding a major diplomatic accident. After tightening his belt, Wang Zhong gave Yakov a thumbs up. Chapter 489 Allied Heroes Meeting. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the side hall of the banquet hall, he immediately saw the commandant officer who liked to use cold weapons. I remember his name was Jonard. He cut the bird's eye view and confirmed that it was Jonard, then stepped forward and asked, "How did you get here? Didn't I remember that you returned to Bahara for vacation?" Amelia next to her immediately translated, and after she finished speaking, Jonard immediately responded enthusiastically. Amelia translated, "We are back in Bahara, and the troops are resting. I was sent to the United States to participate in this gathering. I heard that the United States Navy still has tasks for us." Wang Zhong immediately remembered that Earth's Commanda also attacked the Japanese oil depot on the island, seemingly to refuel the Japanese seaplanes, called large boats in Japan, and also attacked the Japanese's camouflaged reconnaissance fleet. Later, there were levels based on this operation in the game Suicide Squad. Wang Zhong was immediately envious. He might not be good at leading the British army, but his special forces were really powerful. During the counterattack at the end of the year, if the Coma Ndar can be dispatched to raid the enemy's key locations, casualties should be greatly reduced. When the Earth's Mazi Steelgrad finally surrounded Paulus, there was a section of the Sandezi fortification zone that was very painful and suffered heavy casualties. That's why Wang Zhong attached so much importance to the ability to break barriers and attack fortresses. If the commandos can be allowed to attack key locations in these fortified areas, such as ammunition transfer centers, food supply depots, etc. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong said directly, "We also have tasks that need to be entrusted to Commanda, so can you please send a Commanda detachment to Ant? You should tell the diplomat about this matter, we can't decide." Jonard replied, after translation. Wang Zhong wanted to say a few more words, but General Hawthorne appeared in the side hall. The soldiers from the United Kingdom stood at attention and saluted. The soldiers from the United Kingdom were a step slower, while the Ant soldiers were all looking at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong felt that since he was already at the president's official residence, he might as well give him some face, so he saluted General Hawthorne. Ant's representatives stood at attention and saluted uniformly, as if they had been ordered. General Hawthorne returned the gift, and then came to Wang Zhong, "Let me introduce to you the fighting heroes of our United States." Wang Zhong nodded, "I also want to meet the warriors who bravely fought against the evil Fuzu Empire." "Ha ha ha, it's such a pleasure to talk to you." General Hawthorne led Wang Zhong to a group of soldiers in allied uniforms. "This is Lieutenant Commander John Ranch, commander of the 3rd Carrier Fighter Squadron of the Naval Air Force. Carrier Fighter Squadron 3? VF3? The guy who created the Sax Cut and scored 1-4 or 1-5 in a 3-on-15 aerial battle." Wang Zhong immediately saluted, "Salute to you, warrior." Huo Sang frowned. He probably felt a little unhappy that Wang Zhong was so enthusiastic towards a young major. However, Admiral Hawthorne continued to perform his duties and introduced Wang Zhong, "This is Lieutenant Commander Richard Bateman of the 6th Carrier-based Dive Bomber Squadron." Wang Zhong's salute became even more enthusiastic. "Hello, hello, I've heard about your 3-plane attack on an aircraft carrier of the Fuzu Empire in Ant." Major Bateman was flattered after listening to the translation, "You actually know." "Admiral Hawthorne, apparently Admiral Rokasov did his homework before coming to see you." Wang Zhong thought, "No, I did my homework before traveling through time." Hawthorne took another step to the side and introduced to another naval lieutenant commander, "This is Tom Hanks, the captain of the USS Obanon." Wang Zhong frowned, because Tom Hanks was a Hollywood star he liked a lot before time travel, especially the movie Forrest Gump he filmed. Wang Zhong burst into tears every time he watched it. Whenever he couldn't find his direction, or feel discouraged, just watch it once. He looked at the Marine Lieutenant Commander and found that he did have Tom Hanks's iconic double chin, but he didn't look like him in other aspects. Generally speaking, he is more handsome, and his eyes are more sad. They are the eyes of someone who has been on the battlefield and struggled between life and death. The look in the eyes of someone who has returned from hell. "Wang Zhong, Obanon, remember that you used potatoes to sink the Fuzu Empire's submarine." "Tom, no, it's a pumpkin." "Nan, pumpkin?" Seeing Wang Zhong's astonished expression, Tom added, "We were transporting supplies to the outer islands at the time, and there were a lot of fresh pumpkins. We didn't bring ammunition when we set out, and we didn't even bring many combatants. We weren't in combat mode at all, so in desperation, he used a depth charge ejector to throw a pumpkin, sinking the Fuzu Empire's submarine. I don't know if our pumpkins are too heavy or if Fuzu Empire's submarines are too spicy." The submarine that Obanon sunk with potatoes on Earth seemed to be a pocket submarine from the small days, just that big. If the world is the same, then eating a pumpkin will indeed be heavy. It's this pumpkin throwing. Why does it feel so like the famous World War II comedy Escape from the Tiger's Mouth? It must be a coincidence, Wang Zhong thought. It couldn't be that this person had also seen the tiger's mouth escape and suddenly thought of throwing the pumpkin, right? Putting aside this thought, Wang Zhong changed the topic. "Qin speaks quite well. Because I was originally serving in the Atlantic Fleet, and according to our combat plan at that time, there was a possibility of jointly attacking the United Kingdom with Ant, so I learned the Ant language." Major Tom said, "Actually, from the end of last year to this year in April I also fought mainly in the North Atlantic, escorting the merchant fleet to Ant." Admiral Hawthorne interjected, "During one of the escort missions, he commanded the Obanon and sank 4 Prasen submarines. Actually, 5, including the one we sunk with our Air Force fire, General," Major Tom said. "Wang Zhong, how many Prasen submarines have you sunk in total?" 12 ships, there is almost no space left to paint on the funnel of the Obanon." Tom said with some pride. "After a destroyer sinks a submarine, it will draw a submarine pattern on the first chimney, just like the army draws a kill ring on the tank barrel and the Air Force draws the enemy's flag and 5 stars outside the cockpit. Bragging about military exploits like this is very common in the army, and just using a little paint can boost morale and make a lot of money." Wang Zhong did not draw a kill ring on the 422-seat vehicle. Firstly, there were too many to draw, and secondly, because when he saw the tactical number of 422 and the red flag on the communication antenna, the troops would take action without any need for a kill. Killing ring. Wang Zhong patted Tom on the shoulder. Okay, okay. Wait a minute, are you there at Midway Island? Of course, Tom's expression darkened suddenly. It was also my ship that was struck by lightning on the irreparable Yorktown. It was really a brave and beautiful ship. Wang Zhong, I have never seen an aircraft carrier, but I can imagine it. He tapped Tom on the shoulder again. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to talk to this person more. But General Hawthorne was already furious. In order to prevent the scene from becoming ugly, Wang Zhong could only turn to the next person. At this time, Major Tom asked, "Can you prevent Proson from establishing contact with the Fuzhou Empire? I heard that Proson is installing various guided weapons, and I don't want Fuzhou to obtain them." Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up. "Don't worry, they will suffer a lot this winter. They will vomit out the large areas of land they occupied in the first half of the year. But you, don't be bulldozed by the Fuzhou Empire, let them free up their strength come and attack Ant Dongfang. Don't worry, it's Fuzhang Cai." Major Tom gave Wang Zhong a classic victory gesture. The two of them parted like this. It was many, many years before they met again. Moments before the banquet started, the President of the United States was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed into the side hall by his wife. He saw Wang Zhong at first sight, and then said something to his wife, so the wheelchair came straight towards Wang Zhong. When he arrived, Mr. President spoke first. "Your Majesty, General, I am inconvenient to stand up. Please forgive me." The secretary beside the President has a very high level of simultaneous interpretation, and there is basically no delay. Wang Zhong smiled and said, "Of course. I heard that you stood up when you persuaded Congress to approve the war against the Fuzhou Empire. Is it true?" The President laughed loudly. "Of course it is true, but there are also things that are not true. I can't stand up by my own strength alone. My calves have shrunk severely. So the podium and the wheelchair I was sitting in that day all have special structures." The President's wife quickly added, "In fact, even with those things, it is difficult for him to stand up. I strongly opposed this matter, but he still insisted on his own way, and he really did it." Wang Zhong, what a great speech and a great stand. "I have also read the text of your speech in Ante," the President said with a sly smile. "My staff thought it was ghostwritten, but I think it was written by you yourself. Saint Andrew is also an excellent orator. And his successors should naturally be the same." Wang Zhong, "No, no, how dare I call myself the successor of Saint Andrew? That's what the Eastern Holy Seculars in the United States call you. This time, I'd like you to go to them and give more speeches to persuade them to buy more war bonds. Only when our treasury is full can we support Ant and those who believe in Saint Andrew. People." Wang Zhong, "Definitely." At this time, General Hawthorne finally couldn't stand being left alone all the time, and intervened in the conversation and said, "Your Excellency, the General has a strange request. He wants to go to Chinatown to give a speech." The President frowned slightly. "Why? Chinatown has always been very keen on buying war bonds. I don't think there is a need to go to them to give a speech. Wang Zhong, much of my military wisdom comes from Sun Tzu's Art of War. I hope to appreciate the style of Cyrus." The President thought for a while and nodded, "No problem, we just need to arrange an extra location for the speech." "Admiral," he looked at Hawthorne, "please arrange it." Admiral Hawthorne nodded, "Okay, can you have lunch the day after tomorrow? If you can tolerate their strange eating habits, you can go and have a meal." Wang Zhong, "No, I hope to go in the morning. I want to have morning tea." Admiral Hawthorne looked at the President. "President, you can go whenever you want. That's how it's arranged." Wang Zhong swallowed hard and started to name the dishes in his mind, steamed lamb and steamed bear paws. "No, that's wrong, pulled noodles, shrimp dumplings, 1000-layer cake, boat porridge." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 490, Thoughts Beyond Time and Space. 2 days later in the morning. The moment Wang Zhong got off the Studebaker, he smelled a familiar aroma in the air. It was the aroma of Cantonese fried dough sticks. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the aroma. Sure enough, he saw fried dough sticks being sold in the window on the first floor of the tea house. Inside the window, the shirtless chef with a cigarette in his mouth was making fried dough sticks. Maybe he was stained by the splashing oil, so the chef cursed, "Damn it." Wang Zhong looked at all this with great emotion. He originally thought that he was probably an ant, but now he suddenly realized that everything in his homeland was still in his heart, even the sizzling sound of fried dough sticks in the oil pan was so familiar. People in Chinatown probably haven't seen anyone with so many medals on his chest as Wang Zhong, and those who have nothing to do are all looking at this side. Wang Zhong didn't care about their gazes. He walked to the breakfast vendor on the roadside and looked at the things on the big bamboo plate. He didn't know what this kind of breakfast was called when he was young. Anyway, it was a whole plate of rice cake-like things, cut into many small cubes, and poured soy sauce on it and you could eat it. When he was young, Wang Zhong didn't like this simple breakfast. He preferred to eat noodles and pork offal noodles. But now, he couldn't stop drooling, all of which was stirring in his mouth. He swallowed a big mouthful of saliva, and his accent almost blurted out. But the translator assigned by the United States took the lead and said in Cantonese, Lai Yifen La, give me one portion, how much? Wang Zhong could only say to Yakov in ant language, it looks delicious. Yakov hesitated and looked at the breakfast that could be described as simple, is. Really? Humph, a Russian with no eyesight. The vendor used a skilled knife to cut a whole piece of white rice cake into pieces, poured soy sauce on it, and then inserted a bamboo stick and handed it to Wang Zhong. The translator seemed to be about to explain how to eat it, but before he opened his mouth, he saw Wang Zhong grab the plate, pick up a piece with a bamboo stick and throw it into his mouth, then another piece. Wang Zhong ate it so skillfully, as if he had been eating this thing for more than 20 years. The translator looked at Wang Zhong suspiciously, then looked at Yakov, and then took out a 20-cent coin and threw it to the vendor, no need to change. The vendor was grateful, thank you very much. After eating, Wang Zhong wiped the corner of his mouth and was about to walk along the street, but was stopped by the translator, wait a minute, General. This is the tea house we booked. This is the headquarters of the hall. Wang Zhong guessed that the translator translated the hall into the headquarters. He looked up at the plaque of the tea house and waved his hand and said, okay, lead the way. Translator, the president here is waiting for you in the private room on the 3rd floor, this way. Wang Zhong nodded and followed the translator into the tea house, and then stopped at the place where the National Salvation Fund was raised. He understood every word on it, but he had to ask the translator, what is this for? The translator's answer was very local, this is a stall selling Serbian war bonds. Wang Zhong took out his wallet, took out all the rubles in it, and slapped it on the table, I donated it. The people guarding the stall were shocked and their eyes were wide open. He couldn't understand the ant language, so he could only ask in Angsa, what? Do you want to donate? The translator hurriedly said, yes, yes, the general wants to donate. He is a war hero of Ant and will support the world's fight against evil. Take it. The stall owner thanked him repeatedly, but immediately stopped and asked, well, whose name should be written? Translator, Admiral Rokosov. Wang Zhong said in ant language, Wang Zhong, write this. It was the translator's turn and was surprised, ah? General? You are? Wang Zhong, it's like this, when I was a child, there was a kitten equestrian coach in my family, and he gave me a Saris name. The translator frowned, why didn't the kitten equestrian coach give you a kitten name? I want him to give me one, I like Sun Tzu's art of war. And I know that Wang represents the king, Zhong means loyalty and honor, which means loyalty to the king. Let him write it. Wang Zhong also took the risk and started to make up nonsense. The translator blinked, okay, that's it, I'll go tell the stall owner. The stall owner whispered, which Wang and which Zhong? The translator briefly explained, and finally, Wang Zhong's name appeared on the donation list. Looking at his own name that he hadn't seen for a long time, Wang Zhong nodded and walked towards the stairs. The translator hurriedly followed, this way, please. The host, the boss is waiting for you. Unexpectedly, as soon as the translator finished speaking, an old man in a tang suit came down from the stairs. Seeing Wang Zhong, he bowed and said, General, it was Zhong who neglected you, please apologize. Wang Zhong was sure that his hometown dialect level had not regressed, and he subconsciously wanted to respond, but the translator started translating at this time, so he could only shut up and wait for the translator to finish. A young man stood behind the old man. It seemed that he had just run up to the 3rd floor and was still a little out of breath. It was probably him who told the old man about Wang Zhong's donation. After the translation, Wang Zhong immediately bowed and said, Mr. Zhong, excuse me. What are you talking about? We are all comrades fighting against the evil Axis powers. Please come in. He stepped aside, made way for the stairs, and gestured for a visit. Wang Zhong took a step forward. A moment later, everyone was seated at the carved round table on the 3rd floor. Mr. Zhong picked up the teapot and filled Wang Zhong's cup. Wang Zhong subconsciously tapped the table with his fingers. After all, he had been drinking morning tea for many years, and it became a habit. Mr. Zhong saw this scene and exclaimed, the general also understands our habits. Unfortunately, we can't really help the general now. To be honest, all the young people in Chinatown have returned to their hometowns to fight. Look at our red sticks, they are all over 40 years old. As for the money, to be honest. Wang Zhong, no, I just came to see the hometown of Sun Tzu's art of war. It helped me defeat the enemy all the way. For example, this secret crossing of Chenkang to deceive the sky and the sea, I stole Pro San's car last year, turned on the headlights and drove at night, and escaped the enemy's encirclement. The Saras people present were embarrassed, and finally the translator whispered, "That's the 36 stratagems, not Sun Tzu's art of war." Wang Zhong laughed, "Is that so? It's okay, anyway, it was the ancient wisdom of Saras that helped me escape. For me, Saras is my second hometown." After saying that, Wang Zhong stopped to give the translator time. After listening to the translation, Mr. Zhang laughed and said with regret, "It's a pity that we don't have the habit of drinking in the morning, otherwise I must drink with the general until dawn. Come on, let's replace the wine with tea. Cheers." Wang Zhong picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, just like drinking wine. It was tea, but he felt a little tipsy. Mr. Zhang clapped his hands, and then the snacks were brought in. There were chicken feet, pork tripe, steamed buns, crystal shrimp dumplings, and so on. Wang Zhong looked at the delicacies that he hadn't eaten for more than a year, as if he was looking at the mountains and rivers of his homeland, the smoke in the desert, the long river and the setting sun. At this moment, he felt that the black soil of Kosalia around his waist seemed to tremble, as if the hometown of this time and space and the hometown of another time and space had a dislocated resonance. Wang Zhong tried to control his hands, picked up a lion's head with chopsticks, and bit it. The rich aroma of pork and the crispness of water chestnuts rushed into his mouth together, and his eyes were wet, but Wang Zhong pretended to be scalded and made a very loud noise, so no one could notice it. Fortunately, it had been rehearsed once yesterday. Fortunately, it was okay. Mr. Zhang immediately got angry, "How can you use something so hot? Look at how you scald your guests." Wang Zhong waved his hands hurriedly, and almost spoke in Cantonese when he spoke, but fortunately he switched temporarily, "It doesn't matter, it's just that this thing is too fragrant, I was too anxious, you know, I often can only eat dry food on the front line, some sour cream and pickles are good. This is so delicious." Mr. Zhang waited for the translator to finish, and then laughed, "If you like, I can send a team of cooks to Ant. We can still support this." "Really? Great." Wang Zhong really wanted to cheer. "I can eat authentic Saras dishes in the barracks in the future." The joy overwhelmed the homesickness, and even made him forget what the Ant people should say at this time. In a hurry, he shouted in Carolingian, "Bolabo, good." Mr. Zhang also laughed, "Bolabo." Wang Zhong finished eating the lion's head and reached for the shrimp dumplings with his chopsticks. At this time, Yakov finally gave up fighting with the chopsticks, picked up the fork, and stabbed the lion's head. Because he was afraid of being hot, he put it close to his lips to feel it. Then he asked in confusion, "It doesn't seem to be particularly hot." Ouch! Wang Zhong retracted his foot that kicked Yakov's shin bone, tasted the shrimp dumplings beautifully, and praised while eating, "Good. Really good." Yakov stared at Wang Zhong in confusion for a few seconds before taking a bite of the lion's head with doubt. Then the two unrelated expressions of doubt and admiration for deliciousness twisted together on his face. The pleasant morning tea time lasted until noon. When Wang Zhong was full, he remembered, "Wait a minute, do I have to give a speech?" The translator said awkwardly, "Well, we didn't arrange a speech session, because even if we give a speech, we really can't buy more war bonds. In fact, every issue of bonds here is overpurchased. We very much hope that the United States Navy can destroy the Fuzhou Empire combined fleet as soon as possible." Wang Zhong, think about it carefully, it is indeed a bit strange for a general of Ant to come here to give a speech. However, I like Saras's food very much, please send the cook as promised. Of course, of course. Mr. Zhang said, "I, Zhang, am a man of my word. When you return to Ant, the cook will definitely be on the same plane with you." Wang Zhong nodded, and then asked Yakov, "What are the arrangements for the afternoon?" "Yakov, you will attend a congressional consultation meeting in the afternoon, the content is the next stage of assistance to Ant." Wang Zhong, "Okay, let's go now." Having morning tea in the morning is just to satisfy Wang Zhong's personal desire. This afternoon meeting is crucial to Ant. Chapter 491. Chapter 491 Barbarians at the consultation meeting, Update 1681. In the afternoon, a special consultation meeting of the United States Congress. Speaker Douglas knocked on the table with his gavel, "Quiet. Next, let's give the floor to the famous General Ant, Marshal Rokosov." "Mr. Marshal, may I ask, are you the general?" The secretary whispered into Douglas's ear with an embarrassed look on his face. "Okay, why is he still a general? I thought that with so many military exploits, he should be a marshal." "What? There is also a first-level general?" "Oh, don't worry about this. In short, please accept your consultation, General Rokosov." Wang Zhong wore headphones, so he could hear the simultaneous interpretation, but unfortunately it was a man's voice. Now he couldn't choose his own voice, so he had to make do with it. He sat up straight after listening to the translation. Am I ready, Mr. Speaker, or should I stand up? No, war heroes have the right to sit and be questioned. Admiral Rokosov, how much role did the assistance from the United States play in Ant's resistance to Prasen's attack last year? Wang Zhong, your question is not very accurate, because the assistance only started after the Fuzhou Empire sneaked into the United States, and I also participated in the negotiations related to the assistance. At that time, I was no longer a frontline commander, but was working with Suvorov. Military academies and equipment review committee work. By that time we had driven the Prasen's hundreds of kilometers away from our capital. So if you're asking how aid contributed to the victory in the defense of St. Catherine's Fort last year, my answer is it didn't. Wang Zhong noticed that many people in the United States were already frowning. He hurriedly continued, however, aid has played a vital role in Ant's support until now. Last year, there was a severe cold disaster throughout Ant, which froze to death a large number of livestock. Without assistance, spam canned, many Anters did not survive that winter. At that time, our industrial production lines had just completed the relocation and were far from returning to their original productivity, so the industrial raw materials obtained through assistance helped us to continue the production of key equipment such as tanks. Then the direct support of aircraft, tanks, trucks, and jeeps has played a huge role in restoring the strength of our army. Especially trucks, jeeps, and M3 half-tracks. Currently, industrial production in Ant is basically producing various tracked vehicles and trucks. There is no production capacity for jeeps and half-tracks at all. Speaker Douglas nodded seriously, very good. What you said in summary is that aid played a crucial role in Ant's ability to survive last year. Is that right? Okay, you have to emphasize this last year, right? Wang Zhong guessed that some congressmen who supported aid probably needed to gain some political chips, so he nodded, yes, that's what it is. Douglas looked very satisfied, thank you for your professional opinion. The next thing I want to ask you is, if you decide to give Ant aid this year, which aspect will you pay special attention to? Wang Zhong thought about it, and he cheered up and replied seriously, I particularly value machine tools and the transfer of various patented technologies. We hope to obtain the authorization for the latest piston engines in the United States, including air cooling and liquid cooling. We need license for tank engines. We also hope that the United States can send experts to help us train industrial workers so that they can produce higher quality products. On the front line, the T-34 equipped with inferior armor and inferior engines has killed many Ant soldiers. Quiet. Douglas knocked the wooden hammer, suppressing the whispers that gradually became louder due to Wang Zhong's words. Admiral Rokosov, you misunderstood me. I mean, if you can decide various in terms of physical assistance, which aspect will you pay special attention to? Wang Zhong, I think our current demand for tanks is not that big. Although the M4 Sherman and M3 Grant Lee are both very good tanks, we already have enough T-34s, and we have also organized them into a breakthrough heavy tank regiment. KV Heavy Tank. The Vortex tank destroyer has also been performing well on the battlefield recently. I guess we don't particularly need tanks. He paused and continued, we need planes, we need trucks, we need Willis jeeps. We especially need the Dragon heavy-duty trailers that are heavily equipped in the Federal Army. The river network in Hezelia is dense, and an army that does not have the ability to cross the river will have difficulty moving on the Hezelia grassland. When the Prasens attacked last year, they sent combat engineers to build pontoons everywhere. And Ant's combat engineers are better at using engineer shovels or miners to dig out the heads of the Prosenians than repairing pontoon bridges. Therefore, Wang Zhong needed a dragon tow, which could carry a light landing craft and sail on dry land on the highway. The US military on the other side of the world has done this kind of thing, relying on dry land and boating to force their way into the river network of the European plains. Wang Zhong also wants to do this, and this is definitely not because he is a history buff and likes to play boating on dry land. Speaker Douglas discussed with the people around him and asked seriously, do you really don't need more tanks? We have a lot of Grant Lee tanks and a lot of Stuart light tanks here. Wang Zhong shook his head, no, our light tanks are enough. There is a lot of demand for M3 tanks. I hope to continue to provide them, but don't take up precious transportation capacity to give us light tanks. Okay. Douglas looked disappointed. What about the planes? We have a Viper fighter with excellent performance. Can we reduce the amount of P-478 and replace it with Viper fighters? Wang Zhong finally understood. This consultation meeting was to give Ant the things that the United States did not use. So he firmly refused, we still need the things in the agreement we signed last year. We can accept fewer M4 Sherman tanks, but we cannot accept so many inappropriate things that we don't lack. Douglas scratched his head, then, do you still need light weapons? We have. Wang Zhong, we produce thousands of PPSH submachine guns every day, and almost the same number of Tokarev semi-automatic rifles, and even more Mosin Nagant rifles. We are not short of light weapons at present. Let me repeat, we need trucks, jeeps, half-track vehicles, advanced fighters, and bombers, please give them to us. And machine tool and engine production authorization. Douglas scratched his forehead. This, of course it can be discussed, but we have to determine the material aid for next year first. Wang Zhong, I know, please continue to ask. Douglas, do you need textiles such as clothes? And agricultural products such as soybeans? Wang Zhong wanted to hold his forehead. He realized that this meeting might take a long time. These congressmen would force him to give in again and again so that the aid agreement could be changed to a state that suits their own intentions. So, he stood up unbearably. Douglas, you can sit down and answer. This is our respect for the war heroes. You have no respect at all. Wang Zhong interrupted him, don't think I don't know what you are doing. You use the name of aid to help the big companies that helped you get elected as senators to gain benefits. You don't care what Ant needs, and you don't care what can help Ant win the war quickly, well, and cheaply. What you care about is how much money you can get after this incident. Wang Zhong recalled the promotional video of the DLC of the game World in Conflict at this time. At that time, a Russian general waved his hand and said, the vultures are already too full, now clear this sky. Then a Shilka self-propelled anti-aircraft gun drove out of the transport ship and tore apart the media helicopter that was shooting hard in the sky with a 4-barrel anti-aircraft gun. So Wang Zhong continued, you are a group of vultures. Eating the flesh and blood of the soldiers who bled and sacrificed on the battlefield, one by one, you have grown fat and big ears. Now the war is still going on, but in a few years, when the war is won, you will abandon all those meritorious veterans. Douglas knocked on the table with a small wooden hammer. Silence. This is no longer the content of this consultation meeting. Wang Zhong continued, silence. Ask around, what did I do in Ant? I tell you, because of my identity, I am allowed to carry a gun into this room. This is a gun blessed by Patriarch Belinsky, and it once killed 2 generals. Think about it carefully. If you try to put those things we don't need into the aid agreement, I will blow your head off. Don't think I don't dare to do this. I know that in your United States, even if it is the president, as long as he violates the will of the big trusts and cartels, he will be killed on the street by a psychotic gunman. I was hit by a 380mm artillery shell from the Prasen people in Ranis, and no one can guarantee that I am not a psychotic. Of course, you can ignore this threat. After all, according to common sense, in order to avoid a diplomatic crisis and a crack in the alliance, I can't do this. But do you dare to bet on this probability? No, you don't. Because you are different from those warriors on the battlefield. You are a group of cowardly bastards. If you want to refute me, keep recommending potato chips to me. Douglas' lips trembled for a while, and said, I won't recommend potato chips. I don't have any. Wang Zhong, it could be Coca-Cola, children's toys, or something else. It depends on what company you get sponsored by, right? Douglas pushed his glasses awkwardly. Well, your speech just now showed us the rudeness and barbarity of Ant. I think you can't use some things in the civilized world. Then please tell me what you need. Wang Zhong, I need dragon trailers. I need a lot of trucks. Studebaker is good, our maintenance workers are already familiar with this kind of truck. There are also Willis Jeeps and M3 half-tracks. The more of these, the better. And advanced bombers. I know you have a bomber to replace the B-17. We want it too. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he realized that asking for B-29 was indeed a bit too much. That thing is too good and too powerful, and the United States may not give it. And taking off from Ant, it is still a bit far to bomb Plausen at present. Unlike the United Kingdom, it can take off across the sea. But he thought again, if he wanted to open the window, he had to lift the roof. Lu Sun taught him that, and it couldn't be wrong. So he looked at Douglas with a stern face. The speaker was helpless, we will consider it. Really? It seemed that they really didn't dare to test the determination of Wang Zhong, the barbarian, to pull out his gun. Chapter 492, Taking on a Mission in a Time of Crisis. For the next month or so, Wang Zhong flew back and forth in the United States. He was a little worried that his angry response to Speaker Douglas at the advisory meeting would ruin his popularity in the United States, but he didn't expect that he was completely overthinking. Because the United States is a two-party system, and the Speaker is the Squirrel Party, Wang Zhong was angry with him, and the opponent, the Bull Deer Party, followed the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend and regarded Wang Zhong as one of their own. The current wartime president is from the Bull Deer Party, and his uncle, who is also the former president of the United States, was assassinated by the gunmen of the Squirrel Party while in office. In addition, the president was Mr. Zhang's personal lawyer at the time. Suddenly, Wang Zhong suddenly became an old friend of the Bull Deer Party. Moreover, many of the Bull Deer Party's die-hard voters are tough people, and boys learn the traditional martial arts of the United States from an early age. Wang Zhong's use of a pistol to shoot two traitorous generals is like a martial arts novel in the eyes of these people, which is very exciting. In particular, Wang Zhong also dodged an assassination attempt from a very long distance. The photo of him raising his fist and shouting under the flag of the Ant Army became popular again, and was even made into postcards and various souvenirs, which sold well in the Iron Buck State, referring to the Buck Party's Iron Vote Bank. It is said that the largest gambling city in the United States has opened a betting, and the content is whether Wang Zhong can shoot Emperor Proson with the same gun. This development is a special United States. Many voters in the south of the Squirrel Party are actually very unhappy with Speaker Douglas and want to replace him, so some Squirrel Party members in some states simply stood up and criticized the speaker for still thinking about seeking benefits for their backstage boss at this time. The changes in public opinion in this month made Wang Zhong thank himself for his understanding of the United States from another time and space. A month passed quickly, and the number of war bonds sold by the Ant-War Heroes team led by Wang Zhong was equivalent to the total amount of bonds sold by the United States in the 8 months of war, which directly doubled the fundraising amount. Of course, there are actually objective reasons for this. There are many Plossum people in the United States. They were not arrested after the war like the Fuzu people, because Plossum had not directly harmed the civilians of the United States and had not aroused enough public indignation. These Plossum people have been preaching that the Plossum Empire is very strong and the United States should share the world with the Plossum Empire. The United States has not yet achieved a decisive victory over Plossum. In addition, the attack on Plossum since June 915 has achieved gratifying results, and a large area of the map has been dyed in the color of Plossum. In fact, most of the colored areas are grasslands with few people, but the people don't care about this. So some people in the United States believe that the Fuzu Empire has been beaten up in Midway Island, and it is only a matter of time to defeat them. There is no need to buy war bonds, and the cost of fighting the Plossum Empire is too high. If they really fight, the bonds may not be recovered. Wang Zhong's sudden popularity has changed all this. This month, the delegation led by Wang Zhong has been doing one thing, telling the people of the United States that Plossum can be defeated. While Wang Zhong was making appearances everywhere, the professional diplomatic delegation was also continuously in contact with the United States, gradually determining the content of next year's aid. Most of the goals that Wang Zhong wanted to achieve were achieved, except for the B-29, which was indeed a heavy weapon of the United States and could not be given easily. In terms of technology transfer, in addition to the engine that Wang Zhong wanted, the United States General Technology Company and other companies also transferred a large number of machine tools that Anti could not produce at present to Anti as gifts. The price was that Wang Zhong became their spokesperson for free and recorded a lot of advertisements. At this time, television was not popular, so the advertisements were mainly used on radio stations. Wang Zhong spent a whole day recording a lot of advertising slogans on the radio station, such as "I think General Motors is okay" and "I am Commander Rokasov and I only use Shell engine oil." Because Wang Zhong was so popular, the United States even planned to extend his visit. But at noon on October 11th, Anti's ambassador to the United States walked into the hotel where Wang Zhong was staying in Wisconsin with a serious expression. Wang Zhong was a little surprised. "Mr. Ambassador, shouldn't you be busy with the supplementary agreement in the capital?" The supplementary agreement refers to the secret agreement that the Allied parties promised to take what actions next year. Ant hopes that the Allied forces will open a second battlefield in Europa to reduce the pressure on the front, while the United States and the United Kingdom hope that Ant can launch a large-scale attack to contain more Plossum troops. Wang Zhong, could it be that the Allied forces are asking for too much and want to set a limit on the number of Plossum troops to be annihilated? Although Wang Zhong personally relies on the knowledge of another time and space to know that Ant will launch another hardy counterattack next, the matter of how many enemies to annihilate sometimes depends on the cooperation of the opponent. If the opponent runs fast, even if it is as strong as a certain army with Gundam, it can't catch up. So Wang Zhong doesn't want to boast about how many enemies he wants to annihilate. When fighting, try to eat as much as possible, and the best is to eat as much as you can in the end. The ambassador looked at Wang Zhong and shook his head slightly. It's not because of this. In fact, the negotiation of the supplementary agreement went smoothly. The main contradiction was whether we had to open a second battlefield next year. They didn't make more demands on us. I guess it's because those generals don't believe we can make great progress next year. In the minds of many senior Allied generals, you can achieve a series of tactical victories, but strategically, we Ant can only hold back the Prosons, and the Allies can only play the leading role in defeating Proson. Wang Zhong, humph, they will eventually know how wrong they are. Then why did you come here? Mr. Ambassador took out a telegram. I must hand this secret telegram to you personally, and burn it after reading. Wang Zhong's expression became solemn. Since he came to the United States, he could not get first-hand information about the war, because the headquarters suppressed the bad news for the smooth negotiation here. Wang Zhong could only rely on personal relationships to get intelligence from the Allies, and the Allied intelligence was second-hand intelligence stolen by the Allied intelligence officers in Yebeo. It was not necessarily accurate, and there must be false intelligence deliberately released. So Wang Zhong was not sure about the situation on the front line. But since it was so urgent that a secret telegram was sent to him, I was afraid that. Wang Zhong took the telegram and opened it to read. Admiral Rokosov, the front line is in danger, the enemy is approaching above Akin, hurry back. He read the string of words softly, pursed his lips and took out the lighter given to him by Admiral Hawthorne, lit a corner of the telegram, and watched it burn slowly. The ambassador did not speak, just looked at Wang Zhong. Above Akin, a port city on the inland sea, is the terminus of the Allied transport line from Balas to the north. Where is Steelgrad as promised? What about the big turn at the Valdachur River to block the Prosan army? How come they all came to above Akin all of a sudden? Wang Zhong remembered the days when the expeditionary force was in above Akin before it set out to land in Balas. The good news is that Pavlov took the expeditionary force headquarters and all the troops not stationed in Balas back to above Akin. Wang Zhong really took office and immediately had a group of familiar troops to use. Pavlov should also have mastered all the situations around the city. The bad news is that the enemy has reached here, and it is estimated that Kuba's oil cannot be delivered. Many places will have trouble spending the winter this year. Wang Zhong was thinking, and then the fire burned his fingers. He hurriedly threw the telegram into the ashtray and put his fingers that were burned red in his mouth. The ambassador finally couldn't help asking, "What do you think?" "Wang Zhong, I ask you, did Prosan use any powerful new weapons?" History has changed so much that Wang Zhong can only suspect that Prosan threw a nuclear bomb. The ambassador shook his head, "No." "Wang Zhong, did the Western Front launch an offensive?" On Earth, it was the Western Front that launched the Jalef offensive, minced meat in Jalef, and attracted a large number of Sandazi's elite troops, so it couldn't push in the south. Wang Zhong is using the elimination method to screen all the possible causes of this situation. "Ambassador, as far as I know, no. I mean, there was no large-scale offensive." Wang Zhong understood. He let General Gorky know that at this stage, using troops to force Plassen would cause too many casualties. He should wait until the troops were trained and combat experience was slowly accumulated. Wang Zhong said that the meat-crushing battle that was supposed to take place on the Central Front was gone, and a large number of Plassen's troops were thrown into the southern offensive. And Plassen is stronger than Sandazi on Earth, but this is the result. This time, the butterfly flapped its wings and caused a hurricane. "I, Wang Zhong, am the damn butterfly. Now, I must return to my second home, my current motherland, to put out the storm I caused." Wang Zhong took a deep breath. At this time, Admiral Hawthorne came in without knocking on the door. Since Wang Zhong became popular, this admiral who knows media operations very well has been with Wang Zhong. "Luo!" Admiral Hawthorne shouted joyfully. He always simplified Wang Zhong's last name to Luo. "Good news, the first phase of Operation Torch was a success. We have landed in the North African territory of Vice Caroline. Our army is sweeping away everything in its path. The days of the Desert Fox will not last long." At this time, Admiral Hawthorne noticed the paper ash in the ashtray. Am I here at the wrong time?" "Wang Zhong, no, you are here at the right time. I would like to ask you to inform the President of the United States and everyone who is still waiting for me to give a speech. It is urgent business. I must return to my homeland immediately." At this time, Yakov came in. "General. I just received a telegram from the country. You have been appointed as the commander of the above Akin front. Please return home immediately." Wang Zhong frowned. He did not send the message through a more secret radio station, but sent the appointment like this. It seems that the headquarters can no longer conceal it. Soon the Allied liaison officers in Yebeo will know that above Akin is in urgent need. Admiral Hawthorne had an expression of sudden enlightenment. The Plassens are about to succeed, right? "Wang Zhong, no, they won't succeed. I will turn the tide like I did last year. I will definitely do it." Postscript to Volume 8. The focus of this volume is throwing pumpkins, really. As a work about land warfare in World War II, it would be incomplete without special operations, so this chapter makes up for the special operations part. In the next volume, the special forces reorganized from Commanda and Naval Infantry will show their prowess. Of course, theoretically speaking, even if there are enough troops, Prosan still can't defeat Abavahan. The main reason is that the road is too long and there are too many sections with poor infrastructure on the road. Even if Prosan controls the navigation rights of the Valdai River, it is impossible to solve the logistics problem. Moreover, Anti's inland fleet cannot allow the Prosan people to obtain the navigation rights. Prosan does not have enough power to transport the boats here by land. However, novels can be a little magical. The next volume is an upgraded version of Vetgler. Logically speaking, I should take a day off, but seeing the amount of updates I owe, let's continue. Don't go away, the next volume will start right away. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.